Chapter 1. A ray of sunlight crept up along Tang Jie's feet, traversing over his chest and finally reaching his face, teasing his eyelids. Tang Jie, still in a daze, rubbed his eyes and turned over, yearning to slip back into slumber. However, after a brief moment, he was suddenly jolted awake, his eyes flinging open as he sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring, warily surveying his surroundings. Due to the abruptness of his movements and his drenched state, resembling someone who had soaked in water for an extended period, the skin at his fingertips had begun to wrinkle. Tang Jie felt a dull throbbing in his head, as if his temples had been viciously kicked by a wild stallion, pulsating with excruciating pain. His body ached unbearably, akin to having been struck by a speeding train, feeling as though it might disintegrate at any moment. As he glanced around, he found himself in a wooden room approximately a dozen square meters in size, with blood-stained weapons such as axes and iron hooks hanging on the brownish-yellow walls. In one corner of the room stood a wooden table, marred with deep cuts and splattered with blood, filling the air with a faint metallic scent. What is this place? How did I end up here? Tang Jie was engulfed in confusion, straining to recall the last remnants of his memory. Yet his mind felt as though it were stuffed with a thick paste. I remember being hit by a car, perhaps. Could it be that I am already dead? A chill washed over Tang Jie as he pinched his own face, wincing at the sharp pain. It hurts. I'm not dead. If I'm not dead, why am I here? A thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that I've been kidnapped? Nervously, he glanced around the dimly lit room, which was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, with only a piercing beam of sunlight filtering through the window, accentuating the room's sinister ambience. Tang Jie could feel the wooden floor beneath him swaying incessantly, as if he were aboard ship. He scratched his head, muttering, "My parents' combined monthly income barely exceeds 5,000, which foolhardy kidnapper would target me? Has a donkey kissed their brain? This is like asking a bald man for a comb. How absurd." Having dismissed the notion of being kidnapped, Tang Jie's thoughts spiraled further. Could it be that I've been sold off like livestock? As he pondered alone, a loud crash interrupted him. A tall man kicked open the door, swaggering in with a beer belly. Upon spotting Tang Jie, he bellowed, "The person we fished out is awake. How do you wake up?" From behind his rotund belly emerged a small, wiry man with a high-pitched voice, retorting, "How should I know? But what does it matter if he's awake?" Tang Jie stared at the two men before him, momentarily stunned. The portly man resembled a living, breathing beer barrel, with hair as wild and unkempt as a bird's nest, and a face so grimy it appeared he had never washed it since birth. He donned a pair of suspenders over long pants, beneath which was a white shirt, haphazardly covered by a brown jacket that looked as if it had been stolen. Even from a distance, Tang Jie could detect a pungent odor emanating from a man, whose tattered attire bore numerous holes, resembling a piece of kelp long past its prime, clinging lifelessly to his form. The wiry man standing behind the beer belly bore a similar appearance, albeit shorter, with a face resembling that of a groundhog transformed into a human, and his bright, beady eyes darting about like marbles in their sockets. Their ragged appearance, coupled with their menacing expressions, suggested they were far from benevolent. Who are these men? What on earth are they dressed like? They look like disheveled pirates straight out of a Hollywood film. Could it be that they are cosplaying? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, sending his heart racing. Could it be that I've time traveled? Tang Jie's expression became vividly animated, a twitch at the corner of his eye as he forced a smile. "Hi there. Could you kindly inform me of my location?" The beer belly and the wiry man exchanged glances before each hoisting a barrel, aiming to douse him. With a splashing sound, Tang Jie had no time to react as a barrel of icy seawater drenched him thoroughly, despite already being soaked. He wiped his face vigorously, spitting out a few mouthfuls of seawater. "Okay, let's pretend I never asked that. But why on earth is there salt in the water? Ugh, it's dreadful." The beer belly guffawed. "This is perfect, saves me the trouble of seasoning when I grill later." Tang Jie remained perplexed about his surroundings, while the two men before him bore expressions of gluttony, reminiscent of characters from a tale of villainy. He chuckled nervously. "You're grilling something? Mind sharing a bit with me? I'm rather hungry." The beer belly and the wiry man exchanged incredulous looks before erupting into laughter. "How amusing. Truly amusing. This fellow has a fine sense of humor. As the two men laughed uproariously, Tang Jie felt utterly lost, yet sheepishly joined in their merriment. The three of them shared a bizarre moment of laughter, when the beer belly suddenly produced a large, gleaming knife, the cold blade flashing before Tang Jie's eyes. With a chuckle, the beer belly scraped his thumb along the blade, saying, "You're quite the entertaining one. I'm almost reluctant to part with you." Tang Jie remained blissfully unaware of the underlying threat in his words as he laughed heartily. "Oh, really? My friends say the same about me. By the way, my name is—" Before he could finish, the beer belly lunged forward, swinging the knife toward his neck. The blade sliced through the air with a menacing swiftness. Had it not been for Tang Jie's years of martial arts training and his instinctive reflexes honed from countless brawls, that strike would have claimed his life. In a state of alarm, he bent down abruptly, executing a backflip just as the knife grazed his nose, the icy steel sending shivers down his spine and causing cold sweat to break out all over him. Using the momentum from his maneuver, Tang Jie rolled backward several paces before regaining his footing, his voice a mix of shock and anger. "What are you doing?" The beer belly, taken aback that his target had evaded a strike, paused momentarily before grinning, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Stop struggling if I don't kill you. How will I have meat to roast? Damn it, there isn't a single bird to catch out here. My mouth is parched." Tang Jie's heart sank. These two men intended to eat him. He twitched at the corner of his eye, pointing to his own nose, his voice trembling. "You mean the barbecue you mentioned? That's referring to me?" The wiry man pulled out a fine net from his pocket, cackling, "Of course. You are the first person we've encountered who's on the menu. He'll remember you, you amusing fellow." Tang Jie glanced at the wiry man and the beer belly, who flanked him, effectively blocking his escape route. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Why is it that others who time travel end up feasting and enjoying themselves, while I am destined to be the meal? Nonetheless, passively awaiting his fate was not Tang Jie's style. Having grown up fighting, he had garnered numerous accolades in national martial arts competitions, and his experience in brawls and combat was anything but lacking. Fight? Who's afraid of whom? Taking a deep breath, Tang Jie crouched slightly, his feet poised, his center of gravity low, his back arched slightly, embodying the readiness of a lion poised to leap, glaring defiantly at the two men before him. Suddenly, he sprang into action, feigning a retreat, prompting the wiry man and the beer belly to hastily follow. Then, in an instant, he pivoted forward, curling into a tight ball and launching himself through the narrow gap between them like a cannonball. The beer belly and the wiry man were momentarily blinded, their weapons instinctively swinging toward the fleeting figure. As Tang Jie zipped between them and glanced back, he saw the beer belly entangled in a net, while the wiry man shouted, "You idiot! Aim better! You nearly chopped me!" The beer belly bellowed, "Fool, get that wretched net off me! He's getting away!" Tang Jie chuckled softly when he had zipped past. He had several opportunities to strike them down. However, he chose not to, as he was uncertain of his surroundings and the nature of the environment he found himself in. Though he had been a martial artist prior to his time travel, that did not imply he was merely a brute relying on force. He preferred not to burn bridges without certainty. Tang Jie burst through the door, escaping the room, only to find four rugged, menacing-looking men striding down the corridor of the ship's cabin. The four individuals, upon seeing him, momentarily found themselves at a loss, standing frozen in place, their gazes fixed upon him. Tang Jie silently lamented within, managing a smile as he greeted them. "Hi." Just as his smile barely formed, a booming voice from a beer barrel echoed from the cabin. "Quick, seize him." Cursing under his breath, Tang Jie spun around and fled. The men behind him finally regained their senses, collectively shouting in unison as they pursued Tang Jie's retreating footsteps. Tang Jie had swiftly discerned that these four ruffians were muscular and formidable, their bodies marred with scars, clearly seasoned fighters. Engaging them in such a confined space aboard a swaying vessel was undoubtedly a perilous notion. Thus, without a second glance, he dashed through the cabin, colliding with doors, most of which were firmly shut, offering no sanctuary. "Damn! Could someone please open a door for me to hide behind?" Tang Jie cursed vehemently in his mind when, quite suddenly, his shoulder slammed against one door, which miraculously swung open. He stumbled inside. Maintaining balance aboard a ship was a challenge, even for someone as adept as Tang Jie, and this stumble caused him to rush several steps into the room before he managed to steady himself. As he regained his footing, he immediately lunged to the entrance, securing the door latch behind him. A quick glance revealed a wooden table nearby. He grasped it with both hands, dragging it with a screeching sound to serve as a barricade against the door. Tang Jie clapped his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. Goodness, where on earth am I? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to look back. What he beheld left him utterly dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. His eyes widened, and his throat tightened, rendering him speechless. In the room stood a woman with cascading long hair, her upper body bare, holding a strip of white cloth used to bind her chest, mirroring his astonishment with an equally stunned expression. A shaft of golden sunlight streamed through a small window against the wall, illuminating her figure like a spotlight on stage, casting a radiant glow on her alluring, sun-kissed skin. She resembled a master sculptor's finest creation, every curve of her body defined and distinct, her graceful form evoking an indescribable sense of enchantment and allure. Tang Jie and the woman locked eyes, both wearing expressions of disbelief, unable to utter a single word. The silence in the room was profound, so much so that even the men pursuing him halted their chase upon witnessing his sudden entrance. This awkward yet charged stillness enveloped Tang Jie, as if a rose were quietly blooming before him, its subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Though he did not analyze her features in detail, his gaze was fixated solely on her taut, flat abdomen, her high, firm bosom, and her sun-kissed skin. The graceful lines of her figure danced in his mind, leaving him entranced. Such a scenario was undeniably unexpected and tantalizing. Regrettably, the ensuing events quickly dispelled any notions of allure from Tang Jie's mind. He could distinctly sense that with every additional second his gaze lingered on her, the woman's aura of danger escalated. This palpable menace felt like a prickling sensation on his back, cold sweat cascading from his forehead. He gulped and stammered. Tu must have entered the wrong room, I'll just leave. Fearing she might strike him from behind, he cautiously retreated to the door, awkwardly pushing the table back into place with a forced grin, before sheepishly unlocking the door, preparing to exit. However, just as he turned to leave, a gust of wind whooshed past him from behind. He instinctively tilted his head aside. With a sharp thud, a dagger embedded itself in the door, vibrating ominously. Tang Jie jumped in shock, turning back with a forced chuckle. Impressive aim. Not all I missed. The woman had regained her composure from the earlier shock and embarrassment. She cast a cold glance at Tang Jie, seemingly disregarding his presence, wrapping her breasts tightly with the long white cloth before tossing her golden hair back. In that instant, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand glimmering in the sunlight that filtered through the window, casting a breathtaking radiance that made Tang Jie feel as though the room was aglow with her beauty, rendering him utterly spellbound. The white cloth wrapped tightly around her bosom transformed her form into a pristine, snowy hillock, the tautness between the fabric and her skin evoking in Tang Jie a sense of lament at such a beautiful figure being so concealed. The woman approached the wall of the room, retrieving a long sword from within a shield, executing a few elegant poses with remarkable grace, and calmly stated, "My father taught me that to become a great pirate king, one must possess a heart as vast as the ocean." Therefore, however, he was also aware that perhaps leaving would be a beneficial choice for his grandson. It was just that. After this, there would no longer be anyone in the household to secretly drink with him. By the way, have you taken care of that cultivation technique? Cultivation technique. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Fang Tian was momentarily taken aback. You haven't lost it, have you? Although you failed the awakening ceremony last year. You still have another chance in 4 years. Don't give up. Seeing his grandson's expression, the old man felt a twinge of urgency, for that tome of gathering spirit techniques had cost him considerable effort to obtain secretly for Fang Tian, all while hiding it from his wife. If it were lost, it would render all his efforts futile. Thanks to the old man's reminder, Fang Tian quickly responded, I haven't lost it. I put it away long ago." Upon hearing this, the old man finally relaxed. However, what he did not anticipate was that the tome of gathering spirit techniques he had brought years ago was merely glanced through by Fang Tian before being disdainfully tossed into a corner. What a piece of trash! In truth, the gathering spirit technique the old man had brought was of decent quality. Even Eva and Arthur utilized this very technique. Yet, long before in the Palace of the Divine Ruins, Fang Tian had obtained a manual called the Divine Origin Qi. This technique encompassed body refining, meridian opening, and spirit gathering as one, its comprehensive nature far surpassing that of the gathering spirit techniques of this world. The core of the gathering spirit techniques in this realm lies in accumulation, specifically the storage of primal spirit within the body. The more, the better. The awakening ceremony serves to channel the primal spirit energy accumulated over many years through a formation, which then operates according to the formation's trajectory, ultimately leading to the completion of a professional inscription that in this process, the greater the primal spirit storage, the higher the success rate that if one fails, the channeled primal spirit becomes irreversible, rendering years of accumulation void, necessitating a complete restart. Therefore, the efficiency and speed of spirit gathering serve as the criteria for assessing the quality of gathering spirit techniques in this world. It is crude, far too crude. After cultivating the divine origin Qi, Fang Tian finally understood the adage that without comparison, one cannot appreciate the difference. The gathering spirit techniques of the eternal continent lack concepts such as cosmic cycles, refine, transformation, and control. Last year, after participating in the awakening ceremony, Fang Tian was left with nothing but 24-karat pure waste, earning him the derisive nicknames of Primal Spirit Insulator, among others, throughout the 3 professional formations. He had not ignited a single spark, not even a hint of reaction. The mages overseeing the ceremony were left dumbfounded. They had seen failures before, but never such a resounding one. Even ordinary individuals, who do not engage in spirit gathering, possess at least a modicum of primal spirit within them. Yet this 15-year-old lad was utterly devoid of any. Fang Tian had even garnered a bit of notoriety. After all, reaching such an extreme in one aspect can also generate a form of attention. He still vividly remembers the expression on Amos's face, contorted with anger, for having such a son was truly a source of embarrassment. The sight nearly provoked him into laughter. Yet, given his status as a bastardy son, the family harbored no expectations, and thus the attention dissipated swiftly. However, no one anticipated that Fang Tian's failure in the awakening ceremony was a deliberate act. If the gathered primal spirit were likened to a bucket of water, then the awakening ceremony was akin to punching a hole in the bottom of the bucket, causing everything to pour out in a deluge. In contrast, Fang Tian had frozen the water into ice during the act of perforation, with not a single drop escaping. Thanks to his cultivation of the divine origin Qi, his control over primal spirit had reached an astonishingly abnormal level. As for his motives, quite simple. He was preparing to leave the family the next day. The family believed this low-status bastardy son would toil diligently to elevate his standing within the clan. Yet, Fang Tian had never entertained such thoughts that, in his eyes, the Wilson family was hardly significant. He had no need for their approval. Escaping this prison, he saw himself as a vast expanse of possibility. Having risen from nothing in his previous life, Fang Tian was never short on self-confidence. Moreover, with the divine ruins as his golden opportunity, as long as he presented himself as devoid of worth, the family would have no opportunity to exploit him. If the awakening ceremony succeeded, it would only complicate his departure. Sigh. My primal spirit is non-existent. My eldest son is also without merit. And you, my grandson Tianyun, are equally lacking. I do wonder how my Fang family has offended the heavens to incur such fate. The old man poured himself another drink. A bitter smile etched on his face, observing the elderly man who was the sole affectionate elder in his life. Fang Tian ultimately stood and gently patted his grandfather's back, saying, "Grandfather, there is no need for such pessimism. Do not question the world in confusion. My fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens. My fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens." Fang Ingjia stared blankly at his grandson, the faint smile on Fang Tian's face akin to a gentle breeze that dispersed the clouds of sorrow and worry in his heart. When he shook his head and looked again, he found that Fang Tian had already turned his back to tidy up the dishes. Was it merely an illusion? Early that morning, Fang Tian had gone through the necessary procedures. When Amos heard that Fang Tian wished to see him, he was quite astonished. For the past 16 years, this son had never sought him out on his own. Not even once. It could even be said that Fang Tian had left an impression on the entire family as honest, reclusive, and introverted. His father, Amos, was no exception. Regarding this son, Amos felt neither satisfaction nor dissatisfaction. Compared to his troublesome twin children, this bastardy son's behavior had been relatively unremarkable. As far as he remembered, this child had not caused any significant trouble requiring his intervention. Quite a relief. On the other hand, this child was rather unremarkable. Aside from his decent looks, he possessed no other outstanding talents, especially after the awakening ceremony, which had been a complete failure. Let him in. After a moment's thought, Amos set aside the documents in his hands. Upon entering, Fang Tian greeted him with due respect, leaving no room for criticism. What brings you here? Amos did not mind the bastardy son's indifferent demeanor. He was accustomed to it. I am preparing to apply to the Baifeng Academy in Yunfei City and have come to bid farewell to my father. Huh. Amos had initially thought his bastardy son had caused some trouble, but was surprised to hear he intended to leave home for studies. Has my mother consented? Hearing this, Fang Tian, with his head lowered, curled his lips in disdain, as expected, though there was little affection between them. Fang Tian had spent 16 years in this castle, and had a fair understanding of his unremarkable father's nature. He favored his children, cared for his image, had average emotional resilience, and exhibited mild mama's boy tendencies. Naturally, Fang Tian was not included in this favoritism, as they did not share the same surname, that I will subsequently seek my grandmother's permission. Then you may go, as long as your mother consents. It is acceptable. Amos waved his hand, signaling for Fang Tian to leave. He had no particular thoughts regarding this bastardy son, so he did not care where he went. Deep down, he even welcomed the idea of the boy leaving the family. The existence of this bastardy son had caused his wife, Lisa, to often show him displeasure, and having this boy around was of no benefit to him whatsoever. As Fang Tian turned to exit the room, he unexpectedly encountered several individuals he wished to avoid. Seeing Lisa approach with her precious children, Fang Tian feigned a cheerful demeanor while inwardly cursing his bad luck. This cursed fortune. The once amiable atmosphere among the three instantly soured upon the arrival of Fang Tian. Their faces collectively falling. The scene grew cold. Greetings, young master, young lady, madam. Fang Tian greeted with a smile, always adept at maintaining an impeccable facade, leaving no room for criticism. Logically, he ought to address her as mother and acknowledge his younger siblings. Yet Lisa and her children adamantly refused to accept such titles from him. The rationale was simple. They deemed this illegitimate child unworthy, even a source of shame. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Tian shared their sentiments. Harboring no desire to associate with this family, in this regard, both parties regarded each other with mutual disdain, a reciprocal aversion. However, while Fang Tian concealed his feelings deep within, Lisa and her offspring wore theirs openly. What brings you here? Lisa inquired, hands on her hips, her brow furrowed in a manner reminiscent of an interrogation. She harbored not a shred of fondness for this illegitimate son, often viewing him as a thorn in her side. Madam, I have come to bid farewell to Lord Amos, he replied. Farewell. Lisa's expression turned quizzical. I intend to seek education in a neighboring city, Fang Tian explained at the opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Lisa's icy demeanor melted away, replaced by a beaming smile. Finally, this boy was leaving. Given Lisa's status and temperament, the sight of her husband's illegitimate offspring irked her deeply. His departure brought her immense joy, though she was the later addition in the emotional hierarchy. This young lady remained blissfully unaware of the reality of the situation. The joy radiating from her countenance elicited a cold smirk from Fang Tian. His so-called mother was willful and temperamental, devoid of genuine talent. Though she possessed a plethora of petty cleverness, in that regard, she and his father were indeed a match made in heaven. Leaving for another city, it seems you possess a modicum of awareness. With your lackluster abilities, there's truly no necessity for you to remain within the family, scoffed the silver-haired youth. Arthur, his derision unmistakable. "Indeed, how could I possibly compare to you, young master? You passed the warrior's examination at such a tender age. You are truly the paragon of the younger generation," Fang Tian retorted, laying on the flattery thickly, particularly emphasizing the term warrior. Arthur, unable to discern the insincerity, found himself somewhat flattered by the praise, influenced by their mother. He harbored intense disdain for his half-brother. Yet, whenever he sought to pick a fight during his bouts of displeasure, a few complimentary words from this dark-haired youth would quell his intentions. "Hey, are you blind? You stepped on my dress." A voice of disgust rang out, breaking the moment, as they nearly brushed past each other. The golden-haired girl, Eva, cast a disdainful smirk, causing Fang Tian's heart to chill, though he maintained a facade of apology. "My apologies, miss. Allow me to clean it for you." As he bent to assist, Eva promptly lifted her dress, recoiling with revulsion. "Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Just get lost." This young lady escalated the distance. Expressing her contempt, faced with such insulting words, Fang Tian displayed not a trace of dissatisfaction, hastily departing in a feigned state of trepidation. "All right, children, let us go. Our family of 4 has an important banquet to attend this afternoon." Lisa hummed a tune as she led the way, her spirits soaring. Arthur felt indifferent. Although he shared a castle with this illegitimate brother, it was perfectly normal for them not to meet even once a year. Their upbringings were worlds apart, devoid of any common ground. Yet, Eva's expression bore a certain seriousness, as if she was contemplating something. Arthur noticed his sister's unusual demeanor and voiced, "It was just a dress that got stepped on. It doesn't seem dirty, if necessary. We can have the servants clean it again. You needn't waste your time being angry with someone like him, especially since he will be leaving soon." "Fool!" Eva shot him a sidelong glance before turning sharply into her room. Slamming the door shut, Arthur's face flushed crimson. His sister was not just willful, but possessed a venomous tongue. Only in front of their grandmother did she temper her behavior. Inside her room, Eva's expression remained dark and turbulent. The truth was that dark-haired youth had not stepped on her dress at all. She was merely seeking trouble. Had he argued with her, denying the act, she would have had ample means to retaliate and embarrass him. Yet his unhesitating acceptance of a fault he had not committed puzzled her. Was Fang Tian truly devoid of any temper? Considering his previous obsequious demeanor, Eva found herself lost in thought. Was he simply cowardly and weak? Or, what am I thinking? She chastised herself, shaking her head to dispel the errant thoughts. That boy was nothing more than a waste of spirit, a trivial presence within the family, utterly devoid of resources. What did it matter if he was humble and compliant? The disparity in strength was as vast as a chasm. She had been foolish to ponder the thoughts of such a person. With a scoff, Eva dismissed her musings. "You may be young, but your malice is truly remarkable." In the corridor, reflecting on the earlier encounter, Fang Tian couldn't help but smirk. Suddenly, he felt an unexplainable sensation, lifting his gaze to see a tall, armored female warrior approaching him directly. Marcia, 46 years old, a 5-star warrior, was the devoted personal guard of Lola and one of the Wilson family's private military instructors. The ranks of mages and warriors are categorized from 1 to 7 stars. And as a warrior, her strength was formidable. Arthur's martial skills were honed under her direct tutelage. "Follow me. The head of the family requests your presence." Marcia succinctly conveyed her intention. She turned and led the way, with Fang Tian following silently behind. Fang Tian was not particularly surprised by Marcia's arrival. After all, the old man had mentioned yesterday his plan to inform Lola of his impending departure, to which he had agreed. However, he did not anticipate that his grandmother would proactively send her confidant to summon him. Lola Wilson, his grandmother, was indeed the one figure in this family whom Fang Tian regarded with a degree of trepidation. She was capable, cunning, and rather ruthless. When Lola married his grandfather, Fang Tian, it was not out of love. Her strategy was to establish independence while merging assets. Lola had 2 brothers, and after her marriage, she took some assets as her dowry, which she subsequently leveraged to revitalize the faltering Fang family. Meanwhile, her brothers had spent nearly a decade fighting tooth and nail over the Wilson family inheritance. Little did they expect that as they became increasingly embroiled in their conflict, Each sustaining considerable losses, Lola would strike decisively. She revitalized the Fang family, allowing it to recuperate for many years. And then, seizing the opportunity while the two tigers were exhausted from their struggle, she swiftly consumed everything. She was silent until she roared into action. Having acquired all the assets of the Wilson family, along with those of the Fang family, the amalgamation of both made Lola's influence unparalleled within the clan. Her two brothers seemingly vanished thereafter, their fates unknown. They could hardly have imagined that the sister they looked down upon harbored such formidable ambition and cunning. To be frank, Fang Tian felt a twinge of admiration for his grandmother's actions. A successful woman of power, she truly deserved her position as head of the family. Over the past decade, Fang Tian had encountered numerous attempts to test him. Some tried to sow discord, claiming they would support him, urging him to oppose Lisa and her children. Others sought to tempt him, offering favors to entice him into stealing from the family. Regardless of the authenticity of these schemes, Fang Tian steadfastly adhered to a singular principle: to feign humility and refuse outright. If you dare to meet me, I shall not hesitate to report you to the family and sell you out. He harbored grand ambitions of his own, dismissing any engagement with these unscrupulous individuals. Arriving at the imposing main castle, with guards standing vigil at the entrance, Fang Tian drew his thoughts back to the present. Entering the opulent interior, he found a woman clad in splendid robes seated regally upon the grand throne. Her eyes closed in contemplation. Despite her advanced age, she was remarkably well-preserved, adorned with a dazzling crown, exuding an aura of nobility. With the introduction complete, Marcia instinctively positioned herself behind Lola. "Greetings, grandmother," Fang Tian offered, as was his custom. "I have heard you intend to pursue your studies abroad." As she spoke, her eyes opened, piercing and authoritative, radiating an intimidating presence. With the unveiling of her gaze, an assertive energy surged towards Fang Tian. Lola was not merely the head of the household. She was a formidable five-star mage. Faced with this overwhelming aura, Fang Tian instinctively took 2 steps back, lowering his head and even wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead. His display of trepidation was perfectly executed. Indeed, Lola's expression betrayed a fleeting hint of dissatisfaction upon witnessing such behavior from her illegitimate grandson. At best, he was merely a timid and ineffectual individual with a modicum of cleverness. When Lola learned of Fang Tian's impending departure, she had been preoccupied with another matter. Gina, her daughter-in-law's niece, had lost both parents and was now residing within their family. While these details were inconsequential, what mattered was that the young girl had successfully undergone the awakening ceremony yesterday, becoming a Beastmaster. The title of Beastmaster stirred even the usually composed Lola with envy. Although the family had invested in 2 Beastmasters, they were merely in a cooperative employment relationship. Gina, on the other hand, was akin to family, her proximity unparalleled. Reflecting on her own grandchildren, one a martial artist and the other a mage, Lola felt a pang of regret. Yet here stood this illegitimate grandson, who was astonishingly lacking. Thus, Lola resolved that regardless of the cost, she would ensure Gina was firmly bound to the Wilson family's ship. Contemplating the dark-haired boy before her, devoid of any awakening potential, she could not help but curl her lip in disdain. She was aware that her husband had secretly provided Fang Tian with cultivation techniques. In this family, Lola had eyes and ears everywhere. Few things escaped her notice. While this dark-haired boy was nearly invisible within the family, should he have succeeded in his awakening, he could at least have been of some use to her dismay. He turned out to be an absolute nullity. Well, yes, grandmother, Fang Tian stammered, his flustered demeanor deepening Lola's frown and igniting an inexplicable aversion within her. What a disappointment it was to have nurtured someone who merely lived off the family's resources for 16 years. Fang Yingjie, if not for you, I would never have allowed him to remain here. Alas, your grandson does not bring you honor. With a sigh in her heart, Lola lowered her gaze, unwilling to cast even a glance at the boy below. Leave then, that if you fare well outside, do not return. While both statements conveyed the notion of departure, their implications were entirely different. The grandfather's concern stemmed from genuine care for his grandson, whereas the grandmother's message was a stark dismissal. implying that he was unworthy of remaining in the family. Fang Tian, unfazed by his grandmother's reaction, was inwardly gleeful that it was done. Moreover, you are forbidden from claiming to be a member of the Wilson family while outside. Should I discover that you exploit the family's prestige for personal gain, you shall find yourself in a dire predicament. The chilling gaze that descended upon him made it clear that Lola was not jesting. Understood, Fang Tian replied hastily. Tsh, regarding this self-important grandmother, he felt she was overestimating her significance, that he was a member of the Fang family, but he had never considered himself part of the Wilson lineage. He had no desire to don their family mantle. Having successfully deceived the family's most formidable figure, Fang Tian exhaled in relief. After a formal farewell, he promptly turned and exited the premises. His hasty retreat elicited a wave of disgust from Lola. Performing a charade required thoroughness, and in the realm of disconcerting others, Fang Tian was a seasoned expert. Upon returning to his quarters, preparing to pack his belongings, he suddenly noticed a small box atop the table, under which lay a letter bearing his grandfather's name. Setting aside his apprehensions, Fang Tian opened the letter, and the contents brought a bittersweet sting to his eyes, remnants of 2 lifetimes weighing upon him. He carefully tucked the letter away, inhaling deeply to steady his emotions. The family members who currently looked down upon him would one day kneel before him in reverence. The Fang Tian was never one to be trifled with. Inside the small box was a finely crafted storage ring. Such valuable items had long been in the possession of Arthur and Eva, while Fang Tian had never been afforded such resources. After performing the blood recognition, he donned the ring. Within, he found new clothes, provisions, and 1 million star coins. Star coins are the universal currency of this continent. For the family, 1 million star coins was a trivial sum. Yet for Fang Tian, it represented a significant initial capital, like the very least. He would not have to expend energy worrying about finances for the time being. Fang Tian concealed this familial affection and gratitude deep within his heart. Once adorned with the ring, he had little left to prepare. He changed into a new suit and promptly locked the door behind him, making his way outside the castle in the flower garden. A lovely young woman sat quietly reading a book. The warm sunlight streamed down, butterflies danced about, and birds serenaded from the branches. Everything felt serene and beautiful. Your name is Gina, is it not? The young girl looked up and saw the refined and handsome boy of her age. She quickly closed her book, stood up, and politely said, "Yes, hello. May I ask who you are?" Although she recognized the familiar bespectacled boy with black hair from several encounters and had gleaned some tidbits about him from her cousin, Gina still did not know his name. Me. Fang Tian chuckled wildly. The black-haired boy before her silently raised his arm and removed his glasses. In the instant the glasses were taken off, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His eyes resembled those of a hawk. His brows were sharp like a blade, his pupils as deep as an abyss, and his hair stood like steel bristles. His body creaked as it straightened. The slightly hunched back gradually aligned, his torso standing tall like a sturdy pine. His muscles swelled, filling out his suit, making him appear substantially more robust. His height surged to nearly 185 centimeters. An insignificant nobody. Thud. The book in his hand fell to the ground. Yet Gina remained blissfully unaware. Her beautiful blue pupils had already constricted into a tight ball. Her palms were slick with sweat. It seemed as if she had witnessed a ferocious beast awakening. The semblance of refinement and slenderness was nowhere to be found. This was a dangerous individual. Fang Tian, unfazed, bent down to pick up the fallen book, brushed off the dust, and placed it back on the chair. When that day arrives, I hope the process won't be so dull, Miss Beastmaster Gina, leaving behind enigmatic words that were hard to decipher. Fang Tian flashed a devilish smile and walked forward with steady strides. 30 meters ahead lay the castle's grand entrance. By the time Gina snapped back to reality and turned her head, all she could see was a broad back fading into the distance. Staring at the shattered glasses on the ground, Gina found herself momentarily speechless. What kind of person was he? Truly, at last, he had arrived. Upon exiting the airport, Fang Tian stretched luxuriously. The city of Huangming, situated on the eastern boundary of the Ozi Confederation, was flanked to the east by the Fengyuan Ridge Mountains, to the south by the buried Bone Gobi, And 500 miles to the north lay the Silver Veil Sea. This city was renowned within the Federation as a haven for adventurers. The Star Loon City, where Fang Tian previously resided, held a status within the Federation akin to that of the magical metropolis in the Celestial Empire. In terms of economic prowess, it ranked among the top 5 entities in the entire Federation. The Wilson family was considered one of the premier commercial families in Star Loon City, residing in grand private castles. Huangming City, with its remote location and fierce customs, could not compare economically to Star Loon City. Yet it was a paradise for many adventurers. Various terrain regions surrounding the area harbored a multitude of battle beasts and rare mineral resources, making Huangming City one of the best choices for many original spirit practitioners seeking to hone their skills or engage in lucrative trades. This was also Fang Tian's destination. As for his earlier mention of Yunfei City and Baifeng Academy. Apologies, he was merely amusing himself at his family's expense. It was all just a casual jest. Exiting the airport, he hailed a cab, his destination, the Original Spirit Association. Along the way, Fang Tian observed numerous individuals by the roadside, shouldering staves and massive swords. Occasionally, vendors shouted out, selling original spirit stones and various treasures. Upon arriving at his location, the sun was setting and twilight was approaching. Checking the time, he realized he was still in good time to the Original Spirit Association. Wang Qin sat languidly in his office chair, staring at the clock on the wall. In 5 minutes, he could clock out. Originally, 2 people were scheduled to be on duty for the weekend, but one of his fellow mage colleagues had taken an unexpected leave, leaving him alone to man the post. Just 1 more minute. Wang Qin comfortably stretched, preparing to gather his belongings and make his escape, when suddenly, a tall young man with black hair appeared before him. "Who are you?" "Hello, I am here to undergo the Spirit Awakening ceremony." What a time to come! Though he felt a twinge of annoyance, Wang Qin's professional demeanor kicked in, and he promptly sat at his computer. "Please provide your identity card and press your fingerprint on the stone." The identity card was akin to a personal ID, while the fingerprint was a second layer of security to protect personal privacy. After following the instructions, Fang Tian's personal information was swiftly displayed on the screen. Wang Qin thought he must have misread the information and leaned closer to the monitor. However, upon confirming its accuracy, he looked at Fang Tian with an expression of sheer disbelief. "You only underwent the Spirit Awakening ceremony a year ago. You must wait another 4 years for the next one." Wang Qin initially surmised that the black-haired youth must have lost his mind. Perhaps he was unable to cope with the psychological blow of a failed awakening, leading to some mental instability. He had witnessed countless individuals who failed the ceremony, wandering about in a daze, crying and howling, with some even resorting to extreme measures. Wang Qin had seen enough of that. Thud! A thick wad of coins was tossed onto Wang Qin's desk. "For the Spirit Awakening ceremony, you only need to activate the formation and make a record. It isn't difficult. 0.5 years is merely common knowledge, not a strict rule." Wang Qin's heart raced at the sight of 10,000 star coins. Just as the other had said, 5 years was mere convention, not an edict, and assisting with the Spirit Awakening ceremony did not constitute a violation. Earning money easily was an opportunity too good to pass up. "Wait, young brother, are you certain you want to proceed with the Spirit Awakening ceremony? It's only been a year since your last failure, and with so little original spirit R&T, you just throwing it away?" Wang Qin still intended to dissuade him. "Just conduct the ceremony. You need not concern yourself with anything else." Having said all he wished to say, and seeing the other remain obstinate, Wang Qin decided not to waste further breath. After swiftly pocketing the money on the desk, he took the lead and guided the way. "Beastmaster?" Wang Qin inquired tentatively. Indeed, as expected, it was the first choice without contest. After several twists and turns, the two arrived at the designated room. The spacious interior featured a complex array painted on the floor. Without needing a reminder, Fang Tian instinctively settled cross-legged in the center of the formation. "Let us begin," he said coolly. Upon receiving the command, Wang Qin activated the cylindrical switch, and the formation within the room gradually illuminated. Simultaneously, Fang Tian felt a powerful pull drawing into his body. This time, he would hold nothing back. With a thunderous roar, the blue original spirit energy erupted from Fang Tian like flames. The intense shockwave sent Wang Qin tumbling to the ground. his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What the heck? After years of presiding over spirit awakening ceremonies, it was the first time he had witnessed such a tumultuous surge of original spirit energy, causing his brain to momentarily stall. Fang Tian paid no mind to the commotion. He was actively and eagerly inscribing his profession according to the formation's guidance. Thanks to his extraordinary control over original spirit energy, everything flowed seamlessly. While others relied on the formation to guide their original spirit forward, for him, it was as if his original spirit was racing ahead of the formation's trajectory. Before long, Fang Tian sensed a certain area within his consciousness stirring with anticipation. It's done. Battle pet space. Activate. With a resounding inner declaration, a black expanse expanded within his consciousness. Meanwhile, the display monitor connected to the formation showed numbers rising steadily from 1, 2, 3, for when the count reached 10. Wang Qin's mouth dropped open in shock. When it reached 15, he fell into a stupor. Upon reaching 20, he could hardly bear it any longer. How is this possible? Incredulity echoed in his voice, yet the numbers continued to climb. Finally, when the display settled at 30, he remained frozen in place, utterly petrified. With a fierce slap to his own face, Wang Qinkai felt the searing pain on his cheek and confirmed that he was not dreaming. A monster? Where on earth did this creature come from? Gazing at the towering figure rising within the magical formation, Wang Qinkai felt his legs weaken and his throat dry. The numbers displayed on the screen indicated the size of the battle pet space. Measured in magical energy, for a newly transitioned Beastmaster, the typical size of their battle pet space ranged from 5 to 10 magical energy units. Anything above 10 magical energy units was considered a prodigy. While other cities may differ, in the city of Huangming, the highest recorded initial battle pet space for a successful Beastmaster was merely 16 magical energy units. Yet the black-haired youth before him was simply beyond imagination. The higher the grade of the battle beast, the greater the strength and the more magical energy space it occupied. Thus, the size of the battle pet space directly determined the upper limits of a Beastmaster's power. Although the size of the battle beast space could be upgraded through cultivation, the initial size still reflected the innate talent of the Beastmaster. In Wang Qin's eyes, Fang Tian was no mere genius. He was a prodigy that a B-grade battle beast typically required 10 to 15 magical energy units, meaning those Beastmasters with only 10 magical energy units at their disposal could at most possess a single B-grade battle pet. Yet this black-haired youth could potentially command 2 to 3 B-grade battle pets. That was an astonishing initial battle pet space of 30 magical energy units. The disparity was glaring. Fang Tian stood calmly in the center of the magical formation. Examining the back of his right hand, a blue, uniquely Eastern Taoist yin-yang fish mark appeared on his hand, shimmering with brilliance. This was his exclusive battle pet space mark. Typically, the positioning and form of a Beastmaster space mark were random. Should luck be unkind, it could manifest as a crude X on one's backside or A in an inappropriate location. Merely imagining such scenes was quite amusing. This was primarily due to a lack of control over the primal spirit. However, Fang Tian faced none of these issues, allowing him complete autonomy over the location and shape of his mark. With a mere thought, the yin-yang fish mark vanished, leaving his hand smooth and unblemished once more. Do you need a hand? Observing the outstretched hand before him, Wang Qinkai jolted upright from the ground. Quickly standing up, he slightly bowed, his demeanor shifting to one of restraint. His attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Becoming a Beastmaster was akin to acquiring a platform for soaring success. Moreover, the young man before him possessed an outrageous talent. Young Master Fang, please take this money back. Wang Qinkai nervously produced 10,000 star coins. But Fang Tian waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly replying, "One cannot reclaim what has been given. I must thank you for facilitating my endeavors today. No, it is my honor." Witnessing the miraculous record-breaking event firsthand, Wang Qin's words were not mere pleasantries. Subsequently, the task of recording the event was left to Wang Qinkai, while Fang Tian, having completed the awakening ceremony, chose to depart. He exited the Primal Spirit Association. Night had fallen, and Fang Tian intended to find a hotel to rest. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a woman dressed in casual, yet formal attire, carrying a briefcase, blocked his path. The individuals lurking nearby, who had intended to approach, hesitated upon seeing someone make the first move, but their gazes remained fixed on this interaction. Congratulations on passing the awakening ceremony. May I inquire as to which profession you have transitioned into? Apologies, I failed. Fang Tian lied without a hint of embarrassment. The initially cheerful woman's expression soured upon hearing his response, her demeanor shifting in an instant. Excuse me. With a dismissive wave, she cast a contemptuous glance at the black-haired youth and strode away without hesitation. Her arrival had been swift, and her departure was equally brisk. The onlookers, previously eager, now calmed down, returning to their own conversations and tea drinking, no longer attempting to engage Fang Tian. The gesture made by the departing woman was a signal within their industry, and those who received it understood not to waste time on this seemingly inconsequential black-haired boy. Fang Tian couldn't help but find the situation amusing. These headhunters were remarkably diligent, even working on weekends. Indeed, those lingering at the entrance of the Primal Spirit Association were consultants from headhunting firms, targeting individuals who had successfully transitioned, with Beastmasters being their primary focus. Some high-end headhunting companies exclusively sought Beastmasters, showing no interest in mages or martial artists. Becoming a Beastmaster is the profession with the highest investment value, yet it is also the most financially demanding. What is the first task upon becoming a Beastmaster? Naturally, it is to capture battle beasts and sign contracts. Without battle beasts, one cannot be called a Beastmaster. However, herein lies the problem. How does an unarmed Beastmaster defeat and capture formidable battle beasts in the early stages? They must hire assistants, rent aircraft and artillery, and cover living expenses and ammunition. After successfully capturing and signing contracts, training is required, and some battle beasts need to be fed. All these endeavors require substantial financial investment. If one isn't a second or third generation wealthy individual, where will the funds come from? What if one lacks funds? I will provide for you, the capitalist grinned, that I will invest my resources and help you capture battle beasts. Once you have grown and become successful, you can return the favor, achieving a win-win situation that we can mutually benefit and thrive together. Wouldn't that be splendid? Certainly. The manner in which this collaborative contract is executed is contingent upon the discussions between the two parties. Throughout this process, various phenomena, such as inequality and deceit, are undoubtedly present in an objective sense. Once a Beastmaster acquires a battle pet, the subsequent acquisition of battle pets becomes relatively simpler. As time progresses, the Beastmaster's reliance on capital diminishes while their independence strengthens. Consequently, those novice players who have just transitioned into the role of Beastmasters become highly sought-after investment opportunities, akin to coveted commodities. Among various factions in other words, even if one is merely an ordinary citizen, as long as they become a Beastmaster and express their needs, there will be individuals eager to provide financial support. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The means to achieve mutual benefit relies upon one's own ability to negotiate with the investors. Recruitment agencies serve as intermediaries between the Beastmasters and the investors. This explains the multitude of headhunters lingering outside the Spirit Association in the pursuit of profit. One must undoubtedly be proactive. Fang Tian, naturally, does not wish to be shackled by capital. Otherwise, he would have remained within his family. Rather than venturing out in his previous life, he was a capitalist. Thus, he is acutely aware of the true nature of capital and has no desire to entangle himself with these headhunters. Upon arriving at the hotel, Fang Tian settled cross-legged on the bed, whereupon the azure energy of the spirit surged forth once more. His battle pet space had astonishingly reached 45 magic energy. Earlier at the Spirit Association, he had held back somewhat, fearing that he might startle Wang Qin. Now, it was time to prepare for the capture of battle beasts. Fang Tian intended to meticulously plan the capture of battle beasts and the signing of contracts. He entered the Divine Ruins illusion, commencing an inventory of the resources and equipment he had scavenged from the palace over the years. Weapons, Crimson Crescent, an enormous wild saber with a blade entirely crimson in hue. Remarkably sharp, and when infused with spirit energy, the blade possesses the ability to extend. Weapon, Demon Binding Rope, a magical tool used to bind foes, which gains additional power when deployed against malevolent entities. Technique, Nether Void Blade, a wicked sword technique from the depths of hell, of which Fang Tian has only mastered a few forms. In his view, this technique is not suited for human practitioners. In other words, humans cannot truly unleash the full power of the Nether Void Blade. Secret technique. Divine Yuan Qi, a divine-level cultivation technique that balances physical and mental prowess, energy gathering, and luck, serving as the foundational core of Fang Tian's cultivation. Defensive technique. 4 symbols returning essence, Xuanwu fragment. Comprising the 4 segments of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, Fang Tian has only acquired the Xuanwu segment, which not only enhances physical defense, but also forms a formidable protective barrier around the body. Healing technique. Supreme Clarity Rejuvenation Art. A tome specializing in healing techniques and recovery spells. Armor. Black Flood Dragon Armor. An inner armor crafted from the scales of a flood dragon, impervious to blades and fire. The remainder consists of various pills and assorted treasures, which hold little significance for this operation, and thus need not be elaborated upon. Within the ancient battlefield of the palace in the Divine Ruins illusion, the items are exceedingly diverse and chaotic, encompassing Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic artifacts, akin to a celestial dispute. Initially, Fang Tian harbored concerns regarding the applicability of these techniques, given the differences in worlds and power systems. However, upon experimental practice, he discovered that he had overthought the matter. The essence of the forces of heaven and earth is the same. Spirit energy is merely an alternate designation for energy. These techniques are equally applicable in this realm. Furthermore, the concentration of the forces of heaven and earth in the eternal continent is even more potent, which is why such formidable battle beasts can be nurtured here. Presently, he possesses a solid foundation in cultivation, defensive capabilities, healing skills, and weaponry, rendering him well-equipped. However, he seems to lack in terms of offensive power. Fang Tian's ambitions for this venture are considerable, yet he is not a reckless individual. The greater the risk, the more caution one must exercise. Thus, his plans must be comprehensive and meticulous. It would be splendid if he could bring forth the divine beast from the Divine Ruins illusion into reality to serve as allies. Yet alas, shaking his head, Fang Tian relinquished such unrealistic fantasies. Everything must be grounded in reality. At Blackrock City, the underground arena. The arena is currently filled to capacity, with nearly 10,000 spectators roaring and cheering, creating a frenzied and heated atmosphere. Although the bloodstains on the earthen floor have been cleaned, a faint scent of blood still lingers in the air, a testament to the authenticity and brutality of the spectacle. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the highlight of the evening that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. Let us welcome the Black Dragon Warrior, Lei Jana. The host, sporting a mohawk hairstyle, skillfully stirs the atmosphere as the excitement escalates. Amidst the fervent cheers, a tall and statuesque figure gradually strides into the arena. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, with refined short hair of an off-white hue and sun-kissed skin, she boasts a physique reminiscent of a fitness model. Silver petal-like scales adorn her sides and upper arms, with numerous scars of varying ages crisscrossing her exposed skin. Radiating health, strength, and a primal beauty, her icy demeanor and commanding features, particularly her beast-like amber-slit pupils, instill a sense of dread in those who dare to meet her gaze. Her archaic breastplate and skirt armor reveal a sculpted abdomen, and the massive axe spear in her hand sends a chill down the spine of onlookers. A young man in the front row cannot help but exclaim, "What a sight! I hope she doesn't disappoint us next." Yes, the Black Dragon Warrior Lei Jana stands poised in the arena. The host instinctively steps back a few paces to maintain a safe distance before continuing. Now, presenting her opponent, C-grade battle beast, the Thunderous Boar. As soon as the host's words leave his lips, the audience's excitement reaches a fever pitch. A C-grade battle beast. This is the very reason for the packed audience tonight. A colossal beast cage is slowly pushed into the arena by a group of individuals. Inside the cage is a massive wild boar, its length nearly 10 meters. The sight of its 2-meter-long tusks is truly terrifying. The Thunderous Boar, a beast-type battle creature, possesses tough skin and formidable strength. Classified as a lower-tier C-grade beast, upon its emergence, detailed information about the Thunderous Boar unfolds in the mind of a front-row spectator. Due to the effects of medication, this Thunderous Boar is currently in a state of slumber. Once the staff and host vacate the arena, only one woman and one beast remain within the earthen confines. The gate of the beast cage slowly opens. The visible blue current crackles across the body of the thunderous boar. Simultaneously, a blue magical barrier rises at the edge of the arena, naturally to ensure the safety of the spectators. With a roar akin to that of 12 raging engines, the slumbering beast finally awakens. Its bloodshot eyes resembling basketballs, most of the spectators erupt in excited shouts, standing in rapture. Who could have imagined that these people are not merely here to admire beauty, but rather to witness a spectacle involving a pig? Lejana gazes at the small mountain of flesh glaring at her from a distance, her brow furrowing slightly as she steels herself, tightening her grip on the axe spear and assuming a combat stance. Only she, the protagonist, comprehends the immense pressure this thunderous boar exerts upon her. The audience at the sidelines holds their breath in anticipation as C-grade battle beasts. Even those of the lower tier can only be confronted by 5-star martial artists. As a 4-star martial artist, Lejana, despite her dragon blood lineage, faces an enormous challenge in securing victory in this battle. With a thunderous roar, the thunderous boar charges forward, its hooves digging into the ground as it rushes toward the striking figure across the arena. The assault is straightforward and brutal, in comparison to the 10-meter beast. Lejana, with her towering height, appears diminutive as the sharp tusks of the beast are about to impale her. Lejana swiftly sidesteps, simultaneously bringing her axe spear down fiercely upon the passing boar. The clash of blade against hide sparks a visible shower of flames. Though the wound is shallow, it elicits a pained grunt from the thunderous boar, yet the pain only intensifies its ferocity. With a swift turn, the enormous head of the boar sweeps, thrusting and swiping. The pair of elongated tusks was wielded like a pair of swords, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. Although lacking in technique, Lejana dared not let her guard down for an instant. Clashing sounds echoed as the axe and spear met the tusks, sparks flying in all directions. Both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate for a time. The audience erupted in cheers, the intensity of the spectacle rendering the ticket price exceedingly worthwhile. After a few exchanges of blows, Lejana deftly repositioned herself. Engaging in a protracted battle with this colossal beast would be disadvantageous for her. Despite not having undergone formal martial training, years of survival in the dark arena had honed her calm demeanor and ruthless techniques. Her experience was indeed vast, but a beast was still a beast. Unrefined by a beastmaster's training, relying solely on instinct for its attacks, which limited its combat skills. With a mighty roar, Lejana unleashed a dazzling flame-infused strike with her axe spear, delivering a powerful blow to the boar's face. The tremendous force sent the 10-meter beast staggering backward in anguish. After several rounds, the boar was covered in numerous ghastly wounds, though its thick skin and copious blood made it appear gruesome. It had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. Meanwhile, Lejana began to breathe heavily. Although she had yet to be injured, the physical toll of battling such a massive creature was rapidly accumulating as the relentless beast charged once more. A murderous glint flickered in Lejana's eyes. She sidestepped nimbly, but just as she prepared to thrust with her axe spear, a violent tremor jolted beneath her feet, nearly causing her to lose her balance. The moment her stance faltered, the force of her thrust was significantly reduced. Having learned from previous encounters, the boar stomped down hard with its hoof in the direction where Lejana had dodged. The impact created an effect akin to a war stomp. Seizing the opportunity of her momentary imbalance, the boar swung its massive head, its gigantic tusks lunging forward. A direct hit would undoubtedly spell disaster. In this life-or-death moment, Lejana remained composed, swiftly raising her axe spear in defense. Even so, her nearly 2-meter frame was still lifted off the ground. A trail of crimson blood spilled from her as she soared through the air. Skillfully flipping to land on her feet, she propped her axe spear against the ground, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, while blood oozed from a deep wound in her side. Although she had reacted in time to defend herself, the tusk had still pierced her, leaving a gash nearly 10 centimeters long. Even the armor-like silver scales had been shattered in places. Lejana took a deep breath, contracting her muscles to stem the flow of blood. Yet the boar showed no mercy. Emboldened by its successful strike, it propelled its enormous frame upward, hurtling toward Rajana. What a sight, as if a heavy truck were about to crash down, just as the crowd braced for Rajana to dodge in a panic. The warrior's amber eyes blazed with icy resolve, flames of primal spirit igniting around her. As the beast descended upon her, Rajana thrust her axe spear upward with ferocity. With a resounding thrust, the blade pierced through its chest, aiming straight for its heart. The boar let out a chilling shriek, blood gushing from its mouth. This blow had truly inflicted severe injury. Holding her axe spear aloft, Rajana lifted the wounded boar, a breathtaking scene that sent the audience into a frenzy of excitement. Truly, she was a divine warrior blessed with the bloodline of dragons, someone mused. However, this powerful display also caused the wound on Rajana's side to reopen, blood flowing anew. The spearhead had penetrated deeply, nearly half a meter embedded within. Feeling her strength waning, Rajana gritted her teeth, resolved to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Yes, she prepared to withdraw her axe spear and bleed out the boar. A figure darted into the arena like a whirlwind. With a forceful shove, the already weakened Rajana was sent sprawling, rolling several times before finally rising to her feet. "All right, you've won. You can leave now," spoke a man nearing 50, a 5-star martial artist and the security chief of the underground arena. His intervention had halted Rajana's killing spree. The reasoning was straightforward. The owner had instructed it. This wild C-class battle beast had cost a considerable sum, and its value had not yet been fully extracted. So it could not be allowed to perish here. Rajana said nothing, clutching her wound as she silently walked toward the exit. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands erupted into a cacophony of noise. A select few beamed with delight, their mouths agape, while the majority raged with anger, their faces contorted in fury. "You loser, you've lost everything. Why don't you just die, you hybrid beast woman? I'm completely out of pocket now." Damn it, Rajana, naturally, was on the side with higher odds. Few had bet on her, while most had placed their wagers on the boar, resulting in the majority being on the losing E&D. As the Black Dragon warrior exited the arena, bottles and rotten eggs rained down upon her. Instead of receiving the accolades and glory of a victor, she was met with a torrent of curses and resentment. However, Rajana remained silent, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. Watching her lonely figure fade into the dimly lit exit, Fang Tian wore a satisfied smile. This woman, I must have her acquire the first battle beast. Fang Tian had spent over 20 days traversing several neighboring cities of the Dark Twilight City, all in pursuit of the underground arena. What was his purpose? Seek a hired hand as for the reason for not resorting to formal talent markets or associations. The explanation is quite straightforward. They are prohibitively expensive, and the budget falls short. Fang Tian's objective is to secure a 5-star martial artist or mage, and employing such high-caliber experts for an adventure in the remote wilderness would entail a significant financial outlay. Moreover, Fang Tian himself is uncertain about the length of his stay in the deep woods, leading to unpredictable expenses. Additionally, aside from hiring personnel, he has other financial commitments to attend to. When all is considered, $1 million is a considerable sum. Therefore, to mitigate costs, diligent efforts must be made to unearth potential opportunities. Fang Tian has turned his gaze toward the Dark Arena. The Dark Arena, also known as the Underground Arena, is as its name suggests. It starkly contrasts with the glamorous mainstream arenas, being rife with violence, bloodshed, and death. Those who participate in the Dark Arena are primarily individuals on the fringes of society, illegals. Criminals, misfits, fugitives, and lunatics, generally comprising the lower echelons of society, excluding those genuinely risking their lives for financial gain. The remaining individuals, if they could secure a decent job elsewhere, would hardly consider entering the Dark Arena. It is an unorthodox venue where few would think to hire someone. The lack of regulation and accountability, coupled with its chaotic nature, presents a challenge to control. Furthermore, many disdain the notion of degrading themselves by associating with such a place. While the arena's proprietors may not even allow one to leave after a match. Nevertheless, Fang Tian is a pragmatist. The constraints that concern others are of little significance to him. He has scoured numerous cities and dark arenas without finding a satisfactory candidate until a week ago when he stumbled upon a hybrid female warrior in High City. Lei Jana, a half-dragon, possesses innate strength and formidable physical prowess. Unfortunately, due to her unique heritage, she has faced rejection throughout her life. Only lower-tier dragons can procreate with human females, as higher-tier dragons typically exceed several dozen or even 100 meters in length, rendering them incapable of mating with human women. This is common knowledge. Thus, as a lower-tier dragon, Lei Jana is likely the offspring of a grotesque lizard and a human woman, leading to widespread disdain and rejection from the majority. The jeers from spectators after losing money reveal that the so-called Black Dragon Warrior Princess is merely a gimmick, and no one acknowledges the status of these martial artists and mages in the Dark Arena. They are merely instruments for entertainment and emotional release, but of course, Beastmasters are an exception. The Dark Arena for Beastmasters is exclusively dedicated to their competitions, with expenses and equipment far beyond the means of typical small capitalists. Moreover, the esteemed status of Beastmasters remains unaffected in the Dark Arena. They compete not for mere sport, but for one primary reason: profit. The returns are exceedingly high, incomparable to the exploitative human versus human or human versus beast matches typical of the Dark Arena. Contracts for Beastmasters in the Dark Arena are collaborative agreements, while those for martial artists and mages resemble indentured servitude. That a week ago, after witnessing Lei Jana's impressive 1v3 victory, Fang Tian took note of this hybrid warrior. A 4-star martial artist, she demonstrated combat capabilities rivaling those of a 5-star martial artist. After observing her for several days, particularly following today's match, Fang Tian resolved to pursue her. "Boss, a guest wishes to see you." Claiming to have a lucrative business proposal. A lucrative business. What is his name? He did not disclose his name, but he mentioned he is a Beastmaster. The contemplative buck, seated while perusing documents, decided to have the secretary usher the guest in. "Greetings, I am Fang Tian, the proprietor of the Blackthorn Arena, and I have come to propose a deal." Upon entering the room, Fang Tian wasted no time in articulating his purpose. He also drew forth a faint rift in space, affirming his identity as a Beastmaster. Although Buck did not recognize the young man before him, he, as a businessman of considerable acumen, greeted him with a broad smile. "Oh, pray tell, what business do you wish to discuss?" "I seek the Black Dragon Warrior Princess." Fang Tian's forthright and somewhat domineering demeanor momentarily stunned Buck. The young man exuded an air of calmness and composure, suggesting he hailed from an illustrious lineage. However, Buck pondered the reason behind his interest in the dragoness. Did this individual harbor an unusual penchant? Given Lei Jana's lowly status, Buck could hardly fathom Fang Tian's true intentions, and for a moment, his thoughts veered off course. Nevertheless, sensing the young man's affluent demeanor, Buck was inclined to seize the opportunity. "You are interested in that dragoness. However, Lei Jana is our marquee attraction. What price do you propose?" Although Lei Jana's prowess was indeed formidable and drew attention, she was not irreplaceable. The martial artists and mages in the Dark Arena could perish at any moment, as they lacked fan loyalty. Most were merely fleeting sensations, with newcomers constantly supplanting the old. Thus, Buck was eager to engage in this transaction. $10,000 at what? Buck's eyes widened in disbelief. However, seeing Fang Tian's nonchalant demeanor, he was left incredulous. "Are you jesting with me? Were it not for your identity as a Beastmaster and the uncertainty surrounding your background, I would have had you escorted out immediately. $100,000, and I might consider it. 10,000 is utterly absurd. Do not misconstrue my intent. 10,000 is merely a token, a symbolic gesture. The crux of the matter lies in an offer I present, one you cannot refuse." Buck's heart quickened at the sight of Fang Tian's unwavering confidence. "What do you mean?" He cast a sidelong glance at his bodyguard, suspecting a more forceful approach might be necessary. Yet Fang Tian remained unfazed, calmly rising and approaching Buck, whispering a few words in his ear. "What? You truly can?" Realizing something significant, Buck, now excited, steadied himself and signaled for everyone else in the room to depart. "You genuinely possess the ability to cure my ailment. Treatment can commence immediately, yielding swift results." Half an hour later, Fang Tian was ceremoniously escorted out of the office by a beaming Buck. "Very well. I shall return tomorrow. If all goes smoothly, please prepare the relevant contract documents. Rest assured, I will have everything ready. However, Lejana has a rather fierce temperament. Buck's face glowed with excitement, as if he had encountered the greatest fortune. And his respectful demeanor left the secretary and bodyguard taken aback. I am well aware of her disposition. With that, Fang Tian departed. Prior to this transaction, he had invested time and resources to gather crucial information. Money is a valuable asset, yet for some, certain things hold greater worth than currency. For Buck, who suffered from a debilitating condition affecting his lower limb, seeking medical help for years in vain was his greatest burden. With the knowledge of the Tai Chi recovery technique, Fang Tian identified this as his entry point. A few acupuncture techniques and medicinal pills revitalized Buck's previously dormant limb. The arena owner was nearly moved to tears. Naturally, further verification was required, so they agreed to reconvene the following day. A day later, Fang Tian arrived as promised, greeted by the radiant Buck who came out to meet him, signaling the success of their arrangement. Benefactor, you are truly remarkable. Last night, wow. Buck gave a thumbs up to Fang Tian, and their mutual understanding was palpable. The previously mentioned 10,000 as a token was no longer relevant. This transaction had been completed without a single penny spent by Fang Tian. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief delay of nearly 10 seconds, a cold voice from within the room finally responded. Enter. As the unfamiliar young man pushed open the door and stepped inside, Regina, who had been reclining on the bed, abruptly sat up. Who are you? She demanded, her voice sharp as her large axe gun was instinctively grasped in her hand, ready for combat. When she had first heard the knock, she had not reacted, for the staff who visited her were never so polite. To her surprise, a stranger had truly entered. Fang Tian, however, paid little heed to her cautious demeanor and instead surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. The room measured approximately 40 square meters. Though modest, it was equipped with necessary amenities and maintained a clean and tidy appearance. As Regina was considered a prominent contender in the Blackthorn arena, she enjoyed the privilege of a private room, a far better condition than that of the expendable fighters, after taking in her surroundings. Fang Tian's gaze unabashedly settled upon the formidable figure of the black dragon warrior before him. Regina sat at the edge of the bed, her abdomen wrapped in a bandage, despite her injury. Her presence radiated strength, particularly from her beast-like amber gold vertical pupils, which glinted with authority. She possessed the air of a bandit queen. Confronted by his unabashed scrutiny, Regina felt a flicker of confusion, given her temperament. Those who had previously dared to observe her had met with dire consequences. Yet, this man's gaze did not evoke the same revulsion within her. In his dark eyes, she discerned no familiar contempt, disgust, panic, or fear. Though curiosity lingered, it was overshadowed by something akin to admiration. Regina was uncertain, but she was certain of one thing. This man bore no malice towards her. Who exactly are you? Regina's tone had begun to brim with ire. Even in the absence of hostility, no one relished being scrutinized in such a manner. I shall tend to your wounds first. Fang Tian frowned at the makeshift bandaging, having somewhat claimed Regina as his own. He naturally felt concern for her well-being. Casually, he sat at the edge of the bed, an action that startled Regina. What is happening? Is he not afraid of me? Do not move, he commanded, and Regina instinctively stiffened as he deftly unwrapped the bandage from her abdomen. Inside lay a haphazard assortment of herbs, far too crude for her taste. Disinfecting and applying ointment, Fang Tian meticulously readdressed her injury. Throughout this process, both remained silent, an unusual stillness enveloping the room. Yet, Regina felt a twinge of anxiety. In her entire life, this was the first time someone had come so close to her, and especially a man at that. Had it not been for Fang Tian's distinct gaze paving the way, she might have already struck him down with her axe. Once he had finished, Fang Tian rose and pulled up a chair, sitting 2 meters opposite Regina, facing her directly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fang Tian, a beastmaster. From this day forth, I shall be your new master. As he spoke, he produced a document. Waving it in the IT was the contract of servitude that Regina had signed with the Blackthorn Arena. Her expression shifted, and she let out a cold laugh. A beastmaster? What do you intend? To turn me into your contracted beast? Initially, she had assumed this man was merely a doctor, but now the layers of his intentions began to unravel. causing any lingering fondness she had felt to dissipate. Fang Tian regarded her with a bemused expression, his tone laced with incredulity. While your imagination is certainly creative, that was never my intention. You are merely here to hire yourself out as my personal bodyguard. Not interested. Please seek someone more qualified, Regina replied, her words icy and dismissive. Fang Tian, unfazed by her retort, chuckled lightly before pulling out another document and reading aloud. Regina, orphaned and abandoned since childhood, entered society at 17 but struggled to find suitable employment. A year later, she signed with the Blackthorn Arena, where she has worked for 4 years. Enough! Before he could finish, Regina interrupted violently, the tail of her axe gun striking the ground with a resounding crack. The woman was genuinely furious. Calm down. Consider it from another perspective. I'm the first person to show genuine concern and take the time to understand you. Shouldn't that make you a bit happier? Fang Tian teased, his smile unwavering. Smooth talker, Regina glowered at him, yet the tension in the air began to ease. What exactly is your goal? She inquired once more, skepticism lacing her words. She found it hard to believe that he was genuinely seeking her as a bodyguard, as she was painfully aware of her own societal status. Deep down, she would rather believe he intended to use her for some scientific experiment. I have not deceived you. I have been straightforward from the start. If you ask me why I chose you, I can only say that your asking price is quite reasonable. High cost-performance ratio. High cost-performance ratio. Observing the confusion on Regina's face, Fang Tian chuckled. You can interpret it as my current funds being rather tight. Seeing the simplicity in his demeanor brought a hint of amusement to Regina, causing her to lower her guard slightly. You should know my identity, she stated seriously. Yet, the slight flicker in her eyes betrayed her underlying nervousness. I am aware, but I do not concern myself with such matters. I too am a bastard. My abilities are my own, and my reputation is earned through my efforts. If I truly cared about your lineage, I would not be standing before you today. Fang Tian's words silenced Regina. She could feel the sincerity behind his statement. Closing her eyes, she seemed to drift into contemplation. Fang Tian made no move to rush her. He trusted that she would come to her own conclusions. Approximately a minute later, Regina opened her striking eyes, meeting Fang Tian's gaze with calm determination. What can I gain from this? Respect and glory. And what reason do I have to trust you? Let us make a deal. I will commit to a 4-year term until I turn 20 if a gust of wind swept by, and in an instant. The blade of her axe gun was less than 2 centimeters from his forehead. Yet, Fang Tian remained seated with a calm demeanor, as if the tension were merely a gentle breeze. If I fail to uphold my end of the bargain, I shall meet my end at your hands, agreed. But what if I fulfill my end of the agreement? Fang Tian replied with a confident smile. Then my life will be yours to command. I shall serve you faithfully for all my days, through life and death. Their gazes locked, and Regina showed no signs of retreat. Deal. After successfully subduing the Black Dragon warrior, Fang Tian swiftly led her back to the city of Huangming. First, he arranged for the procurement of food supplies, which did not require significant expenditure given that there were only 2 of them. Subsequently, Fang Tian procured a new set of armor for Regina. Regrettably, he could not find anything suitable in the Divine Ruins Palace, and thus had to purchase it. A piece of high-performance, exquisite armor cost nearly 500,000 coins. When it comes to life-saving equipment, one must certainly invest generously. While he would economize where possible, he was always willing to spend on his own. Upon receiving the runic armor, Regina could hardly believe it was meant for her. But once she confirmed its authenticity, she cast a deep glance at Fang Tian and accepted it in silence. When Fang Tian beheld Regina donned in her new armor, he was momentarily taken aback by her stunning appearance. The silver armor, silver helmet, and blue cloak, combined with Regina's tall, commanding figure and her aloof demeanor, were simply breathtaking. This complete suit of armor was incomparable to the ragged attire she wore in the arena. What truly caught Fang Tian's attention was Regina's physique. Fierce, exceedingly fierce. Due to the poor quality and limited elasticity of the armor she had worn in the arena, Regina had been forced to bind herself. However, upon donning this new ensemble, she was liberated, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lightly, it could be rated as F grade, while heavily, it could be G grade. What did you say? I said neither F nor G grades are acceptable. The lowest grade for battle beast is F, isn't it? Is there even a G grade? Lei Jana inquired, her face a canvas of confusion. Oh, I must have misspoken, Fang Tian replied nonchalantly. His heart steady, a seasoned veteran would not easily falter. After ensuring all necessary items were in place, Fang Tian rented a private jet and set off eastward. They traversed the Fengyuan Ridge mountain range and arrived at the edge of the Lost Marsh. The Lost Marsh, perpetually shrouded in mysterious mists, harbors treacherous surroundings and is inhabited by formidable dark-type battle beasts, rendering it a forbidden zone for humans. Had it not been for Fang Tian's willingness to pay a premium, few pilots would consent to fly in this direction. Even then, they only agreed to approach the outskirts. Thus, from a distance of 10 kilometers away from the Lost Marsh, Fang Tian and Lei Jana parachuted to the ground. In this remote wilderness, it was just the two of them. As the roar of the airplane's engines faded into the horizon, Fang Tian jested with the black dragon warrior, who towered half a head taller than him. Casting a glance at her young master, Lei Jana opted for silence. She could not comprehend why Fang Tian had come here. The Fengyuan Ridge also boasted numerous battle beasts, including some powerful high-grade ones. While Fengyuan Ridge could be deemed a perilous area in comparison to the Lost Marsh, it was but a trifling concern. Nevertheless, Fang Tian was her master, and whatever he decreed, she would follow without question. All right, let us proceed in that direction, Fang Tian declared, leading the way toward the Lost Marsh. Over the subsequent days, the duo began to roam the periphery of the Lost Marsh. Encounters with venomous insects and snakes became a commonplace nuisance. And occasionally, low-grade E-level battle beasts would unwittingly offer themselves as fodder. Battle beasts were classified into 7 tiers: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. F-grade beasts were typically juvenile or pet-tier creatures, whose charming demeanor outweighed their combat prowess. E-grade beasts could barely muster a modicum of lethality. The E and F tiers were generally the products of novice beast tamers seeking to hone their skills, with only juvenile entities possessing evolutionary blueprints having any chance of survival. Fang Tian's beast space contained nearly 50 magical energies, indicating he was not merely there for practice. He had meticulously planned that the first contracted beast must be no less than C-grade. After several days of wandering, they had yet to encounter a single human, underscoring the inherent dangers of this place, where ordinary adventurers dared not tread. Lei Jana felt a sense of relief. If they remained at the fringes of the Lost Marsh, her status as a 4-star warrior assured her safety. However, the expanse of white mist that veiled the unknown ahead instilled a lingering unease within her. Rumors suggested it was the resting place of many skilled humans. "We will enter tomorrow." "What?" Startled, Lei Jana, clutching a roasted chicken and with cheeks bulging, momentarily lost her composure, her expression adorably bewildered. Over time, Fang Tian had discovered that this young lady not only possessed ample curves but also an insatiable appetite, rivaling even that of Luffy, the voracious eater. However, her absorption seemed quite effective, for while some young maidens could eat endlessly without gaining weight, this dragon-blooded warrior not only gained weight, but did so in all the right places. At that moment, as if awakening to a realization, Lei Jana's beautiful eyes widened, and she pointed toward the distant expanse of white mist, which remained visible even in the dark of night. "That?" Fang Tian nodded, confirming Lei Jana's conjecture. With the answer in hand, Lei Jana resumed her meal without further comment. "Your appetite seems to have increased again tonight. Better to be a satisfied ghost than a starving one. What nonsense about ghosts. Speak more auspiciously. I am far from finished living." Fang Tian found Lei Jana's exasperated expression both amusing and gratifying. Although this girl harbored some temperament, she did not express dissent or question his decisions. Rather, she chose to accept them. Perhaps Lei Jana herself had not realized that she was beginning to develop a sense of trust towards Fang Tian. "You truly are a madman." After finishing dinner, Lei Jana left him with those words before retreating into her tent. Disagreement aside, she still had her grievances to voice. Fang Tian smiled slightly, then turned his gaze toward the eerie, foreboding white mist. Entering the Lost Marsh was not a spur-of-the-moment reckless decision. During the days spent around the mist's edge, He had undertaken considerable preparatory work. In a certain direction at the periphery, he had buried a pearl, which was part of a set with a compass. The compass's needle would always point toward the pearl's location. By utilizing both, he could ensure he would not lose his way within the Lost Marsh. This little gadget was also something he had scavenged from the Divine Ruins Palace. As long as he did not lose his bearings, everything would be manageable. After completing their preparations the next day, the pair set forth toward the Lost Marsh. I will clear the path ahead. Lei Jana brusquely pushed Fang Tian behind her, bravely donning her armor and wielding a massive axe spear to forge the way. This woman, observing her reassuringly formidable silhouette, Fang Tian touched his nose and chuckled, yielding to her initiative that a rope connected around their waists allowed for immediate control and retraction, for no one could predict what might transpire within. Upon entering the white mist, Fang Tian retrieved the compass, confirming its directional accuracy was unaffected by the mist, and signaled for Lei Jana to advance. Initially, visibility was scarce, barely reaching 3 meters. However, as they delved deeper, the surrounding mist gradually thinned, improving visibility to nearly 10 meters. Do not walk in a straight line. Veer left, Fang Tian advised, prompting them to navigate in a more serpentine manner rather than plunging straight into the depths. Yet after a full day, they had gleaned no rewards. Aside from the unevenly distributed swampy terrain and some desolate blackened trees, there were no signs of battle beasts, not even a single mouse. However, it must be said that the Lost Marsh was indeed terrifying. The low visibility, desolation, loss of direction, and the eerily similar surroundings created an oppressive atmosphere. Under such enclosed conditions, it was likely only a matter of time before an ordinary person succumbed to despair. Fortunately, they were not alone. Had either ventured forth solo, they might have fled in terror. That night, they were compelled to camp once more. I need another tent. After setting up one tent, Lei Jana extended her hand toward Fang Tian. However, to her surprise, Fang Tian shook his head and earnestly replied, "Tonight, we will share a tent." Regiana fixed her gaze upon Fang Tian, her fists clenched tightly. She was awaiting an explanation. Had it been any other man who uttered those words, she would have likely seized an axe or spear and, with a single strike, ensured that his severed head would witness its own demise. However, the circumstances were peculiar. It was best for the two of us not to part ways. For should any unforeseen situation arise, we would be unable to assist one another. Assist one another? Is it that you fear I may not be able to protect you in time? It seems you, too, possess a fear of death. Regiana found herself both amused and vexed by Fang Tian's words, yet she did not oppose his reasoning, for it was indeed logical. I shall stand guard outside while you rest. While there was merit to his statement, Regiana remained reluctant to share a space with a man that I have set up concealed traps around. There is no need for a night watch. You, as a vital asset, should rest well. I do not wish for you to squander your energy on trivial matters. This was a rationale that could not be easily dismissed. Observing Regiana's lingering hesitation, Fang Tian chuckled. We are both in perilous territory. Self-preservation is paramount. This tent is quite spacious, and I shall respect your privacy. Furthermore, though you are undeniably beautiful and alluring, I am a man of principles, so do not entertain any unnecessary thoughts. With that, Fang Tian stepped into the tent. His words were grounded in truth, devoid of ulterior motives. In such a dire situation, it was essential to maximize the margin for error. Yet, Regiana found herself momentarily dazed. A discerning eye would notice the hint of an unnatural blush gracing her cheeks. Though it was not overt against her sun-kissed skin, in all her years, it was the first time someone had praised her beauty and allured. No woman could entirely dismiss the affirmation and admiration of her appearance, not even a robust character like Regiana. Moreover, due to her unique upbringing, her sensitivity surpassed that of the average woman. After standing in contemplation for several minutes, Regiana ultimately chose to enter the tent. In truth, she understood that her young master harbored no ill intentions. Her discomfort stemmed from years of solitary existence. Suddenly sharing a confined space with a man was, of course, met with reluctance and discomfort. Upon entering, she found the spacious tent already furnished with 2 beds, separated by a distance of 2 meters, with a curtain hung in the middle for modesty. You can wash up inside. I will step outside. Once you are done, just give a signal." Seeing her enter, Fang Tian carried a large bathing tub and exited with decisive ease, exuding calmness and nonchalance. Devoid of any awkwardness, the ripple of feelings stirred within Regiana. Through their time together, her wariness toward Fang Tian had melted away, and her fondness for him had gradually risen. Although their relationship was ostensibly one of master and servant, it felt more akin to that of partners. Sharing the same pot for meals, there were fewer formalities. Their words and actions demonstrated mutual respect, free from any pretense. This was an experience Regiana had never encountered before. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Regiana peered through the tent's opening, only to be startled by the sound of splashing water. She caught a glimpse of his strong, bare back, partially concealed by the tub. With a soft cough, her gaze was abruptly averted, her cheeks flushed as she hastily stepped away from the entrance. Observing her reaction, Fang Tian chuckled and shook his head. Due to his exceptional perception honed through training in the divine essence, he had not missed Regiana's subtle movement. If he did not remind her, the opportunity might slip away. After his bath, Fang Tian inspected the surrounding concealed traps. These weapons had been procured through various channels at considerable expense. It was only when Regiana signaled that he returned to the tent, only to find the curtain separating their beds had vanished. In this perilous environment, maintaining separation is counterproductive for responding to emergencies. Hence I removed it. After speaking, Regiana lowered her head, feeling a touch guilty, and burrowed into her bedding, turning away. There was a semblance of logic in his reasoning, yet it seemed to transcend mere rationale. Fang Tian chuckled knowingly as he settled into his own bed and extinguished the light. They spent the night in silence, yet the nature of their relationship appeared to have unconsciously drawn closer. After a night devoid of incident, the following day found them once again traversing the fog, yet still yielding no fruitful results. By the third day, Regiana began to feel a tinge of frustration. Even Fang Tian, usually composed, furrowed his brow. Prolonged exposure to such a stifling environment undoubtedly took a toll on one's mindset and spirit. It was not the clamor that unsettled them, but rather the suffocating silence and the eerie atmosphere. In the vast expanse of white mist, one could never know what might suddenly emerge. The pressure to remain vigilant during such moments was immense. Fang Tian resolved that they would search for 2 more days, and regardless of their findings, they would leave this place. However, on the 4th day, a new discovery awaited them. "What is this?" Both halted their steps, gazing at the massive, severed tree stump before them. The cross-section appeared to have been cut. Running her hand along the smooth, even surface, Regiana spoke with a serious tone. The diameter of the cut surface was nearly 2 meters, as though this robust deadwood had been cleaved in two by some force. As they continued onward, they encountered more of these severed stumps. Not only trees, but even stones had been split in half, all exhibiting the same smooth cut. A sense of unease began to churn within Fang Tian. Just then, a faint rustling sound reached their ears. The sound of water? They exchanged glances, simultaneously realizing one thing. There was a water source ahead. The further they advanced, the louder the sound of rushing water grew. Sure enough, after several minutes, a torrent appeared before them. The water was clear and the current swift, its depth visible to the naked eye, alleviating concerns of any creatures lurking beneath to spring forth unexpectedly. Alas, the encompassing white mist rendered both the upstream and downstream, as well as the opposite bank, obscured and unfathomable. Let us take a brief respite here, after confirming the water quality was safe with their instruments. Regiana bent down to dip a bucket into the river, preparing to draw water for cooking. Suddenly, a chill akin to death surged up her spine, causing both to feel their skin prickle with alarm. One possessed sharp senses, while the other had extensive experience. Both sensed the impending danger. Be careful. With a shout, Fang Tian kicked off from Regiana's side, using the force to propel them apart just as a terrifying blade of energy sliced through the river. Sweeping past them, the safety tether connecting them was severed, leaving behind a deep gash in the ground. The rush of wind from the blade's passage stung Fang Tian's skin painfully. Truly, a terrifying strike. As she gazed upon the terrifying blade of air that momentarily stilled the river, Lyjana's eyes brimmed with profound trepidation. With just this single strike of the cutting air blade, it could cleave the once mighty, roaring boar in two. As a seasoned four-star martial artist, Lyjana possessed a clear understanding of her own strength. Meanwhile, Fang Tian's gaze was fixated on the opposite shore, the source of the impending attack. This horrifying blade of air not only carved a deep chasm, but also scattered the white mist that had obscured the view, significantly enhancing visibility on the far bank. A towering figure was slowly wading through the water. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, its humanoid form boasted a muscular upper body reminiscent of a bodybuilder, exuding formidable power. Its deep purple skin bore intricate patterns of light gold, and a string of large red prayer beads hung around its neck. Prominent veins bulged on its forearms, while its elongated fingernails possessed an unsettling beauty. Atop its head, a protruding structure of light bone extended from its forehead, arching back like a formidable, curved conical hat. From a distance, it appeared as if a grand, menacing hat obscured its eyes, revealing only a mouth filled with sharp teeth. A long, black scorpion-like tail cascaded down to its lower back, with the tip ensnared by a large red prayer bead. Its lower body was protected by light golden bone armor resembling a traditional skirt, and on its feet were boots formed from the same bone. In its hand, it wielded an enormous bone sword, even more extravagant than Lyjana's axe spear, gleaming in a pale gold hue. The entire figure resembled an oversized, bare-chested swordsman, exuding an aura of dominance and flair. Recognizing the malevolent intent of this bizarre purple-skinned beast, Lyjana gripped her axe spear tightly and turned to inquire, "What manner of beast is this? You must on the scanner and take a look." The scanner, a device used to probe the data of combat beasts, bore similarities to the power-level detectors from Dragon Ball. When worn over the eyes and directed at the target beast, the lens display would reveal pertinent information. However, Fang Tian had not brought such a device, nor did he require one. The reason was simple. In his view, such technological products posed a risk of privacy invasion. Who could ascertain whether it concealed a camera? There was no telling if, upon donning it, the scenery before one's eyes would also become visible to others. Thus, Fang Tian had committed the encyclopedia of various combat beasts to memory. Upon the 5-meter-tall creature revealing itself, he instantly recognized all its attributes, nearly choking on the revelation that a dark type, demon class, B-rank mid-tier rare beast, known as the Demon Sword Saint, also referred to as the Blind Blade Swordsman, or Gu Luo Sha. A bitter smile mingled with exhilaration. Upon hearing Fang Tian's words, Lyjana felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, utterly dumbstruck, though she lacked detailed knowledge about the beast before her. The terms B-rank, mid-tier, and rare, if given the chance, she would have liked to inquire about the possibility of surrendering or fleeing. Lyjana had never been lacking in combat spirit, but she was no fool. There was no need to court death, was there? Fang Tian, too, felt a pang of regret. "I admit I was greedy, but I only wished to be mildly so. Alas, reality has proven otherwise. Encountering this creature, victory would lead to soaring heights, while defeat would necessitate a restart." There was little more to say. "What to do?" "Retreat," Lyjana asked. "Retreat meant death. Let us fight, for it is either it that falls or we perish." Although the stakes were high, how could Fang Tian possibly retreat? Moreover, in the face of this foe, retreat was but a path to demise. Despite Gu Luo Sha's towering height of 5 meters, its speed was astonishingly high. "How about, you go first, and I will hold the rear?" Lyjana gritted her teeth and suggested. "Are you not afraid of death?" Fang Tian teased, yet a strange feeling stirred within him. Lyjana shot him a fierce glare, surprised that her master could still jest in such a dire moment. "Enough. I made the decision to come here. There is no reason for you to assist me in holding the rear. This is a risk, but also an opportunity. I have never contemplated retreating without a fight." And no sooner had the words left her mouth than a single soldier rocket launcher suddenly appeared in Fang Tian's hand. "Fool, times have changed." With a thunderous shout, the missile traced a white tail as it accurately struck Gu Luo Sha's chest. After a resounding explosion, the towering figure emerged unscathed from the billowing smoke. All right, perhaps times have not changed. Fang Tian shrugged, stowing away the rocket launcher, while Lei Jana cast him a look of exasperation. The missile had been thwarted by its chest muscles. It seemed the fool was none other than himself. What absurd physical resilience! As the crimson crescent moon flashed ominously, it now rested in his hands, while a protective spherical aura shimmered around him like a turtle shell. Lei Jana was momentarily taken aback. Was not her master a beast master? How had he suddenly transformed into a martial artist? Stop gaping. Have you never seen a beast master skilled in close combat? The black dragon martial maiden nodded instinctively. Having indeed never encountered one. Roaring. Although the rocket had not harmed Guluo Sha, the sensation of pain enraged it. With its mouth agape, it let out a furious roar, and its massive blade suddenly swung out with deadly intent. A terrifying blade of air, 7 to 8 meters long, hurtled towards them. Lei Jana nimbly leaped aside while Fang Tian dropped to the ground. Though it appeared somewhat clumsy, both successfully evaded the vicious strike. The hellish/truly was brutal observing the trees behind them cleaved apart and the expanded view before him. Fang Tian felt a rush of exhilaration. This must be seized. It absolutely must. Regardless of Fang Tian's thoughts, the failed strike prompted Guluo Sha to push off the ground, sending waves crashing in its wake as its majestic form leaped into the air. The bone blade raised high, it aimed a devastating strike at Leihana. Not confront it. Evade. Fang Tian shouted urgently. In truth, even without his warning, Lei Jana would not have engaged head-on. Even a 6-star martial artist might struggle against the demon sword saint, let alone her own 4-star status. Sidestepping swiftly, Lei Jana narrowly avoided the blade. With a thunderous crash, the earth was once again carved with a deep gash, the force of the impact nearly unbalancing Lei Jana. Yet drawing upon her vast experience, she used the momentum to create distance, failing to land a blow. Guluo Sha twisted its foot and, wielding its blade, charged at Lei Jana once more, in a flash of wind and lightning. It was upon her so fast. Lei Jana's pupils constricted in disbelief, astonished that beneath such a massive form lurked such speed. In contrast, the nearly 2-meter-tall Lei Jana appeared almost like a hobbit before Guluo Sha. Just as Lei Jana steeled herself to confront the beast, a furious chant of blades erupted from the side. Get out of the way! Netherworld blade. One cut, ghost burial. The piercing wails of spirits momentarily froze Guluo Sha's form. Although the effectiveness of the mental attack was limited, Lei Jana seized the opportunity of its brief hesitation to create some distance. Accompanied by the eerie cries of the netherworld, a 7 to 8 meter long crimson blade, elongated by Fang Tian's infusion of primal essence, sliced through the air in a blood-red arc upon nearing the target. Guluo Sha could not continue its pursuit and withdrew its blade in defense. With a resounding clash, their blades met, sparks flying as the force of the impact numbed Fang Tian's hands. The sharp crimson crescent moon deeply embedded itself into the bone blade. Had it not been for the formidable width of the bone blade, it likely would have been severed. However, this moment proved awkward for Fang Tian. The blade became lodged within the bone, and with Guluo Sha's evident strength, it prepared to hurl Fang Tian away. Just then, Lei Jana charged in with a powerful, spinning axe aimed squarely at the demon swordsman's thigh. To her astonishment, Guluo Sha did not flinch, resolutely raising its bone blade, thus lifting Fang Tian along with it. Just as it seemed he would be flung aside, the massive axe spear struck heavily against Guluo Sha's thigh. The dark golden armor shattered, bone shards flying, and Guluo Sha's colossal form swayed slightly. Damn! Hanging on the hilt, Fang Tian observed everything with utmost clarity. The ferocious attack from the violent dragon maiden had surprisingly failed to breach his defenses. The disparity in strength between the two was truly staggering. With a mere thought, the crimson crescent blade abruptly shortened, extricating itself from the ensnared bone blade and reverting to its original length. Fang Tian landed safely on the ground. Had it not been for the intention of creating an opportunity for Lei Jana to strike, he would have retracted his weapon long ago. Meanwhile, Lei Jana, having narrowly evaded Girosha's claw strike, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had that massive hand connected, it would have likely cost her half her life. After forcing Lei Jana back, Girosha hurled the bone blade in Fang Tian's direction with remarkable ferocity. Simultaneously, a faint golden light flickered in his hands, conjuring another new bone blade. This time he charged towards Fang Tian with unbridled ferocity. The bone blade whistled past his ear, generating a terrifying pressure that nearly deafened him. Just as he had rolled to evade the thrown attack, Girosha's figure was already upon him. The overwhelming force pressing down on him jolted Fang Tian's spirit to its peak. Clang, 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 in a series of rapid clashes, bone shards flew as Fang Tian leveraged his weapon's advantage, managing to hold his ground. Each strike was met with skillful evasions, avoiding a direct confrontation, infusing his eyes with primal energy. They became bloodshot, revealing the need for heightened awareness to perceive Girosha's speed and strikes. After exchanging 7 or 8 blows, Fang Tian was drenched in sweat, his arms growing weak, nearing his limits. The gap in strength and speed between them was insurmountable. At present, Fang Tian's hand-to-hand combat prowess barely reached the level of a 2-star martial artist. His ability to endure such a barrage stemmed entirely from the advanced nature of his techniques, superior skills, and the overwhelming power of his weapon. Because of the unmatched sharpness of the Crimson Crescent, Girosha was somewhat restrained in his attacks, tempering the force of his strikes. Lei Jana, who had rushed to provide support, let out a sigh of relief, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of wonder. When Girosha had abandoned her to attack Fang Tian, she had felt a surge of anxiety, hastily following to assist to her astonishment. Her young master had managed to withstand 7 or 8 blows head-on. While it appeared strenuous, he had held his ground nonetheless, as a beastmaster. Witnessing such refined hand-to-hand combat capabilities left Lei Jana in awe, filled with admiration. However, this was not the time for reflection. With renewed determination, she propelled her axe spear towards Girosha's back with explosive force. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the massive bone blade, raised just in time. Not only that, but Girosha executed a stylish counter, swinging upward with a signature skill, the Hell Cleave, sending a massive crescent blade of energy flying perilously close to Lei Jana's hair. It was truly a daunting challenge. Girosha was no longer the brutish creature from the arena. His speed, strength, and swordsmanship were all formidable. With Lei Jana's support, Fang Tian felt a significant reduction in pressure as they coordinated their attacks around the blind blade swordsman, one in front and the other behind, employing a strategy of containment. Alas, their efforts yielded little fruit. It could even be said that they were primarily on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Breaking through defenses was a challenge, and the environment offered no opportunities for greed. Most of their actions were focused on evasion and defense. That moment, Girosha's back revealed a vulnerability, not a golden opportunity. Having been on the defensive for so long, Lei Jana took a deep breath, finally unable to resist the urge to take a risk. With her breath held, she leaped high into the air. The primal, energy-infused axe spear radiated an aura akin to flames. Her target was none other than the back of Girosha's head. For most humanoid beings, the head was a vital weak point. However, to her surprise, the moment Lei Jana leapt, Girosha moved. With a swift motion, he drew back his left hand, conjuring a new dark golden bone blade at an astonishing speed. A reverse grip slash struck unexpectedly towards Lei Jana. Caught off guard, Lei Jana's heart raced. This attack was both swift and ruthless, clearly premeditated. Before her axe could reach Girosha's head, he would likely sever her in half first. Suspended in mid-air, Lei Jana found herself unable to evade. Gritting her teeth, she adjusted her attack direction, preparing for a direct collision. Just then, a figure collided with her in mid-air, diverting her from her path, while the incoming heavy slash unceremoniously struck that figure. The tortoiseshell-like Xuanwu aura barely held for 2 seconds before shattering with a resounding crash. There was no alternative. The limitations of cultivation were evident, yet those 2 seconds allowed Fang Tian to adjust his position, narrowly avoiding the bone blade. However, he could not escape the blade's aura. The 5 or 6 meter long crescent blade of energy crashed into Fang Tian, propelling him away. From a distance, it resembled a crescent moon carrying a person through the air at high speed. Lei Jana, having landed, stared blankly at the direction where Fang Tianyun's figure had vanished. No, as if awakening. She let out a piercing scream of fury, eye in her amber vertical pupils. A brilliant golden flame erupted, yet could not dry the moisture in her eyes. You will pay for this, consumed by rage. Lejana unleashed a dazzling axe strike, resulting in a tremendous clash that forced both combatants to stagger back 5 or 6 meters. This blow, astonishingly, resulted in a stalemate. Lejana fixed her gaze on the colossal figure opposite her, her own aura inexplicably rising steadily. That moment, a golden rope, resembling a spirit serpent, surged forth from the mist behind her. Yet Lejana's attention remained fixed on Garasha. By the time she reacted, her waist tightened, and her entire body was yanked backward. Now was not the time to reveal your trump card. Hearing that familiar voice, Lejana, filled with grief and anger, momentarily froze, then felt a surge of joy. You are alive? Turning her head, she beheld Fang Tianyun, leaning against a large tree, his complexion pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nearly overwhelmed with emotion that he was still standing, perhaps able to endure a few more blows. 1 strike would have his health, 2 would bring him to the brink of death, and 3 would seal his fate. There were no errors in this assessment. As he spoke, Fang Tianyun formed a recovery gesture. A green mist rising like steam around him, gradually restoring some of his vitality. The pallor on his face regained a hint of color. His upper body had been reduced to tattered rags, revealing a pitch-black armor beneath. The black flood dragon armor, had it not been for this exceptionally resilient protection, Fang Tianyun would have been cleaved like a watermelon by that last strike, even though he had withstood the hell cleave. The impact had inflicted considerable damage to his internal organs. It felt as though he had broken 2 ribs. I will cover you. You must leave first. Lejana positioned her axe spear in front of Fang Tianyun. Leave? Fang Tianyun's starry eyes widened. How could I possibly leave without defeating it? I told you, there is no retreat in this battle. Observing the resolute, fervent, and almost frenzied expression in her young master's eyes, Lejana bit her lip, ceasing her attempts to dissuade him. This man's inner strength might surpass her own. The thunderous footsteps drew near, Gurosha brandishing a blade in each hand, his towering figure exuding an overwhelming presence as he approached slowly. Fang Tianyun thrust the crimson crescent into the ground with force, primal energy surging into it. The blade elongated dramatically, extending nearly 10 meters into the earth in an instant, changing his grip to the blade itself. He thrust upwards until the hilt reached a height of 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Viewed from a distance, the slender red blade stood tall and imposing. You need to step back. What? Lejana, who was poised to defend, thought she had misheard. You need to step back and follow my command. Seeing Fang Tianyun's commanding demeanor, Lejana silently complied with the order, retreating behind the crimson crescent. Fang Tianyun took a deep breath, standing tall, and tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing, discarding them to the side. With his left hand grasping the golden rope and his right hand extending forward, he beckoned. Come here. At that moment, Lejana could only perceive the silhouette of her master, standing resolutely against the daunting mountains. Roar. The provoked Guluosha let out a furious roar, abandoning pretense in its stride, accelerating forward and in the blink of an eye arrived before Fang Tianyun. Just as Lejana felt the urge to charge ahead, she forcibly suppressed her inner impulse. Here it comes. Facing imminent danger, Fang Tianyun, clad in a black Juma vest, executed a swift sliding tackle, darting between Gu Luosha's legs. Indeed, he slid. Due to their considerable height difference, his unexpected maneuver allowed him to successfully slip through and position himself behind the opponent. Throughout this process, he swiftly donned a helmet and casually tossed a grenade to each side. One a stun grenade, the other a smoke bomb. Jiu Luosha, being blind and rare, had very limited data available, including the means by which it sensed its surroundings. Humanity lacked definitive answers. Yet at such close range, the 2 disruptive grenades slightly affected its behavior. Although the impact was minimal, that fraction of a second was sufficient. Thanks to the timely donning of the protective helmet, Fang Tianyun was not hindered by the grenade's unintended consequences. Leaping and pivoting, he suddenly flung the golden rope. Like a serpent, the golden cord swiftly wound around the calf of the blind swordsman. Infused with primordial energy, the sci-fi-like mechanics of his battle boots activated, a row of precision wheels emerging on the soles, while metallic pipes resembling exhausts appeared at the heels. Harnessing the primordial power, the pipes expelled a blue tail flame, and the wheels spun rapidly, propelling Fang Tian into the air. The explosive speed he achieved was nothing short of extraordinary. With the rope in hand, he began to circle his opponent in a clockwise motion. Round after round, as the circles deepened, the arena resonated with furious roars. Channeling the four symbols returned to origin technique. As the Xuanwu shield reemerged, Fang Tian's body lifted off the ground, gradually ascending, as if he had taken flight. And indeed, he was truly flying. A certain mastery level of the four symbols returned to origin technique. Flight becomes feasible. However, Fang Tian's current progress allowed only for a gentle float. Yet, with the propulsion from his technological battle boots, he naturally soared into the air and out of course. He continued to fly in circles. The rapid rotation formed a mini tornado, shielding her eyes from the artificial storm before her. Leijana was oblivious to the events transpiring within. However, the sounds of roars emanating from within carried a palpable sense of anxiety. Unmistakably from Gu Luosha, the storm's radius gradually expanded, prompting Leijana to retreat further. The deafening sound of friction made her instinctively wince and cover her ears, as a figure gradually became distinct at the storm's edge. Sparks flew beneath their feet. When Fang Tian finally came to a halt, his face pale, he shouted towards Leijana, who stood nearby. "Stop staring, come over and lend a hand." Leijana hurriedly rushed over, trembling as she handed the golden rope to him. Fang Tian tossed aside his helmet and bent forward. "Ugh, ugh." He immediately retched. This sequence of events left Leijana momentarily dazed. After a tumultuous upheaval, the artificial storm began to dissipate with Fang Tian's withdrawal. At last, Leijana beheld the scene within. Gu Luosha was ensnared tightly from head to toe by the golden rope, bound securely to the towering crimson crescent moon. The extended crimson crescent served as a gallows for Fang Tian. Gu Luosha, unwilling to accept defeat, roared incessantly, violently writhing, yet the radiant golden rope held firm against the pressure, refusing to snap. The demon-binding rope possesses a restraining effect on malevolent forces, serving as one of Fang Tian's trump cards. As a creature of the dark type, Gu Luosha was naturally more susceptible to the binding power of the rope. This was precisely why Fang Tian was determined to venture to the edge of the lost swamp. His target this time was a creature of the dark type. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent, nearly leading to his downfall. Once his stomach settled, Fang Tian steeled himself. This ordeal was far from over. "Hey, stop being daft. It's your turn." "Huh." Leijana, her mouth agape in astonishment, finally regained her composure. The sight of Gu Luosha being restrained left her utterly speechless. She never imagined that a powerful mid-tier B-class war beast would succumb to the hands of her young master. Casting her gaze between the slightly shorter Fang Tian and the towering Gu Luosha, a sense of indescribable admiration and respect welled up within her. This hard-fought battle had left an indelible impression of his courage, wisdom, and valor on Leijana. Moreover, he had even turned to protect her. "You don't expect me to knock him out, do you?" Observing Leijana's dazed demeanor, Fang Tian chuckled as he tapped her forehead with his knuckles. At this point, he had reached his limit. The conditions for a beastmaster to forge a contract necessitate either the war beast's voluntary agreement or a guarantee of its weakened state. This could be achieved through incapacitation or severe injury. However, Fang Tian currently lacked the means to incapacitate or injure Gu Luosha. Yet he believed that Leijana could die. "I can't guarantee success." Leijana surprisingly felt a rare surge of anxiety. Deep down, she suddenly feared failure and the prospect of disappointing this man. "Relax, just do your best. I believe in you." From the moment Leijana suggested covering her retreat, Fang Tian had sensed that she likely possessed a hidden card. Her sincere, encouraging smile dispelled Leijana's tension, filling her with an inexplicable strength. Striding forward, she gazed at the struggling Gu Luosha, her expression remarkably calm. She shed her upper armor, tossing it aside. Naturally, a base layer remained beneath. After swallowing a pill Fang Tian had given her, Lijiana's aura surged dramatically. Simultaneously, her body began to undergo transformation once more. Silver scales began to emerge on her forehead and forearms. Her musculature intensified, her entire form seeming to grow taller, golden flames igniting within her pupils as a pair of majestic silver antlers extended from her brow. Her back began to swell, sprouting a pair of skeletal wings reminiscent of draconic embryos. Fang Tian, influenced by the diverse aesthetics of the Eternal Continent, felt exhilarated. Only a few fools on the Eternal Continent, swayed by bloodline theories, could be oblivious to the allure of beastly maidens, especially one as commanding as a powerful beast woman. The unique orange primordial energy surged wildly from Lijiana, piercing through the clouds like a pillar of fire. This overwhelming aura provoked Gu Luosha to roar fiercely. Struggling even more vigorously, it sensed a hint of threat. Fang Tian tightened his grip on the demon binding rope. With a thunderous sound, the orange flames surged upward from the axe spear as Lijiana leaped, delivering a simple yet forceful strike. In the midst of the flat terrain, it seemed as though a small sun had risen, prompting Fang Tian to instinctively don a pair of sunglasses, hanging them upon his ear. The supplies were not only sufficient but also remarkably diverse. With a precise swing, an axe struck the forehead of Gu Luosha. Boo! Gu Luosha fell into silence, as if lost in contemplation. Ultimately, it chose to acquiesce. To Gu Luosha, this battle within the realm of the mind was one that the opponent would inevitably win. Its physical form was already ensnared, as long as that female warrior continued to inflict harm upon its body. Its mental fortitude would wane, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Given this, it seemed wiser to concede sooner rather than later, especially since there were advantages to be gained. Fang Tian, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. If the opponent were to stubbornly resist, victory was far from guaranteed, particularly as Lijiana had already succumbed to exhaustion and fainted, leaving uncertainty as to when she might awaken. Should Gu Luosha recover first, he would have no option but to retreat with Lijiana in tow, thereby forfeiting their endeavor. Regrettably, the blind blade swordsman was unaware of these intricacies in the physical realm. The bound form of Gu Luosha suddenly radiated a brilliant light, which then dissipated into countless specks of starlight, coalescing into a purple galaxy that soared into the portal of space. The contract with the battle beast was successfully established. Observing the chaotic and desolate surroundings, an exhausted Fang Tian dared not let his guard down. Let's not forget, this was the Lost Marsh. Who could predict what might emerge next, swiftly gathering the scattered items? Fang Tian hoisted the graceful figure upon his back. The weight upon his back was substantial, yet the gentle sensation invigorated him instantly. The thrill of potential in the realm of the divine ruins. Gu Luosha wielded a scarlet crescent moon, engaged in combat with a hound-like creature. The scarlet crescent had notably grown larger, now proportionate to Gu Luosha's form. Numerous other divine beasts surrounded the scene. Observing intently, Fang Tian was present as well. After signing the contract, he discovered he could transfer Gu Luosha from the realm of battle beasts into the divine ruins. This bug was incredibly convenient. Thus, he proceeded to train his battle companion within the divine ruins, targeting those fantastical beasts under his control. Once a battle beast enters into a contract, it can only face permanent demise under two circumstances: the death of its master or the dissolution of the contract. Should the contract be dissolved, not only would the battle beast perish, but the master would also suffer a backlash, being unable to access the battle companion space for a duration. This signifies an inability to summon battle companions or establish new contracts. The stronger the battle beast, the longer the backlash period. Consequently, each battle beast master is exceedingly cautious when selecting their contracted beasts. Upon the death of a battle beast, it will require time to respawn and recuperate within the battle companion space. The stronger the beast, the longer the recovery time. Hence, the ranking of battle beast masters is rather intricate, differing from the star rating system of martial artists and mages that a battle beast master's strength is ultimately contingent upon the prowess of their battle beasts. Numerous factors determine the strength of a battle beast, including the beast's inherent quality, the master's training, technological enhancements, elemental affinities, and more, all of which can significantly influence the outcome of a battle. Thus, underestimating an opponent can lead to dire consequences. The Eternal Continent evaluates the level of Battle Beast Masters through the results of various official competitions, categorized from local to international levels, with distinctions made between the Youth Division, under 30, and the Adult Division, over 30. Only after achieving commendable rankings in their current tier can they qualify for the next level of competition to ascend. One must engage earnestly, regardless of circumstances. Performance speaks volumes, rendering the endeavor invaluable. Not only can one attain victory, but also tremendous recognition, thus maintaining the elevated social status of Battle Beast Masters. This particular Gu Luo Sha consumed 15 magic energy, while Fang Tian's battle companion space had recently expanded to accommodate 48 magic energy. After deducting the 15, he was left with 33 magic energy. The more formidable the battle beast, the greater the magic energy it requires, making this metric a notable indicator of a beast's strength. A battle beast's power is not static. It evolves and enhances with growth and training. Like Gu Luo Sha, through its own cultivation and the resources provided by Fang Tian, its future potential could very well ascend to a rank or beyond. Lei Jana found herself ensnared in a nightmare. It was as if she had returned to her past. Due to her distinctive appearance, the children at the orphanage feared her and never played with her. The caretakers, driven by disdain and fear, treated her with stark indifference. The words she heard most frequently were monster. As she grew slightly older, she was eager to escape that place. Perhaps the world outside would be different. She still remembered the flicker of hope within her heart back then. Yet, the reality was the outside world was fraught with even greater malice, despite her strength and willingness to engage in hard labor. She found herself unable to endure even a few days of carrying bricks or heavy sacks. The reason was simple. The workers feared that this dragon-blooded anomaly would consume them, threatening to leave if she remained. Displaced and wandering, she encountered the harshness of humanity. Gradually, she became increasingly indifferent, burying the warmth of humanity deep within, encased in a shell of resilience. However, humanity is diverse, and among them are those with perverse intentions towards her. For such individuals, her fist would convey the message of why flowers bloom so red. Yet, the day came when she inadvertently killed a pervert. Thus, she was compelled to join the dark arena, relying on her innate talents and relentless effort. She navigated the brink of death time and again, growing stronger with each encounter. She became accustomed to this life, even becoming somewhat numb to it. Perhaps being buried here was her final resting place. Wait, why was there light, so glaring? After the brilliance faded, her eyes beheld a vivid canopy and the gentle, warm glow of yellowish lights. The sensation was akin to being transported to another world, leaving Lei Jana momentarily speechless. Ah, darling, you have finally awakened. A playful voice accompanied by a lithe figure entered the tent. Upon seeing the familiar face, Lei Jana's chaotic thoughts returned to reality. With her tense body relaxing, a wave of fatigue swept over her once more. Had they succeeded? Lei Jana never anticipated that one day her tone would be so devoid of strength. From Fang Tian's perspective, the once formidable woman now appeared fragile, exuding an unintentional charm, a pitiable beauty that elicited sympathy. No matter how resilient one may be, she remained a woman at heart. Though Fang Tian's body was youthful, his mind was seasoned. In his previous life, he had embarked on entrepreneurial ventures, youthful and affluent, surrounded by numerous exceptional women with whom he had relationships, making him somewhat of a veteran in matters of the heart. After all, if one possessed wealth and attractiveness comparable to his, they were likely to indulge even more extravagantly. Despite having encountered many beautiful women, Fang Tian found himself momentarily entranced. Her light beige hair contrasted beautifully with her sun-kissed skin, and her alluring amber vertical pupils, combined with her strikingly handsome features and perfectly proportioned figure, made her a vision that least in the three-dimensional world of his past life. Only at fan conventions could one find a cheap imitation. The true essence lay solely in the realm of the two-dimensional. What are you staring at? I'm asking you a question. The unabashed gaze sent a shiver through Lei Jana's heart, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. What was intended as a reprimand softened into a gentler tone. All is well now. You can rest. I shall prepare a meal. With a gentle smile, Fang Tian advised her to rest well before turning and exiting the tent. Yes, she gazed at his retreating figure. Lei Jana seemed oblivious to the faint smile lingering at the corners of her lips. The rumble from her stomach successfully diverted her attention. Indeed, she was feeling a bit hungry. Wait, Lei Jana's pupils constricted. Her clothes. She realized that she was clad in a brand new nightgown. Just before her fainting spell during the battle, she had certainly not been dressed like this. The answer was self-evident in that moment. Lei Jana felt her heartbeat not in her chest, but reverberating in her mind. A dizzying buzz enveloped her, a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Yet, there was also a hint of secret delight. Come on, open your mouth. Fang Tian coaxed as he brought a heaping spoonful of food to her lips, as if he were feeding a child. However, the spoon was rather large, akin to a spatula. There was no choice. After all, the appetite of a dragoness was extraordinary. Lei Jana's face flushed crimson, undeniably tempting. Initially, she had intended to refuse, but weakened and unable to feed herself, she ultimately acquiesced to her master. Moreover, her reluctance was not particularly resolute. What had started off as a stiff resistance gradually transformed into acceptance and enjoyment. That all. Lei Jana licked her lips instinctively, expressing her dissatisfaction. As the words escaped her mouth, she instantly lowered her head in shame. Fang Tian rolled his eyes and held up the empty bowl from the ground, exclaiming, "Sister, this third bowl is all gone. That's one more than usual. Shall I fetch you another?" Lei Jana quickly shook her head. Relieved in her heart, T realized her state of enjoyment, mistakenly believing she was still unsatisfied. "Oh, please," Fang Tian thought. "I am fully aware, just choosing not to expose you. By the way, I'll give you a bath later." Huh. Lei Jana was taken aback by Fang Tian's words. "What do you mean, huh? For the past few days while you were unconscious, I was the one who bathed you. Rest assured, your master is quite proper." Lei Jana had intended to gloss over the matter, but Fang Tian had laid it bare so casually. Furthermore, he spoke of it as if discussing tea and meals. And no, faced with this bold and straightforward request, Lei Jana found herself at a loss, her usual bravado replaced by a shy timidity. "Oh, as you wish. Just call me if you need anything." Fang Tian did not press the matter further and turned to exit the tent. Was he really only 16? Lei Jana's emotions were still in turmoil. Capturing the astounding courage and intellect of Guluosha was one thing, but his audacity towards women was equally remarkable. Yet, this forthright boldness was not entirely displeasing. Outside the tent, a tall and imposing purple figure sat quietly, almost twice Fang Tian's height. This was Fang Tian's first battle pet, Guluosha, currently on guard. "Ahow! Go fetch me some prey," Fang Tian commanded. Ahow was the name Fang Tian had given to this Guluosha. Since it was his battle pet, it deserved a unique name to signify its singularity. Ahow nodded in response to the instruction, and with a thunderous sound, its massive form vanished from sight. Its speed had increased significantly. Fang Tian's communication with Ahow had reached a point of fluidity. Once their mental connection was established, they could easily comprehend each other's intentions. Yet Fang Tian remained unaware of how crucial his formidable spiritual power, acquired through cultivation, was to Ahow's growth. Lei Jana had been unconscious for 4 days. It was only 2 days ago that Fang Tian had carried her out of the Lost Marsh upon their emergence. Fang Tian set up camp at the edge, intending to wait until Lei Jana had fully recovered before considering their next steps. After Ahow left, Fang Tian sat cross-legged in midair, invoking the Xuanwu divine shield for protection and gathering the primordial energies of the universe to commence his cultivation. He never allowed himself to slacken in this fundamental practice. 4 more days passed, and Lei Jana could no longer tolerate her situation. Being a person who valued cleanliness, she could manage without a bath for 2 or 3 days. But this state of weakness was not temporary, and the sticky sensation on her skin was becoming unbearable. After serving dinner, Fang Tian noticed something was amiss with Lei Jana. She occasionally tossed her creamy white hair and frowned slightly. "Isn't it uncomfortable with oily hair?" Lei Jana shot him a glare and turned away in silence. Suddenly, In a moment of instinctive surprise, she found herself lifted into the air. Wayu. Lejana stuttered, at a loss for words. Stop with the yous. I am your master, and you are my guardian. The contract is still in my hands that you've seen everything. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp in this lifetime? His domineering demeanor and forceful words made Lejana bury her head into her master's shoulder, falling silent. Yet, the rapid thumping of her heart was something even Fang Tian could distinctly sense. Though Lejana was tall with a robust frame, Fang Tian held her securely. He was no fragile young man, but rather a muscular powerhouse. Furthermore, at 16, he had yet to reach his developmental peak. Removing her garments, he gently placed her into a bath of suitable temperature. The once fierce dragon girl now resembled a quail. Head bowed, cheeks flushed, and utterly silent, allowing herself to be handled. Fang Tian harbored no ulterior motives. He carefully helped her wash, as if attending to a delicate artwork. The tent was enveloped in a serene and intimate silence. Unable to resist, Lejana eventually stole a glance upward, only to find Fang Tian's gaze lowered, hesitant to meet her eyes. Naturally, while Fang Tian possessed strong self-control, he was still a man at heart. Even the most exquisite of sights could overwhelm anyone. This revelation nearly made Lejana laugh aloud, filling her with secret joy. Due to her upbringing, Lejana's personality was rather intricate, simultaneously solitary and somewhat insecure. Yet now, she sensed that she might possess a bit of allure towards this man. Were your hands always so proper? Lejana's sudden query caught Fang Tian off guard, prompting a chuckle as he replied, How could that be? Of course, I took a little advantage, with a treasure like you. I, the honest type, had to exert considerable effort to refrain from taking advantage of the situation. You know, his candidness was always an unexpected shock. You? Startled by his boldness, Lejana let out a surprised cry. Just like this. You see, an honest man never deceives his own that I didn't ask you to demonstrate. Why you? Stop. Lejana's face was flushed, and she was genuinely flustered. There was no way around it. Having grown up, she had never encountered such a situation. Finding herself pitted against such an audacious rival, coupled with her current physical state, it had a profound impact on her mindset. After all, in matters of the heart, Lejana was an absolute novice. If Fang Tian were to get serious, she might truly be at a loss. All right, enough of the antics. S's large hand ceased its playful teasing. Lejana's emotions were instantly soothed. After gently washing her, Fang Tian dressed Lejana in a fresh nightgown and carefully carried her back to bed. Tucking her in, Call me if you need anything in familiar words. Fang Tian stepped out of the tent once more. Watching the vanishing silhouette, a sudden pang of loss washed over Lejana's heart. It felt as though something profoundly significant had departed alongside him. Her once impenetrable exterior seemed to have been gently breached by this young man, creating a fissure solely belonging to him. Having overcome the first hurdle, a second, third, and so forth were inevitable. The relationship between the two had undergone an indescribable transformation. Especially for Lejana, her feelings for this man surged with an unprecedented fervor. Fang Tian was no mere wooden figure. He could certainly sense the shift in her demeanor if he would have seized the moment. Half-heartedly pushing forward, he could likely sweep her off her feet. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Fang Tian had no intention of doing so. It was not a matter of arrogance, but rather one of respect. After all, she had put herself in jeopardy for him. To take advantage of her vulnerability would be utterly unbecoming. There was a time for everything, and the future was still long. When Lejana had urged him to leave while she provided cover, Fang Tian's heart had stirred for the first time. This girl was deserving of his care and respect. Of course, one could not ignore the emotions of a woman. For instance, that very night, they found themselves resting side by side. Although it was merely Fang Tian holding Lejana as they slept, he did not overstep any boundaries. Lejana nestled against his robust chest, lulled to sleep by the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat. Meanwhile, Fang Tian, embracing this stunning beauty, kept his eyes wide open for half the night before finally succumbing to slumber. This time, Lejana had unleashed her bloodline power to its fullest extent, resulting in significant aftereffects. That single strike had left her bedridden for nearly 10 days before she began to recover. This was, of course, aided by Fang Tian's relentless massages and medicinal treatments. The power of the bloodline was not something that could be remedied by mere healing spells. Fang Tian sensed that the bloodline strength within Lei Jana was far from simple. It wasn't until nearly 20 days later that Lei Jana had fully recuperated, gazing at the towering figure of Gu Luosha. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. They had once been adversaries, yet now they found themselves united as allies. How does it observe its surroundings without eyes? Lei Jana mused quietly, her demeanor akin to that of an open-hearted young girl. Her words flowing more freely than usual. It possesses a unique spiritual eye. How can I explain it? It's somewhat akin to radar, with a perception that surpasses that of humans. This was a secret Fang Tian had discovered after subduing a Hao. No wonder it had been able to ignore the dense fog and deliver strikes from across the river back then. Now that Lei Jana had completely regained her strength, Fang Tian decided to return a Hao, who had been serving as a guardian for the past several days, to the divine ruin space for training. Thus, their journey transformed into a duet once more. Their mode of return was a trek across Fengyuan Ridge, rather than the flight they had taken before. With the first battle pet secured, Fang Tian felt a newfound confidence. After all, with the first, there would surely be a second. Along the way, they might even encounter new surprises in Fengyuan Ridge. Compared to the Lost Marsh, the dangers of Fengyuan Ridge were significantly lower, and for several days, they hadn't encountered a single beast resembling a threat. After all, Fengyuan Ridge was vast, and sometimes luck played a part. Fang Tian did not press the matter. The gains from this journey had already exceeded his expectations, and he was willing to leave the rest to fate. The two of them felt as though they were on a leisurely outing. Lei Jana occasionally dispatched an unwary small beast without even needing to release a Hao. However, Fengyuan Ridge was still a place of peril, and within a couple of days, they encountered a D-rank mid-tier flower-scaled viper, a 3-meter-long venomous serpent. Fang Tian did not permit Lei Jana to engage. Instead, he unleashed Gu Luosha. He intended to observe the combat effectiveness, but the moment a Hao appeared, a bone blade materialized in his grasp, and without a word, he executed a hellish strike. The massive blade aura, spanning 7 to 8 meters, instantly cleaved the flower-scale viper in two, toppling trees in its wake and creating a vacuum of space. Such a devastating display was undeniably terrifying. Once the strike was delivered, a Hao did not even glance back, simply turning to sit cross-legged. This display had certainly left an impression. Right? He had no eyes. Thus he had no need to look. This scene made Lei Jana understand the esteemed status of Beastmasters. Given Gu Luosha's current combat prowess, he was likely at the pinnacle of a 6-star human warrior. It took a gifted human martial artist 3 to 4 decades to reach the 6-star level. The A rank, they say, is a realm that human martial artists and mages cannot withstand at a S for the S rank. Well, there are barely 5 known to exist across the Eternal Continent, all in the hands of ancient beings. In this world, the limits of humanity cannot compare to those of battle beasts. Even with the integration of advanced technology, humanity has yet to conquer battle beasts and sometimes faces the threats posed by beast tides. Previously, Fang Tian had to rely on his own strength, but now he found himself significantly outmatched. And this was merely his starting point. Observing the thrashing flower-scaled viper, Fang Tian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, serpents possess considerable vitality, allowing it to endure for a while. Otherwise, that strike would have ended it swiftly. Fang Tian produced a scroll and tossed it forward, where it floated in the air, subsequently opening his battle pet space. The contract light emitted from the battle pet space illuminated the open scroll, which shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the contract's radiance onto the flower-scaled viper. The serpent transformed into specks of starlight. However, this time, the starlight did not rush into the battle pet space, but rather into the unfurled scroll. The blank scroll illuminated with special runes. An image of the flower-scaled viper was vividly etched upon it. Closing the battle pet space, Fang Tian took the sealed scroll in hand. The Battle Beast Sealing Scroll could only be crafted by Battle Beastmasters utilizing their battle pet space, serving as one of their economic resources. The flower-scale viper was now sealed within this scroll. Once the purchaser opened the scroll, they could release the intact flower-scaled viper and, upon defeating it, forge a contract. However, the highest tier of battle B sealing scrolls could only seal C-rank beasts. Anything B rank or higher surpassed the scroll's capacity. D. Oh, you not want this snake? Lejana inquired curiously. It's merely D rank. I have no use for it. Hearing Fang Tian's indifferent response, Lejana felt somewhat speechless. Her master had only been a battle beast master for less than half a year. Effectively a novice, though her understanding of battle beast masters was limited. The profession was quite popular, and she had picked up some knowledge through osmosis. For a battle beast master, still honing their skills with E and F ranks. A D rank beast was already a luxury, yet here was this man, starting off with a B and dismissing D rank as unworthy. Truly, it was an extraordinary turn of events. Meanwhile, Fang Tian reveled in his newfound fortune. This is worth 50 to 60,000. It's an easy catch that he would only consider a D rank if it were a special variety. Otherwise, one word sufficed. Sell. Such was his audacious approach. Over the next few days, 2 more D rank battle beasts were captured by Fang Tian and sealed within scrolls, each effortlessly dispatched with a single strike. Any second blow would be a loss on his part. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Oh, whoa! Is that a wolf's howl? As night fell, just as they prepared to set up camp and cook, the distant howls of wild wolves captured Fang Tian's attention. The howls grew increasingly fervent, occasionally met with responses from other wolves, creating a cacophony that, let's go take a look. This extraordinary scenario undoubtedly captured the attention of a certain individual named Fang. The two of them ventured towards the sound, and after traversing 2 remote hilltops, they beheld an exceedingly magnificent sight that a pack of wolves was galloping fiercely. Among them were D rank lower-level storm wolves, a sight that was indeed a rarity, but on the opposite mountainside, a robust and densely furred gray wolf was howling at the moon. A C-rank lower-level storm wolf king, the leader of this formidable pack. What could this mean? A stroke of fortune. After the initial surprise, Fang Tian began to scrutinize the entire battlefield meticulously. He observed that the valley below was shrouded in a pink mist. While the pack of wolves was charging down from the mountainside, their target clearly the fog. Within that mist, something ominous lay concealed. The wolf pack plunged into the pink fog, but shortly thereafter, the wolf king emitted a fierce howl, and the wolves emerged from the mist in a flurry. Fang Tian distinctly saw several storm wolves staggering out from a haze, wobbling as if inebriated before collapsing onto the ground. The pink mist was toxic. The remaining 70 or so storm wolves, under the Wolf King's command, opened their mouths, and a white vortex began to form gradually as they exhaled. A powerful gust swept through, dispersing the pink mist and revealing the true nature of what lay hidden within. Goodness! Now, this was something monumental. Upon witnessing the unveiled creature, even the typically composed Fang Tian could not suppress his excitement that a large, vibrantly colored flower anchored itself in the valley, its center revealing the figure of a half-woman. Rather than a mere woman, one might describe her as a female sprite. With pointed ears and a lower body intertwined with the flower, she appeared to have sprouted directly from it. Her upper body stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, while the flower's diameter was around 4 meters. Most astonishingly, this female sprite exhibited 2 entirely different forms on either side of her body. The right half of her face was serene and gentle. Her eyes closed, while the left half bore a fierce, wrathful expression reminiscent of a demon. Her long hair cascaded in a verdant hue, and her leafy chest covering mirrored this duality. The right side was a light green, teeming with vitality, while the left was a deep green, exuding a sinister aura. What manner of battle beast is this? A remarkable species that embodies both life and death. Even Lejana was left in awe. A nature-based, plant-type, C-rank upper-level rare species, known as the twin star of life and death. If it were merely a C-rank upper-level creature, that would hardly warrant such excitement, would it? My dear treasure, you are quite astute. This twin star is merely in its juvenile state. Once it reaches maturity, it shall become a B-rank upper-level dual queen. Fang Tian continued to enlighten Lejana with enthusiasm. The twin star is quite unique. Its roots must remain constantly embedded in the soil to absorb nutrients that, if detached from the earth, its power begins to wane, and after an hour without soil, it is essentially doomed. Its capabilities are formidable. It can nurture, combat, and emit toxins, a true polymath. Unfortunately, it bears significant weaknesses as well. While it thrives in the presence of soil, it falters without it, rendering it nearly incapable of competitive combat. Only upon evolving into the dual queen will it escape the constraints of the earth. And one might assert that as long as the dual queen is rooted in the ground, she becomes an existence of infinite endurance, invincible at her level. Moreover, this creature is exceedingly rare, as the conditions for the twin star's growth are incredibly harsh. Not only can it not remain detached from the soil for long, but its inherent natural power is also potent, making it akin to a substantial boon for other battle beasts. Considering all these factors, the survival rate is predictably low. This creature is hardly known even in the Ozan Federation, let alone in other nations. Hearing Fang Tian's words and observing the charging wolf pack below, Lijiana's beautiful eyes sharpened as she inquired, "Shall we first eliminate that pack of wolves?" "Not so fast. Let us observe the spectacle first." Although Fang Tian harbored intentions towards the twin star, he maintained a calm demeanor. Moreover, he did not believe that this pack of storm wolves stood a chance against the twin star embedded in the earth. As the two watched from above, the twin star initiated its action. Numerous thorny tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring and strangling the leading storm wolves, resulting in a gruesome shower of severed limbs and blood. A crimson rose appeared in the left hand of the demon-like visage, which was then flung forward, extending in the wind to transform into a whip of rose thorns with a swift lash. Several wolves that had evaded the thorny tendrils were dismembered with precision in a seamless display of fluid movements. The defenses were impenetrable, and in mere moments, over 20 storm wolves lay dead or gravely injured. Yet, under the Wolf King's command, they remained unwilling to retreat, though most lingered, whimpering as they sought opportunities to strike. Hesitant to re-enter the realm of the tendrils, it seemed they understood that this twin star was suited only for defensive warfare. Observing the wolves' reluctance to abandon the fight, the twin star flicked its right hand, releasing a seed the size of a bean, which shimmered with a verdant glow as it landed on the ground. Upon touching the earth, the seed rapidly grew, and within seconds, a dozen wooden guardians, approximately 1.6 meters tall, stood before the twin star. These rotund wooden warriors bore wooden spears on their left arms and wooden hammers on their right, with a sprout-like branch adorning their heads. These seemingly adorable wooden soldiers, after beating their chests with vigor, charged fearlessly towards the wolf pack. In an instant, a fierce clash erupted between the two sides. Wood chips and wolf blood flew in every direction as the battle raged on. The twin star conjured a spell with its right hand. A green orb of luminescence dropped to the ground, rapidly generating moss that spread like a carpet across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the moss extended throughout the combat zone, invigorating the wooden warriors who, upon stepping upon it, moved with newfound vigor, their spears and hammers swinging with ferocity, even the wounds upon their bodies beginning to heal with fresh wood. In stark contrast, the wolf pack found themselves slipping and struggling upon the moss. Rendered utterly ineffectual as a result, the storm wolves suffered significant casualties, their numbers dwindling to merely 20 or so. Had the twin star not been hindered in movement, it was likely that the entire pack of storm wolves would have been obliterated by now. Witnessing such a dire situation, the Storm Wolf King begrudgingly issued a retreat command. However, as it raised its head to howl and then lowered it again, the Wolf King's pupils suddenly constricted, and its fur bristled with alarm. On the steep, rugged mountainside, a colossal purple figure, armed with a blade at its waist, surged forth with terrifying speed, charging directly towards its target. With a swift motion of its bony blade, a hellish strike was unleashed, sending forth a massive crescent of cutting energy that cracked the earth as it advanced. The sheer ferocity of this assault even captivated the battling pack of wolves and the Gemini creatures. The Wind Wolf King, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a sound, hastily leaping to evade the lethal strike. Unfortunately, the thunderous howling that followed was relentless, as the dark golden bone blade struck with precision at the spot where the Wind Wolf King sought refuge, pinning it mercilessly against the mountainside. Anticipating its evasion, Ahau had already prepared a backup projectile, having honed his combat skills through rigorous training with various exotic beasts in the illusory realm. His combat experience and techniques had seen astonishing advancement during this period. After a chilling howl, the Wind Wolf King vanished, and the pack, bereft of their leader, scattered in disarray, losing their previous valor, as the Wind Wolves fled in panic. Fang Tian had no time to concern himself with them. He, along with Lei Jana, maintained a safe distance, fixated on the enigmatic Gemini. The two parties engaged in a tense standoff, neither daring to make a move. The moment Ahau executed his strike, the Gemini attempted to flee, but just as it emerged from the earth, Fang Tian and Lei Jana blocked its path. Lei Jana, having already depleted her previous weapon, wielded a spare long spear. Typically, a C-grade higher-tier beast, resolute in its intention to escape, would be uncontainable by the duo. However, the Gemini was of a legendarily limited mobility type, excelling in defensive battles but lacking in guerrilla tactics. Its combat prowess was significantly restrained while airborne, allowing Fang Tian and his companion to effectively implement a strategy of containment, rendering the Gemini unable to escape. With no other option, it reluctantly reburied its tentacle-like roots into the soil. With the thunderous, heavy footsteps approaching, Ahau, cradling the gravely injured Wind Wolf King, arrived before Fang Tian. Upon witnessing the greatest threat, the Gemini's expression shifted to one of grave tension, summoning thorny tendrils to encircle its form. Even drawing its petals inwards, poised for combat at any moment, Ahau cast the Wind Wolf King to the ground, and with a glimmer of dark gold, the bone blade was firmly in his grasp. The crimson crescent blade remained sheathed, suggesting that this mere foe did not warrant such a weapon's deployment. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Human, what do you intend to do?" Startled by the voice resonating in his mind, Fang Tian revealed an intrigued expression that he had not anticipated that the Gemini would possess such high intelligence, capable of mental communication. This revelation quelled his initial impulse to command an attack. "That I wish for you to become my contracted beast." Old Fang's response was straightforward and unembellished. "You wish to forge a contract with me? I am unable to fight away from the soil, and my nutrient requirements are substantial. I must frequently seek new fertile ground. Entering into a contract with me would bring you nothing but trouble, devoid of any benefit. And what if I were to insist on forging a contract with you?" Fang Tian's expression bore a hint of amusement. The voice in his mind fell silent for a moment, though reluctant. "It seems I have little choice." "Ha! I appreciate your candor. Very well. I shall ensure you willingly embrace this contract." Fang Tian's interest in such an intelligent combat beast as the Gemini grew ever stronger. With a flick of his wrist, a large blue and white porcelain general's jar materialized in his hand. This unexpected scene bewildered Lei Jana, who wondered why he had suddenly produced a large vase after standing in silence for so long. Of course, she was unaware of the ongoing mental exchange between the two. Upon opening the lid, a rich, dark soil was revealed. Lei Jana, standing nearby, was enveloped by a unique earthy aroma that invigorated her senses, awakening her mind and spirit. What a potent life force! The Gemini, even from a distance, sensed the irresistible allure emanating from the jar. This general's jar was among the seemingly useless treasures Fang Tian had salvaged from the Temple of the Divine Ruins. He had felt the soil's extraordinary properties and decided to keep the jar, although he had yet to find a suitable application for it. Farming? That thought had not crossed his mind, despite the rich life force. He could hardly consume soil after sustaining injuries. This artifact was somewhat akin to the jade bottle held by Guanyin, one containing earth, the other water, both with rather peculiar usages. Yet unexpectedly, the day had arrived when this treasure found its purpose. Every artifact has its rightful owner. Unable to resist the temptation, the Gemini sprang forth from the soil, racing towards Fang Tian with remarkable speed. Had Fang Tian not given prior notice, Lei Jana would have eagerly thrust her spear at it. Lowering itself, the Gemini eagerly grasped a handful of the dark soil from the jar, its expression brimming with excitement. "Become my battle pet, and this treasure shall be yours. I assure you, you will not find better nourishment." Fang Tian felt akin to a whimsical figure enticing a child with a lollipop. I agree. Given the presence of the ancient Luo Sha, The Gemini realized there was only one path forward: signing the contract. With such a splendid offer on the table, to refuse would indeed be foolish, a fragrant promise, without a doubt. As the light of the contract enveloped the Gemini, specks of starlight coalesced into a verdant galaxy. Diving into the pet space. Thus, Fang Tian acquired his second battle pet. The Gemini possessed a magical energy count of 10, leaving him with 23 units of space remaining in his pet space. He promptly summoned the Gemini forth. Upon its emergence, the Gemini's roots no longer burrowed deeply into the earth, but instead anchored themselves within the black soil of the general's jar. The jar expanded in size. Resembling an oversized vase, the Gemini, liberated from terrestrial constraints, floated jubilantly in the it resembled a flying potted plant. Though its speed was unremarkable, this newfound mobility, free from the ground's limitations, constituted a significant enhancement to its combat capabilities. Moreover, this energy for movement appeared inexhaustible and of exceptional quality. With a mere gesture, nearly 40 thorny tendrils erupted from the earth. The quantity had doubled since before, rather than harboring resentment toward becoming the battle pet of the young man before it. The Gemini now felt a twinge of annoyance at the delay in his arrival. Where on earth did you acquire such peculiar items? Observing the floating potted plant in the night sky, Lyjana's expression was a blend of astonishment and intrigue. This man's creativity concerning battle pets was indeed boundless. Just pick them up by the roadside. In regard to the duality of the Gemini star, Fang Tian bestowed upon her a name. Fang Muqing to AS for the reason why all battle pets share the surname Fang. I believe it requires little elucidation, given that this marked the first encounter with a battle beast capable of seamless communication. Fang Tian naturally engaged in frequent dialogue with Fang Muqing over the ensuing period. Through their exchanges, he discovered that this form of mental communication is a unique ability of the Gemini star. Known as heart speech, this ability is exceedingly rare. The Gemini star can convey thoughts and intentions through mental prowess, allowing for a reciprocal response if the other party possesses sufficient mental acuity. Otherwise, the communication remains one-sided. While every Beastmaster can engage in mental communication with their battle pets, achieving complete fluency necessitates a gradual process. For instance, between a Hao and Old Fang, their exchanges are satisfactory but still limited, leaving ample room for improvement. This remarkable skill, if harnessed effectively, could position Fang Muqing as a translator for Fang Tian's communications with certain battle beasts in the future. The gravely injured Gale Wolf King was sealed within a scroll by Fang Tian. Due to its ability to command a pack of Gale Wolves, it barely qualified as a C-level lower-tier beast, while its true strength barely scraped into the D-level upper tier, with minimal potential for growth, rendering it unworthy of a binding contract. As the number of battle pets gradually increased, Fang Tian's criteria for selecting beasts would inevitably become more discerning and fastidious, raising his standards considerably. With the addition of the Gemini star, the journey through Wind Abyss Ridge became significantly more tranquil. Each night, there was no longer a need to set traps or have a house stand guard. Simply placing a potted plant outside ensured a worry-free night. How? The martial enthusiast relished this newfound comfort, allowing him to focus solely on training and honing his skills within the Divine Ruins illusion. Upon reaching the central region of Wind Abyss Ridge, human figures began to appear in increasing numbers. Fang Tian and his companion chose to limit their interactions with others. In these deep mountains and old forests, one could never discern good from evil, and Old Fang was disinclined to seek trouble for himself. The adage "distance creates beauty" rang true. However, on one particular day, they stumbled upon a new discovery. While observing from a high peak, Fang Tian's gaze fell upon a cluster of corpses that gradually came into view. After confirming that there were no other unusual circumstances surrounding them, the duo cautiously descended the mountain to examine the bodies. 8 corpses, 7 males and 1 female, all fully armed and wielding firearms. The stench of decay was palpable, indicating they had been dead for some time, partially consumed by scavengers, rendering the scene grotesque. Having grown accustomed to bloody spectacles, Lyjana exhibited little reaction, merely finding the odor somewhat unpleasant. Fang Tian, however, donned a mask and gloves, furrowing his brow as he meticulously inspected the scene. Each corpse bore numerous horrifying penetrating wounds, the kind that pierced through the chest and exited the back. The skin was ashen, and the faces were contorted in expressions of despair and terror. They were mercenaries, all of whom had succumbed to poisoning, old Fang quickly concluded. Yet, no weapon capable of inflicting such penetrating injuries was found at the scene. Old Fang summoned Xiaoqing, an expert in toxins. Sharp branches extended from beneath the flowers, piercing the corpses to extract samples of the venom. It was a concoction of neurotoxin and myotoxin. Before long, Xiaoqing provided her analysis of the toxin. Can you neutralize it? Antitoxin is indeed one of my abilities. This toxin should pose no problem. However, if the dosage exceeds my capacity to neutralize it, I would still succumb to its effects. Nodding thoughtfully, Fang Tian said, "Come take a look here." Following Lijiana's, old Fang directed his gaze to a nearby tree. The trunk bore a similar penetrating wound, resembling those found on the corpses, due to the tree's size and sturdiness. It had not been fully penetrated. Fang Tian hurriedly approached. Inserting his gloved hand into the opening, he scraped out some black, fine particles that possessed a metallic texture. After handing these black particles to Xiaoqing for examination, it was confirmed they contained toxins. The mercenaries likely perished due to these black metallic substances, the combination of neurotoxin and myotoxin, alongside the black metal. Old Fang's brow furrowed even deeper as he rifled through his mental repository of battle beast records. But none seemed to exhibit these attributes simultaneously. Though not one to meddle in others' affairs, Fang Tian felt compelled to investigate this anomaly further. In old Fang's view, the murderer of these individuals was likely a battle beast of considerable strength. If it were human, they would have already taken action, disregarding mutual annihilation. Upon searching the corpses again, they discovered a functioning communicator among them. After signaling Lijiana to silence, Fang Tian dialed the directed call. All that met his ears was the crackling of electromagnetic noise, with no immediate response. Just as he prepared to hang up, a voice finally emerged from the other end. "Team B, are you still alive?" It was a somewhat irate male voice. The so-called Team B should consist of 8 individuals, 7 males and 1 female, all of whom are deceased. I am merely a passing adventurer, and I scavenged this communicator. "Do you require assistance?" "Damn it," came a frustrated outburst from the other end. "Hey man, sorry, I'm not targeting you. I'm just a bit on edge. We do need help. How many of you are there?" "Rest assured, we have a major client. Money is no object. 2 4-star martial artists. How much can you offer?" Upon hearing old Fang's words, Lijiana nearly stifled a laugh. Though her young master possessed some skill, he barely reached the level of a 2-star martial artist. Such tall tales were effortlessly spun. "Perfect. Hold on. Don't hang up. I'll surprise you." The other party sounded excited, and the call fell into a brief silence. Not long after, about 10 seconds passed. "Hey brother, how about 100,000 star coins for a 4-star martial artist within a week?" "That's indeed considerably higher than market rate. It seems you're facing quite the predicament." "No problem. Just provide me with your location, and we'll head over immediately." After noting the address, Fang Tian continued, "Could you kindly disclose what transpired? It would aid us in our preparations." "Ugh, don't even mention it. It's an aberrant gray king vulture. That damn creature has nearly wiped out my team." "Understood. We'll arrive as swiftly as possible." After hanging up, Fang Tian displayed a perplexed expression. The gray king vulture, a sea-level mid-tier battle beast of the beastly avian type, inherently lacked venomous capabilities. Could it be due to the aberrant nature? Aberrant beings, also known as subspecies, can be simply understood as mutations of battle beasts. Certain individuals within a species may, due to their growth environment or fortuitous circumstances, acquire unique abilities. Such battle beasts are typically referred to as aberrant beings. For instance, changes in appearance or the transformation of a single attribute battle beast into another, or the addition of an attribute, all fall under this category. Aberration and evolution are not synonymous. Evolution generally refers to a qualitative leap in a battle beast strength, such as progressing from C level to B level, or B level to A level. Regardless of the method, be it growth, training, or technological enhancement, once a battle beast strength ascends to a higher tier, it can be termed as evolution. Aberration can be classified into beneficial and detrimental categories. which is easy to understand. Beneficial aberration signifies strength enhancement through mutation, while detrimental aberration indicates the opposite. Therefore, aberration can influence a battle beast's strength, but this impact can be either positive or negative. After contemplating, Fang Tian ultimately decided to investigate further C-level, mid-tier, aberrant, but in truth, these keywords hold little allure for Lao Fang. What truly swayed his decision were the words raptor. He is currently in dire need of aerial and aquatic creatures. While the aquatic ones can wait, except for certain specialized beast combat competitions that include marine events. Most arenas are typically open-aired. Open air implies certain conditions that require no elaboration. With the 2 cards in his hand, he feels no pressure in ground combat, yet he is at a distinct disadvantage when it comes to aerial engagements, especially against a fortification-style combatant like Shao Qing, who is tactically outmatched. Hence, to refine his beast combat system, it is imperative to incorporate aerial beasts. Naturally, there is little to discuss regarding Lei Jana. Wherever Fang Tian goes, she follows. During their journey to the designated location provided by the mercenary leader, the duo stumbled upon numerous mercenary corpses. The manner of death was consistent, penetrating wounds and poisoning. Among the deceased were even a 4-star mage and a 3-star martial artist. Lao Fang sensed something amiss, even if a C-level mid-tier Grey King Vulture underwent benign mutation. Its power would merely reach the level of a C-class upper tier that a group of professionally trained, well-armed mercenaries, combined with 3 to 4-star martial artists and mages, could not possibly suffer such devastating losses. Could they? Did that Grey King Vulture achieve a qualitative transformation through mutation, breaking into the B-class realm? If so, the extent of its mutation is astonishing. A.S. doubts lingered, his curiosity intensified. After 3 days of travel, they finally reached the location specified by the mercenary leader, a cave that was easy to defend but hard to attack. However, Lao Fang did not rush in. Instead, he took out a high-powered telescope and began to covertly observe from a concealed position on the opposite mountain. He decided to watch for a while longer. Through the telescope, Fang Tian realized that the cave had been artificially blasted from a narrow gap between 2 mountains, with clear signs of violent breaching. The cave was expansive, marked by a perimeter of warning tape, electric barbed wire, and a heavy machine gun post. All intact. 8 mercenaries were stationed along the perimeter, their expressions grave, with dark circles under their eyes, visibly suffering from fatigue. Their uniforms matched those of the corpses they had encountered earlier. Clearly, this group had opted for a strategy of fortification, coupled with the scattered corpses observed on their way. It was evident that in the battle between humans and beasts, humanity was decidedly on the losing end. Yet, the Grey King Vulture was nowhere to be seen. Lao Fang was not lacking in patience. He instructed Lei Jana to conserve her energy and rest well, while he released Shao Qing as a scout and continued his observation with the telescope. Hours passed in this manner. The mercenaries on guard began to show signs of declining morale. Occasionally yawning. 1 mercenary at the machine gun post even succumbed to drowsiness, slumped over in his seat. Lao Fang noticed that this group clearly had not rested adequately, otherwise they would not exhibit such a lack of vigilance. He zoomed in on the drowsy mercenary, aiming the telescope at the one whose head was tilted back, mouth agape. Suddenly, the head vanished in a flash of black brilliance, silently disappearing, with a crimson spray erupting from the severed neck. The abruptness of this horror startled Lao Fang, causing his hand to tremble, nearly dropping the telescope. A more timid person might have screamed in shock, clutching their chest in terror. After the initial shock, Fang Tian quickly adjusted the lens and zoomed out to capture the broader scene. In the frame, a massive blackbird with a wingspan nearing 10 meters soared into the air, clutching a standing mercenary in each of its enormous yellow talons. As if lifting infants, the terrified screams and chaotic gunfire drew the attention of all. That a swarm of individuals rushed from the cave, only to be met with the gruesome sight of 2 bodies plummeting to the ground. The colossal blackbird had already ascended into the clouds, disappearing without a trace. IT had arrived silently and left without a sound, leaving behind a group of terrified humans. Among those rushing out of the cave were not just mercenaries, but also a martial artist. Most appearing disheveled, bleary-eyed, and some even bare-armed, With their belts askewed, it was apparent that many had been resting inside the cave moments before. The sudden appearance of 3 corpses dispelled much of their lethargy. Some wept, while others collapsed to the ground. A somber atmosphere enveloping the crowd that moment. A middle-aged man in black leather boots and a matching coat emerged from the cave, loudly addressing the crowd. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be the leader of this mercenary group and the very individual with whom Lao Fang had communicated. Due to the considerable distance, Fang Tian could not discern the man's words. However, after a series of fist pumps and arm gestures, the morale of the entire team seemed to lift slightly. Those who needed to attend to the bodies did so, while others resumed their posts. The atmosphere becoming less morose. Lao Fang lowered the telescope, his expression grave, even somewhat dark. That massive bird was certainly not the gray king vulture. Although the creature moved with ghostly swiftness, Fang Tian had barely managed to capture a glimpse of its shadowy form. Yet, after reviewing the footage from his telescope, he confirmed that it was far from the so-called gray king vulture, as the physical characteristics were simply too dissimilar. Moreover, by observing the state of these individuals, he deduced a clue. The primary battleground of this black bird likely occurred at night. The gray king vulture lacked night vision capabilities, and its combat efficiency at night was inferior to that during the day, further negating the possibility of its involvement. Regrettably, he had not glimpsed the bird's frontal visage. However, it was clear that the mercenary leader had been deceitful. Fang Tian retreated into the tent for a well-deserved rest. Knowing that the real spectacle awaited them that evening, as night fell, the two refrained from lighting a fire to avoid revealing their position, opting instead for a simple meal of rations. Lao Fang shared his observations with Lei Jana. Whether the leader's ignorance was intentional or not mattered little. They were here for their own purpose, as long as the opposing side did not harbor ill intentions towards them. Fang Tian was indifferent to the other party's thoughts. His sole concern was that they did not provoke his side, lest consequences ensue. Mercenaries, along with those mages and martial artists, had clearly come to Fengyuan Ridge for a significant patron. That patron was likely within the very cave itself. As darkness settled, Fang Tian and Lei Jana, each equipped with a telescope, nestled close together on the mountainside, peering toward the cave. Lao Fang even thoughtfully laid out some sunflower seeds, drinks, and mineral water in front of them. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere across the way, these two spectators eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. After dinner, the opposing side took up their positions. However, disappointment set in as the hours stretched into the early morning without any sign of action. Around 3 a.m, as Lao Fang dozed peacefully, Lei Jana nudged him awake. "It's happening." Instantly alert, Fang Tian grabbed his night vision telescope. Before the cave, chaos erupted. Gunfire and shouting mingled in a cacophony. The enormous blackbird was wreaking havoc, its dark wings flapping violently, casting off feathers that soared like deadly projectiles in the strong winds. The sound of flesh being pierced, accompanied by anguished cries, echoed all around as some individuals were struck by the feathered blades. The sleek black feathers, nearly 40 centimeters in length, proved fatal upon impact. This moment, Fang Tian finally comprehended the source of those penetrating wounds, that a blue magical barrier unfurled before the cave, temporarily withstanding some of the feathered assaults. Yet, the expression of the 4-star mage grew increasingly flushed, clearly indicating that he could not hold out for long. The mercenaries, equipped with night vision goggles, began to raise their weapons and fire. The enormous black bird deftly maneuvered, and even when a few stray bullets struck it, they merely sparked harmlessly against its metallic feathers, failing to breach its defenses. With a series of whooshing sounds, several RPGs launched directly into the sky amidst a white tail flame. The black bird spread its wings, summoning a visibly violent whirlwind around itself. The incoming rockets were all drawn into the vortex, and with a powerful flap of its colossal wings, they executed a bizarre U-turn, hurtling towards the cave instead. Was this a demonstration of a Tai Chi push? With a resounding explosion, the misfired rockets detonated at the cave entrance, resulting in chaos. The black giant bird made no sound and did not pursue its advantage, instead retreating once more to a concealed location, landing upon the trunk of a massive ancient tree. In that moment, Fang Tian finally glimpsed the full visage of this creature, through his telescope. Standing upon the tree trunk, its body measured over 4 meters in height, only slightly shorter than a how, completely enveloped in jet black, with a rotund physique, a short, rounded tail, and powerful, sharp yellow talons. Its obsidian eyes contrasted against dark golden sclera, and its beak was both resilient and curved. Flanking its head were sharp, bony horns resembling those of a ceratosaurus, adorned with clustered feathers. Its face was akin to an enlarged version of an owl's, exuding an oddly fierce yet endearing demeanor. Yet this portly behemoth could sever a head with a single wing flap and effortlessly rend a person apart with its talons. Thus Fang Tian discerned the true identity of this formidable avian. It was a beast of the wild, a raptor classified as a lower B grade, known as the ghostly radiant owl, and it was an aberrant specimen at that. Typically, ghostly radiant owls sport gray feathers, boasting formidable defenses but lacking the metallic quality. They wield wind magic yet are devoid of venom. This aberrant entity, perhaps having consumed some metal, had somehow transformed its feathers into razor-sharp, metallic blades, imbued with potent toxicity, and no wonder old Fang had failed to identify it at first. Amidst these benign aberrations, this ghostly radiant owl's combat prowess rivaled that of mid-tier B-grade beasts. With its terrifying night vision and silent flight, this creature was a true assassin under the cloak of darkness. Its predatory behavior during the day indicated that the owl was toying with these humans. Observing their plight, it was evident that their minds and bodies were suffering greatly, unless humans provoked it. The ghostly radiant owl would typically choose to evade confrontation rather than attack, as humans were not part of its diet. However, should one dare to provoke it, it would become a relentless vendetta. This creature bore a grudge fiercely. Just then, the ghostly radiant owl launched another assault towards the cave entrance. Although the mercenaries, engaged in rescuing the injured and clearing the battlefield, were alarmed, they maintained their formation. With the sentinels reactivating their defensive fire, clearly, they had gleaned experience from their recent tribulations. Unfortunately, despite their ample firepower, they were powerless against the source of their fear. To the ghostly radiant owl, these live-fire weapons were scarcely more effective than toys. Beneath a sky filled with black feathers, the mage conjured another defensive barrier, while the mercenaries provided support fire from the rear. Under the pressure of the feathered onslaught, the massive ebony figure suddenly surged into the crowd from an unexpected angle. With a single wing, it swatted aside a 3-star martial artist who attempted to block its path, brazenly seizing 2 mercenaries before everyone's eyes. Amidst faces etched with despair and terror, 2 crushed bodies plummeted to the ground. The silhouette of the ghostly radiant owl vanished once more, soundlessly retreating into the night. That it was a game, a thorough and chilling manipulation, a mercenary, unable to withstand the crushing weight of despair any longer, succumbed to madness, bursting forth from the defensive perimeter and wildly firing his weapon. "Come out, you beast! Face me in a fight to the death, coward!" Hiding in the shadows, once the frenzy passed and he regained some semblance of calm. The surrounding woods remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. "Go retrieve that fool." The leader, emerging from the cave, said in exasperation. 2 mercenaries exchanged glances, silently agreeing to carry out the command. However, just as they took a few steps, they froze in terror. Was that the familiar yet terrifying silhouette of the black bird materialized soundlessly behind the raving mercenary? The deranged individual, now panting and leaning on his knees, sensed something amiss, a chill running down his spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He shakily lifted his head. He saw the same expressions of fear mirrored on the faces of his comrades within the defensive line. "Open fire!" It was unclear who shouted, but the frantic cry galvanized everyone, prompting them to unhesitatingly squeeze the triggers of their firearms. It seemed the only way to grasp even a sliver of safety. As the mercenary fell amidst a pool of blood, his wide eyes reflected disbelief. He never imagined he would meet his demise at the hands of his own comrades. Meanwhile, the ghostly radiant owl, like a phantom, vanished once again from sight, leaving behind only a cold corpse, lifeless from a misfired grenade. Damn it! The mercenary leader's gaze burned with rage, as if it could consume those around him. The suffocating silence and the vacant, soulless expressions of his men drove him to the brink of madness. If this continued, they would surely perish here. The mercenaries did not wish to flee, but rather found themselves unable to escape. Rather than face a fate of becoming corpses in the wilderness, they preferred to huddle together and take a stand. Glancing back at the cave entrance, a shadow of inscrutable intent crossed the leader's face. That bird truly possessed a lethal sting. Regiana unconsciously murmured, still peering through her telescope. Tiske, if you lack the ability, do not provoke beings far more powerful than yourself. How pitiful, forever relegated to the status of ignorant cannon fodder. Old Fang felt little empathy for the grim spectacle unfolding below. From the bird's perspective, it seemed entirely justified. If you could harm me, I could just as easily harm you. How fair that was. However, standing in humanity's corner, Fang Tian pondered, why should I align myself with that group? Did he appear to resemble Maria? As for why he stood with the bird, the reason was simple. The cunning, cruel, and astute ghostly radiant owl captivated old Fang. He desired it, and he would have at this point. Fang Tian retired to rest and sleep. As the night wore on, he remained unconcerned with the tussle between the bird and humans, for he had already gleaned the information he sought. Meanwhile, Regiana remained engrossed, watching with keen interest through her binoculars throughout the night. The following day, after tidying up and exchanging a few words with Regiana, the two strode boldly towards the cave. Halt, from a distance. The vigilant mercenaries aimed their weapons. However, upon realizing they were human, they breathed a sigh of relief, and a flicker of joy appeared on their worried faces. Don't misunderstand. I spoke with your leader. My friend and I are here to assist. Please, come in. Upon hearing they were there to help, several mercenaries eagerly ushered them inside. Welcome. As they entered the cave, the mercenary leader approached with a smile. You must be a Tian and a Jia, correct? A Tian and a Jia were the pseudonyms Fang Tian had chosen. As the leader shook hands with Fang Tian, he scrutinized the two closely. Upon catching sight of Regiana, the half-dragon maiden, he visibly paused but quickly dismissed it. Indeed, we spoke previously over the phone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Byron, the leader of the Razor Mercenary Corps. I'm grateful for your chivalrous assistance. Now, let me take you to meet our employer. Without further ado, Byron turned and led the two individuals into the depths of the cave. The cavern was notably expansive, with a considerable area designated for resting mercenaries and the wounded. Despite the divisions, the space appeared quite chaotic and cluttered. The mingling sense of clothing, footwear, and perspiration compelled Lao Fang and Lei Jana to don their masks immediately. Lao Fang observed that the black feathered blades, upon detachment, evaporated rapidly, especially when in contact with blood, thereby intensifying their toxicity. This was also the reason why only wounds were found on the corpses, without any trace of the weapon used. After traversing approximately 50 meters, they encountered a 10-meter-long, unoccupied corridor. Upon passing through, a right turn led them to a secluded chamber, which was the innermost part of the cave. Even before entering, a tantalizing aroma of cooked dishes wafted through the door. Pushing it open, they beheld a lavish dining table laden with a variety of delicacies. At the table sat two young individuals, a man and a woman, both appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, their attire indicating they were of considerable wealth. On the opposite side of the table was a middle-aged man, eyes closed in meditation, garbed in what seemed to be the attire of a mage. The badge upon his chest clearly indicated his rank as a 5-star mage. Lao Fang was certain that this 5-star mage had not been present during the fierce battles of the previous day. Allow me to introduce you, a Tian. This enchanting young lady is named Michelle, a prestigious beastmaster hailing from the renowned Brown family of Xiangjin City and our employer for this venture. The young gentleman beside her is Chad, a friend of Miss Michelle, and this esteemed individual is the illustrious 5-star mage, Lord Delu, who serves as Miss Michelle's personal protector. Through Byron's introduction, Lao Fang discerned the identities of the three within the room. Where is the caviar? Michelle inquired with a furrowed brow. David, you fool, can you not serve the dishes more promptly? Where is my beloved caviar? Chad stood, shouting into the room. Coming, a rotund chef hurriedly approached, placing a tray upon the dining table. The contrast between the opulence within the cave and the harsh realities outside elicited a bitter smile from Lao Fang. From the moment the two entered until Byron concluded his introductions, the trio at the table scarcely lifted their gazes. Their arrogance was palpable and ostentatious. When the caviar was finally served, Michelle raised her head to scrutinize the newcomer, paying particular attention to Lao Fang. After all, handsome men are always worth a glance. Conversely, Chad's gaze cast a disapproving glance at Lao Fang. However, upon seeing Lei Jana, Michelle's expression soured considerably, her striking features and alluring figure provoking intense displeasure. Why is there a mixed blood wretch here? Upon uttering this, Byron felt a surge of frustration. In a time when manpower was critically needed, these two were engaging in counterproductive antics. This group of pampered scions seemed oblivious to the meaning of dire straits. Patting Lijana's smooth hand, Lao Fang offered her a calming glance. It appeared that Miss Michelle looked down upon their status. Thus, it would be wise to avoid entanglements in this murky water. A B-rank spectral owl? TSK, not something to be trifled with, what? Byron exclaimed, his expression one of shock, before turning to Michelle, whose demeanor also shifted, yet she maintained an air of indifference. Why is the leader, Byron, so astonished? Are you not aware of what that blackbird is? As he spoke, Lao Fang casually handed over his reconnaissance device. Upon receiving the device and examining the relevant information, Byron's expression darkened further. Miss Michelle, I require an explanation that a C-rank mutated gray king vulture. This is the information our employer originally provided regarding that avian beast. Explanation. If I were to divulge the truth, would you not all be frightened into a frenzy? A B-rank mutated spectral owl is something I intend to capture without fail, Michelle replied, a smile dancing on her lips, unperturbed by the implications of her words. But my team can only contend with C-rank beasts. Had I known it was a B-rank creature, I would have never accepted this job. You are deceiving us. Byron's fury was palpable. Leader Byron, mind your tone. The situation is as it stands, and further words will avail us nothing. We must unite to address the predicament at hand. Michelle is a beastmaster, and she naturally desires to seize any precious beast. I hope you can understand that, if necessary, we can simply increase the payment. Chad interjected, coming to Michelle's defense that I demand triple the compensation. Otherwise, if my men discover they have been deceived, I cannot guarantee they will not revolt. Are you threatening me? Michelle's tone turned icy, rousing the five-star maid from his meditative state. The atmosphere grew tense. Miss Michelle, I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish for you to comprehend our precarious situation. My team has dwindled to a mere quarter, and if you believe you can handle that beast, I am prepared to leave with my men at this moment. Byron stood firm, unyielding. Michelle, do not take offense. Leader Byron possesses a valid point. That mutated spectral owl is indeed formidable. Upon hearing Chad's counsel, Michelle shot Byron a piercing glare, but ultimately waved her hand, signaling Chad to resolve the matter. Chad, accustomed to catering to the whims of his goddess, nodded eagerly before turning to Byron. Triple it is. I hope Leader Byron will exert himself. Should you manage to capture that spectral owl, I may even offer additional remuneration. We too demand triple. Had we known it was a B-rank beast, we would not have returned. However, we can leave at this juncture. Lao Fang unexpectedly joined in, advocating for increased payment. Chad, we are in dire need of manpower. Byron added, offering his support. Chad gritted his teeth, eventually relenting. He had ventured into the outer regions and possessed a clearer understanding of their current predicament. Meanwhile, Michelle remained blissfully indifferent, savoring her meal, her focus solely on the spectral owl, utterly unconcerned about Byron and Lao Fang's fates. After accepting half of the advance payment, the three exited the room. Following a few casual exchanges, Byron led the two to a separate, modest chamber where they could rest away from the mercenaries. Although simple, the room allowed them to avoid mingling with the raucous crowd. Byron appeared to be a decent fellow, but that woman deserved to be dealt with. Once Byron took his leave, Lei Jana engaged her master in conversation. Good heavens! As expected from someone who has thrived in the arena, she immediately calls for blood. This dragon lady certainly holds grudges. You, despite your courage and daring, still lack the cunning and guile necessary for such schemes. What do you mean? Lei Jana inquired, sensing a deeper meaning in Lao Fang's words. D. Oh, you truly believe Byron is unaware that the creature is a B-rank spectral owl? Ah, this revelation startled Lei Jana, who pondered momentarily before responding. You mean, for the sake of profit? Precisely, you grasped it instantly. He likely harbors a beast reconnaissance device, eagerly awaiting the day to confront the employer regarding the payment increase. Those soldiers are merely collateral. The more that perish, the less he has to share. This mercenary leader is indeed ruthless. Lei Jana's assessment of Byron took a sharp turn. Do not be deceived by his previous defense of us. Byron is far from a benevolent soul. He is acutely aware of the perilous environment surrounding him. Every individual yearning for survival hopes we remain, and Byron is no exception. Observing Fang Tian's serene and composed demeanor, Lei Jana's heart inexplicably leapt with fervor. Although she was ostensibly the elder, this man outshone her in every respect, save for physical combat. He even surpassed her in culinary skills. On the battlefield, you shield me as we advance. In life, allow me to guide you. This tender sentiment caused Lei Jana to involuntarily rest her head upon Fang Tian's shoulder, her arms encircling her master's neck. Surely, you do not intend to throttle me. The room resonated with their playful banter, leaving outsiders to believe they were merely on a leisurely holiday. As dusk approached, Byron arrived, his countenance grave, summoning the pair to a meeting. Lei Jana reverted to her familiar, frosty demeanor, her inner warmth reserved solely for the man named Fang Tian. Others. She remained the formidable black dragon warrior who had emerged from the tumult of battle. Upon entering the main chamber, 8 individuals gathered for the meeting. The mercenary leader Byron, Lei Jana, and Fang Tian were joined by a 3-star warrior and a 4-star mage, who had fortuitously encountered the group and offered their assistance. Along with Michelle, Chad, and the 5-star mage, Chad, a mere 2-star warrior, was essentially present as his goddesses attended. With the inclusion of Fang Tian and Lei Jana, a sense of urgency permeated the assembly. They could no longer afford to remain passive. This was Byron's strategy, and the majority concurred. Currently, I possess only 5 squads, totaling 40 individuals, and the armaments at our disposal are woefully inadequate against the ghastly Huang Owl that I urge everyone to share their insights. Furthermore, I must emphasize that we can no longer afford to delay. The condition of my mercenaries is such that they may not endure the night. Byron's succinct remarks extinguished any notion of retreat. I should have invested more in hiring a formidable mercenary company at the outset. Now, nearly all are perishing, yet I have failed to exert any pressure on the ghastly Huang Owl, and I must take matters into my own hands. Michelle's offhand comment rendered many present somewhat uncomfortable. Naturally, Fang Tian and Lei Jana were exceptions, as they nonchalantly enjoyed the fruits on the table, nearly monopolized by old Fang. I apologize for disappointing Miss Michelle, but I must implore her assistance. Without it, this task is insurmountable for us alone. Byron, cunning and eloquent, proposed a plan. I will set up a magical formation, and you shall lure the ghastly Huang Owl into it for 30 seconds. At last, the 5-star mage Delu spoke. Did you hear that? This is our course of action for tonight. Remember, I require the ghastly Huang Owl alive. Should anyone inadvertently slay it, I shall ensure they meet a most gruesome fate. To date, Michelle has not yet engaged in battle, nor has her mage guardian Do. Upon first encountering the ghastly Huang Owl, an excited Michelle had intended to summon her combat pet, but the seasoned Delu advised against such rashness. That aberrant, ghastly Huang Owl was far beyond their capabilities. He required time to prepare a formation. Thus, during the forthcoming confrontation, Michelle strategically positioned the Razor mercenary group as a front line, while she and her companions concealed themselves behind the defensive line. As for the fate of the mercenaries, would she, the one who paid for their services, truly care? Byron understood Michelle's intentions all too well. He was indifferent to the casualties among his subordinates. His only concern was whether he could profit more. Leaders who regard their soldiers as kin do exist, but regrettably, Byron was not among them. Delu completed his formation diagram, and Michelle unilaterally issued commands. Everyone began to prepare. 30 seconds may seem brief, yet given the current lineup. Confining the cunning, ghastly Huang Owl to a single location for half a minute posed a formidable challenge. In stark contrast to the tension and busyness of others, Fang Tian and Lei Jana. Spear in hand, remained leisurely, seemingly unconcerned. It was merely a matter of a few 100,000. Why risk their lives? Typically, martial artists are subjected to strength assessments when hired, but under the current dire circumstances, no one could afford to adhere to protocol. Otherwise, Old Fang's 2-star warrior status would be revealed. Yet, what did it matter? In this dire situation, what was there to fear from exposure? At the cave's entrance, a massive magical formation had been meticulously arranged and concealed beneath a layer of sand. To maintain the secrecy of the formation setup, Byron sacrificed a squad of mercenaries to divert the ghastly Huang Owl's attention. The outcome hinged on the events of this very night. As darkness fell, all took their positions. The mercenaries, along with the 3-star warrior and 4-star mage, served as bait outside the cave, while the others remained hidden within. Initially, they had intended for Fang Tian and Lei Jana to join them outside, but the seasoned veterans would not acquiesce so easily. With a declaration that they were responsible for protecting the illustrious and beautiful Beastmaster Michelle, they left their companions speechless. Michelle did not object. Although she possessed some protective spells, one could never have too much protection. Her soul battle beast was set to play a pivotal role, and thus, she required guardians nearby. Chad, clad in flamboyant armor, unabashedly proclaimed himself forever loyal to his goddess as the foremost knight. Yet, faced with this 2-star warrior, who had been thoroughly bested by her summoned creature, Michelle merely offered a derisive smile, too apathetic to respond. Observing Chad's disgruntled expression nearly elicited a laugh from Old Fang. After all that flattery, he had not even managed to garner a scrap of attention. Having encountered the ghastly Huang Owl on multiple occasions, Byron had gleaned some understanding of its behavior. He positioned a mercenary as bait at the center of the formation, ensuring that others maintained a considerable distance, rendering him appear more isolated. The sound of gunfire erupted once more, and the ghastly Huang Owl returned. Amidst the cacophony of terrified cries, it barreled into the formation like a tiger amongst sheep, wreaking havoc and carnage. Its black wings, adorned with metallic feathers, were akin to 2 massive cleavers, cleaving through all in its path. The 3-star warrior wielding dual blades attempted to strike from behind, only for his blow to land upon empty air. Above, a fellow mage shouted, but it was too late. The shadowy giant had seized the warrior's shoulders, tearing him asunder with a swift motion. The gruesome sight of his dismembered remains caused those of timorous disposition to retch. The ghastly Huang Owl, having dispatched the 3-star warrior, showed no signs of retreat. With a flap of its wings, a flurry of black feather blades hurtled toward the 4-star mage. The prepared mage hastily conjured a magical shield to protect himself, and with gritted teeth, he sprinted toward the formation. Meanwhile, the mercenary at the center had long since fled. Yet, after its initial strike failed, the cunning beast chose to retreat. It had never been one to linger in battle. Just then, Byron executed a swift tactical roll into the formation, brandishing a sniper rifle crackling with blue electric arcs, and fired at his target. With a resounding boom, the blue laser projectile streaked forth, grazing the ghastly Huang Owl's wing, leaving behind a trail reminiscent of a shooting star across the night sky. Such rapid reflexes, truly, it was worthy of being favored by the wind to such a distance. That massive form could still evade with agility. Fang Tian marveled at the creature's keen instincts. Stung by the pain of the shot, the ghastly Huang Owl's ire was ignited. Once more, a torrent of black feathers descended upon the 2 within the formation. The 4-star mage hastily activated his magical barrier, striving to buy Byron precious time to reload. Lowering its head, the creature gazed incredulously at the black feather embedded in its chest. The 4-star mage coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, as though struck by a sudden illness. The black feather blades shot forth in a furious state beyond the capacity of a mere 4-star mage to withstand. Just then, the electromagnetic sniper rifle in Byron's hands finished recharging, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger once more. In the face of the incoming blue laser, the ghostly owl, wings tucked in, executed a swift head movement, narrowly evading the laser that grazed its ear. During this moment, it seemingly wore a disdainful smile. Can a bird look so impressive while putting on airs? A surge of warmth filled Fang Tian's heart. while Michelle's eyes were already ablaze with fervor. The ghostly owl transformed into a ground-walking chicken, brazenly striding toward Byron, whose face had turned ashen within a magic circle. The weapon is formidable, but can you even hit your target at this distance? How many shots can you fire? The moment the ghostly owl stepped into the edge of the formation, Byron turned and fled. Seeing its prey attempting to escape, the ghostly owl launched itself into a low-altitude flight. Not yet attacking. This roar was almost heart-wrenching. It was truly fighting for its life. The mercenaries surrounding the scene swiftly drew their trap guns, launching metallic nets toward the ghostly owl within the magic circle. The spatial gate before Michelle opened, and a massive white spider, approximately 8 meters in length, leaped forth at a C-class elite beast, Arachnid, the forest white choker. Good heavens, what wealth they possess. This could be classified as one of the highest grade battle beasts available in the market. As the choker emerged, it unleashed a barrage of white webs from its mouth, spreading toward the magic circle. At that moment, the ghostly owl had just effortlessly freed itself from the metal trap net and was caught directly by the white webs. The choker's webs were far superior to those technological products, and the ghostly owl found itself momentarily ensnared. With a flurry of wing slashes, although the webs displayed remarkable resilience, they could not withstand the continuous slicing of the metallic wings, beginning to fray and tear apart. Just as the ghostly owl seemed poised to break free, Byron fired another shot from his electromagnetic sniper rifle. The ghostly owl shielded itself with its wings, absorbing the impact of the shot, which sent it staggering back a few paces. "You fool, stop shooting." As the ghostly owl distanced itself further from the center of the magic circle, Michelle angrily halted Byron's barrage. At that moment, the choker shot out a thick strand of web from each of its front legs, precisely ensnaring the ghostly owl's limbs. Subsequently, the two began to struggle against one another, and one anticipated that the choker, nearly twice the size of the ghostly owl, would be thrown off balance, staggering awkwardly. Had it not been for its rear legs anchoring its form, it would have been in an even more precarious situation. As the ghostly owl was about to break free from the confines of the magic circle, old Fang timely gestured to Legiana. Receiving the signal, Legiana dashed out of the cave, spear in hand. Leaping into the air for a fierce downward strike, the ghostly owl, ensnared by the choker, was momentarily caught off guard, its head struck by the powerful blow, while it did not suffer any substantial harm. The sheer force of the attack momentarily dazed the giant bird, allowing the choker to seize the opportunity and pull the ghostly owl back slightly. With the strike successful, Legiana did not linger in battle, quickly retreating to Fang Tian's side. Meanwhile, the 30 seconds had finally elapsed. With a sudden opening of his eyes, the meditative Dulu unleashed the red circular magic circle, glowing with arcane runes, from the ground. Sensing the impending danger, the ghostly owl prepared to exert its strength, but a multitude of iron chains and hooks erupted from the magic circle, ensnaring it tightly and binding it within. This was a powerful binding formation. Legiana glanced at Fang Tian with a hint of anxiety, receiving a reassuring look in return. Until now, the ghostly owl had maintained a mocking demeanor, although this meticulously planned binding formation appeared formidable. Old Fang did not believe it could truly contain the ghostly owl. Even the most potent electromagnetic sniper rifle was far from sufficient. Could they rely on the choker? It would likely be the first to be torn apart. The only potential threat lay with the 5-star mage Blue, but alas, he was presently occupied with maintaining the binding formation and could not spare any effective power for an attack. Most importantly, for the ghostly owl, the game had only just begun. As the prey was ensnared, everyone rushed out of the cave, while the ghostly owl's once dull eyes now focused intently on Dolly. It could clearly sense that the formation binding it was inextricably linked to this middle-aged man, who was weaving spells. With a whoosh, the two-head darts atop the ghostly owl's head shot toward Dulu with deadly intent. Prepared for the attack, Dulu instantly erected a defensive barrier amidst a shower of sparks. The darts were deflected, and Dulu stumbled back several steps. The deflected darts, still brimming with momentum, surged toward the unprepared choker, successfully severing 2 of its front legs. Infuriated, Michelle roared in anger, failing to consider her own responsibility in matter. Had she trained her communication skills adequately, This blow would not have been so easily executed. After the darts returned, the ghostly owl spread its wings, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Its black feathers detached and swirled around it, forming a defensive black blade storm. Under the onslaught of this terrifying AoE attack, the anguished cries of mercenaries echoed, their numbers dwindling rapidly. Fang Tian and the others were progressively forced to retreat by the expanding black blade storm. You all need to think of a way to subdue it. My formation cannot hold much longer. The binding chains within the formation began to fracture, beads of sweat forming on Dulu's forehead as he retrieved a piece of primal essence stone to replenish his strength. Subdue it? How can we subdue it? This black blade storm is impenetrable. How can we hope to succeed? The group exchanged frantic glances, and with gritted teeth, Michelle hastily commanded the choker to burrow underground. Meanwhile, Chad had already retreated to the back of the group, his face ashen as a two-star warrior. His presence would only serve as a liability. Just then, Byron suddenly realized that only 4 of them remained. Where had Fang Tian and the mixed-blood girl gone? Had they been caught in this black blade storm? At that moment, the black blade storm began to subside, allowing the 4 to gradually discern the situation within the magic circle. A soundless black beam shot forth from the formation. Dulu stared blankly as he lowered his head to examine the massive hole in his chest. With his heart pierced through, he tilted over and collapsed with a thud, never to draw breath again. How? Is this possible? Michelle murmured that in that instant. As the 5-star mage fell, this young heiress seemed to finally grasp the meaning of the word crisis. Meanwhile, Chad simply crumpled to the ground, his pants soaked. Byron, however, did not dwell on it. He chose to flee. His mind clear, he understood that with Dulu's death, the plan had utterly failed. Now he could only hope that these 2 wealthy offspring would buy him some time to escape. The ghostly owl slowly closed its gaping maw, the dark beam of death, akin to a phantasm, emanating from its very being. As it rapidly grew, its wings expanded once more, and it let out a triumphant cry, as if declaring itself the ultimate victor of this contest. With Dulu's demise, the formation, stripped of its primal essence, began to collapse, the chains snapping piece by piece, granting the ghostly owl its freedom. With a thunderous roar, a massive white creature erupted from the earth, engaging in a fierce struggle with the ghostly owl. It was none other than the choker, now missing 2 legs. Michelle began to flee as well, finally realizing that if she did not escape now, she would be trapped for good. She paid no heed to Chad, who she didn't even glance at. Me. Michelle, wait for me. Spotting the goddess hastily departing, an anxious Chad scrambled after her, suddenly finding himself less feeble. Just then, a crimson crescent moon tore through the dark earth in a rumble, eliciting a look of terror from Michelle. The ghostly owl, entangled with the choker, suddenly felt every feather on its body stand on end. For the first time, it sensed the threat of death, yet the binding chains within the formation have not completely vanished. And a large spider clings to its body, leaving it momentarily unable to evade or defend itself effectively. Boom! Under the horrified and dazed gazes of Mitsai and Chad, the nearly 10-meter-long crimson crescent effortlessly tore through the bone strangler, delivering a devastating blow to the body of the Guowang owl. In their eyes, the seemingly invincible Guowang owl let out its first cry of agony, its massive form sent flying by the crimson moon's energy blade, showering the ground with a torrential downpour of blood. Alas, if only you had summoned a bit of spirit, I wouldn't have to intervene. Beneath the night sky, Fang Tian approached slowly, while Lei Jana willingly fell back half a step, faithfully standing guard with her spear. Who are you? Mitsai questioned, a mix of shock and fury evident in her voice as she beheld the familiar figure. Boom! A colossal silhouette wielding a sword suddenly descended behind Old Fang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mitsai's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. The demon sword saint, our Beastmaster. This sudden twist in events was simply beyond Mitsai's comprehension. She was no fool. The masked identity of the other party clearly indicated a shared goal, namely, the Guowang owl. Who are you? Why did you deceive us? Meanwhile, Chad, standing to the side, appeared slightly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Fang Tian, however, was indifferent to their plight, as his objectives remained unfulfilled. The fallen Guowang owl struggled to rise from the ground, its swaying figure a testament to the terrifying lethality of the Crimson Crescent. The hellish strike delivered by a Hao, wielding the crimson residual moon, was far more potent than the original hellish strike emitted by the Bone Blade. With this blow, one of the Guowang owl's wings bore a wound deep enough to expose bone, nearly severing it entirely. Thanks to the confinement of the binding formation and the distraction of the Bone Strangler, this strike was able to connect. Otherwise, given the Guowang owl's formidable reflexes and agility, it would have been nearly impossible to land a hit. A flicker of light appeared in the spatial door before Fang Tian, and the twin star, Shaoqing, floated out. With a single wave of her hand, countless thorny tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the still-rising Guowang owl before it could react. Severely injured, the Guowang owl's mobility was greatly hindered. Yet it continued to struggle fiercely, refusing to yield, as its black feather blades shot forth, severing the binding thorns. However, as soon as it cut through one, another tendril would take its place, the speed of regeneration surpassing that of destruction. As long as they remained rooted in the soil, Shaoqing's endurance was unmatched. Even wounded, the Guowang owl remained ferocious. At this rate, exhausting it would require considerable effort. Truly wild in spirit, a Hao, deliver a fatal blow. Upon receiving the command, a Hao sprang into action. Before he even arrived, the Bone Blade was already released. The thrown Bone Blade opened another gaping wound on the Guowang owl. Up close, a fierce hand strike landed on its neck. And at last, the Guowang owl's neck tilted, rendering it unconscious. At this moment, Mitsai stood petrified, the demon's sword saint, the twin stars of life and death. She muttered in disbelief, hardly able to trust her own eyes. Envy, jealousy that bordered on madness. Who is this man? Such an extravagant battle pet configuration. Could someone of our youth truly possess such a thing? Wait, the combined magical energy of these two exceptional beasts must exceed 20. Looking at his age, he seemed to be a few years younger than herself. Even if he were a genius, a typical battle pet space could hardly accommodate more than 20 magical energy points. This pair of beasts must be his limit. Oh, I still have a chance. With this thought, Mitsai's mind began to race again. Handsome brother, could you let me have this Guowang owl? Name your price. The term handsome brother made Leijana frown slightly, and Chad's expression darkened considerably. Fang Tian turned his head, only to see Mitsai, who had shed her previous arrogance and aloof demeanor, her eyes sparkling with newfound affection. Oh, how much do you have on you? Show me, and I might consider it. Remember, you only have one chance. Old Fang also revealed an intrigued smile. Clearly, he lacked sufficient magical energy space. The other party's actions further solidified Mitsai's suspicions. Self-satisfied, she unabashedly began to produce the wealth from her storage ring, urging Chad to contribute his possessions as well, a total of 8 chests, estimated to be worth nearly 20 million star coins. If brother thinks this is insufficient, upon returning to Xiangjin City, I can pay an additional 30 million. Of course, if brother desires something else, that can be arranged as well, such as Mitsai seductively licked her lips. The meaning clear, yet a glimmer of something menacing flashed in her eyes. Burning trash. Old Fang silently scoffed, but before he could speak, Chad excitedly jumped up. Mitsai, I'll help you pay. You don't need to slap. A swift turn and a forceful hand covered Chad's face, silencing him and forcing his words back down his throat. Shut up. Does my family lack money? Do you need to show off here? Am I in need of a man to spend my money? Fool without any sense. Puffed. Seeing Chad's pitiful expression, meekly unable to speak, Old Fang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, a sycophant should not expect favors. Shaking his head, he exchanged a knowing glance with Leijana, while Fang Tian nonchalantly approached the heavily injured and unconscious Guowang owl. As Mitsai's frozen smile lingered, Fang Tian opened the battle pet space, and a beam of contract light illuminated the Guowang owl. In no time, starlight converged like a galaxy. The contract was signed successfully. Guowang owl, occupying 13 magical energy points, left Fang Tian's battle pet space with 10 magical energy points remaining. How is this possible? How can Mitsai stood there, her face as pale as a ghost, as she muttered incessantly. After 3 years of class change, she herself had only attained 15 magical energy points. Even if she captured the Goang Owl, she would first need to dissolve her contract with the Bone Strangler before signing a new one. But this person, how could this be? The wealthy young lady could no longer tolerate this violation of common sense and screamed in madness. Why? Why can you continue to sign contracts? Who are you? Are you some ancient monster that used strange, secret techniques to regain youth? It's unfair. It's unfair. I was the one who spotted that Guehwang Owl first. You despicable, treacherous scoundrel, return the Guehwang Owl to me. You said there would be a trade? You swindler, lacking integrity, may you die a miserable death. If I return, I will ensure you meet a dreadful end. Mitsai, seemingly driven to madness, cast aside all pretense and charged recklessly towards Fang Tian, resembling a rabid dog intent on tearing him apart. Yet a formidable and towering figure stood in her path. Startled, Mitsai looked up to find herself meeting the gaze of amber golden eyes that loomed over her. When dealing with the dying, there is no need for integrity. Forcing you to offer money was merely a convenience, saving the trouble of searching for spoils later. A chilling aura of murderous intent filled the air, causing Mitsai to gasp. In that moment, Lejana transformed back into the bloodthirsty black dragon warrior of the arena. The spear shot forth like a dragon, aimed directly at the heart. The strike was lethal. In a state of panic, Mitsai hastily conjured a barrier of ice crystals as a beastmaster. Apart from commanding beasts in battle, she was also adept at providing various buffs and possessed formidable self-preservation abilities. After all, if she were to perish, her beasts would meet the same fate, which made the instinct for self-preservation a paramount concern for any beastmaster. Moreover, certain battle pets would forcibly breach their spatial confines to rescue their owners when faced with life-threatening injuries. Thus, assassinating a beastmaster was far from a simple task. However, circumstances are relative. While Mitsai did possess defensive spells, her limited cultivation experience put her against a seasoned 4-star martial artist capable of unleashing 5-star combat prowess. Furthermore, she was currently without her battle beast. With a single thrust, the ice crystal barrier shattered. Noticing the unusual sensation, Lejana twisted her spear and it directly sent Mitsai flying. You think you can protect yourself? With her spear held diagonally, Lejana advanced with determined strides. No, please don't kill me. I have money. I can offer you a fortune. Blood trickled from Mitsai's lips, her pallor betraying her genuine fear. The excruciating pain in her chest made her acutely aware that her assailant was not jesting. This bloodthirsty, violent woman was indeed capable of taking her life. Having been pampered since childhood, Mitsai had only ever trampled upon others. This was her first encounter with death looming so closely. Moreover, her sole battle pet. The Strangler was still in the midst of recovery after its battle, leaving her without any safety net. I personally prefer the haughty and unruly demeanor you displayed when you insulted me as a half-breed, Lejana remarked with a cold smile, her murderous intent intensifying. Her advance never faltered. You will not harm Mitsai. Chad, adorned in flamboyant armor, stepped forward with his great sword drawn, placing himself protectively in front of Mitsai. Rest assured, Mitsai, as long as I am here, I will never thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh caused both Lejana and Fang Tian to freeze in shock. Chad felt a chilling sensation in his lower back, the coldness draining him of all strength. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the blood-red blade in Mitsai's hand, his eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. What a surprise, a betrayal from a teammate. He had vowed not to trouble them. Should he break that vow, they could inform his family of the events unfolding before them. Chad belonged to a prominent family in Shangjin City, and should he be slain, his family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Cough? Overwhelmed by agony, he spat out a mouthful of blood, finally succumbing to his fate, his eyes remaining unclosed. Clap, clap. Old Fang rhythmically applauded at a sight to behold, truly remarkable. Miss Mitsai, you are simply exquisite. You agree, don't you? Tell me you agree. Mitsai seemed to harbor a hint of desperation in her tone. If I were Miss Mitsai, My first course of action upon returning home would be to exhaust every means to eliminate tonight's two witnesses. For only the dead can keep secrets forever. In the depths of meat-sized despair, Fang Tian waved his hand dismissively. Eliminate her. He was no longer inclined to indulge in idle chatter with this spoiled and venomous woman. With a resolve to act, Lejana swiftly closed the distance, her spear radiating a fierce orange glow, aimed at the same target. Thud! This time, the protective armor could not withstand the force. Meatsai was impaled by the spear wielded by the Black Dragon warrior. You cannot kill me. I am. After a violent cough of blood, her head tilted, and this venomous heiress finally embarked on her journey to the underworld. That night, apart from Fang Tian and Lei Jana, no one survived. Even Byron, who had fled first, met his demise at the hands of Guluo Sha before he could react. Among this group, he was one of the strongest yet most ruthless individuals. And old Fang had been keeping a close watch on him, in this desolate land, devoid of human presence and communication. Violence had always proven to be the most direct and effective solution to problems. In certain circumstances, it might even be the least costly, if mercy would lead to adverse outcomes and unnecessary troubles. Then old Fang suggested that anyone wishing to play the role of a benevolent saint should feel free to do so. Above the clouds, a large black bird soared through the sky like a bomber. A man and a woman sat upon its back, gazing into the distance. Finally back, Fang Tian sighed in relief, taking in the sight of the towering city walls and curling smoke on the horizon. After nearly 2 months, they were on the brink of re-entering human civilization. The massive blackbird, serving as their flying steed, was none other than the ghost flame owl they had previously tamed. It now bore a new name, Fang Gugu. Its incessant calls of Gugu prompted Fang Tian to bestow upon it such a straightforward and blunt name. During this time, the creature had spent most of its days sparring with a Hao in the illusionary realm of the divine ruins. It seemed that the owl still bore a grudge over that initial clash. One flew high above, while the other remained earthbound, yet both were embroiled in a spirited rivalry. Though a Hao's strikes were formidable, Fang Gugu was resolute, asserting that as long as it soared high and swift enough, it would evade a Hao's blade. Having cultivated the nether void of the underworld, a Hao had rendered the ghost flame owl too wary to engage in close combat, forcing it to maintain distance for ranged attacks. However, its black feathered assaults yielded little success against the Hao's increasingly refined swordplay. Even when struck by some stray feathers, its demonic constitution provided exceptional physical defense and resistance to toxins. Over time, Fang Gugu found itself on the receiving end of most encounters that on several occasions, a Hao managed to cleave it down from the sky using the nether voids techniques. Nevertheless, the resilient creature grew stronger with each defeat. Furthermore, should it wish to avoid confrontation, a Hao had no means to pursue it, as it lacked wings to fly. As their battles intensified, both combatant strength and experience were gradually on the rise. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing occasionally emerged to bask in the sun, ensuring her steady development. She had no desire to engage in combat with the two B-grade fiends. In a secluded area on the outskirts of the city, the pair landed quietly, with Fang Gugu returned to the divine ruins. Descending the mountain, the distant outline of the desolate city loomed ahead of that moment. The sun was setting, and due to their offbeat route, they encountered few travelers along the way. There are people ahead. Lijuna's sharp gaze directed Fang Tian's attention to the front, where something appeared to be crouched on the ground. As they drew closer, faint sounds of weeping reached their ears. No, that's far too small. Just a few meters ahead on the road lay a little girl, sobbing softly as she carefully gathered scattered flour with her small hands. She appeared to be around 10 years old. Dressed in worn, faded clothing with some patches, yet she was not dirty or disheveled. Rather than a mere girl, she resembled a delicate little doll. Sensing their presence, the girl paused her task, raising her head, allowing Fang Tian to see her face. With shoulder-length black hair and large, glistening eyes, her tear-streaked cheeks gave her the appearance of a porcelain doll caught in the rain. However, her frail form and pallid complexion suggested some degree of malnutrition. Upon noticing the towering figures of Fang Tian and Lei Jana, the girl was so startled that she halted her sobbing, kneeling in place, too frightened to speak. observing this adorable little girl with black hair and eyes. Fang Tian felt a surge of compassion that he rummaged through his storage ring, extracting some rice along with cooked meats, fruits, and various canned goods, placing them into a sturdy plastic bag and gauging its weight. Satisfied that it would be manageable for her to carry, he crouched down, smiling gently as he said, "Don't pick that up. The flour will get dirty if it falls, and eating dirty things can make you sick. Here, take this." Gazing at the bountiful supplies within the convenience bag, the young girl momentarily found herself at a loss, standing there in a daze, her hands remaining idle. Fang Tian gently placed the bag into the little girl's arms, tenderly ruffled her hair, and then rose to continue his descent down the mountain, while Lei Jana quickly followed suit. Wait a moment." Her voice was soft and melodious, yet distinctly clear. Fang Tian halted, observing as the girl hurriedly stood up, struggling with her short legs to catch up, looking up at him with her pure, unblemished eyes and saying, "Thank you, but I have no money," seeing the little one steadfastly extending the bag towards him. Old Fang chuckled, "It's a gift for you, no payment necessary. But my grandmother said that nothing comes without. Darling, let us race to see who can reach the bottom of the mountain faster." With those words, old Fang took off down the hill. Lei Jana cast a gentle glance at the bewildered little girl, a soft smile gracing her lips, before shouldering her spear and sprinting after him. "You treacherous master. Don't you think you can win me over by running ahead?" In the blink of an eye, the small figure watched as the two silhouettes grew ever more distant. "Who would have thought you possessed such a kind heart?" Hearing Lei Jana's teasing remark, old Fang chuckled lightly. "The way you say it makes it sound as though I'm some merciless fiend," he added. "Besides, you've been rampaging through the arena. I've never called you a demoness. Yet here you are mocking me." Lei Jana's cheeks flushed a shade of crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. By the way, that little girl is all alone. Are you not concerned about her in these dense mountains?" "Not at all. By the look of her. She likely resides in the mountains and knows the paths better than we do. There are still some mountain dwellers living around the outskirts of Huangming City. And given that this area borders Fengyuan Ridge and is a frequent site of human activity, it's quite safe." Upon entering the city, the two indulged in a lavish feast at a hotel, taking a well-deserved rest for the night. The following day, old Fang commenced addressing his pressing matters. First, he called his grandfather, Fang Ingjia, to assure him of his safety. After all, being in a signal-deprived wilderness for nearly 2 months must have caused the old man considerable worry. However, he refrained from disclosing any information about his presence in Huangming City, as it was evident from his grandfather's demeanor that he still believed Fang Tian was studying in Yunfei City. This realization confirmed to Fang Tian that his family had not sent anyone to track or monitor him, suggesting a complete abandonment of their previous concerns, which was precisely what he desired. Next, he offloaded some of his recent acquisitions, such as the sealed scrolls for battle beasts, to an auction house, eagerly awaiting a substantial profit. Finally, he planned to purchase the most luxurious house and car, and enroll in the finest school. Following about with some bandits on Fengyuan Ridge, he currently found himself in no short supply of funds. The most prestigious school in Huangming City was Zhanhua Academy. Initially, due to his capture of battle beasts, Fang Tian had missed the enrollment deadline. However, a significant financial contribution, coupled with his status as a beastmaster, enabled him to secure a place. Principal's son pounded his chest, declaring that missing out on talent was an unforgivable act. Of course, had he hesitated even slightly while accepting the payment, old Fang might have been momentarily swayed. Fang Tian had also carefully considered the matter of education. At his age, it was certainly inappropriate to be idle, and obtaining a diploma was essential. His primary elective was beast research, with the secondary focus being beast master training, the former in the morning and the latter in the afternoon. With a quarter of a year remaining until the biannual official district competition for beast masters, he felt no pressure whatsoever. Given his current configuration of battle pets, competing in the most basic district competition would be akin to Li Kuei storming a kindergarten, effortlessly dominant. Next came housing. Fang Tian promptly invested millions to acquire a lavish standalone villa near Zhanhua Academy. Moving in with Leihana, it was clear that he had no intention of residing in the dormitories. "Can't you hire some servants?" Lei Jana's expression shifted between annoyance and embarrassment, her gaze fixed fiercely on the man before her. clad in a black and white maid outfit, though not of the risque variety. Her ensemble was modest, featuring a long skirt and long sleeves. Yet, even in such attire, her statuesque figure made her the perfect clothes hanger, and her demeanor radiated an aura that suggested she could draw a blade at any moment. I'll sort out hiring servants later. For now, endure a bit, occasionally put down the sword, whip up some meals, and tidy up the place. Consider it relaxation. Fang Tian had his sights set far into the future. His ambitions would undoubtedly require a hand to manage mundane affairs. Until he found suitable talent, he preferred to maintain a simpler lifestyle, as trustworthy individuals were still few and far between. But I'm really not very good at it. Lejana expressed a hint of helplessness. She was adept at combat, but cooking, preparing a meal for herself was one thing, but for the man before her, truth be told, it made her somewhat anxious, because she cared. She felt apprehensive. Since their acquaintance, they had primarily dined at restaurants in the city, and when in the wild, it was mostly Fang Tian who cooked. She had hardly prepared any meals. Rest assured, take your time learning. I am not picky. Well, you said it. If I end up cooking poorly, you want to be upset, right? Not at all. I'll be sure to praise you. With old Fang's assurance, Lejana felt less apprehensive. Her enthusiasm renewed as she eagerly pulled out her phone to browse recipes. Just as Fang Tian was about to head out to procure some household supplies, his expression suddenly changed, and he hastily ascended the stairs. Do not allow anyone to disturb me before tomorrow evening, regardless of the importance. Wait until I emerge to discuss any matters. Seeing her master's unusually serious demeanor, Lejana, though uncertain of the cause, nodded resolutely without further inquiry. By the way, Tianyun, tomorrow is your first day reporting to school. Report to what? I'm taking the day off. Beneath the dimly lit sky, the charred earth lay fractured, its mountains cleaved, interspersed with the remnants of colossal bones, stretching endlessly to the horizon. This scene resembled a battlefield ravaged by an apocalyptic conflict. Amidst this desolate and uneven terrain, a young man with dark hair moved like a scavenger. Wielding a shovel in one hand and carrying a sack over his shoulder, his feet swift and nimble, his youthful and handsome visage was dotted with the laborer's sweat, yet was adorned with a remarkably radiant smile. He appeared somewhat foolish as he wrinkled his nose, prone on the ground. The scorched earth did not deter my quest for treasures, for I could detect their peculiar scent, with a deft swing of the hoe. A skeletal figure, along with tattered garments, was unearthed within mere minutes. Old Fang opened several porcelain vials he had scavenged, inhaling their contents, a fragrant aroma, securely sealed, not spoiled. These medicines are usable. Swiftly, he tossed them into the sack and continued on his path. Since the Grand Palace doors had opened, Fang Tian had been prospecting on this ancient battlefield for nearly 12 hours. The air was thick with a palpable pressure, which had once impeded old Fang's progress to less than 3 kilometers in a single day during his first visit. However, as his cultivation advanced, his physical prowess strengthened, and the weight of that pressure diminished somewhat. At least now, after 12 hours of scavenging with his makeshift gear, he still retained considerable stamina. Not to mention, under that inexplicable pressure, even his spiritual awareness had been significantly constricted. Nevertheless, with the elevation of his cultivation level, old Fang believed that his efficiency in treasure hunting here would only improve. During these 12 hours, his most significant discovery was the Baihu chapter of the 4 symbols returning to origin technique. This thrilled old Fang immensely, as he had been searching for it for several years and had finally gathered half of it. Thus, his foolish grin was quite understandable. Fang Tian continued to wander across the vast expanse of the ancient battlefield, subsequently uncovering numerous other trinkets. At long last, he arrived before a colossal structure, a gigantic skeletal frame. Old Fang could scarcely fathom what kind of divine beast could possess such a titanic form, reaching from earth to sky. Yet, even this terrifying behemoth lay buried in this place, and a bold idea sparked in Fang Tian's mind. He tied the sack around his waist and began to ascend the skeleton in a mode of unarmed climbing. After all, he had already gathered a commendable haul during this visit, and he wished to climb higher, to see if he could behold a different vista. After an indeterminate ascent, Fang Tian tilted his head upward and suddenly noticed something lodged within the bones nearby. Having previously encountered the hardness of these bones, he knew well the risks of climbing higher. As he drew closer, he finally discerned that it was a crescent blade. The hilt was a vibrant green, crafted from an unknown material that resembled jade. Exuding a delicate translucence to the base of the blade, a golden dragon's maw gaped, poised to bite the edge, while the entirety of the blade was inscribed with azure seal characters, glimmering with a chilling radiance, sharp enough to pierce the heart. The spine of the blade featured small holes adorned with red tassels, adding an exquisite charm unique to Chinese weaponry. Old Fang placed his hand upon the back of the blade, surprised to find it warm to the touch, rather than cold. However, in the next moment he shuddered, beads of sweat erupting as his hair became drenched. He beheld a pair of enormous eyes, reminiscent of brass bells. Although the vision vanished in an instant, what he saw within those dark orbs, the fury and hatred contained therein, seemed capable of upheaving the very heavens. Goodness, this crescent blade exudes an overwhelming aura. Though no further illusions appeared, old Fang, still shaken, withdrew his hand from the blade's surface, instead grasping the emerald hilt. Its icy coolness contrasted starkly with the previous heat, effectively balancing the extremes. What a remarkable find. Indeed, it was a divine weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, old Fang yanked the crescent blade from its skeletal resting place. Holding it aloft, he decided to name it the Qingtian Yingyue Dao. With the blade secured upon his back, he continued his ascent. This realm belonged to the world of spiritual awareness, rendering his storage ring from reality useless. Otherwise, Fang Tian would not have resorted to using a sack for immediate utility. Regrettably, time did not permit him to climb much higher. 2 hours later, darkness enveloped him, and he was forcibly teleported back to the palace gates, which were now slowly closing. The day had come to an end. Old Fang sat upon the ground, emptying the sack to begin tallying his findings. Your realm of spiritual awareness is quite formidable. Raising his head, he noticed Shao Qing had floated over, accompanied by a bruised and battered chicken. It was clear that it had just finished a scuffle with a Hao. Not too bad. Manageable, Fang Tian replied, engaging in a self-deprecating jest. Shao Qing, possessing a keen intellect, sensed that this place was not their original domain, but rather an independent world of consciousness. Moreover, the power of this realm was astonishingly beyond comprehension. Yet, even with such knowledge, Shao Qing could only conclude that it was impressive. Without a frame of reference or comparison, the exact measure of its might remained elusive. Old Fang paid little mind to these intricacies, offering no further explanation. The loyalty of battle pets to their beast masters is unquestionable. Should the beast master perish, so too shall the battle pet. Should the contract be severed, the battle pet would cease to exist, and the power to dissolve the contract rested solely with the beast master. In essence, once the contract was signed, they were bound for life, never to escape their fates. That moment, Fang Tian examined a black orb, roughly the size of a billiard ball, with great curiosity. This orb was intriguing. Upon channeling original spiritual energy, the surrounding space would plunge into darkness, reminiscent of a domain artifact. However, it likely harbored additional functions yet to be discovered. Just as old Fang contemplated stowing the black orb away, the plump chicken waddled over, bouncing on its toes in a flash. It ducked down before old Fang could react. The orb vanished from his grasp. What? It ate it! The gluttonous bird. Fang Tian sprang to his feet, not overly concerned about the orb itself, but rather anxious about the potential consequences for Guihuang Owl. Yet, the plump chicken unfurled its wings, joyfully swaying from side to side. With a melodious call, the sky suddenly darkened, leaving old Fang momentarily blinded. As the victim of this turn of events, he soon realized that the darkness was not merely a loss of light. Even his senses and consciousness had been severely dulled. What the? This is possible. This skill, for the Guihuang Owl, a creature of the night, was akin to adding wings to a tiger. After ensuring that it had not sustained any significant injuries, old Fang allowed it to proceed. Now endowed with a new ability, the plump chicken energetically set off to challenge the knife-wielding demon once more. Meanwhile, old Fang withdrew from the realm of spiritual awareness, returning to the realm of reality. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the familiar silhouette of a graceful figure. "Are you finished?" Upon hearing the commotion behind her, the armored and spear-wielding guard, Lejana quickly turned, her excitement palpable. This was a city, yet still a private residence, with security assured. There was no need for such tension. The girl clearly exhibited the signs of a sleepless night spent on guard. "It's fine. You know my physical condition well enough," Lejana jested, showcasing her bicep with a proud expression. "Now, hurry and get some rest." "That's an order." Seeing Fang Tian emerge, Lejana's previously tense demeanor relaxed, and she was all too eager to comply with the directive. "By the way, this is for you to—" As she felt the rush of air from an object being thrown, Lejana turned to catch the Qingtian Yinhua Dao, now in her hands. "What is this?" Looking at the magnificent, hefty long-handled weapon, Lejana's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is called the Qingtian Yinhua Dao. It can slash and stab, quite similar to your axe and spear, perfectly suited for you." When the weapon was acquired, Lao Fang had already contemplated its ultimate destination. "Thank you." Lejana dashed forward and swiftly planted a kiss on her master's cheek, before turning and retreating to her room, clutching the large sword that by the way. "The meal is ready. It's in the pot. Just heat it up." Her blushing head peeked through the door crack, and after speaking, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. "Next time, kissing the cheek doesn't quite count as affection." After shouting towards the door, Lao Fang chuckled and made his way downstairs. "Classmates, let's extend a warm welcome and invite the new student to introduce himself." As the balding middle-aged professor's words echoed. Fang Tian, clad in a suit-like uniform, strode confidently onto the podium. Tall, handsome, and with an admirable physique, he instantly captured the attention of every male and female in the class. "Wow, he is so handsome," one girl exclaimed, her heart fluttering. "Indeed, and he looks incredibly fit. I heard he is only 16, another girl eagerly chimed in. This guy ditched us on his first day. He clearly doesn't care about his studies." A boy muttered with palpable disdain. Regardless of the murmurs from the audience, Lao Fang maintained his characteristic smile and addressed them. "Hello everyone. My name is Fang Tian. It is an honor to transfer to Zhanhua Academy and share this experience with all of you. I look forward to your guidance as we progress together. Thank you." His standard, polished speech garnered a decent round of applause, predominantly from the girls. "Please find a seat for yourself, Fang," the old professor instructed, to which Lao Fang nodded and made his way down. Ignoring the waves of eager and suggestive glances, he headed straight to an unoccupied window seat at the back row by the window. The realm of the king to his relief. This prime spot was vacant. "All right, let us commence our lesson." The balding teacher's words redirected everyone's attention back to the front. The subject of beast warfare was quite popular, with nearly 100 students in the class. The course primarily covered the habits of combat beasts and various related developments. Fang Tian attentively took notes during the lecture. Initially, the professor held a negative view of the newcomer who had taken a leave on the first day. But Fang's earnest attitude prompted a subtle change of heart. As the morning progressed, Lao Fang found the class to be quite engaging, deepening his understanding of combat beasts. After lunch at the cafeteria, he slipped home for a brief rest, only to repeat the same routine in the afternoon. However, the number of students in the Beastmaster training course was significantly lower, totaling less than 30. After all, the profession had its barriers to entry. Not everyone could simply join. Most of the students were affluent young masters and ladies. The instructor, named Gavin, was a 32-year-old Beastmaster, ranked 14th in the city's adult group. Given his age and ranking, one could only say his talent was rather mediocre. Only those in the top 10 of the city were eligible to participate in state-level competitions. In other words, this Gavin had never even competed at that level. Those under 30 in the sub-youth group had not broken through the city ranks, and it was only more challenging in the adult group. Nevertheless, the students in this training class were mostly 15 or 16, beginners who, let alone compete, often hadn't even acquired a combat pet. Therefore, Gavin was more than capable of leading this foundational class. However, his lectures were lacking in substance. He was far more adept at boasting about his past glories, speaking with fervor that could inspire one to tears. The students, being young and inexperienced, were captivated, many of the young ladies hanging onto his every word, occasionally cheering in excitement. The atmosphere was undeniably vibrant. Seated in the back, Fang observed the group of girls playing volleyball outside the window, finding the sight of youthful vitality far more stimulating than listening to banal tales of grandeur. He was already contemplating what excuse to concoct to skip the afternoon class. Thus ended his first day as a student at Zhanhua Academy, having not made any new friends or crushes. Showing little interest in the academic environment that merely served as a bland seasoning in his life. Returning home that evening, Lao Fang was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Impressive, your culinary skills seem to be improving. Lei Jana, donning a maid outfit, just finished bringing in the last dish, her heart swelling with joy at the compliment. So, how are the beautiful girls at school? Quite a few, why do you ask? Are you feeling jealous? Without pretense, Lao Fang cut straight to the chase. Who's jealous? I'm just inquiring, Lei Jana stammered, attempting to retreat to the kitchen, but her hand was seized tightly, preventing her escape. With a firm grip, Fang turned her around. Facing each other, their breaths palpable in the tense air. What are you doing? Sensing the firm hand on her lower back, Lei Jana lowered her gaze, anxiety washing over her. The fierce dragon girl, undaunted by any peril, found herself crumbling under the intensity of the man's gaze. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Regardless of other women, you, Lei Jana, hold a unique charm in my heart that no other woman can replace. Do you understand? As she absorbed those resolute words, Lei Jana's body relaxed. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her beautiful vertical pupils no longer evasive, but filled with determination. In that moment, Lao Fang was caught off guard as something lunged at him. Warmth enveloping his lips, he nearly gasped for breath. In that year, at the tender age of 16, he transformed into a dragon knight, claiming first blood. This world, having lost a boy and a girl, gained a man and a woman. As the morning sun filtered through the curtains, Lao Fang, like a precise alarm clock, opened his dark eyes right on time. After years of habit, he had long since parted ways with the notion of sleeping in. Feeling the warmth of the sleeping figure in his arms, Lao Fang drifted into thought. Last night, both had exhibited extraordinary stamina, their actions bordering on madness. Sighing, he retrieved his phone, adeptly requesting a leave of absence. Missing 3 days out of 5 was quite a feat. After covering Lei Jana with a blanket, he gently rose, satisfied to see her still asleep, and proceeded to wash up and head downstairs to buy groceries. He had to ensure she was well fed. After purchasing the ingredients, Fang noticed he still had time to spare, so he decided to wander around. However, as he strolled, he inadvertently found himself in a lower-income neighborhood. It was termed a common area due to its cleanliness, devoid of beggars on the streets. Most residents here had yet to awaken or cultivate their innate spiritual powers, although their economic conditions were modest and educational levels limited. They were generally kind and gentle. A few playful children passing by even greeted Lao Fang with enthusiasm. When he made purchases, the vendors displayed a respectful demeanor towards the elegantly dressed young gentleman. Although they remained polite and cautious, there was no deception. The transactions were straightforward and prices were quite reasonable. This made Fang consider returning to shop here in the future. When a flower girl passed by, he bought a large bouquet of fresh roses. Yet, after his purchase, he recalled that this was something Xiaoqin could conjure with a mere wave of her hand. Oh! At this moment, a familiar small figure appeared before the recruitment sign. It was none other than the little girl whom Lao Fang had assisted a few days ago upon his return from Fengyuan Ridge, just outside the city. She was seen waving her tiny hands, striving to squeeze her way toward the sign, but a crowd of adults surrounded it, preventing her from making any progress. Time and again, she was pushed back to the ground, only to rise again and attempt to inch forward. Repeatedly facing defeat yet undeterred, her persistence somehow striking an endearing chord. Are you here looking for a job? As she sat down, contemplating her next move, a voice beside her made her turn. Oh, it's you. Brother, Lao Fang was surprised that she remembered him. The little girl joyfully stood up, rummaged through her wrinkled little pouch, and produced a handful of scattered star coins. Thank you, brother, for the help the other day. Observing the girl on her tiptoes, hands cradling the coins, her face glowing with hope, Lao Fang felt a twinge of exasperation. This little girl certainly had her principles. Did you earn this from working these past few days? Yes, please, put the money away. Unfortunately, the little girl remained steadfast, her clear and resolute eyes fixed upon him I don't want money. You can repay me in another way. How about that? Upon hearing Fang Tian's words, the girl carefully tucked the coins back into her pouch. Lao Fang nonchalantly gestured toward the recruitment sign, and a notice fluttered into his hand that I never expected that such traditional and archaic methods of recruitment still existed in the Commoner S area. The notice read, "Afternoon bakery delivery job, 6-hour shift, wage 60 star coins." Lao Fang crouched down and placed the recruitment notice into the little girl's arms. "This is currently the most suitable job for you. The pay is reasonable as for the heavy labor of moving bricks or carrying gas canisters. Let's not go there. Those tasks are more suited for Lei Jana. Thank you, brother." The little girl accepted the job notice, her face radiating joy and gratitude. "You see, my new home needs a maid for cleaning and cooking, with food and lodging provided, a long-term position. Would you be willing to come?" I would." The little girl felt momentarily dazed, but soon stood up, excitement coursing through her. "All right, here's the address. If possible, you can start working tomorrow." "Okay, thank you." The little girl carefully read the address written on a note before tucking it in her pouch. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Ling." When Fang Tian returned home, Lei Jana was still deep in slumber, evidently exhausted. It wasn't until dusk that the dragon maiden finally stirred. Upon noticing the empty space beside her, she felt an inexplicable surge of panic. Hastily donning her clothes and pushing open the door, the enticing aroma of food wafting from downstairs eased her anxious heart. "You're awake. If you're still tired, you can rest a bit longer. I'll have dinner ready soon." Lao Fang, sensing her presence, continued cooking without lifting his head. "No need. I've rested well." Leaning against the kitchen door, Lei Jana quietly observed the figure cooking, her large eyes shimmering with affection. It was undeniable that after being nurtured, her aura had matured and become more enchanting. Of course, her appetite had also notably increased, as not a morsel of food went to waste at the table. "This is for you." She gazed at the generous bouquet of red roses before her. Lei Jana was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you." Accepting the flowers, she inhaled deeply, trying to suppress the emotional swell in her chest. Yet her trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Lei Jana felt that these past few days had been the happiest of her life. "I'm going out tonight. You just stay home and rest." Upon hearing the word rest, Lei Jana's face flushed crimson, radiating beauty. "Are you going to fight in the underground arena?" "Yes, that I had planned to go last night, but something came up." Upon hearing this, Lei Jana immediately donned her battle armor, her weapon stowed away in her storage ring. "A gift from Lao Fang. I'll go with you. But your body, it's just a little blood. What is there to fear? Do you doubt my physical condition?" "There is no issue at all." Lei Jana confidently thumped her chest, brimming with vigor. The phrase "just a little blood" nearly caused Lao Fang to spit out his meal. This girl certainly had a boldness about her. This moment, they were indulging in forbidden fruit, entwined in a passionate phase, and Lei Jana had no desire to part from the man before her. Lao Fang concurred. Given Lei Jana's current exuberance, the notion of resting was utterly unfathomable. After dinner, Fang Tian drove with Lei Jana, disappearing into the night. Their destination was the underground arena, with a straightforward aim: practical combat training and earning money. The underground arena, a privately owned commercial competition, prohibited live broadcasts and television coverage, much like how one would not find real underground boxing on mainstream video platforms. The competition rules mirrored those of conventional matches. However, the underground arena's most notable feature was its lack of restrictions. There were no age limits for participants, no restrictions on the level of combat beasts. As long as one's magic energy met a certain standard, they could enter. This lenient rule resulted in a wide disparity in the skill levels of participants, with some achieving national-level prowess, while others barely scraping by at city-level rankings. This referred specifically to the top-tier underground arenas with high standards for magic energy, while lesser ones, with lower thresholds, could even feature regional-level competitors. Of course, truly powerful high-ranking beast tamers were exceedingly rare. After all, without a lack of wealth, there was little incentive to compete in underground arenas. However, in normal circumstances, wealth was seldom a concern. Thus, those average or less than average beast tamers, who likely struggled to level up, constituted the mainstream competitors of the underground arena. The Night Queen Arena, located in the Flower District of the city of Huangming, was the largest dark beast arena in the area, covering over 110,000 square meters, equivalent to 2 Camp Nou stadiums, capable of accommodating nearly 200,000 spectators, given that the territory and population of the Eternal Continent were several times greater than those of Blue Star. It was not surprising for the beast arenas to be larger, especially considering the size of some beasts. This was far from the largest arena. The Flower District was also a haven for gang activity, a place of revelry, gambling, and vice. In this world, extreme paths were legal, though the authorities would cluster these gangs together and impose certain regulations and restrictions. Every city had such a zone dedicated to extreme activities. As Lao Fong drove into the Flower District, scantily clad women waved at his luxury car from the roadside, while numerous gang members in matching uniforms patrolled the streets, and motorcycle gangs were a common sight. Yet, many luxury vehicles were also present, for such places were akin to paradise for those seeking entertainment. Though it was not yet peak hours, the open-air parking lot of the Night Queen Arena already housed a considerable number of cars. After parking, the two made their way toward the arena. Upon learning of Fang Tian's intention to compete, the receptionist personally escorted them to the registration room. Please take a seat and place your hand on the testing platform. If you had done a middle-aged man, tasked specifically with welcoming registrants, smiled as he gestured for directions. The small screen in front of the testing station displayed the number 20, evidently the magical energy standard that participants must meet to compete in the Night Queen Arena. This benchmark is quite high. One must possess at least 3 sea-level beasts, 2 top sea-level beasts, or 1 BC to qualify. Such a configuration, if the beasts are exceptional, could yield commendable results even in state competitions. Indeed, this grand establishment was not constructed merely for spectators to witness kindergarten brawls. Without sufficient skill, one would have no chance to avoid embarrassment. Fang Tian placed his palm on the sensor, and the yin-yang symbol gradually manifested, the gray 20 icon illuminating brightly. Currently, the combined magical energy of his 3 battle pets amounted to 38 points, far exceeding the required 20. Meeting the standard was undoubtedly assured. Please present your identity card for my records, the middle-aged man said, his smile widening as he noted the successful qualification. However, upon receiving the identity card, he froze in disbelief. 16. 16 years old. The attendant could not suppress his astonishment. Glancing at the information on the identity card and then at the composed young man with black hair, he felt a dryness in his throat. If the information was accurate, then this lad named Fang Tian was, without question, a prodigy among prodigies, destined for greatness. T16, achieving a magical energy level of 20 with battle pets. Was this not the very definition of genius? The minimum age for participants in the Night Queen Arena had previously been 22, which already indicated an exceptionally gifted beastmaster. Yet here stood this black-haired youth, elevating the record to a nearly unbreakable tier. Might I inquire, do you wish to conceal your identity as a contestant? The attendant's tongue faltered slightly, his respect palpable. Even if this young man's competitive performance turned out to be lackluster, it mattered little, for his foundation was astonishingly robust. There was no need to obscure his age, and as for his name, let us call you Tian. The underground arena maintained a degree of respect for the privacy of beastmasters. Contestants could select which details to disclose on their identification cards. Notably, renowned beastmasters often prefer to keep their personal information private, as participating in underground competitions could diminish their status. However, Fang Tian was indifferent to such concerns, for he had yet to participate in the most basic regional competitions. His ranking was virtually non-existent, and revealing some details posed no risk. In fact, it could even serve to generate buzz, making for an intriguing tale if he became renowned in the future. The underground beast battles differed from human confrontations. While human conflicts often involved the shedding of blood, which most could scarcely accept, battles between beasts did not result in true death, thus sparing one from tarnished reputations or dark histories. Nevertheless, Fang was not yet inclined to reveal his name, as he wished to avoid being besieged by individuals with ulterior motives before establishing his own path to fame. Once the contestant card was prepared and logged, the attendant rose respectfully and said, "Young Master Fang, we have a detailed roster of matchups. Should you wish to challenge others or accept challenges, you may register here." Under the attendant's guidance, Fang Tian downloaded the dedicated app for the Night Queen Arena. The app was aptly named Night Queen, and at first glance, one might mistake it for a rather risky application. Upon opening it, he discovered not only the matchup schedules but also ticket sales, peripheral betting, and various other functionalities that a comprehensive package demonstrating a keen business acumen. Fang perused tonight's matchup schedule, which listed 5 contests, of which only 4 were confirmed. The final match had yet to receive any challengers, leaving the 5th contest uncertain. The registration time still had 53 minutes remaining. Ma Xiao, 31 years old, currently on a 12-match winning streak, prize money, 1.2 million. Upon reading the details of the 5th contestant, Fang finally understood why no one dared to challenge. It turned out this was a reigning champion. Without a second thought, Fang Tian registered himself for the last match. I'm here to face the elite and seize the prize. Hey, did you see that? Someone's challenging Ma Xiao. We'll have a 5th match tonight. I just saw it too. Did you notice? The challenger is only 16 years old. My goodness, what on earth is this? What? 16? Are you kidding me? Is this a mistake? Let me check. Brothers, I'm already driving there with my wife. See you tonight. What the heck? I was all set for bed, and then I opened my phone to this. The chat groups of fervent audiences devoted to beast battles erupted in excitement. Following Fang Tian's successful registration, numerous individuals received the news promptly through the Night Queen app. The audacity of challenging the 12-time champion, combined with the astonishing age of 16, captured everyone's attention. 16, with a magical energy level surpassing 20. Those in the know understood the implications. Speculation arose that perhaps this was a scion of some affluent family, secretly venturing out to hone his skills. Regardless of the outcome, many were now intensely intrigued by this 16-year-old prodigy. As various individuals at home began purchasing tickets and driving towards Huaxiang District. The first match finally commenced at 10 o'clock that evening. By then, 140,000 spectators had gathered, filling nearly 2/3 of the venue. Fang Tian, accompanied by Lei Jana, rested in a private contestant lounge. The lounge boasted luxurious specifications, with floor-to-ceiling windows equivalent to VIP seating. Through the ongoing matches and written introductions, Fang learned the specific rules. The competition format consisted of one-on-one duels, with no limit on the number of battle beasts. The match continued until one side had no beasts left to fight or conceded, thus achieving victory. Beast masters could cast beneficial spells on their beasts, while attacking the beast master was strictly prohibited. Offenders would lose the current round. Should a beast master voluntarily leave the safety platform and enter the arena, the prohibition against attacking the beast master would become void. In essence, if you remained on the safety platform and the opponent's beast attacked you, it was deemed a violation. However, if you stepped off the platform into the arena, any attack from the opponent's beast would be considered your misfortune. The entire set of rules was quite similar to the official Beast Master ranking competitions. After nearly 2 hours, the first 4 matches concluded that a few D-level beasts were present, but the majority were C-level, and B-level beasts were currently absent. This was the extent of the information Fang Tian could glean regarding the beasts from those 4 matches. It's my turn now. I'll go prepare. Wait for my return. Good luck. Lei Jana cheered, her fists raised in encouragement. She held unwavering confidence in the man before her. The odds for the match stood at 1-5. In addition to the 600,000 challenge fee, Fang Tian transformed into a gambler, wagering everything he had. The substantial challenge fee was necessitated by the fact that he was challenging the reigning champion with a 12-match winning streak, requiring half of the prize money as collateral. Should he win, the 1.2 million prize would be his, and the 600,000 challenge fee returned. Should he lose, both the prize and the challenge fee would belong to others. This approach was designed to elevate the cost of challenges and deter experts from deliberately underperforming to secure easy victories. Approaching the entryway, Fang faced a 20-meter-long suspension bridge, soaring 30 meters above the ground. At the bridge's end lay a circular safety platform suspended in midair. Fang donned a half-white, half-black yin-yang mask and stepped onto the bridge, making his way to the circular platform, approximately 5 meters in diameter. Surrounding him were throngs of enthusiastic spectators, their fervent energy palpable. It felt as though each person was watching him intently, igniting an inexplicable thrill within Fang Tian's heart. Was this the exhilaration of combat? At this moment, the surrounding crowd erupted into an even more fervent cheer. The reigning champion, Matthew, who boasts an impressive 12 consecutive victories, was making his grand entrance. Although everyone recognized that this 16-year-old prodigy was a gifted beastmaster, his youth and lack of notable achievements rendered him somewhat inexperienced in the arena. In stark contrast, Matthew's 12 consecutive victories made his popularity entirely understandable. Some spectators even began to chant his name in rhythmic unison. Matthew. Matthew, the 31-year-old Matthew, without a mask, smiled and waved to the audience, garnering an abundance of cheers and applause in response. At this juncture, the two hosts emerged from the respective entrances of the competitors. Mr. Matthew, as the champion with 12 consecutive victories, do you have any words for your challenger? The host inquired at the 16-year-old prodigy. I can certainly understand your desire to prove yourself, but selecting a champion with 12 victories is rather naive. It may expose your unbridled ignorance. I hope this match does not cast a shadow over your tender psyche. Upon hearing Matthew's words, the audience erupted in laughter and jeers at, "Oh, Matthew, you are quite the rascal." "But I love it," they exclaimed. "Hey, young genius, why don't you go back to your milk? This isn't a place for someone like you." Some would place bets on Matthew's victory. Along with his fans, began to taunt the old challenger from the platform. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. In the realm of commercial competition, stirring the emotions of the audience is paramount, making such banter perfectly normal. As the audience's fervor began to wane, the beautiful host beside the old challenger seized the moment to ask into the microphone. "So, Mr. Tian, as a first-time competitor here, do you have anything to say?" Looking at the microphone extended toward him, Fang Tian smiled calmly. His deep, composed voice resonated in the ears of all present. "Firstly, Mr. Matthew may have misunderstood. My choice to face him has nothing to do with proving myself. It is purely because his head is worth more. Secondly, if I were 31 years old, I would likely be the world's #1 and wouldn't deign to appear in a place like this, acting like a clown. Lastly, I sincerely hope that after losing to a 16-year-old like me, Mr. Matthew does not lose hope in life. After all, you can still seek solace in finding a 15-year-old beast master to regain your confidence." "Wow, not bad for a young one, with such a sharp tongue," exclaimed a spectator. "This kid is wild. I love it." The crowd buzzed with excitement, but some voiced their concerns, warning that such bravado could lead to embarrassment if he were to lose. The old challenger's remarks incited a wave of commotion in the audience, with some young spectators cheering, while many others booed. Matthew's expression darkened. This young lad, though not of age, had a tongue that could wound. While it was merely banter, it still penetrated defenses. After the interview concluded and the atmosphere reached a boiling point, the two hosts retreated from the stage, and the doors at the competitors' exits closed behind them. The fifth and final match, also Fang Tian's first official competition in this world, was about to commence. The protective barrier safeguarding the audience slowly rose, and a dark magical curtain descended from the center of the arena, obscuring the challenger's view of one another. 30 seconds later, the curtain would lift, providing both competitors with time to contemplate their first summoned beasts. If either failed to summon a beast within the 30-second time frame, they would be declared losers of that round. The purpose of the curtain was to prevent the beast masters from gaining any prior information about their opponent's summoned beasts. After all, if one were to summon a beast that runs on the ground while the other summoned one that flies above, the match would lack fairness. For the first 20 seconds, both competitors stood motionless on the platform. As the timer ticked down to the final 3 seconds, they simultaneously pressed their buttons to summon their first beasts. The curtain lifted precisely on time. C Grade Elite, the Death and Life Twin Stars. C Grade Elite, the Thunderclap Beast. The colossal multifaceted screens in the arena displayed the relevant information about the two battling beasts. After a brief silence, a wave of astonished gasps swept through the crowd. The Thunderclap Beast was a familiar sight, Matthew's ace, but the appearance of the Death and Life Twin Stars intrigued and excited many. Some knowledgeable spectators were left dumbfounded. "What are you gawking at? C-grade elites are rare, but they can sometimes be seen here." One spectator laughed at his bewildered companion. "You fool, do you have any idea what that is?" "That's the Death and Life Twin Stars. Do you have any clue how rare it is? Once grown, it directly becomes a B-grade elite, the twin empress. The companion scoffed in disdain. With these knowledgeable individuals showcasing the rarity of the death and life twin stars, more spectators began to grasp its significance, reigniting the fervor of the crowd. Matthew himself was taken aback. He certainly understood the rarity of the death and life twin stars, having never seen one in person before. However, he wondered how such a creature could be effective in battle, considering that the arena was not comprised of pure soil, but rather a metallic alloy, devoid of nutrients. Due to the height restrictions, he failed to notice the enormous vase concealed beneath the expansive flower petals. Thunderclap beast, a beast-type, canine species, known for its swift movement and explosive power, possesses the ability to manipulate lightning. Be cautious of its ranged attacks. It may be wise to lure it into close quarters. Regardless of the reactions of those around him, the old challenger swiftly conveyed the information regarding the 6-meter-long blue horned dog to Xiaoqing. This exemplified the advantages of effective communication. That moment, the thunderclap beast opened its jaws wide, and amidst a brilliant white light, a spherical bolt of lightning began to coalesce within its mouth. Boom! The spherical lightning shot forth, initiating a probing attack. With a rose whip flourishing in the wind, Xiaoqing deftly struck the incoming bolt, causing it to explode. Simultaneously, with a flick of her petals, Xiaoqing soared gracefully toward the position of the thunderclap beast. However, the thunderclap beast did not choose to confront her head-on. Instead, it leapt and bounded away, creating distance between them. This Matthew was quite cautious. After all, he was a seasoned competitor with 12 victories under his belt, and his age lent him considerable combat experience. While maintaining distance, the electric horn upon its head crackled, and another powerful bolt of lightning surged forth. With a whip of her rose, she struck again, dispersing the lightning. Thus, the thunderclap beast unleashed a barrage of lightning strikes while the rose whip lashed out in response, creating a cacophony of sound and showers of sparks. The spectacle captivated the audience, who were thoroughly entertained. Due to the intervals between the thunderclap beast's lightning attacks, Xiaoqing was able to match her whip strikes to its release rhythm perfectly. Fang Tian felt a surge of joy. Engaging in a war of attrition with Xiaoqing was truly delightful. Meanwhile, Matthew was left with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He pondered how the death and life twin stars could remain so formidable once airborne. It wasn't until he noticed the thunderclap beast beginning to pant that he realized he could no longer continue this way. The twin stars were growing increasingly vigorous, and he surmised that the opponent must have found a way to mitigate the soil dependency of the beast. With Matthew's strategy evolving, the thunderclap beast ceased its ranged assaults and instead crouched low, electricity crackling violently across its body. Its fur stood on end, and it was gathering energy, likely preparing for close combat. Be wary of its speed, the old challenger warned. Just as the thunderclap beast vanished from its original position, a blue streak of light shot forth, appearing almost instantaneously before Xiaoqing. If it were to bite down, it could easily sever her in two. Yet, having received the warning, Xiaoqing was well prepared. The immense petals she had raised beforehand shielded her from the charging assault. The thunderclap beast, having missed, did not linger. Instead, it sprang back, zigzagging to reposition before launching another charge. Xiaoqing commanded the petals to converge upwards, enveloping herself in a seamless 360-degree defense. Under the onslaught reminiscent of a mad dog, the petals gradually shattered and scattered. Surrounding the enormous bud, a blue stream of light surged forth at an astonishing speed, lunging and gnawing at the bud from various angles. If it missed an attack, it would retreat without hesitation, refusing to engage further. That terrifying speed resembled an electric net encircling Xiaoqing. Indeed, a C-grade upper-tier fighter possessed remarkable prowess. Visually, Xiaoqing appeared to be in a passive position, seemingly at a disadvantage, as most spectators around her began to cheer exuberantly. How about that? Experience truly speaks for itself, doesn't it? I told you, following my lead in bets would yield success. What is genius but an illusion? Both being C-grade upper-tier fighters, the disparity was evident. Judging by the state of the Thunderfang beast, it seemed the twin stars would not last much longer. Alas, it appeared that Ma Xiao was on the verge of achieving a 13th consecutive victory. Due to the odds, most of the gambling spectators have placed their bets on Ma Xiao, naturally resulting in greater support for him. 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6. Now, as Lao Fang's heart roared, the defensively positioned Xiao Qing suddenly unfurled her petals, simultaneously releasing a pink dust circle that rippled outward like a shockwave. Beneath her feet, a light green ripple spread and sank. Wherever the ripples passed, Ma sprang forth in an instant. The charging Thunderfang beast collided head-on with the pink dust, momentarily dazing it and significantly slowing its speed. This is bad. It's poison. Ma Xiao, who had been reveling in his advantage, was suddenly alarmed. However, the Thunderfang beast reacted swiftly, electricity coursing through its brain. With a jolt, its dazed state was alleviated to some degree. The whip blade struck, and the Thunderfang beast's front claws swung out, the electric stimulation enhancing its power considerably, allowing it to withstand the impact. Yet mid-air, it lacked the leverage to brace itself and was sent crashing to the ground by the force. Sweating profusely, Ma Xiao immediately sought to create distance and regroup. Unfortunately, he and his beast were out of time. The Thunderfang beast, landing on the moss-covered ground, suddenly lost its footing, and as it attempted to adjust its stance, dozens of thorny tendrils erupted from the earth, ensnaring its limbs and neck tightly. Amidst the terrifying howls, the rose whip blade struck solidly against the Thunderfang beast's body, accompanied by a spray of blood. The familiar, sharp whimpering of a dog filled the air. The barbed, thorny tendrils, like a torture rack, secured the Thunderfang beast in a cruciform position in mid-air. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing wielded the rose whip blades, mercilessly lashing out at the ensnared Thunderfang beast, which howled pitifully. Just a moment ago, she had been on the offensive, but in the blink of an eye, she had turned the tables and was now delivering severe blows. This drastic reversal left the surrounding spectators momentarily speechless, their necks craned in stunned silence. Why the sudden hush? Don't you understand the risks that accompany fortune? Ha ha! A fivefold return. I'm in for windfall. Regrettably, I should have placed more bets earlier. The few spectators who had backed Fang Tian shifted from their previous expressions of disappointment and silence to ecstatic jubilation. The speed of the Thunderfang beast was indeed astonishing. But Lao Fang understood clearly that such explosive power, while formidable, was not sustainable. To increase the probability of a decisive blow, he directed Xiao Qing to adopt a defensive strategy and intentionally refrain from repairing the defensive petals. Creating a false sense of victory for the Thunderfang beast, he meticulously recorded the intervals between its attacks, which had stretched from an initial 0.3 seconds to 0.6 seconds, indicating the end of its explosive phase. Seizing the rhythm of the Thunderfang beast assault, Fang Tian decisively executed a fluid and seamless maneuver. Ma Xiao's eyes narrowed, and upon receiving the command, the scarlet flame fox immediately raised its three large tails, each igniting with flames of equal size. Simultaneously, the three tails shot forth orange-red beams of scorching energy, converging into a single, thicker ray aimed directly at the base of the twin stars. A fierce, explosive attack. The Scarlet Flame Fox's ultimate technique. Lao Fang recognized that the opponent was gambling everything on this final move. Although he knew the black clay jar's quality could withstand such flames, Xiao Qing instinctively felt anger rising at the thought of soil being treated as a taboo. With her palms open, she pressed them together in front of her, adopting a stance reminiscent of the Khmer technique. In no time, a gigantic, flesh-colored flower bud rapidly formed between her hands, resembling a cannon. Subsequently, the bud glimmered with blue light, and a surging blue laser erupted from its core as the flesh-colored bud unfurled. One of Xiao Qing's ultimate techniques, the assault lantern cannon. The blue destructive laser clashed with the fiery beam, the latter failing to withstand even a second before being repelled by a destructive wave nearly 3 times its diameter. Boom! This violent shot from Xiao Qing plowed through her opponent, carving a charred trench into the ground, relentlessly driving forward until it crashed violently against the defensive barrier at the edge of the arena. The dazzling light startled the spectators, eliciting a chorus of gasps, as for the 4-meter-long, 3-tailed scarlet flame fox. It was reduced to mere ashes without a trace, returning to its battle pet space to be reborn in the second round. Fang Tian emerged victorious once more, observing the unharmed twin stars in the arena. The surrounding spectators exchanged glances, collectively inhaling sharply. This is utterly astonishing. Who would dare to boast now? They all fell into a unified silence, waiting for an opportunity to erupt on the platform. Ma Xiao wore an expression of unwillingness and shock. When his ace, the Thunderfang beast, fell, he sensed the precariousness of his situation. He had sent the three-tailed scarlet flame fox into battle, hoping to capitalize on the firewood dynamic. However, the twin stars proved to be far stronger than he had anticipated. Although he still had another battle pet in reserve, it was merely a filler, losing two pets already made deploying another unwise. Moreover, sending it in would be futile, a self-inflicted humiliation. Better to save it for emergencies. Gazing at the masked figure standing tall across the arena, Ma Xiao sighed helplessly, resignedly pressing the surrender button. As the white light, signaling surrender, illuminated, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Child of Destiny. Child of Destiny. Child of Destiny. The spontaneously rising chant grew louder, ultimately resonating throughout the entire Night Queen arena. In that moment, a new king was born. Can you believe it? You dare to believe? Enough already. I am convinced this night was far from wasted. TSK. Ma Xiao truly embarrassed himself. A 12-win streak. Yet he couldn't even defeat a 16-year-old newcomer. Those above, you ought to reflect. Losing money due to your lack of discernment. Don T complained blindly. If you had trusted my betting advice from the start, you wouldn't be in this position. And think about it, a 16-year-old competing in the Night Queen arena must be anything but ordinary. Right? Although the competition has drawn to a close, the discussions within numerous chat groups remain fervently animated. Many individuals are eager to acquire information regarding the Child of Destiny, yet when they delve into the player's profile, they find only the age column filled with the number 16, while all other fields are conspicuously empty. Even the avatar is merely a perfunctory, cartoonish image. Nevertheless, the vast majority presume that the Child of Destiny hails from a prominent family. This assumption is quite reasonable. After all, possessing such a rare battle beast at that tender age would lead most to doubt the notion of him being a child of humble origins. Regardless of the heated debates among the agitated spectators, at this moment, the old Fang is contentedly gazing at the balance in his bank account. The 600,000 registration fee feels like a mere return. The prize for 12 consecutive victories amounts to 1.2 million, and not to mention the additional income from personal bets. A fortune amassed overnight. Wealth is no longer a mere dream, as the winning streak continues. The prize for each match will progressively increase. Of course, he must compete at least twice within a month to maintain his undefeated record. Fang Tian has also devised a plan, intending to participate once or twice a week, 4 times a month. Neither more nor less. After an exhilarating night spent with Lei Jana, the next morning, he energetically set off for school. The confidentiality of his identity has proven effective. No one has intruded upon his tranquil life. During lunch at home, he encountered a familiar small figure, Ling, who had come to work at tea that moment. The little girl, clad in a maid's uniform, was setting the table with a prepared meal. Upon noticing Fang Tian's entrance, she hastily placed the dishes down and approached him with decorum, saying, "Welcome back. I've prepared the meal." Observing the girl's somewhat anxious demeanor, Fang gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "There's no need to be so formal. You can call me brother, we don't have so many rules here." His warm hand brought a smile to Ling's face, easing her tension. "What about Nana? She hasn't bullied you, has she?" "Who has speaking ill of me?" "I can't hear you." A teasing voice echoed from the staircase, revealing Lei Jana, also dressed in a maid's outfit, hurriedly descending with a mop in one hand and a bucket in the other. "Slow down, don't trip. It's only been a morning since we last saw each other. What's the rush?" Embarrassed by being caught in her haste, Lei Jana dropped her cleaning tools and, blushing, grabbed a bowl to start eating. "Sister Nana treats me very well. She hasn't bullied me at all. She doesn't let me do any heavy work. I've only been responsible for cooking since this morning." Not realizing Fang Tian was jesting, Ling hurriedly offered an explanation. "All right, Ling, he was just joking to be by the way. Your cooking is truly wonderful. Could you not talk with your mouth full?" Fang chuckled affectionately at Lei Jana, whose cheeks were stuffed like a chipmunk. Thank you for the compliment, Sister Nana. I'm glad you're satisfied. If you need anything, just call for me. Ling beamed with happiness. Where are you off to? Fang inquired. Noticing Ling turning to leave, I'm going next door to eat. What do you mean, eating next door? Aren't the meals right here on the table? I brought a bento. What bento? Didn't I tell you that meals and accommodation are all covered? With a serious expression, Fang insisted, bring me that bento. Sensing his stern demeanor, Ling hesitantly complied and presented her bento. Upon seeing the two simple rice balls within the container and then glancing at the table laden with dishes, Fang couldn't help but twitch his lips. He directly handed the bento to Lei Jana. Then, under Ling's bewildered gaze, Lei Jana skillfully tipped the bento and devoured the two rice balls in one go. All right, now you have no bento left. Sit down and eat. With that, Fang unceremoniously pulled over a chair, seated Ling, and handed her a set of utensils. Before Ling could fully comprehend the situation, her bowl was already piled high with food. Fang and Lei Jana flanked her, their gazes fixed intently on Ling. The atmosphere suggested that she wouldn't be able to leave the table without eating. Terrified, Ling quickly bowed her head and began to eat, not daring to utter a word. Witnessing this scene, Fang nodded in satisfaction and commenced his own meal. To his surprise, despite her tender age of merely 10 years, Ling exhibited impressive culinary skills, both in quantity and quality. Indeed, necessity breeds ingenuity. While enjoying the meal, Fang noticed something amiss. Hey, why are you crying? Turning his head, he saw that Ling, while eating, had two faint trails of tears glistening on her cheeks, her beautiful eyes slightly misty. I am sorry. Realizing both of them were staring at her, Ling hurriedly began to apologize again. Lei Jana, unable to speak due to her mouth being full, simply handed her some tissues. Thank you, Sister Nana. Ling quickly accepted the tissues, wiping her tears and attempting to regain her composure. I apologize if my previous demeanor caused you any pressure. Although Ling had initially managed to control her emotions, Fang's words made her tears flow anew. No, that's not it, brother, please don't apologize. Ling is just very happy. She wept while anxiously explaining, fearful that Fang might misunderstand. As long as you're happy. That's what matters. Here, it's just you and Sister Nana. There are no rigid rules. You can consider this your home. Understand? Fang gently wiped her tears, finally calming her agitated heart. After the meal, Ling insisted on washing the dishes. Originally, Lei Jana intended to do so, but seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, she relented. This little girl certainly has a stubborn streak. Let her do it. Otherwise, she won't feel at ease. This child is gentle on the outside, but quite strong-willed within, and she possesses a strong sense of principles. She doesn't easily yield. The two then engaged in a casual conversation in the living room. Why don't you consider her as your little sister? Both of you share the rare traits of black hair and black eyes. It's a kind of fate, and I genuinely like this thoughtful little girl. You always saying one thing while doing another. She has only been here for a day. It's too soon to decide. Fang, glancing at the girl in the back seat, felt somewhat speechless. Could it be that she has also noticed the hidden protagonist position? Due to the afternoon Beastmaster training class, seating arrangements were not fixed, so Fang didn't mind and chose an empty seat. Arriving early, he found that many students who had come ahead were chattering away. The most captivating scene was at one table, surrounded by a throng of boys and girls, seemingly engrossed in a video, occasionally erupting with enthusiastic exclamations. This the underground arena. 16 years old, my goodness. Just like us, 16 years old, with 20 points of beast energy. That must be fake. I remember the highest record in the City of Desolation was 16 points of energy at age 15. And that was many years ago. What do you mean fake? This was a video I secretly recorded during the match my dad took me to last night. The owner of the video, upon hearing doubts cast upon it, immediately grew indignant. You been? Watch your tone. The challenged boy's expression darkened. What's there to be polite about? You didn't even bother to look and are already questioning it. Have you ever heard of a Night Queen Arena? Have you ever been there? Just a nouveau riche, a bumpkin. The boy named him and showed no mercy, placing his phone on the table and confronting Dean with a defiant stance. Who are you calling a nouveau riche? Just because I've seen a few underground competitions. What are you pretending for? Your arrogance, akin to that a frog confined to a well, is far surpassed by my own prowess. Do not presume that your meager wealth and a mere deranged battle pet grant you the right to belittle me. I am, after all, a deranged mid-tier battle pet. Are you still lamenting the last time I bested you? You, just wait. Dean's face flushed crimson as he trembled with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at his opponent. Yet it seemed he had indeed suffered defeat at the hands of Ubin, which rendered his bravado somewhat hollow. Meanwhile, the surrounding classmates began to mediate the escalating dispute. Leaning on his hand, old Fang observed the unfolding scene with great interest, reminiscing about the daily squabbles typical of school life. What are you all arguing about? A sudden female voice pierced through the commotion. Class! Class monitor! Someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of the crowd. Upon noticing the unexpected arrival of the girl, the students instinctively recoiled, while both Ubin and Dean shrank back. Silenced, Fang Tian recognized the so-called class monitor as the girl who had taken the seat behind him. With her flowing aquamarine hair and strikingly delicate features, she exuded an air of chilliness, resembling a girl devoid of emotions. Judging by the reaction of her peers, it appeared that this class monitor commanded considerable respect. Ignoring the students' reactions, the class monitor's gaze was firmly fixed on the phone screen resting on the table. Even taking it into her hands for a closer inspection. Shay, you are the strongest in our class. Look at this footage I secretly captured. IT can't possibly be fake. Ubin attempted to gain the class monitor's approval while raising an eyebrow at Dean. Hesha, however, scrutinized the video in silence, her slightly parted lips betraying her inner turmoil. After downloading the video to her own device, she returned quietly to her seat, not uttering a single word, and no one dared to interrupt or inquire further. Everyone resumed their activities. Some summoned their F-rank adorable pets, prompting excited gasps from the girls, as if the preceding altercation had been but a minor interlude. As Fang Tian quietly relished the vibrancy of campus life. A girl with chestnut hair styled in twin ponytails plopped down beside him. The overpowering scent of her perfume made him frown. This girl, seemingly well off, adorned with jewelry and fashionable attire, bore an air of rebellion that made her appear somewhat too mature for her age, and rather unappealing. Once seated, her large eyes unabashedly roamed over Fang Tian, her interest unmistakable. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Unfortunately, old Fang had no interest in such frivolity, yet the ponytailed girl acted as if she hadn't heard. Leaning in closer with a mischievous glint in her eyes, her hand brazenly. However, in the next moment, she felt a tightening grip around her neck, her body weightless. Fang Tian, expressionless, rose and effortlessly lifted her, much like one would handle a small chicken. With a swift motion, he flung her aside, causing her to crash into an empty chair with a loud thud-da-da. Are you crazy? The impact caused the ponytailed girl to grimace in pain, her eyes narrowing in disbelief as she glared at Fang Tian. The commotion instantly captured the attention of the entire class that I said I was going to the restroom, yet you blocked my path and leaned in. What does that imply? Are you attempting to assist me in undressing? Is that what you desire to flaunt? The audacity of his words left most students utterly speechless, the classroom descending into an eerie silence. Though they were unsure of the term flaunt, the preceding phrase was clear enough to convey an unfavorable implication. Initially perceived as a somewhat introverted and aloof handsome boy, Fang Tian's words revealed him to be an unabashed rogue. His imposing stature and icy demeanor left the 15 or 16-year-olds in the classroom too intimidated to respond. Even the ponytailed girl found herself momentarily at a loss for words, having expected a more timid demeanor. Fang, while Haley's behavior was inappropriate, your actions and words are exceedingly crude. Such conduct reflects poorly on us. Hesha, standing as the class monitor, dutifully rendered her judgment, yet all she received in return was a derisive glance from old Fang. What is this? Are you instructing me on how to behave? He scoffed, uninterested in her admonishments, and strode toward the classroom door. His brazen dismissal caused even the stoic Hesha to furrow her brow, while the rest of the students dared not utter a sound. Stop right there. You must apologize. Indeed, this is a classroom. Such brutish behavior is unacceptable. Two young men stepped forward to obstruct Fang's path, eliciting a smile from him. There are always some Na'vi youths who cloaked in righteousness, engage in pretentious acts without grasping the gravity of their situation. Perhaps you were unaware, but when I was being harassed by that girl, I did not see you gallantly come to my aid. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you do not step aside, you will bear the consequences. What did you say? Are you threatening us? 3 seconds. Who do you think you are? At this age of youthful bravado, especially with so many pairs of eyes upon them, the two boys stepped forward defiantly rather than retreating. Old Fang, unfazed, transformed into a merciless countdown machine. As he reached 3, he made his move. Flames chosen. Tomorrow's prodigy, come forth, little. The terrifying pressure around his neck caused the boy to falter mid-sentence, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. With a single punch, he incapacitated one, and with a swift arm maneuver, he subdued another, shaking his head in disbelief. Why did he have to add so many extra lines before summoning his pet? Did he think it would emerge too quickly? In the blink of an eye, the two obstructing students lay unconscious. The bravado had failed miserably, and their dignity was left in tatters. The classroom fell silent as the majority of students gazed at the tall, dark-haired boy with a mix of fear and astonishment. With a swift motion, he drew his spear from storage, striking down an E-rank battle beast that had just emerged from its space. The assailant's face turned pale as he trembled in terror. Staring at the spear's tip mere inches from his nose, a sneak attack from behind. What rubbish! With a flick of his wrist, Fang sent the would-be attacker flying with a resounding slap. Another one down. Everyone was utterly flabbergasted. This a battle beast master? They began to question whether a martial artist had mistakenly entered their class. Ignoring the bewildered students, Fang Tian nonchalantly returned the spear to his storage ring and sauntered out of the classroom. This time, he faced no obstacles. No one dared to challenge him. His initial excuse to use the restroom had merely been a ruse to distance himself from the unruly girl. Now, he found it unnecessary to return. As skipping class became far more convenient, he had no real worries. He was careful with his actions, and the few youngsters had merely fainted, suffering only minor injuries. Given his mental maturity, Fang Tian found it fitting to refer to his peers as little brats. With no class to attend and no desire to return home, he transformed into a wanderer, meandering through the city of Huangming. However, this was a purposeful stroll, arriving at the Spirit Shadow Battle Pet training grounds. Gazing upon the magnificent structure before him, which dwarfed even the Night Queen arena, Lao Fang was filled with a profound curiosity. The Battle Pet Training Ground, as its name suggests, is a place designated for beast masters to train their battle companions. This venture is an extravagant financial commitment, one that only the wealthiest capitalists would dare to engage in. The Lingying Battle Pet Training Ground stands as the finest establishment of its kind in Huangming City. Fang Tian's approach has always been to seek out the best. Upon entering, he noticed a steady flow of visitors. However, in comparison to the vastness of the facility, it felt somewhat sparsely populated. "Hello, handsome. Is this your first visit?" A female staff member approached with a beaming smile as Lao Fang had barely taken a few steps. The curious glances of Fang Tian, adorned in the uniform of Zhanhua Academy, caught the attention of the sharp-eyed saleswoman, who, akin to a mosquito, sensing blood, eagerly approached him. Moreover, attending to such a charming individual was not only profitable but also a source of personal delight. Why not indulge in such an opportunity? "Yes, it is my first time. Could you introduce me to this place?" "Of course, please follow me." After meandering alongside the attractive saleswoman, Fang Tian gained a general understanding of the training ground. It was divided into numerous independent training halls, some being open air while others were enclosed. The training areas varied in size, small, medium, and large, allowing beast masters to choose appropriately based on the size of their battle pets. There were mechanical devices for training various attributes of battle pets, akin to those found in a gym, as well as simulated combat scenarios where one could practice against friends or even mechanical opponents. Naturally, all of this came at a cost along the way. Lao Fang observed several 15 or 16-year-olds engaged in friendly duels. Although their battle pets were of low rank, comparable to a kindergarten skirmish, their laughter and joy filled the air, creating a delightful atmosphere. "Do you have a training hall of this magnitude?" Lao Fang marveled at the singular training facility that surpassed even a sports stadium. "This is our only super-large training hall, capable of accommodating A-grade battle pets." The saleswoman replied, pride evident in her voice that A-grade battle pets. Surely, individuals possessing such creatures would not frequent this establishment. A-grade battle pets are of a caliber that could potentially obliterate cities, and those who own them typically have private training facilities of their own. Lao Fang's comment elicited an awkward chuckle from the saleswoman. While it's true that those with A-grade pets may not visit, the existence of such facilities is crucial for us, regardless of their patronage. Otherwise, Lingying Battle Pet Training Ground would not hold its esteemed position in Huangming City. How do you find our facilities? Handsome. It's satisfactory. Lao Fang nodded in acknowledgement, despite having access to the natural training grounds of the divine ruins. He chose not to act with arrogance, but rather to conduct a hands-on investigation. While the practical training in the divine ruins far surpasses that of any earthly training ground, the specialized equipment available here offers superior results for targeted training in strength, endurance, and speed. The professionalization of such facilities is well developed, and the Battle Pet Training Hall has its merits. Thus, a combination of strengths is the path to growth. Noticing the customer's appreciative demeanor, the saleswoman seized the moment to elaborate. Allow me to explain our membership system, which ranges from silver membership, gold membership, to diamond membership. The silver membership offers. Lao Fang swiftly waved his hand, cutting off her enthusiastic pitch. I'll take the diamond membership. The most expensive one, he had no interest in a lengthy sales pitch. He preferred to opt for the highest tier directly. The saleswoman's expression morphed into one of disbelief, her mouth agape, having regarded a sale of a gold membership as a triumph. She was astounded by this handsome patron. He must surely be from a wealthy family. May I ask, will you be paying by card or cash? Also, if you achieve a high ranking as a Beastmaster in the future, we offer additional discounts. The tone and demeanor of the saleswoman shifted as her excitement grew. However, Lao Fang remained unfazed. He had little interest in such second-rate offerings. Instead, a familiar figure caught his attention. Is that person also a member here? Following Fang Tian's gaze, the saleswoman replied with a smile. Master Ma Hiu is a renowned training instructor here. If you're interested, I could facilitate communication for a one-on-one training session at a reduced cost. The saleswoman was determined not to overlook any opportunity to showcase her value. No, that's all right for now, Lao Fang replied, surprised to find that his defeated opponent from the previous night was now working as a private instructor. After completing the payment and receiving his card, Fang Tian departed. News from the auction house indicated that several sealed scrolls of Battle Beast had been sold, and he needed a sign for his earnings. Upon perusing the other items for sale, he found them lacking and felt no urge to purchase anything. Arriving home just in time for dinner, Ling, who had finished cooking, was about to leave when they were both invited to stay for the meal. Observing 3 stacks of 100 star coins, Ling hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "This is far too much." Previously, she earned no more than 60 star coins in a day. Receiving 300 at once left her momentarily speechless. She did not believe her work warranted such compensation. The salary is what I determined that I am quite satisfied with your efforts. Thus I deem your contributions worthy of this amount. Noticing the girl's hesitation, Lao Fang directly placed the money into her small pouch. Thank you, brother. By the way, since it's your first visit, I bought you a gift. While shopping at the market that afternoon, Fang Tian had picked up an outfit for Ligiana and decided to get one for Ling as well. Promptly presenting it to her, no refusals allowed. Since it's your first visit, it's only reasonable for your boss to give you a gift. Before Ling could protest, Lao Fang preemptively quashed her objections, gazing at the new clothes in the convenience bag. Ling nearly burst into tears of joy. Thank you, brother. I will work even harder tomorrow. With a slight bow, the young girl looked at Lao Fang with her glistening eyes, filled with gratitude, before turning to leave. You may stay if you wish. I have plenty of empty rooms, and as mentioned earlier, meals and lodging are provided. However, Ling politely declined Lao Fang's kindness, resolutely choosing to return home, just as the small figure was about to vanish into the distance. Ling turned and waved farewell towards Lao Fang. This little girl's maturity was almost heart-wrenching. Where's that little one? Is she gone? Ligiana, drenched in sweat and wielding her battle axe, appeared breathlessly beside him. You were so engrossed in your training that I didn't want to disturb you. She just left, oh dear, with her fragile appearance. What if she encounters trouble on the way? I should escort her. A hint of urgency crossed Ligiana's face. Despite only knowing Ling for a day, she held a favorable impression of the thoughtful girl. The security in Huangming City is not as dire as you might think. There are not as many villains as you imagine. Ling has been working for a year. Rest assured, she will be fine. After speaking, Lao Fong stretched and stepped inside, only to find Lai Jiana gazing at him with a peculiar expression. What is it? Is there something on my face? No, it's just that my master is a cautious person. Do you truly trust that little one to be on her own? Seeing Lai Jiana's worried countenance, Lao Fong shrugged. All right, you guessed correctly. I have Fat Gu keeping an eye on her from above. Fang Tian was not particularly concerned about the possibility of the ghostly Huangshao being discovered, as long as Fei Gu did not wish to be seen. There are hardly any who could spot it. Ha, I knew it. Lei Jiana cheered as she rushed forward. Enough of that. Go take a shower first. Goodness, we're still in the living room. In the following period, Old Fang's life began to take on a more structured routine. Morning classes were fixed and punctual, while he took an indefinite sick leave in the afternoons to cultivate at home. In the evenings, he occasionally rested. After all, the consumption of protein was quite significant. The Night Queen Arena had already achieved 10 consecutive victories, with Shao Qing standing out alone. Without any B-grade beasts in play, it was simply impossible to force Fang Tian to reveal his 2 remaining battle pets. It was unclear whether it was due to a sense of youthful arrogance or the belief that Old Fang possessed only Shao Qing as his soul card, but as the reputation of the Son of Destiny grew within the Night Queen's domain, the number of challengers increased rather than diminished. Fang Tian remained indifferent to these challenges. After all, I was all in on the spinach gamble, and it made no difference who dared to challenge me. Ling was gradually acclimating to her new role, strengthening her bond with Fang Tian and Lei Jiana, her smiles becoming more frequent, shedding the shyness she initially displayed. Occasionally, Old Fang would visit the battle pet training grounds to have a howl and the others lift weights. But they always utilized private, enclosed facilities. Today was no exception. He returned once more. After finally shaking off a persistent saleswoman, Old Fang stumbled upon a large open training hall bustling with a crowd, where cheers and gasps erupted intermittently. Initially, he had no intention of joining the commotion, but as he passed by, he spotted several familiar figures among the throng. Many students from the Beast Tamer training class were present, including class leader Hesha, the nouveau riche scion Dean, and the double-tailed delinquent Haley. At that moment, they were engaged in simulated battle training with their pets, and the instructor was none other than Matthew. However, what truly captivated attention, and was most astonishing, was that Hesha possessed a B-grade lower-tier beast, a lava cannon toad. The creature squatting there towered 8 meters high, its body enveloped in a thick layer of bluish-gray rock, showcasing remarkable defensive capabilities. The rock-like skin bore a dense network of crimson veins, resembling the fissures of magma coursing through the earth. In overall appearance, it was not dissimilar to an ordinary bullfrog. It was no wonder that the students in the class held a significant amount of respect for their leader Hesha. This B-grade lower-tier lava cannon toad truly overshadowed many newcomers. This also indirectly indicated that Hesha's family was quite affluent. She had been fortunate, as money alone could not guarantee the encounter with a high-level beast. Some beast tamers were not averse to upgrading to higher-tier beasts. They simply faced numerous constraints: luck, financial resources, the magical energy capacity of their pet space, and personal priorities all played a role. A slight misstep could lead to missed opportunities. Apart from Hesha, the highest level among her peers was merely D-grade upper tier, which underscored the significant disparity. Naturally, everyone's attention was focused on the lava cannon toad. Some expressed envy, others awe, and some even took out their phones to capture the moment, treating her as a bona fide star. Even Hesha herself could not suppress a hint of satisfaction that curled at the corner of her mouth. In a month, during the district competition, I hope our esteemed class leader will show some mercy. The official district competition was set to take place in a month, which was precisely why the number of people at the Battle Pet Training Ground had surged. It was merely luck. Nothing extraordinary. Observing the admiration and envy directed towards Hesha by her classmates, Haley secretly harbored feelings of resentment. When she had captured her first battle pet, she had invested quite a bit of money and resources. Yet the best she had managed to acquire was a D-grade upper-tier beast. With a stroke of better luck, she could have at least secured a C-grade beast, if not a B-grade one. But alas, there were no what-ifs. Just then, Haley spotted Fang Tian standing in the training hall, drawing her eye R.E.I.S. at him. Already simmering with frustration, seeing her familiar adversary ignited a surge of indignation within her. After being humiliated last time, Haley had sought out some friends from the streets, intent on teaching him a lesson. Unexpectedly, he had vanished for the past 2 months, never attending afternoon classes. He hadn't even given her the chance to confront him after school. Playing the disappearing act, Haley called Fang Tian a coward, claiming he was afraid of retaliation and dared not come to class. Today, it seemed the heavens had finally taken notice, allowing her to catch him. "Fang, you finally showed up? What's the matter? Afraid after hitting me? Too scared to attend class, huh? If you have the guts, step in and duel with me." Haley's furious shout drew considerable attention from those nearby. Some classmates quickly recognized Fang Tian's presence, leading to a flurry of discussion, for old Fang's previously domineering demeanor in class had left a deep impression. Bored, old Fang dismissed her, walking straight out of the venue. "You think you can run away? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Let me tell you, Fang, if it weren't for being in the classroom back then, I would have had my little knife out to teach you a lesson." "You coward!" Little Knife was the name of Haley's D-grade upper-tier battle pet, a flying leaf mantis. Seeing Fang ignore her and continue walking without missing a beat ignited Haley's fury. "Little Knife, go and slash him." Upon receiving the command, the flying leaf mantis brandished its scythe-like forelegs and charged at the target. "Stop! Haley!" Matthew and Hesha, both present in the training hall, called out to halt her, but it was too late. Faced with the oncoming mantis, Fang Tian abruptly turned, his fierce gaze locking onto it. He opened his mouth, unleashing a ferocious tiger roar. A faint white tiger head phantom flickered briefly, but the sudden sonic wave of the roar left everyone in the hall momentarily dazed, nearly causing some to lose their balance. Those with lesser cultivation or who were nearer to the source of the sound found their legs giving way, collapsing onto the ground. The flying leaf mantis, struck directly by the sonic wave, fell to the ground, momentarily convulsing. After the roar, old Fang expressionlessly lifted his foot and stomped down on the twitching mantis. With a sickening crack, the mantis, roughly the size of an adult, had its neck snapped, dead beyond any doubt. Given Fang Tian's current physique, nearing that of a 3-star martial artist, such a decisive move was hardly surprising. There are cameras here. Engaging a battle pet to attack another without cause is a serious offense. "Haley, the Security Bureau will be requesting a chat with you. In a lawful society, unleashing a pet to attack others without justification is illegal, which explains why some had attempted to dissuade Haley earlier." You bastard, you actually killed Little Knife. I'm going to get you for this." Seeing her pet slain, Haley erupted in tears, her cries echoing through the hall as others hurriedly attempted to restrain her. "Fang, while Haley was in the wrong, your response was rather excessive. Perhaps having been praised for too long as class leader, Hesha began to critique again. Excessive. That mantis could slice off a person's head with one strike. Just because you wear the class leader's hat doesn't mean you can act as the moral arbiter. It disgusts me, don't you see? Haley, the instigator, didn't speak, but you, the victim, are quick to complain. Right? Ignoring cause and effect, only focusing on who is weaker, who cries, who is justified. What nonsense! Fang Tian's unreserved words left Hesha momentarily stunned. Throughout her life, Hesha had always been the most esteemed student in her class, with peers treating her with utmost respect. Never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Although she felt a surge of anger, she managed to keep her emotions in check and refrained from retorting, instead turning to comfort Haley. The class leader could endure, but Dean could not. He was about to explode when he noticed the lifeless flying leaf mantis at Fang Tian's feet, causing him to retract his neck immediately. This fellow was too wild. It was wiser to bide his time than a quintessential bully, he thought. "Professor Matthew, that scoundrel is taking advantage of me. Would you help me seek justice?" Initially, Matthew had no intention of intervening, as most individuals present were affluent, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, upon seeing Haley's tearful visage and her subtle, soft demeanor as she clutched her arms, he found himself momentarily captivated. After all, Haley was his trainee. To have her battle pet killed right before her eyes was humiliating. Even if it could be resurrected, it reflected poorly on him as her mentor. That student over there. This is a battle pet training facility, not a place for martial artists to intrude. Unauthorized personnel entering the arena and being attacked by battle pets is not our responsibility. Huh. Old Fang was taken aback. Goodness, Matthew had the audacity to consider himself a martial artist while attempting to absolve Haley of her aggressive actions. Hadn't he? Excuse me, who said I'm a martial artist? Old Fang raised his hand, revealing the yin-yang fish mark on the back, unmistakably indicating his identity as a battle beast master. This revelation startled some onlookers who were oblivious to the truth. What the heck? A battle beast master? Is there really such a formidable one? A D-ranked flying leaf mantis was defeated in one blow. What? As battle beast masters, don't you all train your bodies? Witnessing the bewildered expression on the dark-haired youth, everyone turned crimson, speechless. Was this level of physical strength achievable solely through training? Who would they try to fool? Matthew was also dumbfounded. Goodness, instead of cultivating life-preserving spells and supportive techniques, he was here honing his physical prowess. Was he? Hesha found it difficult to comprehend Fang Tian as well. While there were indeed battle beast masters who excelled in multiple areas, the existence of battle beasts meant that physical training yielded minimal benefits for them. A battle beast master charging in a battle would likely find their battle pet unwilling to comply. Yet, what they did not realize was that old Fang was well-rounded. Exercising his body did not imply neglecting other aspects of training. Influenced by socialist ideals, Fang Tian understood that a sound body was the foundation of revolution. Moreover, not only was my physical fitness superior to yours, but I also excel in spells and mental prowess, albeit not currently showcased. Once Fang Tian's identity as a battle beastmaster was confirmed, Matthew felt a pang of awkwardness. Old Fang was unconcerned with such matters. He picked up the phone, preparing to dial the security bureau's number. Wait a moment, classmate Fang. Haley can offer financial compensation. We're all classmates, and there's no need to escalate the matter. Seeing his opponent was serious, Hesha spoke up again to mediate. Hesha, you are quite amusing to Ayesha, your good friend. So concerned for her? With a teasing glance, Old Fang remarked. For what I observed earlier, she seemed rather envious of you. Upon hearing this, Haley's expression changed drastically. Why, you're talking nonsense. Hesha, don't listen to this scoundrel's fabrications. We've been classmates for nearly a decade. I'm genuinely happy for you with your powerful battle pet. How could I possibly? Haley floundered like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her flustered explanations only causing her to stutter, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Calm down. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. The more you hurry, the more you expose yourself. Think it through before reacting. Old Fang added fuel to the fire with his tongue-twisting remarks, leaving Haley pale and her thoughts in disarray. All right, Haley, you don't need to say so much. I believe you. Hesha's words finally managed to soothe Haley's emotions somewhat. Clap, clap. Fang Tian clapped his hands and chuckled. Ah, the class leader is truly a kind-hearted person. I admire you. Unfortunately, I am not well acquainted with her and do not lack funds. I merely wish for her to spend a little time in custody, he continued. Furthermore, allow me to offer a piece of advice to classmate Hesha. Kindness is not so cheap. With that, Old Fang promptly dialed the security bureau's number, reporting the incident in front of everyone, infuriating Haley to the point of gritting her teeth. The rest understood clearly that the dark-haired youth before them was not someone to be trifled with. He was a formidable character. Well, I believe tonight classmate Haley will have a delightful evening at the security bureau. Farewell. Regardless of how wealthy Haley's family was, the fact of her aggression would mean she could only be bailed out after 24 hours. She was stuck in the iron bars of the night. As Fang Tian turned to leave, Matthew spoke up again. Since you are a battle beast master, how about I personally train with you? If you win, my classes will be free for you from now on, of course. If you feel your abilities are lacking and fear humiliation, you may choose to decline. What a lowly provocation. I could see Matthew was unwilling to let go of his pride. Harboring resentment and wanting to create a scenario to embarrass his opponent, Haley's eyes suddenly brightened with encouragement as she looked at Matthew, wishing he would defeat that guy's battle pet entirely and return to resurrect them all. Hesha furrowed her brow, appearing hesitant. She felt that the situation had already escalated enough, and there was no need to provoke further. Besides, that fellow was entirely different from others in the class, somehow. Unpredictable. Alas, the trash talk was still as trite as ever. The nonsensical words left the onlookers bewildered. However, Matthew's heart skipped a beat. He sensed that something ominous was about to unfold. Train with me. Ha! Although he faced away from the crowd, everyone could still detect the palpable disdain in his voice. Was he overstepping? Matthew, after all, was a competitor who had participated in state competitions. Though his ranking was not impressive, he had been among the top 10 at the city level. Training a rookie battle beastmaster would be a piece of cake for him. Did he deserve it? As he slowly turned back, only revealing a profile shrouded in darkness, it appeared as if he wore a mask. Unlike the confusion of the crowd, upon catching sight of that familiar half-black visage, Matthew felt as though struck by lightning, a chill running down his spine, his previously pale face now drained of color. You? His trembling jaw only added to the surrounding bewilderment. How could Matthew forget the boy who had ended his 12-game winning streak? Placing a finger to his lips, old Fang flashed a sly smile before turning away, leaving without a backward glance. The crowd was left stunned, glancing between the departing figures of old Fang and the rooted Matthew. Utterly perplexed, they had expected to witness more drama, only to be met with this abrupt conclusion. Matthew? Haley was equally bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to teach that guy a lesson for her? What was this supposed to mean? Was she being played? This sudden twist in the plot left her, who had already endured enough, on the brink of madness. Yet Matthew paid no mind, silently turning to exit the scene. Observing his disordered steps, there was almost a sense of retreat. Hesha glanced at Matthew's departing figure and then at Fang Tian's direction. Lost in contemplation, there was definitely something amiss between those two, just who was Fang Tian. Dean, was that dark-haired boy from your class? What are you all doing? Upon the approach of 3 or 5 girls, who clustered together to inquire about Fang Tian. Dean's expression soured instantly. That it's nothing, we just have a few questions. Later, we promise to treat you to a drink, so could you kindly share his name and contact information with us? The excitement evident on the girls' faces elicited an inexplicable pang of jealousy within Dean. That scoundrel skips class daily and neglects his studies. I have no idea how to reach him. What is so appealing about that arrogant, unruly fellow? Noticing Dean's unwelcoming demeanor, the girls tactfully decided to cease their pursuit and turned instead to inquire from others. That handsome guy was so imposing. What a pity I didn't ask for his contact details. Indeed, he dispatched that D-class flying mantis with such ease. Truly impressive. Even Instructor Matthew was rendered speechless in his presence. Who knows what his background is? He could confront a group all by himself. And he looked so dashing. How cool. The girls' chatter only deepened Dean's discontent. Can it be that such a domineering, sharp-tongued boy has admirers? How infuriating. Why am I not the one dazzling them? When the security personnel arrived and reviewed the footage, they promptly took the begrudging Haley away. Meanwhile, old Fang led his battle pet to continue training in a secluded facility. Watching the scattered remnants of machinery, still occasionally sparking, Fang Tian felt a shiver of trepidation. 10 B-class training robots had been dispatched, yet under Ahao's command, none lasted more than 10 minutes. His strength is becoming increasingly formidable. Due to his cultivation of the Mingle realm, if he doesn't consciously suppress his aura, a unique crimson energy occasionally emanates from Ahao, akin to an executioner from hell, exuding immense power. Although he remains distant from A-class evolution, it seems that the B-class level, apart from those special ability beasts, few can truly threaten him. Upon returning home that evening, old Fang was astonished to find 2 girls, one older and one younger, embroiled in a dispute. What is going on? What happened? Tian hurt her leg while descending the stairs this afternoon. Her ankle is swollen and red. I suggested she rest here tonight, but she insists on going home. Lei Jana, displaying a rather impatient demeanor, pressed a bell on her seat to prevent her from moving. While the little girl gazed up at old Fang with tearful eyes, Sister Nana, Brother Fang, I want to go home. With the night already advanced, old Fang had intended to persuade the little girl. But her yearning for home inexplicably softened his heart. Very well, I shall escort her home. Old Fang promptly lifted the little girl and made his way to the backyard, where, under the astonished gaze of the young girl, he summoned Fei Guw. By the way, Do keep an eye out. If any troublemakers come this way, just incapacitate them. No need to kill anyone that we live in a civilized society, after all. What? Someone's causing trouble. Lyjana's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Her eager demeanor seemed to invigorate her. It's a minor issue, likely just some petty nuisances, just a gentle reminder to be cautious in your daily life. Observing Lyjana's reaction, old Fang felt relieved that he had intervened in time. Otherwise, given her fiery temper, she might have buried someone in the backyard, leading to significant complications. Once mounted on the bird's back, old Fang patted Fei Gu, who, upon receiving the command, flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Brother Fang, are you a beastmaster? Sitting atop Fei Gu, Ling curiously stroked the glossy metallic feathers. You know about beastmasters? Yes, I heard about them while working a while back. Ling's face lit up with delight as she enjoyed the night breeze. Oh, this big black bird seems to know where my home is. Ling suddenly realized that she didn't need to provide an address. The black owl seemed aware of the route, with its shiny eyes gazing thoughtfully at old Fang. She tightened her grip around him. Thank you, brother. No further explanation was needed. The clever girl comprehended everything intuitively. Gently caressing her smooth little head, old Fang chose not to elaborate, even though they weren't flying particularly fast. After about 6 or 7 minutes, Fei Gu finally descended upon a hill outside the city. This. Your home? Gazing at the dilapidated shack before him, old Fang found himself momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Ling lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, betraying her inner anxiety and trepidation. Old Fang instructed Fei Gu to move a distance away to frolic freely. Then he carried Ling inside the small dwelling. The reason for sending Fei Gu away was to prevent it from accidentally toppling the house with a single flap of its wings while playing outside. Upon stepping inside, old Fang's heart sank further. The decaying, damp wooden shack was adorned with scattered cobwebs hanging from the rafters. Inside, aside from a meager bed, a wardrobe, and a wash basin, there was virtually no additional furniture. Various small wooden boards sealed the walls, likely due to Ling's insufficient height and strength, forcing her to use these boards to patch up the holes. The roof was pockmarked, and in some areas, wooden basins were placed to catch rainwater and prevent leaks. It was truly a case of a home devoid of all comforts. Put it bluntly, even a dog would likely refuse to reside here, as at least a doghouse wouldn't be as drafty. Old Fang felt a sudden sting in his nose and turned away to take a deep breath. With age, he found it increasingly difficult to witness such suffering, especially as he watched Ling cheerfully boil water to entertain him. The bright sparkle in her eyes tugged at his heartstrings. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Brother, this is freshly picked by me, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of guests. Ling's face radiated with joy, making her thoroughly happy. The tea was bitter at first, yet bore a sweet aftertaste. That moment, Fang Tian noticed a small picture frame beside the pillow on the bed. The photograph featured a kind-looking elderly person alongside Ling. Old Fang recognized this as Ling's late grandmother. Ling was an orphan, a revelation that he and Lyjana had only recently discovered. He had not anticipated that Ling's living conditions would be like this. She must have earned quite a bit in the past 2 months. How could it have ended up like this? Pondering this, Fang Tian felt perplexed. Given the girl less strength, how could she possibly transport furniture from the city? And hiring help for such a long journey would surely cost enough to buy a new set of furniture, which the little girl would obviously be reluctant to spend. However, some smaller items clearly showed signs of being replaced, such as the dining utensils, drinking cups, and bedding. Just then, Ling suddenly stood up, carefully making her way to the door due to the medication on her foot. What's wrong? Old Fang hastily followed her outside. Xiao Jin hasn't come for dinner. Ling pointed to a large basin filled with assorted food. Xiao Jin, that is a big cat I rescued while picking fruit in the mountains 2 weeks ago. Though it looks a bit odd and has a somewhat bad temper, it is quite an appetite. A big cat. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What does it look like? Upon hearing Ling's words, Fang Tian was taken aback and hurriedly inquired further. The cats in the mountains were likely to be beasts. If it had a fierce temperament, Ling could be at risk, and he felt a surge of anxiety. Don't worry, Brother Fang. Xiao Jin means me no harm. It comes to eat every day and even brings me some fruit from the mountains now and then. Ling clearly understood Fang Tian's concerns and quickly clarified. Although old Fang felt reassured, he maintained a cautious demeanor. After all, that was a beast, wild by nature, and the risks were too high to take chances. As for why Xiao Jin hadn't he shown up for its usual meal, Fang Tian had his suspicions. With Fei Gu nearby, would it dare to come? Just then, a gust of wind surged from behind. Damn, it really dares to come. With astonishing perception, the elder Fang crouched down and alive. Elongated figure leapt gracefully overhead. With a resounding thud, it landed before Ling, just as Fang Tian prepared to charge forward. He was taken aback to see the creature turn around, its back to Ling. Facing him instead, it hunched low, exposing its teeth in a menacing snarl, exuding an air of ferocity. In that instant, Fang caught a clear glimpse of the creature's form, a magnificent golden-furred feline, nearly 2 meters in length. Most striking were its upright, elongated, triangular ears, adorned with several antenna-like tufts of fur at the tips, which lent it an enchanting appearance. Its physique bore some resemblance to that of a leopard, sleek and alluring. Yet it was muscular and brimming with strength, a C-class lower-tier beast of the feline variety, known as the golden lynx. Observing the stunningly beautiful creature shield Ling from harm, Fang momentarily regained his composure. And oh wonder, it could evade Fei Gu's surveillance. Those large ears could catch sound from several kilometers away, likely allowing it to conceal itself long before Fei Gu landed. Xiao Jin, stop! Upon witnessing the golden lynx's movements, Ling hastily disregarded the pain in her ankle and rushed forward, arms wide open in an attempt to shield the beast. Seeing Ling standing defensively with her arms outstretched, Fang felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled. It's all right. This golden lynx wishes to protect you and might perceive me as a threat. Ling's intervention evidently startled the golden lynx, which softened its demeanor, though it still remained cautious. Fang Tian raised his hand, summoning Xiao Qing at the same time. Upon her arrival, Ling was momentarily taken aback, while the golden lynx stepped back 2 paces, emitting a low, rumbling growl, its expression tense once more. Xiao Qing, help it to calm down. Following the command, Xiao Qing produced a rose and was about to crack her whip when Fang swiftly halted her. Stop! What are you doing? Didn't you say to make the cat calm? Old Fang found himself torn between amusement and exasperation. That I meant for you to communicate with it, not to physically subdue it. You've become addicted to fighting lately, haven't you? Xiao Qing shot her master an exasperated look, retracting the rose and utilizing her telepathic abilities to converse with Xiao Jin, with Xiao Qing as a translator. The exchange of a few words significantly eased the golden lynx's tension. However, aside from Ling, it still regarded the other humans and beasts with a hint of wariness. Fang paid no mind, understanding that building trust takes time, especially with a wild combat beast. Observing the well-behaved golden lynx being playfully handled by Ling, Fang found himself quietly impressed. It seemed that this kind-hearted and resilient young girl not only attracted human affection, but also captivated the hearts of beasts. As Ling and Xiao Jin frolicked indoors, Fang strolled around, thoroughly examining the mountain area where Ling resided. He began to formulate some ideas in his mind. Not long after, Fei Gu returned, a vine-woven net bag clutched in its beak, filled with an assortment of unique fruits from the mountain. Strutting adorably, the plump Fei Gu approached Ling, placing the vine bag before her. Seizing the opportunity as Ling smiled in gratitude, Fei Gu nonchalantly waved its wings. The unsuspecting golden lynx, lounging nearby, was caught off guard and sent tumbling into a nearby thicket. This crafty scene brought a hearty laugh from Fang, if Ahau was drifting further down the path of the tyrant. Then Fei Gu was the quintessential rascal. This ground-dwelling chicken was never short of cunning ideas. By the time Xiao Jin returned, shaking her head in confusion, Fei Gu had already taken to the tree trunk to dangle upside down, leaving the bewildered Xiao Jin puzzled about why she had suddenly been flung away. Due to Ling's injured ankle, Fang insisted she rest at home for a few days and temporarily relieved her of work obligations. Initially, Fang had considered taking Ling back upon seeing her living conditions, but upon reflecting on her stubbornness and his own plans, he decided against it. Moreover, with the golden lynx's company, safety was not an immediate concern. Returning to the city with a complex array of emotions, the following morning, Fang took Lei Jana to the market to procure various furnishings and supplies at by midday. Amidst Ling's excited gaze, the two arrived once more at the quaint wooden cabin. Lei Jana, visiting for the first time, was utterly astonished by the living environment, almost brought to tears as she struggled to contain her emotions. After unpacking the ingredients they had purchased, Fang took it upon himself to cook, and after everyone enjoyed a delightful meal, he summoned his 3 battle companions. Xiaojin immediately flattened herself against the ground, too frightened to make a sound. Xiaoqing, you tend to the fields with these seeds. I've already mapped out the garden in the back. How? You chop wood. I need timber. Fei Gu, you keep watch and see if anyone is lurking nearby. Ling observed as Fang issued commands, a look of confusion filling her bright eyes. Sister Nana, what is all this? Your brother Fang hardly slept after returning last night, and took me out early this morning to buy materials. We're planning to renovate your place. Ling's cherubic face flushed with excitement. Gratitude mingling with guilt as she stammered. Thank you, Sister Nana and Brother Fang. Watching the flustered little girl, Lei Jana affectionately ruffled her hair. Throughout the afternoon, everyone busily engaged in their tasks. Xiaoqing improved the soil quality in the designated plots. Her farming abilities unparalleled in the woods. The sound of heavy footsteps and the swish of blades echoed as trees fell in droves. How! The martial enthusiast, even practicing as he worked, though Ling felt a pang of reluctance. She ultimately nodded in agreement to demolish the crumbling structure, as they all recognized that the dilapidated dwelling could not withstand much longer. Fang and Lei Jana, after processing the timber felled by Ahau, set about constructing a new abode. Despite her injury, Ling remained industrious, contributing in whatever way she could. The reconstruction of their home brought her immense joy, her smile radiant. With a collective effort, by evening, a new, luxurious wooden house stood proudly. After applying paint and oil, they moved in the newly purchased furnishings and let Xiaoqing adorn the space with flowers and vines. The 2 garden plots were enclosed with roofs and fences. Gazing at the enchanting little house before them, Fang felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment and contentment. Ling stood quietly, yet the glimmer in her eyes revealed the excitement in her heart. Ling, I've placed 2 extra beds inside and created separate spaces. In the future, I will come to visit you and Sister Nana during our leisure time. As for the labor and material costs for today, consider it payment for meals and lodging here. So there is no need for you to feel embarrassed or overly grateful. Haha. Fang felt a weight on his leg and looked down to find the little girl tightly clinging to him. She embraced him fervently, her gaze uplifted to his, her beautiful and gentle face glistening with tears, yet smiling. That pure, healing smile evoked a childlike grin from Fang. Lei Jana, too, was taken aback, witnessing her master smile with such innocence and purity for the first time. An inexplicable warmth washed over her, stirring an urge to cry. Brother Fang, Sister Nana, this place will forever be our home. The mountain breeze, the bright moon, fireworks, and delectable cuisine, all elements of a splendid night, a night of indulgence. A night filled with warmth. The following day, after advising Ling to rest well at home, Lao Fang led Lei Jana back to the desolate city of Huangming. The port was indeed promising, yet once our supplies were replenished, our aspirations remained set on the vast stars and seas. I am Henry, a minor leader of the Viper Gang. The concept of learning was foreign to me. I ventured into the streets at the age of 17, navigating alleyways, mingling in the underworld, and spending 3 years in the hustle to become the small leader I am today. While there remains a considerable distance from the main echelon of Huaxiang District, I do have a loyal entourage of over a dozen followers, collecting debts, intimidating the young, or occasionally rallying my subordinates to assert dominance over some unscrupulous businesses. My life has been passable, to say the least. However, recently, a significant opportunity arose that a rogue from Zhanhua Academy contacted me, claiming that a wealthy heir was willing to pay handsomely for assistance in teaching a classmate a lesson. This was a job I was all too familiar with. Low in cost, yet high in efficiency, it was an offer I had no reason to decline. The target was one Fang Tian, a 16-year-old boy with black hair and eyes, rumored to attend only half a day of classes, yet possessing a demeanor reminiscent of my own in my youth. After several days of surveillance at the school gates, we finally confirmed our target's identity. He was tall and robust, allegedly a beast master. What a joke. How can novice beast master intimidate anyone? Yet, my cautious nature led me to delay our initial strike, opting instead to observe for a few days while surreptitiously uncovering his address. To my astonishment, the luxurious residence was situated in a prime school district. Clearly, he was a person of considerable wealth. I harbored a deep-seated disdain for these privileged second-generation rich kids who began life 1,000 meters ahead of the rest. Thus, I resolved not only to confront him, but to do so thoroughly that I learned that this wealthy individual even employed a small child as a laborer within his mansion. The sordid face of capitalism. Despicable. Indeed, even within our underworld, there are age restrictions for joining. Yet, this could be advantageous for the execution of our plan. That afternoon, with the sky overcast and the threat of a storm looming, the streets around that mansion were nearly deserted. As luck would have it, the man had stepped out. The opportunity had arrived. Leading my subordinates, we donned our long socks, secured blades and firearms at our waists, and scaled the walls to gain entry. Our plan was simple: to steal first and extort later. I couldn't say we were expertly skilled, but we maneuvered with ease. I was already daydreaming about which nightclub to visit with my brothers that evening. However, a tall, strikingly beautiful mixed race maid unexpectedly stood in our path. Oblivious to the danger, we laughed, and she laughed too. Until we could laugh no longer, my two closest associates were suddenly sent flying. Their anguished cries momentarily transported me to a slaughterhouse at dawn. Upon landing, they writhed in pain, foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, legs tightly clenched, convulsing as if jolted by electricity. A kick to that area had sent them soaring at the tee that moment. I must admit, despite being the leader, my legs felt weak for a brief instant. The strength of her assault had diminished our morale by at least 30%. Yet, she was merely a maid, after all, though she possessed some martial prowess. What did that matter when we outnumbered her and were armed? Bang! Crack! Ah! In less than 10 seconds, that maid stood before me, looking down with an air of authority. Behind her, my subordinates lay scattered, unable to rise again. I conceded that the dampness spreading across my trousers was unsettling, causing me to hesitate. Then I realized that human joints could indeed be illustrated geometrically. For the first time, I discovered that a knife lacked the solidity of a fist. And within 5 meters, a gun was both slow and inaccurate. I also learned that a maid who couldn't fight was not a good security guard. It dawned on me that perhaps I should surrender and confess. This might afford me a chance to preserve my limbs and walk normally. Are you their leader? Yes, no. It's not what you think. I had only one chance, if I didn't answer correctly. She would crush my manhood. I had 3 seconds. 1. Jianhua Academy. First-year Beast Master training class. Borrow Booker. Without a moment's thought, I blurted it out, for I couldn't afford to gamble with my life. Thud. A sharp pain shot through my nose. And darkness enveloped me. I turned. I saw the chaos around me, and Ligiana apathetically clapped her hands. With a swift motion, she reported the situation to Lao Fong. Understood, that I'll take care of it. After hanging up, Ligiana dialed the security bureau. That evening, as school let out amidst a torrential downpour, Barrow prepared as usual to revel at the bar, a regular haunt alongside Haley and other delinquents. Thoughts of Haley ignited a spark of frustration. The task assigned to him felt burdensome, and he wondered how Henry was faring with his assignment. It had almost been 10 days. Perhaps he should call later to check in. At that moment, Barrow reached a secluded intersection, nearly deserted due to the rain. He passed a blind spot of the surveillance camera. A sleek black luxury car came to a screeching halt beside him. Before he could react, a figure emerged and swiftly rendered him unconscious. He was unceremoniously tossed into the car, which then sped away into the stormy night. As the vehicle jostled along, Barrow gradually regained consciousness. Who are you? This is kidnapping. Let me go. You'll regret this. Realizing he was tightly bound and unable to move, Barrow began to shout in anger. Stop yelling, we're on our way to the security bureau. You might want to consider how to choose a more comfortable cell. Upon hearing that mocking tone and catching a glimpse of the familiar face in the rearview mirror, Barrow froze in shock. Well, what is it you? What do you want? The guilt gnawed at him, causing his demeanor to falter and his words to stumble. Tut. Hiring a hitman. How many years do you think that merits? Well, at least you won't have to worry about attending school anymore. What are you talking about? Hiring a hitman? What do you mean? Barrow's complexion paled as panic set in. Henry, right? This afternoon, armed with firearms and blades, they invaded my home, and they've all been apprehended. And you've already been implicated in the conspiracy to commit murder. TSK Barrow, we're hardly acquainted, yet I don't believe I've wronged you in any way. This is a blatant frame-up. Fang, you must believe me. Just as you said, we have no enmity. Why would I hire someone to kill you? It's illogical. Observing Barrow's desperate attempt to explain, Lao Fang smirked coldly within. So he still clung to his defiance. Did he? You'll have to explain that to the Security Bureau. Henry has implicated you, and my lawyer is already on the way. I won't rest until the true culprit is revealed. If you confess the truth, I might consider not pursuing your liability. After all, we have no vendetta against each other, and I believe there's a reason behind your actions. Lao Fang's feigned compassion momentarily silenced Barrow, causing a conflict of emotions to play across his face. Your silence is inconsequential. I have a fair idea of who it might be. Only a couple of people from our class have a grudge against me. It's Haley. ISNT it? At that moment, Barrow deflated like a puncture balloon. Yes, it's Haley. Old Fang's precise deceit left Barrow utterly defenseless. Present, Old Fang has offended very few, aside from the one who was completely eradicated. Upon reflection, the only one with the most conflicting feelings towards him is undoubtedly Haley. Brother Fang, you truly are a master. You guessed it right. This matter has little to do with me. It was Haley. Yes, it was her who asked me to find someone to deal with you. Furthermore, Brother Fang, we merely requested Henry and his crew to teach you a lesson. Who could have anticipated they would resort to blades and firearms? Brother Fang, this was truly not our intention. Please forgive. Still lying, are we? Henry has already confessed, stating that you hired an assassin to take my life, and you wish to argue your case, compounding your crimes. Do you? Speak. Was it indeed Haley who instructed you to send someone to kill me? The sudden rise in voice violently interrupted Barrow, causing his heart to race. Gazing into the rearview mirror at that ominous visage and sensing the terrifying malice, Barrow nearly lost control. No. It wasn't us. We truly did not hire. Oh, I see now. Haley wanted you to teach me a lesson, and because of some unreasonable thoughts, you wish to eliminate me. Is that so? I understand now. You are the mastermind behind this. That's an injustice. Brother Fang, you must believe me. It wasn't me. I lacked the courage for such actions. That it must have been Henry and his gang who acted on their own accord. With such a heavy accusation thrust upon him, Barrow quickly began to wail an explanation. It seems you still do not grasp the situation. Henry and his gang members forcibly entered a private residence armed with blades and firearms. Do you comprehend the gravity of this charge? They now claim that you hired an assassin to commit murder. Do you realize what you are facing? Let me remind you, I have surveillance footage. You say Haley merely asked you to hire someone to teach me a lesson, yet the reality is one of attempted murder. It appears you are willing to shoulder all the blame for this woman. Alas, the words of Old Fang struck Barrow like a series of heavy blows, nearly rendering him breathless. Surveillance, attempted murder. I am the mastermind behind hiring an assassin. These key phrases reverberated in his mind. No, he absolutely must not bear this greatest burden alone. Though Barrow possessed a sycophantic nature, his self-serving tendencies prevented him from achieving any form of selflessness. Self-preservation was his true nature. It was true that he had enlisted Henry to teach a lesson. But the current reality of the charges laid against him was one of attempted murder. There existed a substantial financial transaction record between himself and Henry. If Henry were to expose him, there would be no escaping the consequences. That wretched fellow. He had merely intended for a lesson to be taught, yet the situation escalated to such extremes. Armed intrusions into a private residence, according to the laws of the Azashin Federation, would allow the homeowner to kill the intruder without bearing any responsibility. Now, as Old Fang had stated, attempted murder and extortion were grave charges that could not be shed. It was indeed like a case of muddy water in one's trousers. Whether or not it was excrement, it was still a foul situation. Every word and action of his was being recorded on surveillance. Barrow knew he needed to force himself to remain calm. Should he continue to speak recklessly, It might be irretrievable that it was Haley. She hired an assassin to kill me. Brother Fang, you must understand that Haley harbored resentment against you due to previous conflicts. And thus she instructed me to kill you. The last two words, kill you, Barrow nearly spat out through gritted teeth. If I must perish, then so be it, since this accusation of hiring an assassin has already been laid upon me. I cannot bear the burden alone. Defending Haley now would only bring trouble upon myself. Dragging her down with me is my best option. Upon hearing Barrow's words, Fang Tian's lips curled into a subtle smirk. It worked. This was the desired effect. However, old Fang had no qualms about squeezing out a little more from this situation. Oh, do not cast aspersions upon Lady Haley. She is a fine young lady from a wealthy family. How could she possibly hire someone to kill me? You must have misunderstood her intentions and acted independently. The fine young lady. She is well-versed in nightlife, smoking, drinking, and bullying. She has switched boyfriends more than a dozen times in a single year, all merely relying on her family's wealth and influence. Otherwise, she would have long been sold off. Brother Fang, you had conflicts with her during training, and thus she could not swallow her pride. She has a motive to harm you. She transferred a substantial sum of money for this purpose, which still remains in my account. I can provide relevant records and evidence. Barrow was resolute. If he was to spill the beans, he would do so thoroughly. Amidst the cacophony of friction, the car finally halted at the entrance of the security bureau. Ding dong. In the midst of a thunderstorm at this late hour, who could it be? Awakened by the doorbell. The servant quickly wrapped himself in a coat and approached the monitor. There on the screen stood a group of impeccably dressed individuals, holding umbrellas, standing tall and serious. May I ask who you are and what business you have? I am Chief Inspector Liu Xian of the Security Bureau. We are here regarding a case involving Haley Ward, who is implicated in inciting others to commit a crime. That we must take her back for questioning. Please open the door promptly. All right, I understand. Please hold for a moment. The servant, startled, quickly turned to notify his master. Before long, lights illuminated the entire ward residence. Bowen stormed upstairs in a fit of rage, kicking open the door. He shouted into the room, "Haley, what on earth have you done this time?" Yet, beneath the high pitch of his voice, there was no response. Flipping on the light, he beheld Haley on the bed, drenched, reeking of alcohol. Still in her clothes, snoring blissfully. It was evident she had partied all night and returned recently in a drunken stupor. Bowen, already seething, was further incensed and, in a fit of anger, grabbed a nearby fish tank, splashing its contents all over her. The cold, fishy water splashed across her face, finally rousing Haley from her slumber. "Are you out of your mind? What are you doing?" Upon realizing what had transpired, she became furious. Her anger directed at her father. "What have you been up to? Why are the Security Bureau here to arrest you?" "The Security Bureau? I haven't done anything. I was just drinking and dancing with friends." "How is that a crime?" Observing his daughter's nonchalant demeanor, Bowen felt as though he might hurl the fish tank at her. "Bowen, what are you doing? Put down the fish tank. Haley is a beastmaster. Can you afford to bear the consequences if she gets hurt?" A woman rushed in, breathless, glaring at Bowen while shielding Haley behind her. "Oh, spoil her. Just keep indulging her. Look at how arrogant and rebellious she has become. The Chief Inspector of the Security Bureau is here to take her away." "So what if they are? Haley is still a child. How much trouble can she really get into? Besides, we have plenty of money. As the head of this family, if you cannot manage this trivial matter, I shall simply take Haley back to my family." Here we go again. Bowen felt a headache coming on. His wife had spoiled their daughter since she was little. Discipline was out of the question. Ever since Haley became a beastmaster, she had grown increasingly unruly. In the past, he could manage her, but now the more he tried to reason, the worse it became. Especially with her mingling with unsavory characters like this late hour. The Chief Inspector of the Security Bureau personally came to their door. This was certainly no trivial matter. "Ugh, wash your face and come downstairs." With a resigned sigh, Bowen descended first. "Chief Inspector Liu, I apologize for the late hour. I was in a deep sleep and did not hear the doorbell. I hope for your understanding that Mr. Bowen, your family is quite prominent and busy with your affairs." "We understand. Please allow your daughter, Miss Haley, to come out. We have a case that requires her cooperation." "What has Haley done?" "I would appreciate it if Chief Inspector Liu could enlighten me." Seeing Bowen's bewildered expression, Liu Xian replied solemnly, "She is implicated in inciting attempted murder. The criminal gang has already been apprehended, and we have substantial evidence." Upon hearing these words, Bowen felt as though struck by a thunderclap. His vision darkening as he nearly lost his footing like a T that moment. Haley descended the stairs alongside her mother. You, Bowen's face flushed crimson, his finger trembling uncontrollably as he pointed at Haley. Yet, Haley appeared unfazed. Her expression one of annoyance as she retorted, "What are you all doing here? This is my home. Leave at once, or I shall sue you for trespassing by tomorrow." The heiress's fury was palpable towards the agents of the Security Bureau. "Exactly! What do you want in the middle of the night? You already took my daughter last time. Now you're back for more. Do you think us easy prey, looking to extort money?" Liu Xian furrowed his brows, glancing at the helpless Bowen, then at his wife and daughter, feeling astonished. "This is an arrest warrant, Miss Haley. Someone has accused you of hiring a hitman, and the perpetrators have already been apprehended. Please cooperate and accompany us." "What?" Now was Haley's turn to be taken aback. The term hiring a hitman momentarily left her bewildered and shocked. "Are you joking? You've got the wrong person. I did not hire anyone to kill. The suspect has confessed, and the evidence points to you. You must come with us to the station for clarification." Liu Xian had witnessed such scenes countless times before to know. "Stop. I did not hire a hitman. Why should I go back with you?" Haley stepped back, her face a portrait of anger and defiance, her demeanor bordering on petulance. "What do you intend to do? Do you mean to use force? My daughter has stated she is innocent. Can't you understand human language? If you dare lay a hand on her, let me remind you, resisting arrest is an offense that carries heavier penalties. And this is your first warning," Liu Xian stated, disinterested in her threats, delivering his warning in a straightforward manner. Observing that his wife was about to create a scene, Bowen took a deep breath, striving to control his emotions as he approached her and whispered, "If you continue this unreasonable behavior, it will not benefit our daughter. The arrest warrant has been issued. They will take her regardless. This will not resolve anything. Let her go with them. We will follow and see what transpires. Do not exacerbate the situation." Bowen's words served to calm his wife somewhat. She glared at the security agents with resentment before saying to her daughter, "Sweetheart, you go first. Your father and I will be right behind you. I want to see who dares to sully your name." Seeing her mother take charge and noting the brewing storm from the agents, Haley angrily kicked the wall before reluctantly following the Security Bureau personnel. By the time they returned to the station, it was nearly 4 a.m, while old Fang was sound asleep at home. The Haley family finally grasped the entire sequence of events. This is the surveillance footage provided by the victim's household, which clearly records the entire process of Henry and his gang breaking into the home, armed with guns and knives. This video testimony was recorded by Barrow during the victim's transportation, wherein he pointed out that all the hired killing actions were instigated by Miss Haley as a means of revenge. Watching these two clips, Haley's face turned red with anger, yet she defiantly crossed her arms and protested. "This is a frame-up, a blatant frame-up. This has nothing to do with me. Oh, really? Can you explain why? On Wednesday of last week, you transferred 1 million star coins to Barrow's account. The money is mine. I can transfer it to whomever I please. That is my personal freedom," Haley replied dismissively upon hearing this. Not only did Liu Xian shake his head in mockery, but even Bowen, who was listening from outside the interrogation room, could not bear to watch, whether her actions were right or wrong aside. Her foolishness was undeniable. Faced with Haley's obstinacy and unreasonable behavior, Liu Xian produced a recording device. The conversation between Haley and Barrow played back. "Barrow, you said you have many friends in the underworld. Can you handle that person named Fang?" "No problem. Give me 1 million, and I'll take care of Fang for you. How about that?" "All right, I'll transfer it to you tomorrow, and once the matter's settled, I'll give you an additional bonus as a reward." After the recording concluded, Liu Xian fixed his gaze on Haley and said, "At this point, do you have anything else to say?" "So what? I merely had Barrow deal with him. What's the big deal?" Haley still did not perceive the gravity of the situation, her expression one of indifference. "Oh, dealing with someone requires a dozen armed men to invade a home while the occupant is away. Is spending 1 million star coins necessary for just dealing with someone?" Liu Xian found it all quite ludicrous. 1 million is a lot. Perhaps that's merely because you can't afford it. As for the armed invasion, that was a decision made by those gang members themselves. What does it have to do with me? Are you done asking your questions? What time is it? I returned home at 1 o'clock last night, and I'm exhausted. Let me go home. Haley's face displayed disdain and impatience. I'm afraid. Miss Haley, you cannot return just yet. I hereby announce that you will be prosecuted for instigating others to commit assault and attempted extortion. With substantial evidence and witnesses, you have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Upon finishing his statement, another door in the interrogation room swung open, and 2 guards rushed in, unceremoniously handcuffing Haley and escorting her down the corridor. What are you doing? How dare you treat me so roughly? Let me go. Mom, help me. As Bowen's wife began to raise a commotion, she was swiftly subdued by a nearby guard. Once Liu Xine exited the interrogation room, Bowen hurried over. Officer Liu, my daughter is spoiled and has many flaws. If she has offended you, I hope you will not take it to heart. Observing Bowen's respectful demeanor, Liu Xine found it quite curious. Were these two truly related by blood? The disparity was astounding. With all due respect, the conduct exhibited by your daughter during the interrogation was quite lacking. This remark left Bowen blushing with shame. That a failure in upbringing is a father's fault. Haley's disgrace is a reflection upon me. Officer Liu is correct. I will discipline my daughter severely upon her return. And I shall host a banquet to apologize to you. There is no need for that. You would do better to find a competent lawyer to seek a lighter sentence, Liu Xine replied, causing Bowen's heart to tighten with anxiety. Officer Liu, the video testimony made by Barrow in the vehicle clearly shows that the victim, Fang Tian, exaggerated the charges and led the narrative. This matter requires further consideration. During the private interrogation of Barrow, Old Fang's methods of manipulation and psychological games were not particularly subtle. Someone of Bowen's caliber could easily discern the clues. Not only Bowen, but even Liu Xine sensed the ulterior motives behind Fang Tian's words. Yet, what of it? What you say holds no weight. Firstly, Fang Tian did not employ any illicit methods during his private interrogation of Barrow. The testimonies obtained are valid. Moreover, after returning to the station, Barrow's recounting did not differ. Secondly, Henry accused Barrow, and Barrow accused your daughter. Both can produce substantial evidence, while Haley herself lacks sufficient proof to exonerate herself. Furthermore, her previous statements during the interrogation almost amounted to a tacit admission of guilt. Compared to the victim, Fang Tian, Haley left Liu Xine with virtually no favorable impression. Officer Liu, while Haley may be willful and unruly, she harbors no malicious intent. Perhaps, as she herself claimed, she merely wished to teach that student named Fang a small lesson. Do you have any evidence? In a mere 4 words, Bowen found himself momentarily rendered speechless. Henry's armed intrusion could indeed be classified as murder and extortion, the nature of which had been firmly established. The recording provided by Barrow, coupled with the staggering sum of 1 million, rendered the notion of a simple lesson utterly implausible. That Barrow's recording was a most unexpected stroke of fortune. Who would have thought that this young man had been so astute? Terms like settled and handled, while somewhat vague in nature, hardly aligned with the concept of a lesson. Moreover, the idea of spending $1 million to teach someone a lesson was incomprehensible to the common man. While the mob would likely think it insufficient, feeling uneasy about the money they were receiving, alas, foolish, 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 Bowen cast a fierce glare at his wife, who was intermittently sobbing beside him. Had it not been for this so-called maternal figure, Haley would not have turned out in such a manner. Officer Liu, I would like to meet the young man surnamed Fang. Please provide me with his address, as I intend to pay him a visit immediately. To untie a knot, one must first tie it. Regardless of the circumstances, Bowen was determined to make an effort for his daughter. Family addresses are considered personal privacy, and I cannot disclose them at will. However, you may wait for him to arrive in the morning, which will not be long. By the way, you should best control your wife's emotions. You wouldn't want another scene, especially with cameras everywhere. After speaking, Liu Xine departed without delay, leading his subordinates away. Bowen sat in the adjacent chair, helplessly massaging his forehead in contemplation that if you continue to make a scene, I will have you taken directly inside. This is not home, and you cannot throw a tantrum here. Furthermore, If you wish to ensure that Haley does not spend the next few years confined to his cell, you had better keep quiet. Observing his wife's intent to persist in her emotional outburst, Bowen, already agitated, preemptively prepared himself for the worst. Woe is me. Why are you being so fierce? Don't think I'm unaware of your misdeeds outside. Let me make this clear. As long as I reside in this household, that vixen of yours will never set foot inside. Having conceived a child outside, do you no longer desire your daughter? Bowen, let me tell you, she's my only daughter. Should anything happen to her, I will ensure you pay for it. With that, Bowen's wife stormed out in fury. Alas, Bowen sighed deeply. What a calamity, truly a disarray of feathers. Stretching languidly, Fang Tian awakened precisely on time. The storm had passed, and the morning sun poured in through the curtains. It seemed that some individuals had kept themselves awake throughout the night, talking to himself. The elderly Fang descended to wash up and have breakfast. Oh, you want me to accompany you to the safety bureau? No need. I expect Ling to arrive today. If you go, I fear your excitement might lead you to assault someone, which would not end well. Tisich, if it were up to me, I'd seize the opportunity to catch that Haley, eliminate her, stuff her into a sack, and toss her off Windy Cliff. Wouldn't that solve everything? Coughing lightly, Fang couldn't help but smile at the sight of Lei Jana, who was animatedly demonstrating her own criminal techniques with a spoon. You, with your head filled with violence, after all this time with me. How have you not made any progress? Anyway, you handle the intricate details. I'm better suited for brawling. The maid, Long Yang, shot a playful wink at old Fang before focusing intently on her meal. In a civilized society, there are rules of engagement. If one is not careful, they may find themselves at a disadvantage. I shall take my leave now. After finishing his meal, Fang Tian donned his coat and drove to the safety bureau. Oh, Brother Fang, you're here quite early. Good morning, Officer Liu. After a long night, I brought breakfast for everyone as a token of my appreciation. Too kind, too kind. The two exchanged handshakes and pleasantries, although they had only met the previous day. Liu Xian had a favorable impression of this mature and courteous young man. I must inform you that Haley's father has been waiting for you inside all night. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianyun smiled slightly, unfazed, and replied, let us attend to business first and see if there are any details to supplement in the records. Old Fang was fully aware of the other party's intentions, yet he had no intention of engaging in any negotiations. This iron-barred, tearful meal set, your Haley is bound to partake. Just as old Fang was settling into his paperwork in the office, a somewhat fatigued middle-aged man entered from outside. You must be Fang Tianyun. I am Bowen, Haley's father. First and foremost, I owe you a sincere apology. Observing the middle-aged man bowing slightly before him, old Fang was initially taken aback. He had assumed that the man was a staff member. However, after hearing his words, old Fang became somewhat intrigued. This script was not aligning with his expectations. Wasn't Haley's father supposed to stride in arrogantly, attempting both coercion and enticement? Why was he apologizing instead? The sight of this respectful middle-aged man led old Fang to momentarily question whether he had entered the wrong scene. You are Haley's father? Old Fang inquired, expressing his skepticism. Indeed, although Haley is rebellious, she harbors no ill intentions. That I acknowledge that she has caused you considerable trouble, and I am willing to offer appropriate compensation, simply requesting that you refrain from filing charges and grant my daughter an opportunity for reform. Please have a seat. Let us discuss this further. To be honest, it felt somewhat awkward for old Fang to have an elder addressing him so politely. This was his nature. If one approached him with force, they would meet resistance. If they came softly, he might consider a dialogue. May I ask, are you truly Haley's father? Old Fang's inquiry was not meant to be impolite. It was simply that the demeanor of this sincerely polite middle-aged man starkly contrasted with the brazen attitude of the bar-hopping girl. Why, yes, that my daughter has caused quite a stir, and I hope you can forgive her. Goodness, Haley has managed to turn her father into someone of her peers. Ultimately, Fang Tianyun's swift and decisive actions had concluded the entire matter within less than 24 hours, leaving little room for the other party to maneuver. Admitting fault was indeed the most prudent course of action. To be honest, threats, accusations, and unreasonable behavior had all crossed old Fang's mind. However, he had not anticipated this particular scenario. It is not that I refuse to forgive. However, because of a minor conflict, your daughter incited gang members to forcefully intrude into my home. What would happen next? Would they arrive in a plane or a tank? Young man, this was entirely an accident. While Haley does hold grudges, her intention was never to harm you. It was likely that those gang members had ulterior motives. However, this incident arose from Haley's actions, and we bear an undeniable responsibility. I am willing to offer any compensation for this. Rest assured, Officer Liu is present. I guarantee that this time you will forgive her, and she will not bother you again. I will ensure she receives proper guidance, and will personally have her apologize to you. Old Fang found it quite curious. With such a reliable father, one would expect his daughter to be more sensible. Is it true that a tiger begets a daughter? Just then, the office door swung open with a loud bang as an irate woman stormed in. You are Fang, aren't you? It was because of you that my daughter ended up in the safety bureau last time. I haven't settled the score with you, yet you dare come to create trouble for my daughter. Even if my daughter sent someone to harass you, she is just a girl. You have not suffered any harm. Why do you continue to press her so ruthlessly? What is it that you want? Is it money? How much do you want? I have plenty. The room fell silent as the three men stared in disbelief. Wiping the spittle from his face with a tissue, Fang Tian chuckled. Now that makes sense. A bizarre mother creates outrageous offspring. This was the flavor he was expecting. Who let you in? Get out. Seeing the strange smile on the young man's face, Bowen's heart sank, and he hastily ordered his wife to leave. Leave? You expect this weakling to rescue my daughter? Bowing and scraping to a younger generation, Bowen, you truly are regressing. The woman, hands on her hips, gritting her teeth and wearing a face of shrew, exuded an air reminiscent of a fierce orator battling a crowd of scholars. To speak candidly, Bowen's initially sincere demeanor had begun to sway Lao Fang, who was contemplating whether to grant Hailey another chance. However, at this moment, alas, their conversation had been proceeding rather well, but your sudden intervention, TSK, is truly impressive. Lao Fang directed a sarcastic thumbs up towards the lady. Mr.B01, it appears you are not the head of the household, and I now harbor doubts regarding the assurances you provided earlier. Thus, Fang Tian paused, then turned his gaze towards Officer Liu Xing and said, Officer Liu, please proceed with the case filing. Owen's eyes burned with anger as he glared at his wife. Had she not appeared so abruptly, there might have still been a glimmer of hope for the situation. Now, it was utterly hopeless. Liu Xing, bemused, glanced at the fuming woman and nodded, stating, This case is a public prosecution, and once filed, it cannot be mediated or retracted. You three may return. Lao Fang stood up, ready to leave. But before Bowen's wife could unleash her fury, she was swiftly subdued by guards rushing in from outside. Damn it. Why didn't you stop her at the door? Bowen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Brother Fang, wait. He still wished to make a last-ditch effort. Mr.B01. If you wish to discuss this further, please speak with my lawyer, who should arrive in about half an hour. Also, since you are not in charge, what do you have to discuss with me? This remark about not being in charge left Bowen momentarily dumbfounded. What a blow to be belittled by someone younger. Yet the woman beside him, still ranting, stirred within Bowen when a tumult of anger mingled with an indescribable bitterness. It seemed he truly lacked authority. Otherwise, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. Bowen, how could you let him go? You coward! I swear, if Hailey doesn't come out, I will slap. A fierce backhand sent her words flying. The woman staggered, clutching her reddened face, staring blankly at Bowen. This slap left her utterly dazed. Even the officers were taken aback. The chaos was not yet over, as Bowen, with a twisted, furious expression, delivered another resounding slap. You shrew! I'll let you make a scene. You've accomplished nothing but ruin everything. Our daughter's predicament today is largely your fault. Do you understand? Slap. Why are there people outside? Do you not have a clue why there are people outside? If you could provide me with even a modicum of emotional support, would I need to resort to this? Damn it. Slap. Were it not for family alliances and pressure from our elders, would I have been foolish enough to marry a spendthrift like you? Damn family alliances. Slap. Each word was punctuated by a slap, causing the woman to cry out in distress. Bowen had always harbored a pent-up frustration towards his wife, but until now, he had managed to restrain himself from resorting to violence. However, ever since yesterday's debacle, he had been racking his brain to save his daughter while simultaneously managing his own household. It was a taxing experience. Just as things began to look up, he was betrayed by his own. Lao Fang's remark about not being in charge had ignited a fire within him, propelling him past his breaking point, leading to an explosion of pent-up rage directed at his wife. Lu Xing cast a glance, and the two officers who had been poised to intervene stood frozen in place. As the woman's screams grew louder, signaling a potential tragedy, Lu Xing hurriedly intervened, pulling the increasingly unhinged bow when away. The woman, now too terrified to protest, sat in a corner, her hair and clothes in disarray, trembling in fear with a bruised face. This was truly a disaster. A broken vehicle that refused to be repaired. That was likely the first time Bo had displayed such ferocity, leaving his wife thoroughly shocked. Unbeknownst to the chaotic scene unfolding in the office, Lao Fang had already departed the premises. Later that afternoon, a throng of reporters congregated outside the ward residence. Simultaneously, several prominent media outlets in the city reported the same sensational news. Shocking. The wealthy heiress allegedly hired a hitman to harm her classmate. The Beastmaster returned home to find a shocking scene. Not only did the media extensively cover the news of highly hiring gang members to commit violence, but they also released relevant audio evidence online. The uproar was immense, capturing the attention of both the school authorities and the higher-ups at the Security Bureau, ensuring a significant public outcry. Observing the reports on his phone, Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle wryly. That young man was indeed decisive and ruthless. This move would put immense pressure on the Security Bureau, compelling them to uphold the law. Given the Ward family's already precarious position, their chances of recovery had now diminished considerably. Lu Xing was well aware of what had transpired in the Barrow Detention Center that morning, but at this point, it was of little consequence. Fang Tian had the Ward family firmly in his grip. Hailei's fate was sealed. When a woman throws a tantrum and then receives the attention of a furious husband, there are typically two outcomes. The first is a fierce confrontation, where they battle it out. The second, as exemplified by Bo Wen's wife, is a submission to the overwhelming authority. Witnessing his wife's newfound silence, Bo Wen felt a surge of regret. He lamented why his inner strength had not awakened sooner. Had it done so earlier, perhaps she wouldn't have caused such a ruckus at the Security Bureau, and if she hadn't, maybe his daughter's situation wouldn't have escalated. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Meanwhile, Bowen's wife subtly shifted away, sensing her husband's displeasure. "Master, someone is here to deliver something for you," said a servant, entering the room with an envelope. What does the person look like?" Bowen inquired, a rather burly young man, with a black buzz cut and dark eyes. Before the servant could finish, Bowen snatched the envelope and opened it, revealing a USB drive. Without hesitation, he plugged it into his computer. The drive contained 2 video clips. "Come here." After a moment's thought, Bowen called his wife over to watch the videos, and she complied obediently. The first video displayed a conversation between Barrow and Fang Tian inside a car. "Lao Fang, this is private time. I wish to propose a deal." "Barrow, what sort of deal?" "Lao Fang, I will transfer $2 million to your family's account, with only one condition. If the Ward family approaches you with an offer to take the fall for them, you must refuse." Barrow was momentarily taken aback. "Lao Fang, do you not understand? The Ward family will likely approach you, offering benefits to take all the blame, and my only request is for you to remain impartial. Do not accept bribes and record a video for me." With that, Lao Fang tossed Barrow a tiny military-grade camera. "Do you agree? If so, I will transfer $2 million to your family's account now, and another $2 million 3 years from now when you're released. Your family's circumstances are modest. $4 million will sustain you for a long time. That if you refuse, rest assured, I will openly inform you that I have a backup plan, and not only will you not take all the blame, but I will also ensure your prison sentence is extended to 10 years. You are a smart man. You know how to choose." The stakes were clear, and with the pressure applied, Barrow quickly agreed. I agree. Even a fool knows how to make the right choice. If one were to take on the blame entirely, then a decade would indeed not be a mere fantasy, even if the Ward family were to offer millions. Barrow would hardly wish to squander 10 years of his youth behind bars. However, how could I possibly deliver the recorded video to you? Old Fang produced a business card and handed it to Barrow. Seek out this individual to serve as your lawyer. Once the recording is complete, simply give it to him, and he will ensure it reaches me. Observing Barrow meticulously stowing away the miniature camera, Old Fang extended his phone towards him. Clarify matters with your family and bid them farewell. Also, please provide me with your family's bank account number. I will transfer $2 million immediately. I always keep my word. After receiving the phone, Barrow fell into a contemplative silence before stating, "Thank you, Brother Fang. Let me speak honestly. We are truly just sure enough. Those who understand, understand. You must grasp two things. First, you have erred. Second, you must face the consequences." There is no need for further elaboration. Once Barrow concluded his conversation with his family, Fang Tian promptly transferred the funds, and thus the first video came to an end. After viewing the video, Bowen remained speechless for an extended period. The intricacies of thought, the understanding of human nature, and the sharpness of perspective. Could such mastery truly emerge from a mere 16-year-old? The composure and calm exhibited throughout the entire process unmistakably belonged to a seasoned strategist. What a formidable youth he is. Following the failure to settle matters privately with Fang Tian, bribing Barrow became Bowen's next course of action, and indeed, his sole opportunity to return that very afternoon to gather information regarding Barrow. For this was Bowen's last chance to rescue his daughter, and he undoubtedly needed to proceed with utmost caution to enhance his bargaining power. Regrettably, that very afternoon, the media broke the story, rendering any attempt at bribery utterly meaningless. He had ultimately fallen a step behind. At this moment, Bowen surmised that the so-called media uproar was merely a strategic countermeasure, that a chain of events, swift as thunder, executed with both ruthlessness and precision. Just then, lamenting his circumstances, Bowen suddenly noticed his wife beside him. Her complexion pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably. "What is the matter? Are you unwell?" Bowen inquired with a hint of concern that in truth, after the emotional outburst and the subsequent altercation, he felt a pang of guilt as he regained his composure. "No, I'm fine," his wife stammered, clearly flustered. Although Bowen harbored doubts, he refrained from probing further. However, when he clicked on the second video, his eyes widened in shock. The woman staring back at him was none other than his own wife. Casting a stern glance at his wife, who dared not meet his gaze, Bowen, despite his confusion, resolved to watch the video to its conclusion. Therein, his wife was seen with hands on her hips, her expression irate as she looked down at him. "Young man, why did you expose my daughter? What in the world? It was Haley who urged me to do this. Why should I bear the blame for her?" That voice was unmistakably Barrow's, that my daughter harbors no malicious intent. "It must be you. You orchestrated these misdeeds, didn't you?" At this juncture, Bowen's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, and he couldn't help but shoot a horrified glance at the woman beside him. "Do you even understand the essence of the matter? After all the effort you put into meeting Barrow, was it merely to utter such drivel? Do you understand the urgency of the situation? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Are there no guards?" "Guards! Guards!" Upon seeing Barrow about to shout, Bowen's wife panicked and quickly interjected, "Don't call out. Listen carefully. No matter what, you must take on the blame. Once you are released, I'll give you $3 million. How does that sound?" Slap, 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 slap. Contrary to the previous instances, Bowen was not striking anyone, but rather delivering a series of sharp slaps to his own forehead. He struggled to suppress the fury within him, battling the urge to glance sideways. What sins had he committed to be punished by the arrival of such a fairy-like figure? $4 million for 3 years, half paid up front, $3 million for 10 years, an oral agreement. Even a child would know how to choose. Truly, it was a combination of pretense, stinginess, and a penchant for frivolity that it was unbearable to witness. "Are you openly bribing me?" "Indeed, I am bribing you. Just tell me, will you accept the $3 million or not?" It was evident that Bowen's wife was playing coy with her offer, employing a classic strategy of initially presenting a low bid, only to negotiate upwards, engaging in a merry tug-of-war until a deal was struck. Elderly women bargaining for vegetables and women shopping for clothes often indulge in such tactics. They have no comprehension of what it means to be in a dire situation, where time is of the essence. Unsurprisingly, Faced with such stalling tactics, Barrow wasted no time and pressed the alarm button within the detention room. Instantly, the entire holding area was flooded with flashing red lights and blaring sirens that Bowen's wife fled in disarray. With that, the video concluded. Sigh. Bowen had lost count of how many times he had sighed in recent days that he felt as though he had aged a decade in just a few days. While he was still contemplating strategies to improve his chances, his wife had already taken matters into her own hands and squandered their opportunity. This battle had, in less than a day's time, already predetermined the outcome that he was firmly ensnared, stripped bare of any pretense of tea that moment. Bowen discovered a small note within the envelope. Upon opening it, he found the words "Take care of yourself" scrawled across it. He chuckled softly, a blend of admiration, melancholy, and envy swirling within him. He envied the children of others. "Madam, heed my words carefully. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask, but under no circumstances should you cause a scene. If you do, our marriage shall come to an end." Upon hearing these words, his wife instinctively considered throwing a fit, but the murderous glint in Bowen's eyes, coupled with the righteous fury he had exhibited just days earlier, quelled her anger that Haley's charges would likely result in a sentence of 3 to 5 years. But with some maneuvering and connections, she could be out in less than 2. Are you suggesting that Haley should serve time? His wife wore an expression of incredulity that a brief stint behind bars might do her good. Otherwise, she risks total ruin. Before his wife could retort, Bowen continued, "At 16, look at that young man, and then consider our daughter. As a mother, don't you feel even a twinge of concern? To put it bluntly, you and Haley combined couldn't hold a candle to him. If Haley weren't our daughter, she might not even know how she would meet her end. I envy him. I truly do. If Haley had even half of his capabilities, I would wake up laughing from my dreams that, my dear wife, you must change your ways. You can no longer indulge her mindlessly. We're not in a position to shield our daughter for a lifetime." To this point, Bowen's tone grew earnest. Even if Haley managed to escape this predicament, well, the next time, one cannot predict when she might provoke someone named Fang or perhaps someone surnamed Song or Wang. If her nature remains unchanged, she will inevitably face a reckoning. You understand what it means when they send a USB drive? It signifies that they're showing mercy, holding back. The video of your attempt to bribe Barrow, if they would take full advantage, you would find yourself in a cell as well. You comprehend? At this moment, Bowen's heart was filled with a sense of lamentation. The capabilities and vision of this young man were truly remarkable. It was not a mere display of ruthlessness, but rather a masterful balance of strategy and authority. What Bowen did not realize was that had the Ward family not been blessed with such a discerning individual, Fang Tian would have long since sent his wife to join him behind bars. Point 1. Must either compel compliance or instill fear. Sometimes, one must adjust their approach accordingly. I simply cannot fathom why a grown man would fear a youth who is yet to reach 20. I do not fear. I am a businessman, and I value reason. Be why your logic. Should I hire an assassin to eliminate the opponent? Even if successful, what would be the gain? If unsuccessful, the risks are numerous. Has Haley's recent lesson gone unheeded? When will you learn to control your emotions with your intellect, rather than allowing your emotions to manipulate your mind? You have remembered. This matter ends here. As for Haley's case, I shall hire the finest attorney, and you need not intervene any further. If you dare to complicate matters for me again, you may as well return to your family for good. Regardless of the chaos others may create, old Fang shall continue his life as usual, entrusting everything to his lawyer. The trial progressed swiftly, and within a mere week, the verdict was delivered. Henry received 6 years, while Barrow and Haley were sentenced to 3 years each. No one appealed. It appears that Bowen is indeed a man of understanding. Regrettably, he is not in charge. Otherwise, both parties would not have arrived at such conclusion. Had this case been prolonged, a 6-month litigation would have posed no issue. However, the Ward family's stance was clear. No delays, swift judgment, and an early return. Old Fang understood that his grievances with the Ward family must come to an end at this juncture. In truth, after the altercation with Haley in the training grounds, Fang Tian discreetly invested in uncovering the Ward family's background. They are a merchant family with wealth, yet their influence within the establishment is minimal, rendering their connections rather weak. Put it plainly, The Ward family lacks the power to overturn tables or violate the rules of the game. So, what is there to hesitate about? Let us proceed without further ado. That morning, as school was dismissed, old Fang had just exited the classroom corridor when he encountered a familiar figure blocking his path. Is that not the esteemed class monitor? Do you seek me for something? Fang Tian was somewhat surprised to find the 3-0 girl, Hesha, standing before him. Haley has been sentenced to 3 years that I am aware. However, given their family's financial clout, with some arrangements, she will likely be released in less than 2 years. Old Fang slightly bent forward, meeting her gaze with a teasing smile, and inquired, "What is this? The class monitor has come to confront me over such a trivial matter. You have not attended class for quite some time." Hesha replied, unperturbed. "Indeed, it has been nearly 3 months. What? Did the teacher send you?" Old Fang's interest piqued. He was curious to see what this girl wanted. "For next week's district competition, which district do you intend to register for?" Observing Hesha's serious demeanor, old Fang widened his eyes, feigning terror. "It seems the class monitor has ill intentions. Does she intend to target me?" Noticing Hesha's continued silence, old Fang muttered to himself. "It appears the class monitor harbors significant discontent towards me. Perhaps she seeks to avenge her dear friend Haley? Alas, the district competition features B-level beast snipers. Will you allow me to participate?" One must admit, old Fang's current demeanor is rather cheeky. Yet Hesha remained silent, merely gazing at him. Sigh, forget it, lacking a sense of humor. "Listen well, I shall not register in a different district. I will compete in this district, and you are welcome to snipe at any time." Having received his answer, Hesha turned and walked away without a moment's hesitation. "Hey, class monitor!" Old Fang called out, causing Hesha to pause. "Oh, not blame me for not warning you. Should you happen to encounter me and suffer misfortune, you might not even make the top 10, thus missing the qualification for the city competition." Hesha turned her head, her gaze sharpened with intensity. Meanwhile, Fang maintained his nonchalant, irreverent demeanor. Observing Hesha leave without a backward glance, old Fang revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. What initially seemed a trivial district competition suddenly appeared to hold a touch of significance. In Huangming City, there are 12 districts, and when registering for the Beastmaster competition, one is not restricted to their residential district but can choose freely. Some individuals, wishing to avoid familiar powerful opponents, often opt to register in other districts, thereby sidestepping formidable adversaries and enhancing their chances of advancement. Similar to Hesha, several classmates intending to participate in the district competition hurriedly sought out which district Hesha was in, promptly deciding to register in different districts. The registration period lasts until 3 days before the competition. As soon as the online registration window opened, old Fang was among the first to sign up. However, in comparison to this district competition, Fang was far more concerned about the match scheduled at the Night Queen Arena 5 days later. Currently on a 14-game winning streak, shortly after he posted his matchup for 5 days hence. Challengers began to emerge within half an hour. Initially, he paid little heed, but his phone buzzed incessantly. Curiously, he opened his phone to find the audience group for the Night Queen completely ablaze with messages. What? Did you see who challenged the Son of Destiny? I just saw it. Damn. This is insane. I might just skip my night shift to watch this. The Son of Destiny has been on quite the roll. Now he's being targeted by a bounty butcher. This is going to be disastrous. By the way, did you check the betting odds? Hey, you better tone down the gambling talk. The matchup has just been matched, and the odds assessment takes time. I conservatively estimate the lowest will be 1/6. Wait, what is going on? I'm feeling a bit lost. Just check the matchup yourself. Explaining it all would ruin the fun. A bounty butcher? Old Fang's eyes lit up, instantly becoming invigorated. He hurriedly opened the matchup for 5 days later, scrolling to his section to review the challenger's information. Name: Xiaoan, age 34. Rank: 18th in Minzhou. Beast configuration: B-level mid-tier, dark type, necromancer type, Wutuo Mundal. B-level lower tier, beast type, orc type, Huangyan Kuangxi, mutated form. The C-level upper tier, beast type, raptor type, Shuangtianjiu. Goodness, with 2 B levels and 1 C level, this contender is formidable. The lower B-level Kuangxi is a mutated form. Typically, beasts with prefix annotations like Huangyan, Bingfeng, or Leiyu are benign mutations. After all, one wouldn't dare prefix a malignant mutation, lest they become the subject of mockery. For instance, old Fang's beast, Feigu, is prefixed with the term Yushin Gilwangxiu. While being ranked 18th in the state-level competition, he may not have cracked the top 10, yet he remains a formidable character, undoubtedly among the elite of the underground arena. Given that this is the adult group, if placed in the sub-youth group, achieving a top 10 rank would likely be quite feasible. As previously mentioned, in the underground arena, the more consecutive victories a contestant secures, the larger the prize money. Many skilled fighters specifically target those on winning streaks, allowing them to secure the most rewards with the fewest matches, akin to fattening a pig before slaughter. Such hunters of easy prey are commonly referred to as bounty butchers by the audience. Old Fang hails from Donghua State, while Minzhou lies to the north of the Aozexan Federation. This scion is indeed extending his reach quite far. It seems the district competition will see Hesha aiming to snipe him, and his 14-game winning streak being eyed like a pig ready for slaughter. Truly, this promises to be entertaining. Yet old Fang remained unfazed, even feeling a tinge of exhilaration. Battling lesser sea-level contenders had grown tiresome. Thus far, his beloved beast had yet to step into the fray. This opportunity was rare, as remaining cooped up without challenging himself left him uncertain of his true prowess. This scion would serve as an excellent test. Monday marked the day of the district competition. Upon arriving at the venue, old Fang found a considerable gathering of people already in attendance. Most were young individuals aged between 15 to 20, with those over 20 being quite scarce. Typically, within the sub-youth group, individuals aged 15 to 20 aim for the top 10 in district competitions, while those aged 20 to 25 strive for the top 10 in city competitions, and those aged 25 to 30 aim for the top 10 in state competitions. To reach such standards is already quite commendable. To call him a genius would not be an exaggeration. As for the national top 10 and world top 10 in the youth category, those accolades are reserved for the elite prodigies and extraordinary talents. A staggering 99% of Beastmasters have little to do with these two tiers. They remain at home, dutifully watching television, acting as mere spectators, shouting 666 at the screen. Many of the young competitors participating in the tournament are understandably nervous, given their inexperience and youthful naivety. However, one individual stands apart, Fang, who casually pulls up a chair, crosses his legs, and, with a nonchalant demeanor, munches on sunflower seeds as if oblivious to the world around him. This is the prevailing sentiment regarding the black-haired youth among those nearby. Next, number 30, Fang Tian. Here we go. Upon hearing his name called by the staff, Fang quickly strides forward, retrieves his identification badge, and enters the arena. Given that this is merely a district competition, the arena is not particularly large. Yet it is still 2/3 the size of the Night Queen. Inside, the competition area is divided into 4 sections by magical barriers, allowing for 4 matches to occur simultaneously, enhancing the efficiency of the selection process. The official rankings for Beastmasters serve as an examination, and thus, spectators are not permitted inside. The audience seats are occupied solely by the competitors themselves. Within the arena, judges, evaluators, and relevant registrars preside, calling forth participants as their names are announced. When one's name is not called, they remain seated in the audience, watching others compete. This moment, Fang, equipped with snacks and beverages, lounges at the sidelines, lazily enjoying the thrilling contest below. Occasionally, a fleeting gaze from across the way catches his attention. Without needing to look, he knows precisely who it is. Although spectator access is restricted for the ranking events, they are typically broadcasted on television. Alas, district-level competitions do not receive such coverage, with 12 districts in Huangming City and only 1 local television station. How could they possibly broadcast it? Would they divide the screen into 12 segments? Only at the municipal level do the broadcasts commence. Even higher-tier competitions, major media outlets, including official channels and the Beastmaster Association, become involved, drawing national attention. Despite the absence of television coverage for these novice-level events, reporters are present to conduct interviews, as news reports must be prepared and highlights are essential. Initially, Fang finds himself somewhat engaged by the matches, but after half an hour, he feels the urge to doze off, with E-ranked beasts dominating, a few D-ranked ones appearing, and only a single C-ranked contender thus far. it's understandable that Fang's interest wanes, especially since he is set to compete against a B-ranked beast the day after. Number 42, Hesha, please proceed to Arena 3. Ha. On the verge of slumber, Fang perks up at the familiar name, when the colossal figure, the magma cannon toad, makes its entrance. It immediately captivates the attention of the entire audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment that, oh my goodness, the magma cannon toad? Are you joking? A lower B-ranked monster. What are we supposed to do against that? Exclamations of disbelief accompany the collective lamentation. While envy permeates the atmosphere, the pain of facing such a formidable opponent is palpable. The emergence of a B-ranked beast also draws the scrutiny of judges and evaluators, as its appearance at a district competition typically signals a path of overwhelming force and annihilation. Hesha's opponent is a 17-year-old boy who possesses a D-ranked mid-tier beast, a rock puppet, simply a 2-meter-tall golem with some minor earth-based spells. The intimidation factor of the B-ranked beast leaves the boy trembling in fear. At this moment, a female reporter, brimming with excitement, urges her colleague to direct the camera toward Arena 3. Begin. As the judge's voice fades, a bright orange, robust fire serpent darts forth, followed by a resounding boom as the rock puppet is sent crashing backward. Its head obliterated. The majority of competitors at the sidelines scarcely comprehend what has transpired. It is only through the slow-motion replay on the large screen that they realize the thick fire serpent was, in fact, the tongue of the magma cannon toad, striking with such velocity that it resembled a fiery meteor hammer, obliterating the rock puppet's head in an instant. There was no opportunity for any reaction. It was all over in a heartbeat. After watching the replay, a wave of despondency washes over the crowd. Excuse me, what are your thoughts on the recently concluded match in Arena 3? The female reporter inquires. Microphone in hand for sidelines interviews. Thoughts? My thoughts are that if I head home now, I might still catch my mother as lunch. Huh. What do you mean? The reporter looks puzzled at him. Why next opponent is this magma cannon toad? The boy responds stiffly, oh, that is all right. You're still young. Wishing you good luck next year. The female reporter, perhaps taken aback by the revelation, hastily shifts the topic, eager to avoid the awkward moment, and quickly seeks another interviewee. What do you think of the B-ranked magma cannon toad? It's average, I suppose. Fairly decent that if luck is on my side, placing second shouldn't be an issue. Upon hearing this unremarkable response, not only does the reporter stand in shock, but the surrounding competitors also turn to gaze at the black-haired youth, mouths agape and eyes wide. Bro, are you trying to create a spectacle? No, man, that we're young and brash. But there's no need for self-deception, right? You're quite handsome, but your intelligence seems lacking. Come on. Stop trying to garner attention. Are you aiming for internet fame? You'll look foolish when you lose. B-ranked beast being described as average? What kind of audacity does it take to utter such words? The surrounding competitors look at the black-haired youth as if he were a madman, that if you believe a B-ranked beast can take second place. Who do you think will secure first? Ignoring the jeers from the other competitors, the female reporter presses on, eager to unearth more of this peculiar persona. Such eccentric individuals are often the ones who draw the most attention. Well, who else could it be besides me? Fang replies with an air of certainty that leaves those around him utterly baffled. Surely, he can't be serious. Number 30, Fang Tian, please proceed to Arena 1 and prepare. Here we go. Before the onlookers can voice their dissent, Fang strides confidently down to the arena. Now this is getting interesting. Let us see what this oddball is capable of, daring to speak so boldly. Perhaps he genuinely possesses some skill. Come on, no matter how talented he may be, can he truly rival that B-ranked magma cannon toad? Bluster is one thing, but mindless boasting only leads to humiliation. Competitors murmur amongst themselves, eagerly awaiting the spectacle, while the television crew refocuses the camera on Arena 1. Hesha, meanwhile, fixates her gaze intently on Fang Tian, her heart heavy with an inexplicable pressure since their last exchange. Although their interactions have been few, this individual exudes an air of confidence that suggests he is not merely a braggart. Show me what qualifies you to speak such words, Hesha silently muses. Begin. At the sound of a command, a muscular black rat, nearly the same height as the old man, with the head of a rodent and the body of a human, was released by the opponent. It was a D-ranked middle-tier combat beast, known as the Mighty Rat. Originally intending to unleash his battle pet, Fang Tian, upon realizing it was a D-ranked creature, promptly altered his strategy. Thus, before the gazes of many, the old man leaped down from the safety platform and charged towards the Mighty Rat. Subsequently, the two engaged in a fierce brawl. The opponent was stunned. The referee was dumbfounded. The judges were taken aback. The surrounding audience was left in shock. Even the eagerly anticipating Hesha couldn't help but twitch her pale face. Is this how we play? Stop! The referee raised his hand to call a halt. Just as Fang had executed a crosshold on the Mighty Rat, he turned to the referee, puzzled. What is wrong? Is there a problem? This question left the referee in a state of confusion. Indeed, is there a problem? It seems there's no violation. Wait, where's your battle pet? It's in the battle pet space. Then why didn't you release it? It's just a D-rank creature. I can handle it myself. Why bother releasing a pet? Damn, you're impressive. The onlookers were nearly petrified, their minds completely overwhelmed. I in such a combat beast master competition. Who has ever witnessed such a spectacle? Who has the experience? This is truly unprecedented. Are you even a combat beast master? The referee felt his mind. A bit muddled, the fundamentals of the competition were being overturned and rebooted. Without further ado, the old man flashed the battle pet space mark on the back of his hand towards the referee. No issues with my identity, right? Please don't disrupt the match again. I'm on the verge of victory. After speaking, with a surge of strength while maintaining the crosshold, the Mighty Rat let out a pained howl as its arm was rendered useless. My goodness, this fierce scene left the surrounding youth trembling with fear, their eyelids twitching. What kind of rogue combat beast master is this? Infuriated by the pain, the Mighty Rat, now standing, unleashed a powerful claw towards the old man's head. In a flash, the Xuanwu Divine Shield appeared, deflecting the heavy strike. The immense recoil not only repelled the attack, but also caused the Mighty Rat to stumble, leaving its midsection exposed. The old man twisted his waist, delivering a punch with the force of a cannon straight into the opponent's unguarded chest. With a resounding boom, the Mighty Rat's entire front burst apart from the wind and spirit generated by the punch, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Can you withstand the might of 16 years of cultivation? The white tiger, attributed to metal, symbolizes slaughter. Ever since Fang Tian began practicing the white tiger chapter of the four symbols returning to origin technique, his overall prowess has surged dramatically. Particularly, his physical strength has become somewhat monstrous, with the nurturing of Xuanwu water enhancing his physique and the power of white tiger metal combining harmoniously. His current strength could easily rival a 3-star martial artist. Furthermore, due to his cultivation, his affinity for the elemental properties of wind, water, and metal has significantly increased. Had it been a C-ranked combat beast, the old man would surely not have foolishly engaged in hand-to-hand combat. But facing a D-ranked beast posed no significant issue. Unfazed by the astonished crowd, the old man dusted himself off and calmly descended from the arena as he passed. Others instinctively stepped aside, fearful that he might take offense and bully them. Upon returning to his original position, the old man suddenly noticed that there were hardly any competitors nearby. A vast vacuum of space had formed around him. A few meters away, the contestants whispered among themselves. But upon his normal gaze sweeping over, those who were sneaking glances quickly averted their eyes, too afraid to look further. The image of tearing a combat beast apart with bare hands had indeed left a psychological scar on many of the younger spectators. Fang, why did you choose to personally engage in combat to secure your victory? The reporter from Melee Aluminum could hardly contain her excitement as she gazed at the old man. This unconventional character, so far from the ordinary path, is a recipe for viral content. To cultivate the body, develop morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically. The serious demeanor of the dark-haired youth even left the seasoned reporter a bit flustered. But don't you think such behavior is perilous for a combat beastmaster? For others, it may be dangerous, but for me, it's manageable. May I ask, do you possess a combat beast? No, the old man replied without a hint of embarrassment. Huh? The female reporter gasped, nearly dropping her microphone. The nearby contestants, who had been eavesdropping, were equally stunned. No combat beast. Surely, this must be a joke? They began to suspect whether this fellow had merely donned the guise of combat beastmaster while being a martial artist instead. Do you intend to continue competing in this manner? Is that not permissible? His retort left the reporter exasperated. What if you encounter a C-ranked combat beast? What will you do then? Will you continue to rely on your physical prowess? Oh, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, one step at a time. Didn't you assert that you could secure first place? The melee aluminum reporter, now slightly flustered, spoke in an increasingly agitated tone. This young man, though not yet of age, is remarkably cunning. One step at a time. As I proceed, I shall achieve first place. The old man stated matter-of-factly. Nonsense, this is utterly absurd, observing the reporter's flushed face. The old man nearly broke into laughter just as the judges called his name again. The second round commenced. Yet again, a deranked beast, yet again, close combat, yet again, the same result. Here we go again. Are you addicted? Although mentally prepared, the scene still sent chills down the spines of several contestants. The referee was reluctant to speak. Hesha, too, was bewildered, unsure of what the opponent's true intentions were. Does he truly lack a combat beast? Reflecting on it, this fellow had indeed resolved issues with his own fists. However, if that were the case, facing her beranked lava cannon toad, this approach would leave him with no chance. Sigh. Hesha shook her head slightly, unable to comprehend, and decided to stop pondering. This individual is indeed unpredictable. Fang Tian's fortune also seemed favorable. He managed to avoid several C-ranked beasts, and in the subsequent matches, all his opponents were D-ranked. The surrounding contestants had become somewhat desensitized to his actions that in fact, during the fifth match, his opponent outright forfeited and fled. Fang, could you kindly disclose the source of your formidable combat abilities? The reporter from Melee Aluminum had come to realize that this dark-haired youth's physical prowess was indeed extraordinary. No alcohol, no smoking, early to bed and early to rise, low oil and low salt, exercising 2 hours daily, embracing life, connecting with nature, preventing sudden death, avoiding chronic diseases, learning from me, punching bullies, kicking combat beasts, building a strong physique. You deserve it. Are you reciting an advertisement? The journalist, too, was both amused and exasperated, having come to the realization that this young man was quite the chatterbox, spouting all sorts of nonsense with little regard for the truth. However, the reporter from the magnesium aluminum realm felt a certain joy within. The presence of such an eccentric and unconventional character was bound to elevate the excitement surrounding this district competition. If this fellow were to advance to the finals, or even the top 10 with such a flamboyant approach, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. The magnesium aluminum reporter hesitated to envision it, but the imagery was undoubtedly captivating. In this district contest, half of the spotlight rested upon that B-grade lava cannon toad, while the other half was focused on the old man, Fang. Victorious contestants were exuberantly celebrating, fists pumping and joyous cheers echoing, while those who had lost left the arena in dejection, tears streaming down their faces. As the afternoon wore on, after a series of intense eliminations, the competition had reached the brutal top 10 stage. Only those final 20 contestants who could survive this round would secure a place in the top 10 and qualify for the city-level competition. For those who fell short, it would be a regrettable wait of 6 more months. The judges commenced a new round of drawing lots, and aside from Fang and Hesha, the other contestants were nervously sweating, inwardly praying not to face that formidable toad. Thus far, Hesha had been a veritable boss, dispatching opponents with ease, instilling fear in all who crossed her path. Just then, the first matchups were announced. Contestant number 30, Fang Tian, to the arena. Contestant number 42, Hesha Taylor, to the arena. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. How dramatically ironic. The two most popular contestants were set to clash in the very first round. Sigh, I had hoped to see that handsome fellow advance to the top 10. After all, the prospect of progressing through sheer physical prowess was quite intriguing. However, that rocky amphibian's previous performances were fresh in everyone's minds. None had lasted a single round against it, rendering the competition futile. That it was indeed a pity. Yet one must remain content. Achieving such results through unconventional means was already outrageous enough, and conceding against a B-grade battle pet was hardly shameful. Many contestants who had failed to advance chose not to leave the venue, but instead took on the role of spectators, fervently discussing the unfolding events. They could not assess a unique talent like Fang Tian. But regarding Hesha, everyone present, including judges and referees, held no doubts about her victory. It could be said that she was the only viable candidate for champion. Alas, would someone like you truly sigh? Hesha glanced in surprise at the young man with black hair beside her. The two were on the verge of stepping onto the competition stage simultaneously. I merely believe it unfortunate that someone with a B-grade battle pet might not even make it into the top 10. Humph. With a dismissive huff, Hesha chose not to engage further. The young man's incessant chatter seemed to be a remedy for low blood pressure, and it was best to tune it out. Young man, though you possess some martial skills, do not say I didn't warn you. If you continue to rely solely on physical strength against a B-grade battle pet, the outcome will be dire. The referee, displaying a kind-hearted demeanor, offered a word of caution to the young man, acknowledging that despite his eccentricity and unconventional tactics, he was indeed a talent. Thank you. I assure you, I won't be reckless this time. Bowing slightly to the referee, Fang positioned himself upon the safety platform. As they had reached the final stage, matches were now conducted one after another, and the four competition platforms had merged into one, creating an expansive arena perfectly suited for the battles to come. Hurry, hurry. The magnesium aluminum reporter hurriedly directed her colleagues to set up the cameras, anxious not to miss a single detail. Hesha extended her right hand. Fingers splayed, and with a swift motion, summoned a water droplet-like symbol that rippled through the air. Subsequently, a spatial portal materialized, and a massive figure leaped forth. A B-grade lower-tier lava cannon toad. This moment. All attention abruptly shifted to Fang Tian. Was he genuinely capable, or merely posturing? The atmosphere turned unusually quiet as everyone held their breath, curiosity reaching its zenith. Meanwhile, Fang Tian, unfazed, brought his hands together in prayer, revealing a large yin-yang symbol before him. This individual's battle pet spatial imprint was both unique and aesthetically pleasing. Indeed, it was my first encounter with such an intricate design, far more complex than the typical battle pet spatial marks. As the two judges observed the yin-yang symbol manifest, they began to whisper among themselves. Under the gaze of the crowd, Fang's hand slowly parted, and the yin-yang symbol opened, allowing a shadowy figure to emerge from the battle pet space. It descended silently to the ground. For the first 3 seconds, the arena was utterly silent. After 3 seconds, hiss! Those quick to react widened their eyes in shock, inhaling sharply. Oh, wait, a ghostly phoenix owl. B. Before the excited student could finish, his companion swiftly smacked him on the back of the head. Stop flapping your gums. B, get down. It's an aberrant form. Damn. The crowd erupted in chaos. Even the judges and referees were wide-eyed. Their spirits lifted. 8B versus AB. Such a matchup was indeed a rare sight in the district competition. And no wonder that fellow spoke so boldly. It turned out he genuinely had the goods. A B-grade, ghostly phoenix owl, and an aberrant form at that, would certainly have the upper hand against an amphibian. Sister, help me out. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. What's wrong, little sister? Noticing her sibling's pale complexion, the elder sister quickly offered support. The two were a pair of competitive sisters. Sister, isn't this the top 10 match? If one of US loses, upon hearing her sister's words, the elder sister felt a chill run down her spine, her expression shifting uneasily. All right, stop right there. If we keep this up, we may not have the courage to register again in 6 months. Not being able to reach the top 10 as a B-grade contestant is already quite disheartening. Many others were internally lamenting to encounter such a rare misfortune of 2 B-grade contenders in one district competition. Had they not offered incense before registering? Meanwhile, the 18 contestants awaiting their turn breathed a collective sigh of relief, silently grateful that fate had smiled upon them. Monster against monster. What could be more fitting? Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Hesha was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Shock, anxiety, and a myriad of complex feelings surged within her. Although she had mentally prepared herself to some extent, the stark reality confronting her was still somewhat unbelievable. Indeed, this unpredictable man proved to be as capricious as anticipated. Her situation had taken a perilous turn. Nevertheless, despite her trepidation, Hesha did not lose her confidence. Facing off against the formidable Guhuang Owl, an aberration of sorts, she recognized that opportunities still lay ahead. The gaze of every individual in the arena shifted dramatically towards Fang Tian, filled now with reverence rather than skepticism. Contestants even speculated that Fang's previous decision to personally engage in battle had been somewhat conservative, had the Guohuang owl been unleashed earlier. Many opponents would have likely succumbed without a fight. In an instant, the tide of the crowd turned, with numerous spectators gravitating towards Fang's side, predominantly the female audience, for women are often captivated by handsome men, while men are enamored with strength. Moreover, in terms of battle beasts, the aesthetic appeal of the Guohuang owl far surpassed that of the patterned giant toad, in truth, when selecting his battle companion. Fang had vacillated for quite some time between Shaoqing and Fei Gu. Opting for Shaoqing would signify a bold challenge against adversaries of greater strength, a risk he believed had a high probability of success. Yet, he realized that should the footage from today as competition be broadcasted, there would be no need for him to wear a mask in the future when visiting the Night Queen. Until he secured first place at the municipal level, Fang Tianyun was not inclined to reveal all his cards. Thus, after considerable contemplation, he ultimately decided to allow Fei Gu to take the stage. As for whether this would leave a psychological scar on the 3-no girl, that depended on her own resilience. After all, Fei Gu was quite the mischievous little fellow, as the atmosphere in the arena began to subside. The cacophony gradually diminished, and the judges nodded towards the referee. The first match of the top 10, the fiercest battle, commenced. Why isn't it flying? Fly. Just fly. All spectators were taken aback as they observed the Guohuang owl standing in the center of the arena. Its plump form remaining stationary with its wings folded one large yellow claw, akin to a human toe, danced about while its tilted head provocatively regarded the lava cannon towed across from it. As if challenging, "Come on, hit me." It exuded an unmistakable air of defiance. Hesha, maintaining her composure, was the first to launch a tentative attack. The lava cannon toad opened its mouth, unleashing a long, fiery red tongue aimed at its foe. Fei Gu tilted its head to evade, yet the tongue missed. It swayed its rear, and again it evaded. It twisted its head once more, and yet again it eluded the attack, but a sweeping paw soared through the air. But still, it was unsuccessful. The spectators. The fiery tongue appeared like a lance, darting forward with astonishing speed, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Even more astonishing was the Guohuang owl, which remained perfectly still, evading all assaults with the simplest of movements. "Apologies, I can't see clearly. I'll have to rely on the big screen for a replay." Occasionally, it would flap its wing and strike the tongue with a resounding boom and dazzling sparks. While quick reflexes were understandable, was it not a bit excessive for this plump black bird to possess such agility? A captivated contestant could not help but voice his thoughts, inadvertently catching the attention of a nearby, hefty individual. "Hey, are you discriminating against the stout?" The hefty man replied with indignation. "Once this is over, I'll give you a taste of the Thomas spin. Just you wait." The young man who had spoken shrank back at the sight of his towering companion's displeasure and turned his focus back to the match. Silencing himself, the battle atmosphere suddenly quieted. Perhaps realizing its previous attacks were ineffective, the lava cannon toad retracted its bizarre tongue assault. I could see that moment. Fei Gu made its move, waddling with its rotund body and an endearing gait. It began to leisurely approach its opponent. Wow, this bird is so cocky. Is it really going to fight on the ground? Observers noted that the Guohuang owl seemed to mirror its master's audacity. The combat prowess of birds in the sky is undeniably more formidable than on land. Even Hesha, the 3-no girl, felt a swell of irritation at Fei Gu's unhurried demeanor. With a pointed gesture, she commanded the lava cannon toad, which inhaled deeply, visibly inflating its belly. Black smoke billowed from its nostrils, signifying the intense heat gathering in its mouth. With a gaping maw, a massive lava fireball began to form rapidly within. The lava cannon was the toad's signature skill, from which its name was derived. This was the first time the lava cannon toad had employed this technique. As in previous contests, using it would have been akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Wasteful. Wait, isn't this a bit excessive? Though the power of this attack is immense, consider. Hey, I'm thinking the same thing. Given that Guohuang owl has displayed agility, landing a hit will be quite the challenge. Let us wager $100. Do you dare? One spectator proposed. I bet it will take to the skies to evade this attack. If it gets hit directly, it's game over. No discussion. Aha. I'm not in the habit of gambling, came the hesitant reply, revealing the student's lack of confidence as he scratched his head and declined the bet. Finally, the lava cannon toad completed its charge and released a gargantuan lava fireball, nearly 2 meters in diameter, hurtling forward like a meteor, trailing a blazing tail behind it. Confronted by a fireball nearly half its height, Fang shook its feathers. It moved, spreading its wings. It was enveloped by a whirlwind. Just as the fireball approached, with a slight tilt, it positioned its wings, and the entirety of its form seemed to meld with the fireball. Subsequently, the whirlwind ensnared the lava fireball, and Fang spun its body, wings flaring open and closed at an incredible speed, guiding the elemental force to the onlookers. The fireball and the blackbird appeared as if they were dancing a close embrace, albeit at a frenetic pace that left behind afterimages. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of the audience, as Fang deftly maneuvered the lava fireball, it turned, and with a swift flick of its wing, sent the fireball soaring in the direction it desired. Boom! As the debris rained down upon the protective barrier and a massive shockwave of flames erupted, spectators turned their eyes to the stout blackbird striking a pose with one wing outstretched, head tilted, and an expression of nonchalance. All mouths gaped wide in disbelief, their minds momentarily rendered into mush. The Guohuang owl, while manipulating the fireball, seemed to simultaneously toy with the audience's perceptions, leaving them dazed. The fluidity of its movements during that performance was simply mesmerizing. Isn't that astonishing? Goodness, I can't take it anymore. This is too impressive. Did you see that? The bird can perform martial arts. I've never heard of the Guohuang owl possessing such a technique. This is utterly ridiculous. Damn, had I known, I would have placed a bet earlier, one individual lamented. Phew, thank goodness I didn't bet. Another felt a wave of relief. Wait, that immensely powerful lava fireball was just deflected? Some contestants still struggled to accept the reality before them. Indeed, the fireball had been toyed with, and they hadn't anticipated the brutal combat beast trainer would exhibit such extraordinary control over their battle companion. Many contestants gazed at the figure on the platform with expressions of longing. Unbeknownst to them, Fang Tian was also grappling with his own mounting excitement. If it were up to him, this match would have concluded long ago. Yet, Fang simply flapped its wings in a rush. Let us have some fun. Given that Fang's first official competition has caused it to be in a rather exuberant state, Lao Fang decided to indulge its whims. He allowed it to frolic with the lava toad. Fang's maneuver, celestial reversal, can be regarded as a technique it has uniquely developed in collaboration with Lao Fang. Initially, when Fang utilized this move against the Wulong missile at Fengyuan Ridge, Fang Tian became quite taken with it. After acquiring it as a battle companion, he intentionally enhanced this skill during training that it's not just this easily manipulated, roundish body. Even a Hao's hell slice can occasionally be evaded by the current Fang. As long as you dare to present a trajectory, infinite possibilities unfold before me. Lao Fang gazed across the distance, and despite the separation, his remarkable eyesight allowed him to clearly discern the girl as exquisite yet pallid visage. Class leader, how long can your resolve endure? Lao Fang chuckled with intrigue. At this moment, the surrounding cheers finally subsided into silence, and Fang tucked away its wings, swaying gently as it advanced once more. Meanwhile, Hesha felt a stir of anxiety within. Upon witnessing the lava cannon being effortlessly neutralized by that spectral owl through an astonishing maneuver, she became somewhat flustered. This led to a rather bizarre scene unfolding. Fang boldly strode forward, while the lava cannon toad refrained from launching any further attacks. Not only did it refrain, but it even took a couple of steps back. This spectacle prompted Lao Fang to shake his head slightly. And even several judges sighed inwardly in disappointment. The bond between a beast master and their companion is profound. The lava cannon toad was evidently affected by Hesha, its master, and displayed signs of trepidation. Still too young, lacking in combat experience, and needing to sharpen its psychological resilience, Since Hesha acquired this Barank lava cannon toad, it could be said that she had been undefeated, and it would not be an exaggeration to state she held a commanding presence among her peers. Before this battle, she had scarcely encountered a challenging situation. Even in simulated training, encounters were kept superficial, starkly different from actual combat. Lao Fang had participated in numerous underground competitions, and the beast masters he faced seldom made such elementary errors. When one's mindset falters, one can either create distance or use evasive maneuvers to regain composure while seeking opportunities. Standing idly by, lost in thought, is absurd. The battle companion is to charge forth, while the Beastmaster maintains composure and control. If the commander is flustered, how can the battle be fought? As Hesha's anxiety began to dissipate, Feigu stood before the lava cannon toad. The two beasts faced each other, their eyes locked in a tense stare. Gulp! Was that the sound of nervous swallowing? The spectators exchanged astonished glances, amusement evident on their faces. Due to its large size and ample air chambers, the sound of the lava cannon toad swallowing was audible to many of the competitors and audience members. It left Hesha feeling so embarrassed that she wished to burrow into the ground. In terms of height and size, the lava cannon toad was indeed significantly larger than the now wingless Feigu. Yet in terms of presence, it suddenly found itself at a disadvantage. Hesha, at that moment. Lao Fang's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue, capturing everyone's curiosity. Hesha was no exception, feeling a mix of surprise and uncertainty about his intentions. In light of our shared class, I advise you to concede. Otherwise, the outcome ahead is beyond my control, and even more so, beyond yours. What does that mean? A suggestion to surrender. What does it mean that he cannot guarantee the outcome? Isn't the battle companion yours? How could you not have control over it? Confused murmurs erupted among the competitors at the sidelines, some even booing in Hesha's direction, while others urged her to concede. However, the majority wished for the battle to continue, as such a spectacle of beast combat was a rare and eye-opening experience for these young individuals. Surrender? Not a chance. Faced with Lao Fang's seemingly well-intentioned suggestion to yield, Hesha displayed a resolute demeanor, gritting her teeth in refusal. Just as anticipated, Lao Fang shrugged nonchalantly, hands raised in a gesture of indifference. The opportunity was yours, if you choose to cling to your pride. You cannot blame others, Feigu. From here on out, you are on your own. I shall not intervene in front of the entire audience. Lao Fang declared this, then sat cross-legged on the safety platform, pulling out a bag of chips and munching away. What does this mean? Letting the battle companion act freely. The audience, having thought they were already accustomed to his various eccentricities, were once again shown through his actions that there is no limit to absurdity. Only a further descent into the ludicrous. Upon hearing this, Feigu spread its wings wide, gleefully swaying side to side. That plump figure bobbed adorably to bow. Burn it. Even Hesha, typically of good temperament, was now seething with rage. The series of actions from her opponent seemed utterly demeaning. Responding to the command, the lava cannon toad opened its maw, unleashing a torrential blaze that came crashing down. This fire was far fiercer than that of the previous three-tailed crimson flame fox. Success! Hesha felt a surge of joy. Yet in the next moment, she was left in shock. The lava cannon toad, engulfed in flames, suddenly felt a poke on its side. Turning its head, it found Feigu playfully prodding its large belly with its wings. Where are you aiming? No way. You can dodge at this distance? Hesha, unwilling to relent, urged a bow to continue the assault, only for it to spin around in place, failing to strike even a feather. The opponent's movements were always a step ahead of the flames. Hesha finally realized that her lava cannon toad lagged far behind the spectral owl in terms of agility. This aberrant spectral owl possessed an overwhelming level of strength. Observing the class leader's frantic pacing, Lao Fang couldn't help but chuckle. Feigu, with its mix of cunning, persistence, and endearing antics, had undoubtedly acquired the most elixirs from him, resulting in a composite quality that far surpassed that of any ordinary spectral owl. In that moment of sheer frustration, Hesha instructed the toad to flick its tongue and then open wide to bite at Feigu. Perhaps tired of the game, Feigu effortlessly dodged the tongue strike, swinging its wings in a powerful arc and delivering a forceful flap. Trying to bite me, are you? Hear us, a taste of my slap. Normally, the sound of such a slap would be a resounding smack. But this time, it echoed like a clang. A shower of sparks erupted as Fagu's mighty slap sent the massive lava cannon toad staggering sideways. Had it not been for its considerable weight, that slap might have sent it flying. The damage was minimal, yet the humiliation was profound, as if sensing Hesh's ire and the humiliation it had endured, the lava cannon toad finally entered a state of fury. The crimson veins across its body radiated intense heat, the temperature rising steadily. Then, with a great opening of its mouth, it unleashed not fire, but magma. The magma wasn't aimed at Fagu, but rather at the ground below. In no time, a zone of high-temperature magma surrounded the lava cannon toad. Fagu retreated to the edge of the magma zone. Is this your last semblance of dignity? Fagu tilted its head, observing the large toad concealed within the magma area. When suddenly, its languorous sclera snapped wide open. With wings fully extended, it unleashed a barrage of black feather blades. A storm of black feathers descended, rendering the toad unable to escape. The clattering sound of the impact was incessant. As the lava cannon toad's massive body became engulfed in the onslaught of black feather blades. While the toad's magma shell boasted decent defensive capabilities, it began to crack and splinter under the relentless assault of the feather blades. Sparking as it disintegrated, this sudden onslaught immediately pressed the lava cannon toad into a dire situation. The audience collectively gasped in awe. From the earlier moments of bravado, the spectral owl had now shifted into a serious mode, tipping the scales of victory decisively. Hearing de Bao's anguished cries, Hesha realized the precariousness of the situation and hastily commanded her battle companion to jump and evade. The toad's hind leg strength was formidable, propelling it into the air to dodge the unrelenting barrage of black feather blades. However, did you forget who holds dominion over this sky at the moment when the lava cannon toad leapt? The figure of Fei Gu vanished from sight. Coincidentally, Lao Fang had just tossed the last chip into his mouth. The game had concluded, and one could have anticipated the silent arrival of the ghostly Huang Owl above the lava cannon toad. The rock-skinned giant frog felt a sudden tightness and pain in its back, realizing it could no longer descend. Meanwhile, Fei Gu's massive yellow claws had firmly latched onto the toad's back. The lava shell, confronted by the razor-sharp talons, yielded defensively. Spectators gasped at this astonishing scene. What terrifying strength! Watching Fei Gu effortlessly subdue an opponent much larger than itself while soaring through the air, the breathtaking spectacle prompted many in the audience to rise from their seats in excitement. In stark contrast to the cheers and shouts of others, Hesha's expression was filled with anxiety, beads of cold sweat ceaselessly trickling down her brow. Fei Gu, clutching the struggling lava cannon toad, seemed to flaunt its prowess. Circling gracefully above the arena, the power surged from its feet, and even as the airborne toad struggled in vain, it was utterly futile. Sensing the moment was right, Fei Gu suddenly thrust its head downward, its sharp beak piercing through the rocky layer and plunging into flesh. Following this, it pulled its head along the midline, igniting a shower of sparks. The beak, akin to a dagger, carved a deep, bone-revealing gash along the back of the lava cannon toad. Finally, with a fierce tug to either side, the giant claws tore at the opened wound. At that moment, all the spectators gazing skyward witnessed an unforgettable sight. The lava cannon toad abruptly split in two. Through the blood rain and the torn flesh, the familiar visage of the ghostly Huang Owl emerged. Yet, this time, what washed over the crowd was a profound sense of terror. The young competitors, initially elated and gazing upwards, froze in shock as the blood and shredded remains cascaded down. This plump bird, what a morbid sense of humor! Almost in unison, many spectators turned pale and hastily lowered their heads, quickly seeking any bags to contain their overwhelming reactions. Some of the more faint-hearted female competitors, faced with this gruesome scene reminiscent of a horror film, fainted on the spot, while others simply slumped in their seats. Even the excited reporters from Magnesium Aluminum were startled, nearly dropping their microphones. The entire venue descended into chaos, punctuated by shrieks and disarray. This bird is ruthless? The judges exchanged glances, noting the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Seasoned as they were, they could hardly remain unaffected by the shocking display of this transformed, ghostly Huang owl. What had initially seemed entertaining and stylish turned into a bloody executioner-esque act, an abrupt and savage dismemberment. The disparity between the two extremes was striking. Fei Gu casually discarded the remains of the lava cannon toad and silently descended back to the ground. Some competitors who had just recovered from their reactions finally dared to glance at the arena. Upon seeing the black, plump figure standing with wings folded, they felt a twinge of fear that moment. Some began to realize that this seemingly adorable creature was, in fact, a merciless predator. To glance sideways revealed the horrifying sight of blood, entrails, and remains. I cannot take it anymore. Hand me another bag. I feel nauseous. Triggered by the gruesome scene, many once again grabbed bags to contain their reactions. The ripple effect spread among the younger crowd, triggering a wave of further retching. It was utter chaos in the face of Fei Gu's brutal slaughter. Lao Fang remained remarkably composed, that he was well aware of his pet's temperament. He had stated earlier that if Fei Gu were allowed to act on its instincts, no one could predict the outcome. The previous encounter at Fengyuan Ridge had already validated the owl's ruthless methods against foes, embodying the innate ferocity of raptors. Lao Fang turned his gaze once more towards the opposite side. Hesha sat slumped on the platform, her eyes devoid of life, the traces of tears long dried, resembling a mere shell of her former self. Even when the deceased lava cannon toad dissolved into stardust. Returning to the battle pet space, she remained in a daze, showing no reaction. Her heart, though not shattered, was undeniably wounded. It would likely take time for her to fully recover. Even experienced battle beast trainers would find their spirits shaken upon witnessing their battle pets meet such a tragic end, let alone a 16-year-old girl. Though battle pets could be revived, the haunting memories of such experiences could not be erased. If not properly managed, or if she could not overcome this hurdle, it would greatly impact her future growth. For instance, when Hesha next sent forth the lava cannon toad into a difficult situation, would she not recall this harrowing defeat? Would such traumatic memories adversely affect her strategy and mindset moving forward? Indeed, some psychologists specialize in providing mental support to battle beast trainers, as among the three professions, battle beast trainers often experience the most psychological issues. Therefore, being a formidable battle beast trainer entails more than merely possessing wealth to acquire powerful beasts. A truly powerful trainer must possess a comprehensive set of qualities to unlock their pet's potential and maximize their abilities, which is of paramount importance. An incompetent general can indeed lead to the demise of an entire army. Feeling the awe and even fear emanating from his peers, Lao Fang reflected on the situation. Although battle beast competitions are not mere child's play, the severity of this particular match seemed somewhat excessive. Many of the young contestants in attendance would likely be haunted by nightmares upon returning home that night. With Fei Gu returned to the realm of the divine ruins, the outcome of the match was irrevocably decided. Fang Tian had become the first to enter the top 10, securing a spot in the upcoming city tournament. Meanwhile, Hesha was left without a place in the top 10, failing to advance as the desolate and silent girl exited the arena. The surrounding competitors felt a pang of sympathy for Hesha, lamenting her unfortunate fate. If only fortune had favored her, and she hadn't encountered such a formidable dark horse, she would have undoubtedly secured her spot in the top 10. Alas, the pain was palpable. Observing Hesha's retreating figure, Lao Fang felt no surge of compassion akin to that of others, who would dare to target me. This was simply a case of deserving what one gets. I had clearly warned you. If you chose to ignore it, blindly confident, who could you blame? If you had simply gone to another area, you could have easily secured first place, yet you insisted on challenging me. And now, look at the result, utterly shattered. How delightful. Lao Fang considered himself quite gracious for not further exacerbating her misfortune with mockery or disdain. Returning to the audience, Lao Fang found himself increasingly isolated. Other competitors maintained their distance, scarcely daring to glance in his direction. Even when he cast his gaze their way, they hastily averted their eyes, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. However, a few brave competitors of the opposite sex occasionally stole glances in his direction. Fei Gu's final bloody act had instilled a sense of fear greater than respect among the spectators. Yet, there was a silver lining. This battle A clash of equals will be the last Lao Fang would face in this district tournament. All subsequent opponents forfeited their matches. Even in the final showdown, the same occurred. Despite the enticing prizes and privileges that awaited the champion in the city tournament, the opponents unhesitatingly chose to concede without even a fight. No booing or dissatisfaction emerged from the audience. In fact, they deemed it entirely reasonable. With a B-ranked lava cannon toad torn to shreds, was it not natural for the others to surrender? However, in the end, Lao Fang unceremoniously secured the first place in the district competition. The entire process was unprecedented and unparalleled. Although the district competition has concluded, the fervor ignited by Fang Tian has yet to wane. The spectacle of him tearing apart the beast with his bare hands and the B-grade battle pet, each on its own, has captivated the online community. Coupled with his audacious remarks, the relatively limited influence of the district competition has nonetheless elevated his status in the city of Huangming. Particularly noteworthy is the video of Fang Tian's B-grade duel with Hesha, which effortlessly amassed millions of views. Naturally, the concluding segment was blurred to spare the tender hearts of others from undue trauma. The class monitor, too, was relegated to a pitiable background figure. Overnight, Lao Fang found himself enjoying a modicum of fame. On the following morning, Fang Tian arrived for his beast research class as usual, but upon entering the classroom, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Over 100 pairs of eyes converged upon him, and one might have mistaken it for the arrival of the teacher. The intense gazes momentarily startled Lao Fang, but he soon composed himself and resumed his usual demeanor. His seat by the window had been impeccably cleaned and adorned with a label bearing his name, signifying his ownership of the space. Goodness, is this what they call special treatment? Some extroverted classmates approached him with cheerful greetings, albeit somewhat awkwardly, while the more introverted ones stole glances in his direction. The girls, however, were particularly animated. Some brave souls even initiated awkward conversations. Although Lao Fang had always been the quiet, laid-back type in class, his high physical scores garnered the attention of several admirers. After clinching first place in the district competition, he had become the embodiment of both talent and beauty. His status elevated to that of a prime focus for nearly all the girls in class. Thankfully, Lao Fang possessed a robust mental fortitude. Otherwise, being the center of attention for over 100 pairs of eyes would have left him feeling quite uncomfortable. The teacher has arrived, a voice called out, and the once lively classroom fell into a hushed silence as students hurriedly returned to their seats. At last, Fang Tian was afforded a moment of tranquility. The elderly professor ascended to the podium, surveying the class before fixing his gaze intently on a particular corner. In no way, not again. Upon recognizing that familiar look, Lao Fang couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was one thing for the young students to exhibit starry-eyed enthusiasm, but for a man in his 50s, such excitement seemed unnecessary. Before commencing the lesson, let us first congratulate student Fang Tian for attaining first place in the Oak District competition. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of fervent applause erupted, and the students once again directed their heated gazes towards the corner. Lao Fang rose to his feet, smiling as he acknowledged their applause. "Fang, would you kindly come up to the stage?" Though uncertain of the professor's intentions, Lao Fang complied and made his way to the podium. "Now, I wonder if you could showcase your mutated ghost hoot owl to the class." Consider it a live demonstration, allowing these students to broaden their horizons. That, of course, if you find it inconvenient or consider the beast to be too dangerous, we can forego it. This is merely a personal request from the teacher. Professor Wang Qing, in his 50s, has dedicated over 30 years to the field of education. Due to Lao Fang's diligent participation in class, Professor Wang held a favorable impression of this dark-haired youth. However, he had not anticipated the remarkable prowess displayed by the boy, who, at such a young age, possessed a B-grade battle pet, won the district competition, and triumphed over peers of the same grade, an achievement of exceptional merit. The thrilling footage of yesterday's battle had been scrutinized repeatedly by Professor Wang, who was both awestruck and eager to witness the mutated ghost hoot owl in person. Not misconstrue this. It was merely a professional obsession. Scholars like him in the field of beast research often harbor an almost fervent fascination for rare mutations, much like a farmer gazing at fertile fields or a police officer spotting a thief. It was a matter of instinctive yearning. Sensing the professor's fervent gaze and the eager expressions of the students, Lao Fang readily replied, "Of course, there's nothing inconvenient that I would also like to ask you, Professor, to help me create a detailed illustration of Feigu. Certainly, it would be my honor," Professor Wang replied, beaming as the students erupted into enthusiastic applause once more. As the spatial door opened, Feigu made its grand entrance. The podium was spacious enough, preventing it from appearing overcrowded. Wow! Upon witnessing the real thing, many students instinctively recoiled. Curiosity mingled with a hint of trepidation. After all, most had seen the video from yesterday, and the sight of Feigu's powerful claw attack, albeit blurred, had left many feeling apprehensive. Professor Wang, however, was undeterred. His excitement only intensified as he meticulously examined Feigu, comparing it with his mental image of a typical ghost hoot owl. Meanwhile, Feigu stood proudly on the podium, wings folded, glancing at its master. After letting out a low murmur, it obediently posed like a model. This mischievous creature might be wild at heart, but remained dutiful to its master. Observing the imposing, rotund blackbird standing still, the students' curiosity gradually overcame their fear. Not only did they cease to feel intimidated, but some even took out their phones to snap pictures and record videos. It was undeniable. In terms of appearance, this plump owl easily evoked an impression of adorable cuteness, leading many to overlook its inherent wildness. Is its plumage metallic? Professor Wang inquired, gently running his fingers along the edges in amazement. Yes, Professor, but do take heed. The edges of its feathers are quite sharp and possess a toxic quality. Lao Fang replied that it has a poisonous attribute. The professor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Indeed, it seems this gluttonous creature may have accidentally consumed something metallic. Resulting in this mutation, Lao Fang boldly speculated he was not overly concerned about the revelation of Feigu's toxic feather attribute. With the increasing number of competitions, such traits would inevitably come to light. If all goes as anticipated, Fang Tian's reputation will only continue to grow, and his battle pet's fame will rise in tandem. Renowned battle beast trainers often see their pets attain celebrity status, complete with exclusive illustrations and merchandise. Not only do these trainers attract fans, but even their battle pets garner fervent followings. As Lao Fang recalled, in the Ozexan Federation, the national-level first-ranked Dragon Prince Ashu had once sparked a fervor for dragon-type battle pets. At that moment, Feigu suddenly assumed a serious demeanor. The wind picked up, facing the audience, and its wings dramatically unfurled. "Ah, goodness!" The students screamed and instinctively shielded their heads, ducking beneath their desks after a gust of wind. Nothing else occurred. Gee woo-goo woo-goo woo. The cheerful calls from Feigu puzzled the students hiding under their desks, unsure of what to think. However, once they realized everyone was safe and nothing had gone awry, some bolder students slowly peeked out. To their surprise, they found the hefty blackbird clutching its belly, eyes tightly closed, swaying back and forth in mirth. Its demeanor suggested it was laughing, and indeed, it appeared quite delighted. "Have we been played?" The students exchanged glances, some astonished, others amused. The joyously trembling Feigu swayed its head in a carefree 270-degree motion. Just then, it caught sight of its master's stern expression in that moment of eye contact. The rotund creature froze in place, its belly still cradled, neck arched back in an oddly humorous pose. "Stand straight," Old Fang called out. Feigu, startled, quickly straightened his posture like a soldier in training, obediently tucking away his wings and standing on the podium. This scene elicited laughter from the students. This large blackbird possessed quite the charm. Indeed, it was even more amusing when it came to preparing shredded frog meat. In the end, Old Fang provided the old professor with several feathers from Feigu for his research. Professor Wang also promised that after his studies, he would create a dedicated guide for Feigu. The atmosphere of the afternoon Beastmaster training class shifted significantly. Only 2 students were absent. Point 1 was naturally Old Fang, the notorious truant. The other was Hesha. Everyone was well aware of the reason for the class leader's absence. The results of yesterday's Oak District competition left all the students in a state of disbelief, as if they were caught in a dream. In their eyes, the nearly invincible class leader had suffered a crushing defeat, failing to secure a spot for advancement. Just thinking about it sent shivers down their spines. All of this was due to that black-haired, black-eyed individual. Fierce and combative, the truant king who showed little interest in studying. This was the label that others had affixed to old Fang during his rare appearances in the training class. It could even be said that after more than 2 months of absence, some had nearly forgotten his existence. Even when mentioned in casual conversation, it was often in a derogatory manner. However, following yesterday's events, all the chatter directed at him had vanished. Even Mr. Gavin, who had long been dissatisfied with Fang Tian's habitual truancy, changed his tone in class today, praising Fang Tian enthusiastically. That fellow had demonstrated to everyone a profound truth. The fool was indeed myself. Not only had he secured a spot in the city competition, but he had also claimed first place in the district competition. It would be disingenuous to say that no one envied or admired his prominence. On the other hand, all the classmates in the training program felt a sense of pity for class leader Hesha. Though she often presented a stoic demeanor, she was, overall, a competent and responsible class leader. With excellent grades, she was never late or left early, and she managed class affairs with remarkable organization. Her abilities were commendable, and she was well liked. In contrast, thoughts of that classmate Fang, who rarely attended class, left many feeling a sense of injustice on behalf of their class leader. It could only be said that her luck had been exceedingly poor, having encountered a true dragon lurking beneath the waters. Initially, everyone thought that after such a setback, Hesha would need at least 10 days to recover at home. However, to their surprise, the very next day, she appeared in class. Although she appeared as indifferent as ever, her pale complexion and dim eyes revealed that she was not as calm as she seemed. Look at the class leader, she seems to be lost in thought again. Indeed, I admire her resilience. If it were me, seeing my battle pet, honestly, I wouldn't even be able to attend school, let alone sleep at night for a month. That Fang is too ruthless. You can only whisper behind his back. If he ever showed up to class, would you dare say it to his face? Forget it. I just murmur behind the scenes. Who dares confront him directly? The male students, who had been whispering among themselves, suddenly recalled the video of the match they had watched the previous night, their necks instinctively shrinking, daring not to continue speaking. The impact of that segment was simply too great that in the classroom. Many were quietly exchanging glances and murmuring, frequently directing their attention toward Hesha. After all, Hesha and Old Fang were currently the two most talked about and popular figures in the class. Sister Sha, are you feeling any better? At that moment, a boy approached with a smile. It was Ubin. Although many wanted to comfort Hesha, no one dared to approach her, as it was not a simple matter, especially given Hesha's naturally cold demeanor. However, Ubin had no such fears. He approached with a playful demeanor, being Hesha's cousin. Initially, he had planned to visit his cousin in a few days, but he hadn't anticipated that Hesha would return to class the very next day. Thus, he took the opportunity to check on her. Thank you. I'm fine, Hesha replied expressionlessly. An awkward silence fell between them. Even the socially awkward Ubin found himself at a loss for words. Sister, don't be disheartened. Tonight, the Night Queen has an incredibly exciting match. How about I take you to see it live? Seeing that Hesha remained lost in thought, seemingly unresponsive, Ubin pressed on. Sister, I assure you, this match will be spectacular. Just go and relax for a bit. All right, still no response. With a determined huff, Ubin plopped down beside his cousin, pulled out his phone, logged into the Night Queen app, opened the page, and placed his phone in front of Hesha's eyes. Look, sister, my idol, the child of destiny at 16, 14 consecutive wins in the underground arena. Tonight's opponent is the 18th-ranked adult group from Minzhou. Look at this luxurious battle pet configuration. It's simply ruthless. Even Hesha, who was in a low state of mind, found her attention piqued by the information displayed on the phone. See? Sister, I'm telling you, the Eternal Continent is teeming with hidden talents. Although you faced a setback this time, it is not a big deal. It was merely an accident. Just wait another 6 months. Didn't TI fail to advance yesterday, too? We're still young. It's just a minor issue, one must admit. Hu Bin's mindset was quite extraordinary. Although the Gemini was exceptional, it was still no match for the Twin Empress. The odds were overwhelmingly against it. Hesha furrowed her brows. In her opinion, this was clearly a mismatch in strength. Upon seeing her cousin engage, Hu Bin felt a surge of excitement. As long as she was responsive and interested, it would be easier to persuade her. The Child of Destiny had already achieved 14 consecutive victories. Since he had not chosen to avoid battle, this match would certainly be noteworthy. After all, Xiaoan's information had become transparent, and the Child of Destiny was no fool. He surely knew whether he could win or not. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Hu Bin's words, Hesha felt there was indeed some truth to it. After all, they were both 16, and thinking back to that fellow from yesterday, as a peer, Hesha experienced a stir of emotions within her. Perhaps, just as her cousin had said, the Eternal Continent was indeed full of hidden talents. Perhaps she had nothing to boast about. Hu Bin sensed he was making progress and continued eagerly, Sister Xia. You have no idea. The audience groups I joined have barely stopped buzzing these past few days. If you hesitate any longer, you might not even get a ticket for tonight's match. Also, the betting odds are a staggering 1-10. Most people are backing Xiaoan, but I'm different. I believe in fortune through risk. I'm telling you, sister. Hu Bin was animated, speaking passionately, until he noticed Hesha's cold gaze directed at him. At which point he froze and abruptly fell silent. You're betting too, aren't you? I just put down $1,000 just for fun to show my support for my idol. A small bet for some enjoyment. Haha. Although Hu Bin spoke cheerfully, he secretly held reservations about the match, as the disparity on paper was simply too great. Otherwise, he would have already gone all in. You, please book me a ticket closer to the front. All right. That evening, nearly 200,000 spectators flocked to the Night Queen Arena, leaving no seat unoccupied. Although only 3 matches were scheduled for the night, the enthusiasm of the audience remained undiminished, as far as the eye could see. The venue was a sea of humanity, and Hesha, visiting the underground arena for the first time, was awestruck by the grandeur of the scene. Indeed, witnessing it in person was a vastly different experience from seeing it on television. Hu Bin, influenced by his father's fondness for underground combat, had naturally been exposed to this realm earlier than most at that moment. Lao Fang had already arrived at the designated player lounge with Lei Jana. Compared to his attitude towards the regional competition, he was decidedly more serious about tonight's matches, his excitement palpable. Encountering such formidable opponents in the underground arena was, for Lao Fang, a delightful surprise. The final match was approaching. Rest assured, the last match will merely be a spectacle, and it will likely conclude much faster than the previous 2, he mused. After all, being targeted by a top 20 competitor from the adult state competition was indeed unfortunate for the young contestant. Glancing at the odds set at 1-10, he thought it conservative that it hardly mattered. Few would place bets on the Child of Destiny. Most attendees were merely eager to observe up close the prowess of Xiaoan, a leading competitor in the state competition. Amidst the cacophony of discussion surrounding her, Hesha's heart was stirred with a mix of excitement and anxiety. After watching the first 2 matches, she realized the intensity of the atmosphere and the caliber of the competitors far exceeded her expectations. In comparison, the regional competitions seemed almost childlike. Indeed, the Night Queen Arena's competitive intensity could sometimes reach the levels of national finals, with the lower end comparable to city-level contests, showcasing a vast disparity. This was precisely why the Night Queen Arena was teeming with spectators. Such high-stakes battles were a rare sight, warranting the purchase of tickets. Hesha, coming from an affluent background, had little exposure to the underground arena and saw no need for it. However, she now found herself anticipating the final match. Observing the capabilities of a state-level competitor up close was a rare opportunity. As for the 16-year-old Child of Destiny, Hesha held little hope for his success. According to her cousin Hu Bin's description, the required magical energy for battle beasts here was 20 points. Hesha marveled at this, considering her own battle pet space, which only reached 18 points, a figure already deemed genius among her peers. Yet, this Child of Destiny possessed battle pets with a magical energy of 20 points. Such a prodigy was undeniably formidable. However, it was still somewhat disappointing. Aside from the deceased twin star, the Child of Destiny could at best possess a single B-grade pet, an estimate she deemed overly optimistic. The consensus among most was that he likely had at most 1 top C and perhaps a lower C plus AD to make up the 20 points of magical energy. Naturally, Hesha shared this sentiment. Even so, a duo of top CS, or a combination of double CS with AD, would still rank among the best for their age group, not inferior to her single B. Emotionally, Hesha found herself rooting for the child of destiny, given their shared age. Yet, reason dictated that he stood little chance of victory. Even in the most favorable and improbable scenario, a top C and a B against a B, C, the odds were clearly against him. Moreover, no one believed that a 16-year-old Beastmaster could outperform a 34-year-old Shao, and in terms of experience, capability, or mental fortitude. Sighing inwardly, Hesha lamented the situation. It was that the child of destiny lacked strength. On the contrary, he was exceptionally powerful. Yet this stage seemed to have arrived too soon for him. At that moment, Hesha found herself pondering another question. Who exactly was this child of destiny? Given his age, he should be a competitor in the regional competition. However, since the last time she had seen a video of him through her cousin, she had searched for information but found none. She assumed that the child of destiny had likely not participated in the recent regional competition. The appearance of a deceased twin star would have surely generated considerable media attention. Could he have concealed his identity by entering the competition with a different C-grade pet? It was a possibility worth considering. This thought led Hesha's mind to drift back to that dark-haired young man. Amidst her mixed emotions, curiosity began to stir within her. She couldn't help but wonder who was stronger, the child of destiny or that individual. Yet she suspected it was likely the latter, that Hesha's knowledge of the child of destiny was limited, but her recollections of that man were vivid. Just the thought of that large, stout black bird sent a shiver down her spine. Suddenly, a deafening wave of cheers erupted, jolting Hesha back to the present moment. She realized that the doors to the competitors' tunnels had swung wide open. The highly anticipated final match had arrived. Both competitors emerged from the passage, and the audience stood in unison, their hands cupped to amplify their shouts. The uproar was deafening, echoing even beyond the arena. That on one side stood the seasoned veteran with 13 consecutive victories, while on the other, the formidable newcomer, a true master yet untested in this arena. The cheers were loud, yet they lacked a clear allegiance, simply a raw expression of the crowd's fervor. The underground arena thrived on this exhilarating madness. As the two competitors traversed the lengthy walkway to the safety platform, the din gradually subsided. Hesha looked up at the child of destiny, who wore a black and white mask. For some inexplicable reason, he seemed oddly familiar to her. Meanwhile, Lao Fang's attention was focused on the opponent before him. Despite the distance, his keen eyesight caught sight of Shao An's raised chin, the smirk playing at the corners of his lips, and the confident smile that radiated from him. To be honest, even a bank customer withdrawing cash wouldn't wear such an arrogant expression. I could that moment. The two hosts stepped forward from either side of the tunnel. May I ask, Lord Shaoan? Before the host could finish, Shaoan nonchalantly waved his hands forward. The spatial gate opened. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a formidable battle beast leaped forth, landing heavily in the arena, standing approximately 6 meters tall. With a rhinoceros-like head and a heavily armored body, it wielded 2 massive axes, smoke curling from its nostrils. It exuded an impressive aura. Was this not merely a prelude to banter? The match had yet to begin, and the black curtain hadn't even been drawn. Just as the audience was left bewildered by his actions, Shaoan snatched the microphone from the host's grasp. As you please. I'm in a hurry. His casual 7-word remark epitomized his arrogant demeanor. In that instant, everyone understood the implications. Wow, what audacity! Shaoan is truly overstepping, they murmured. But what of it? He possessed the strength to back it up. Arrogance was simply part of the package. In this realm, those with genuine ability often exuded confidence, especially when the paper strengths of both competitors were not even in the same league. Shaoan's actions instantly ignited a fervor among the audience, causing an uproar that filled the air with excitement. Dodiju, the card relayed bear. Sister Sha, do you think the Gemini can triumph over this Steel King Rhino? Hubin inquired curiously. For Sha's expertise far surpassed his own, and her judgment was undoubtedly more astute. It is quite challenging. Perhaps the Gemini excels in attrition, yet the Steel King Rhino's greatest strength lies in its formidable defense. The Gemini lacks effective means to breach that defense. Sha pondered for a moment before shaking her head, unconvinced of the fortunes of the so-called child of destiny above, ignoring the surrounding commotion. Old Fang clasped his hands, opening a spatial gate, through which a violet figure discreetly emerged in the arena below. What? That's not the Gemini. What is that? It seems to be a new battle pet of the Child of Destiny. Let me take a closer look. As Fang Tian made his move, all the spectators craned their necks and stood up to gaze at the humanoid battle beast, arms crossed and a long blade slung over its back. No, it can't be. What do you mean it can't be? What kind of battle beast is that? Hurry up and tell us. Guguluo, Sha, the demon sword saint, good heavens. Is it really that impressive? Hearing the tremor in his friend's voice, the questioner became even more curious. That is an extremely rare B-class entity. Are you asking if it's powerful? Ah, a dark type, demon class, B-level mid-tier rarity, the demon sword saint. Also known as the blind blade sword master, Gu Luo Sha. The information about Ahau was displayed clearly on the large screen. Suddenly, the entire venue fell into a dreadful silence. They needed time to process this unbelievable revelation. Could it truly be BC? The most absurd and least probable conjecture had materialized, and it was a terrifying B-class mid-tier rarity. Bro, don't panic. Even if it is BC, the Child of Destiny still has one less B-class to contend with. Shaoan's certainly 1T lose. Right. That makes sense. I even sneaked out my YFS savings for this, that I nearly had a heart attack. The gamblers, now recovering from their shock, let out a silent sigh of relief as the atmosphere gradually regained its liveliness. Meanwhile, old Fang, who had unleashed a howl, took the microphone from the host. What kind of nonsense is this? A player who hasn't even cracked the top 10 in the state-level rankings upon hearing this. The audience erupted in cheers and jeers. This young man, regardless of the outcome, maintained his notoriously sharp tongue. Old Fang was just that kind of person. If you approached him amicably, he would respond in kind. But if you acted arrogantly, he would undoubtedly bring you down a T that moment. Shaoan wore a grim expression. His face darkened. The appearance of the demon sword saint had indeed startled him. Yet, he remained unfazed, for in his eyes, this match still lay within his control. Even against a B-class mid-tier rarity like Guluo Sha, he believed he could overpower it with his own B-class against a B-class mid-tier. The advantage still belonged to him. Moreover, the opposing lad was merely 16 years old. No matter how talented, he was still a fledgling. The true extent of the demon sword saint's power was yet to be determined. However, it was astonishing that this Child of Destiny could possess two such exceptional rare battle beasts at such a young age, evoking envy in others. Fortuitously, he had arrived early. Had he waited a few more years, this child's potential would indeed be incalculable. As Hu Bin, filled with excitement, bounced around, he suddenly turned to find his cousin staring blankly, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes vacant as if her spirit had drifted away. "Hey, sister, what's wrong with you?" Hu Bin shouted, jolting Hisha back to reality. Pushing him aside, she sprang to her feet, her beautiful eyes fixated on the figure above, Tianyun, the Child of Destiny. Yes, it must be him. It's definitely that guy. The moment Hisha recognized the familiar yin-yang fish emblem, she fell into a state of stunned disbelief. In an instant, two figures seemed to merge into one. That how could she possibly forget that man's battle pet spatial imprint? Each battle pet spatial imprint is unique, and at this moment, no matter how absurd or fantastical it seemed, Hisha understood that the masked man above was indeed Fang Tian. Recalling that day in the battle pet training facility when trainer Ma Xiao had fled in disarray, everything suddenly made sense. The C-class upper-tier Gemini, the B-class lower-tier aberrant entity, the ghostly owl, combined with the present B-class mid-tier blind blade sword master. Hisha felt parched, a sense of dread creeping in, her head spinning. The combined magical energy required for these three battle beasts would undoubtedly exceed 40. What species is this person? At 16, possessing a 40 magical energy battle pet space. What on earth? In that moment, Hisha felt an unexpected wave of shame wash over her. Her cheeks flushed. She had always thought that his words were inflated, arrogant, and rather unlikable. But now it seemed he was speaking the truth. The disparity in their strengths was so vast that such blunt truths were difficult to comprehend. In simpler terms, it felt as though they were on entirely different planes, though the reality was harsh. Hisha would not deceive herself. The individual above was undeniably a powerhouse of state-level prominence. Could such a monster truly exist in this world? As she gazed upward at the figure, for reasons unknown, Hisha felt the distance between her and that silhouette expanding. Sister, stop daydreaming and staring off into the sky. The match below has begun. Hubin's exuberant voice echoed in her ears, and Hisha closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, when she opened them again, her gaze was filled with fierce determination. Let me see just how high your position truly is. As the match officially commenced, the gaze of over 200,000 spectators was riveted upon the two B-class battle beasts in the arena. Their eyes wide open, fearful of missing any thrilling details. The Steel King Rhino remained motionless. Ji Luo Sha, too, did not stir. To be precise, a house stood still in the arena after emerging from the battle pet space. Like a statue, with arms crossed over his chest, head slightly bowed, his features obscured beneath a wide-brimmed hat. One must admit, this pose was undeniably cool. Especially as the wind stirred, the scorpion-like tail braided with beads swayed gently. Death is like the wind. It is always at my side. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Xiao exhibited patience. Old Fang displayed even greater patience. However, the majority of the audience at the sidelines lacked such patience. Erupting in hisses. What is this? A competitor ranked 18th in the state level. And this is all they VE got. It's normal to be cautious when a B-class faces a B-class mid-tier. Puffed. Give me a break. A 34-year-old against a 16-year-old. And he is so timid. He should remember, Xiao and is the challenger. If he is afraid, he shouldn't compete. Isn't it true? How arrogant was he when he laid his cards bare earlier? Didn't he say he was in a hurry? Now, he seems to have all the time in the world. The cacophony of voices gradually escalated, with the majority of remarks directed towards Xiao, and even the seasoned Xiao found it challenging to withstand the immense jeering from nearly 100,000 spectators. Given the slightly inferior grade of his battle pet, he intended to adopt a more conservative strategy, relying on the exceptional defensive capabilities of the Armored King Rhino to counterattack. This approach would allow him to create more opportunities to observe the ancient Luo Sha and identify its weaknesses. However, the situation had changed. The derisive shouts from the audience grew increasingly louder. As a person of some stature, having made bold proclamations earlier, he realized that prolonging this would inevitably tarnish his reputation, which was hardly worthwhile. Thus, under Xiaowen's command, the Armored King Rhino charged forward, unable to restrain itself any longer. He crossed its two battle axes in front of itself and, with a deep breath, unleashed a torrent of flames. Instantly, the axes ignited in a blaze, as if enchanted by fire. This display of skills silenced the audience, who finally understood that action was imminent. Following this, the Armored King Rhino brandished its flaming axes, charging towards the stationary ancient Luo Sha. The ground trembled, causing the entire arena to shudder slightly. Despite its thick and cumbersome appearance, the Armored King Rhino's speed increased significantly as it advanced. Yet, in the face of this tank-like warrior, Ahau remained in his fixed pose, utterly motionless, as the distance between the two battle beasts diminished. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The tension among the spectators escalated. Even when they were merely 10 meters apart, Ahau stood still. Madness. Some astute observers could not contain their excitement, and leapt from their seats, shouting .65, for as the two beasts drew to within 3 meters, with the Armored King Rhino raising its arms high, the flaming axes poised to strike down, Ahau finally moved. And one could discern what transpired. All they heard was a howl that seemed to transcend the realm of humanity. That cry, fierce as a demon, echoed like a chasm. Those who heard it felt as if they were teetering on the brink of hell, their minds in disarray. Accompanying that terrifying wail was a fleeting flash of red light. When the spectators refocused their gazes, the silhouettes of the two beasts had crossed in a blink. Ahau's original position stood empty, leaving only a cracked floor behind. His figure now appeared behind the Armored King Rhino. The two standing back to back, approximately 2 meters apart, the Armored King Rhino remained as still as a statue, its axes still raised high, flames licking at the blades. Ahau, with his hat tilted low, now wielded a massive crimson long knife. none other than the unsheathed blood moon. The ghostly howl and the red light had vanished. Everything seemed to revert to an eerie silence, and one understood what had transpired. But this bizarre scene instilled a profound sense of weight in everyone's hearts. The rapid beating of their hearts seemed to foreshadow some impending horror. The spectators did not have to wait long. As Ahau executed a dazzling flourish with his knife, the tip met the mouth of the sheath. The blade retracted slowly that moment. A striking crimson line appeared at the side of the armored king rhino's waist. Accompanied by the soft, melodic sound of the blade returning, the conspicuous red line began to shimmer. It shifted from right to left, gradually elongating. Finally, as the length of the red line increased, some keen-eyed spectators discerned the anomaly on the armored king rhino. That is, in bewildered glances exchanged among the crowd, everyone could see the fear and shock reflected in each other's eyes. At last, the red line extended successfully from the far right to the far left. Just then, the handle of a knife clashed with the sheath, producing a crisp sound. The blood moon had been sheathed. Simultaneously, with a resounding crash, the massive upper body of the armored king rhino slid heavily to the ground along the path of the red line, raising a cloud of crimson dust. Ming Luo Wu Jian, a ghostly burial. The armored king rhino had fallen, a soul-stirring strike, cleaving the foe in two. It was done. A single slash had dispatched the opponent. What more was there to say? This scene provoked an explosion of astonished gasps from the audience. This had the first round concluded? It appeared so. Those who had spoken and engaged in conversation wore expressions of disbelief. The large screen continuously replayed the breathtaking moment of the strike in slow motion. It was swift, far too swift. Observing the purple figure, arms crossed, reverting to its fixed pose, and glancing at the bisected form lying in a pool of blood behind it. Everyone felt their throats dry, involuntarily swallowing hard. The disparity was staggering. Both were Barank. Even in a contest between lower and mid-tier, such an exaggerated outcome was unfathomable. Right? Perhaps the armored king rhino was somewhat weaker? Weaker? In what sense? That armored king rhino was an aberrant entity, performing exceptionally well, while that ancient Luo Sha was undeniably formidable, its power calibration alarmingly terrifying. Moreover, its crimson blade had effortlessly breached the impressive defenses of the armored king rhino, resulting in a swift kill. Enough already, even with that knife. If you were to face the armored king rhino, you would be the one to be defeated, in contrast to the fervently animated and spirited discussions among the audience. Xiaoan's nails were nearly digging into his flesh. His expression twisted in a mix of anger, disbelief, confusion, and shock. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never anticipated such a turn of events. Xiaoan's combat experience was substantial, yet being dispatched so quickly upon entry. This humiliating outcome was a first for him that, in his estimation, the odds for this round should have been close to even. Even if the armored king rhino could not overpower the ancient Luo Sha, its high defensive prowess should have allowed it to exhaust the opponent's stamina significantly. Yet the reality before him was utterly unacceptable. Was today the day he would face utter disgrace? Just as this horrifying thought emerged, Xiaoan shook his head vigorously. Stay calm. He must remain composed. The match was not over. There were still chances. This first round had almost been given away, yielding no information. The heavy pressure loomed before him, and Xiaoan understood that he must now summon every ounce of focus and give it his all. Sister, did you see? Oh heavens, truly my idol. That demon sword saint strike was stunning. I am utterly blown away. Unlike his exuberant cousin, Hesha quietly observed the arena, lost in thought. She remained silent, captivated by the spectacle. That individual was indeed shattering the established norms time, and again, an unpredictable monster at that moment. The venue, which had been roaring like a tempest, suddenly fell into a scattered silence. After the initial thrill, the majority of the audience suddenly realized a terrifying truth. It seemed they had placed their bets on Xiaoan and now. Gazing at the solitary purple figure in the arena, a sense of dread gripped everyone's hearts, cold sweat breaking out instantly. As they looked around, nearly everyone wore a bitter expression. It was over. It was truly over. What now, buddy? You ask me. Who should I ask? That guy is a freak. Damn, A monstrous being. I've thrown in over 100,000. Be grateful. I've staked my entire apartment, dreaming of turning 1 into 10. And now look where we are, truly precarious. The speaker, although wearing a bitter smile, seemed relatively unfazed, likely a person of considerable means. Ha. I'd already said it. Fortune favors the bold. I have never wavered in my support for my idol. Now, the situation has escalated, and amidst the chaos, some young individuals who had placed their bets on the veteran victor began to revel in their triumph. Consequently, a few irritable spectators, already in a foul mood, could no longer contain themselves, resulting in a brawl that erupted in disarray. Yet, the majority managed to maintain their composure, recognizing that the match was still far from over, and that they were yet distant from the pinnacle of victory. Disregarding the commotion in the stands, the contest continued unabated. At this juncture, Scion could no longer afford to feign superiority. With the black curtain drawn, he dutifully counted down the seconds, after 30 seconds elapsed. The second round commenced. Observing the blue frostwing griffin across from him, Lao Fang felt a twinge of surprise. His astonishment. The opponent had not summoned the B-tier Wu to a beast. The frostwing griffin, undeterred, took to the skies with a powerful flap of its wings, soaring far above. Initially, the audience had harbored doubts regarding Xiao's strategy. Against a B-tier beast, deploying a C-tier creature seemed foolhardy. Was he rendered speechless by the prior annihilation? However, as they gazed upward at the soaring avian, and then down at the demon sword saint on the ground, some astute spectators quickly discerned the underlying logic. The demon sword saint on the ground seemed unable to reach that bird. With a disdainful scoff, Lao Fang contemplated, was this an attempt to turn the tables with a C-tier creature in a bid to redeem the previous defeat? The aspirations were grand, yet reality often proved to be a harsh mistress. As the distance closed, the frostwing griffin began to vigorously flap its wings, generating a palpable chill that thickened in the air. With the increasing frost, the surface of the arena began to frost over and freeze. Oh, this frostwing griffin could alter its surroundings. Lao Fang's interest piqued. Evidently, this creature's potential had been well harnessed by its master. Yet, even with this modest chill, to pose a threat to the demonically endowed Ahau was sheer folly. Ice-based warriors? The issue lay in the inadequacy of the ice magic's potency. Ahau, ever the showman, brushed off the frost with ease. Conjuring a bone blade with a mere flick of his wrist, he swiftly unleashed a hell slash. Though formidable, the frostwing griffin had maintained a safe distance, affording it ample time to evade the 10-meter-long blade of energy. While the hell slash failed to strike its target, it nonetheless disrupted and diminished the accumulation of frost above. Cursed be it that colossal blade of energy could travel such lengths. Truly fearsome, as he beheld the shattered frost currents. Xiao's heart sank, witnessing the frostwing griffin evade his attack with a calm demeanor while continuing to unleash its chill. Coupled with the visible white frost clouds in the air, Lao Fang fell into contemplation. The opponent was undoubtedly brewing something significant. Mere temperature drops, regardless of the frostwing griffin's prowess, could not inflict substantial harm on Ahau. Though the distance offered the bird safety, it also restricted its offensive capabilities. Cold air, descending from such a range, could at most produce a light snowfall, devoid of any consequence. Lao Fang directed Ahau to launch several bone spears. Yet the considerable distance rendered them ineffective. The ground was barren, leaving them at a disadvantage. As long as the bird remained elusive, the demon sword saint on the ground could not touch it. At this moment, Lao Fang understood. The frostwing griffin was likely charging a formidable attack. Thus, before the eyes of the gathering crowd, Ahau simply crossed his legs and sat upon the ground, within a certain radius. Even the rotund Gugu would find himself felled by Ahau, let alone a C-tier frostwing griffin. As long as the creature dared to descend, everything would fall into place. Lao Fang grinned skyward. Come now. Take your time. 5 full minutes passed before the release of chill finally ceased. Then, the air above was blanketed in a thick, white mist of ice crystals. Even the spectators behind the protective barrier could faintly sense the pressure emanating from the frost-laden clouds. The frostwing griffin's form vanished within the white fog. Suddenly, the frost clouds began to oscillate violently, swirling rapidly and converging. Before long, a colossal ice tornado storm formed in the air, Ice crystals danced within the vortex. The spectacle was utterly formidable. The charge had not been in vain. The skill demonstrated had indeed surpassed the limits of a C-tier beast. The massive ice tornado gradually descended, hurtling towards the seated Ahau. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Your blade, can it sever the wind? Xiao bellowed across the arena, seemingly venting the frustrations of the previous round. His voice, infused with primal energy, resonated throughout the venue. Just as Xiao's taunting words faded, a fiery, blood-red vapor began to rise from Ahau's seated form. Unhurriedly, he stood up, such an eerie power. Even from a distance, many mage and martial artist spectators sensed the intense malevolence woven within the blood-red steam. This was not a technique native to the Demon Sword Saint. According to known records, Guluosha possessed no such abilities. Observing the transformation of Guluosha, Hesha felt a twinge of astonishment. This fellow, along with his battle companion, was indeed extraordinary. As the icy storm approached, a massive bone blade materialized in Ahau's hand. Gripping the weapon with both hands, he spun and swung, the netherworld's unbound. Wine prison blade slash. The surge of malevolent energy erupted forth. Following the arc of his blade, unleashing a colossal blood-red tornado. In an instant, Ahau's figure vanished into the crimson vortex, which expanded at a visible rate, growing frenzied and fierce. Within the arena, two titanic tornadoes stood opposed, one icy white, the other blood-red. Upon the appearance of the blood-red tornado, the icy vortex accelerated dramatically, as if drawn towards the crimson tempest. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, the two tornadoes collided without a hint of doubt. The outcome was the icy storm shattered and dissipated completely in the arena. Only the blood-red tornado remained, occasionally emitting a sharp blade-like aura. Whether or not I can sever the wind, I cannot say, but cleaving your bird will be effortless. Accompanied by Lao Fang's nonchalant words, the blood-red tornado began to dissipate of its own accord as the blood winds faded away. The purple figure stood tall. The Frostwing Griffin was no more. It had been utterly shredded, leaving not even a feather behind. Xiao's face, now devoid of color, revealed lips tinged with purple. His composure was clearly deteriorating. The majority of the spectators began to wail, donning expressions of anguish. The trajectory of this match had shifted from initial certainty to wavering uncertainty, and now to a stark clarity. Gamblers were in a state of panic. How can a mere 16-year-old possess such a formidable B-tier beast? This is beyond reason. Now, BBC had been reduced to a mere orphan bee, while the Demon Sword Saint remained unscathed, and no wonder he only managed to scrape by in the state competition at 34. You mean to say, could he possibly achieve a triple kill? Heavens, how could such absurdity arise? Just who is this child of destiny? The sentiment of the crowd had entirely shifted. Amidst the lamentations, many stood to hurl insults at Xiao and on the platform. For the advantageous old Fang, they naturally dared not utter a word of reproach. Instead, they unleashed their frustrations from their losses entirely upon the disadvantaged Xiao and in an instant, the pressure shifted squarely onto Xiao's shoulders. Filled with both anger and panic, he was also overwhelmed with regret. He had initially thought he was dealing with a soft target, only to discover that he was, in fact, a cactus, one that pricked painfully upon being squeezed. What is this? Hesitating. Thinking of fleeing. Afraid to strike back, are you? Then surrender quickly. After all, there's only one battle pet left, and I trust everyone will understand. It's not shameful, by the way. You should thank me. Since you mentioned being pressed for time, I had to ensure that Ahau took this seriously. Sensing Xiao's intent to withdraw, old Fang transformed into a cunning adversary, his demeanor shifting dramatically. What? Thinking of escaping. Damn it. Xiao, and if you dare to run, I swear you'll be marked for life. Whatever happened to the bold words you spoke at the beginning? How pathetic, resorting to cowardice when the going gets tough. You came here with a name and a reputation. If you surrender now, we'll simply take the matter to your city's community forum for all to see. Yes, strike me if you dare. Otherwise, we'll make sure you become the talk of the town online. Old Fang's tirade incited the already unstable emotions of the audience, who began hurling rotten eggs and beverage bottles toward the elevated safety platform, leaving Xiao in a most embarrassing predicament. You gazing at the unperturbed figure across from him, calmly enjoying the spectacle. Scion was filled with a mix of shame and fury. If he retreated now, he would surely incur the wrath of the crowd. Had he known, he would have kept a lower profile from the start. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Caught in a dilemma, Scion fixed his steely gaze upon the young man opposite him, then glanced apprehensively at the towering 5-meter purple figure below. Gritting his teeth, he summoned forth his last reliable battle PT. IT was now or never. If he chose to flee at this moment, his reputation would be utterly shattered. He had no choice but to fight. He could only hope that the Demon Sword Saint had exhausted some of its stamina after the previous 2 battles. If he could indeed force the ancient Luo Sha down, perhaps he would have a chance against the twin stars that awaited him. From the eerie green flames emerged a gaunt figure, standing around 4 meters tall, a hunchback clad in a tightly wrapped gray hooded robe, revealing a visage of a decayed, old zombie, complemented by its ghastly green eyes, which were quite unsettling. Perched atop the hunchback was a black wooden frame, from which hung a closed chandelier emanating a ghostly green light. In its grasp, it wielded a long black wooden staff that, my goodness, this attire screams necromancer. This time, Ahau deviated from his previous defensive strategy, and with a sudden flourish, the crimson crescent blade was drawn, launching a hellish strike directly at the FOE. In response to this sudden offensive, the necromancer Mundle swiftly slammed its black staff into the ground, erecting a barrier of defensive energy before it. Upon impact, the scarlet crescent strike seemed to become ensnared, its speed diminishing significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Mundle quickly repositioned, and once the energy barrier dissipated, the restored hellish strike could no longer target its intended victim. Quite a skillful maneuver. Not deterred by the missed strike, Ahau charged forward with both hands gripping his blade. The necromancer, recognizing the urgency, summoned forth a swirling green flame from the black staff, directing it toward the ground. Waves of green rippled outward as skeletal warriors formed from the power of the underworld erupted from the earth, rushing wildly toward the Demon Sword Saint. Ahau, with a single stroke, dispatched the hapless minions. These insignificant creatures posed no obstacle whatsoever to that moment. Having completed his incantation, the necromancer thrust the staff, ablaze with green flames, forward. A massive, ghostly green serpent was conjured, surging forth to ensnare the rampaging Demon Sword Saint. Another attack, as the 20-meter serpent lunged toward him, Ahau retaliated with a hellish strike, cleaving the beast in 2 before it could reach him, the momentum carrying the attack forcefully against the protective barrier surrounding the arena. How infuriating! Scion couldn't help but slam his fist against the railing of the safety platform. The Necromancer's summoning capabilities were typically capable of withstanding several rounds of stalemate. However, the Demon Sword Saint was pressing forward relentlessly, closing in on him in less than 3 rounds. The pressure was overwhelming. In a confrontation of this caliber, he could not afford to play a waiting game. He had to fight. Realizing this, Scion understood that he could no longer entertain thoughts of the Twin Stars. His immediate priority was to survive the current onslaught. If he continued with a conservative strategy, he would surely be overwhelmed. With a decisive grit of his teeth, Scion conveyed his intent to Mundle. The howl erupted from the Necromancer as it yanked the chandelier before its eyes, then opened its mouth wide to inhale deeply. The energy from the ghostly flames flowed into Mundle as if it were a stream. As the energy drained away, the chandelier's green glow dimmed, until it finally extinguished. Meanwhile, Mundle's form began to swell irregularly, as though undergoing a grotesque transformation, eliciting gasps from onlookers. Wait, it actually consumed the underworld flames? Old Fang was taken aback by Mundle's actions. The chandelier on a necromancer's back was known to produce and store a certain amount of underworld flames, said to be a high-level power originating from the netherworld. Mundle could harness these flames for combat. However, this ability to consume flames had never been documented. It appeared to be an innovation of the opponent. The question remained, could Mundle's physical form endure such a vast quantity of underworld flames? Old Fang discerned the opponent's intent. They were leaving no room for retreat and were prepared for a desperate fight. Just then, Ahau had arrived before Mundle. Regardless of the necromancer's grotesquely expanding form, He struck with a blow of ghost burial. Unexpectedly, the necromancer seemed to withstand the psychological impact of the attack, deftly turning its head aside. However, one arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, falling to the ground. Just as Ahau prepared to capitalize on his advantage and dismantle his foe, a violent gust of wind surged forth, nearly rending the air itself. He raised his weapon, and amidst the tremendous impact, Ahau's legs skidded across the ground, leaving a shallow trench nearly 10 meters long as he absorbed the force of the T that moment. Mundle's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation, towering nearly 10 meters. Its stature had doubled, muscles bulging grotesquely, adorned with unsightly tumors that oozed green flames. Its left hand morphed into a razor-sharp claw. The powerful strike that had just been unleashed was a result of this very transformation. Good heavens, not only had it withstood the blow, but it had also transformed from a spellcaster into a warrior, significantly enhancing its strength. The Mundle, now wreathed in ghostly green flames, chose not to attack. Instead, it retrieved its severed right arm from the ground. With a flash of green light, the severed limb was reattached with remarkable ease, swiftly swelling to match the left claw in symmetry. This spectacle left the audience in stunned silence. And even old Fang was momentarily taken aback. What sorcery is this? Ahau, undeterred by the transformation, launched another hellish strike towards the now formidable foe. This time, however, Mundle stood resolutely, crossing its massive claws to block the crescent blade attack, which was nearly its own height. After being pushed back several meters, Mundle let out a thunderous roar, its muscles bulging as it tore apart the attack. For the first time, the hellish strike was repelled. Yet, the price of this frontal confrontation was the shattering of all 10 sharp claws. Yet after being enveloped in the ghostly green flames, the claws were restored to their former glory. Remarkably, the creature possessed regenerative abilities. What an inconvenient power. Old Fang began to take this battle seriously. The current strength of the necromancer was now at least on par with the top tier. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash between the giant claws and the long blade echoed incessantly, as two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a fierce battle. Although the power of the witch camel beast slightly surpassed that of Ahau, its agility was considerably inferior, as for technique. Its transition from a mage to a warrior was less than commendable. In the blink of an eye, the witch camel beast had already endured 7 or 8 strikes, yet it stubbornly pressed on, relying on its formidable regenerative abilities. The intensity of the battle stirred the audience into a frenzy, with many rising in excitement and gasping in a W-E-A-T that moment. Ahau suddenly unleashed his full potential, seizing the opportunity to deliver 2 consecutive strikes, one severing an arm and the other decapitating the beast. Surprisingly, the severed arm, as if guided by some unseen force, launched an attack from an astonishing angle. Ahau, with remarkable reflexes, managed to evade just in time, but a faint gash was left across his chest. Although it did not inflict significant harm, this marked the first time he had touched the ancient Rashesa after 3 rounds. An impatient scion bellowed, "Strike again! Show me what you've got! Do you understand the meaning of an immortal body?" "Ha ha!" Observing Xiao's frenzied and somewhat neurotic antics, Lao Fang was taken aback. Had he perhaps been too harsh in his treatment of his opponent, leading to this backlash? An immortal body, indeed? Lao Fang watched as the head, reattached to the skull through the flames of the underworld, elicited a faint smile. This was merely a manifestation of the 4-part dismemberment fruit. Moreover, once the duration of the underworld flames expired, it would be nothing but a cold husk. He could drag it down to its demise. However, that was clearly not Fang Tian style. An immortal body, you say? I shall slay you nonetheless. Wow, a creature that cannot be killed, able to reattach its head. How utterly grotesque. How can we possibly win? There's still hope, brothers. It seems we won't need to go to the rooftop tonight. Let's give it our all. A monster that cannot be slain. Stop your senseless shouting. You amateur, look at that demon sword saint. He remains virtually unscathed. The outcome of this round is still uncertain. As the battle reached a feverish climax, the audience at the sidelines blushed with excitement, fervently debating and shouting, "Oh dear, this is troublesome. Regenerating limbs. How could there be such a perverse ability? It's utterly shameless. Hu Bin, who had always supported his idol, was now frantically scratching his head. Don't worry. Such abilities have a time limit. Once the underworld flames are depleted, this match will conclude. In contrast to her anxious cousin, Hesha remained composed, her exceptional professional skills and judgment unwavering. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the ancient Rakshasa showed no intent to retreat. Instead, it charged forward, positioning itself directly in front of the witch camel beast. With both hands gripping its blade and blood-colored steam erupting from its body, it raised its weapon, manifesting a massive crimson banner that unfurled with a menacing flourish. Upon the banner, fierce Rakshasas, fearsome Yakshas, towering skeletons, and wailing malevolent spirits were depicted. Scenes of torture, boiling, crushing, frying, and grinding, echoed with the anguished cries of tormented souls. The realm of the dead was vividly laid bare, an unsettling sight for all. The banner resembled a miniature depiction of a hellish ukiyo. Many spectators, transfixed by the grand screen, shielded their eyes in terror, unsure if it was fear or guilt that compelled them to look away. With his power fully charged, Ahau faced the oncoming witch camel beast, delivering a decisive upward slash. Infernal void. Banner of Yama. The crimson banner sliced through, traversing from above and retreating in a seamless arc, tracing a perfect blood-red crescent. The witch camel beast halted mid-attack, frozen in place that a vivid line of crimson slaughter extended from its forehead down to its groin, demonstrating that the devastating strike had cleaved it in two. Ha ha! I told you it was futile. Your efforts are in vain. No matter how you strike, Mundar will regenerate. Witnessing yet another familiar method of execution, Shaun erupted into triumphant laughter. Stop your madness and observe carefully. A seemingly casual remark caused Shao's excitement to falter as he suddenly realized that the situation on the battlefield appeared rather peculiar. Logically, the demon sword saint should be facing away from their combat pet, showcasing his prowess in such a vulnerable moment. His own combat pet should have launched an immediate assault. Yet, the witch camel beast remained motionless, locked in place. An ominous premonition surged within Shao and Boom, with a deafening sound. The massive body of the witch camel beast was finally bisected along the crimson midline, collapsing to the ground. Roar! At that moment, the fallen halves of its body writhed on the ground in agony, shrieking as they twisted like maggots. Impossible! Shaoan's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. Through the arena's large screen, everyone witnessed the horrifying scene. The cleaved surface of the witch camel beast was entwined with ghostly red apparitions that, with gaping mouths, voraciously devoured the green flames of the underworld. Along with its flesh, it was as if the underworld flames were a potent elixir, with the spirits exuding greed as they feasted with increasing fervor. The colossal form of the witch camel beast was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. This grotesque process of being devoured alive resembled a torturous ordeal, and Mundar frantically clawed at the evil spirits clinging to its body. However, its claws effortlessly passed through the phantoms, inflicting no tangible damage. There had never been a report of the spirit being slain by mere blades. Amidst this overwhelming torment, the helpless witch camel beast was ultimately consumed by the legion of hellish fiends. With a single stroke, 100 demons perished. The satiated spirits coalesced, transforming into the familiar blood-red steam that re-entered Ahau's being. Although the horrifying ordeal had concluded, the audience remained in a state of shock, unable to collect their thoughts. What manner of being was this ancient Rakshasa? It was utterly beyond comprehension. Impossible. How can this be? How could the ancient Rakshasa possess such power? I refuse to believe it. After being pierced thrice, Shaoan's composure shattered. His face contorted as he flailed his arms, howling incessantly, unable to accept this outcome that a person of his stature, renowned and respected, had lost to a competitor half his age. Not only had he lost, but he had also suffered the humiliation of being taken down in such a manner. If word of this spread among his peers, how could he ever show his face again? Regret, boundless regret, filled Shaoan's heart. He wished desperately for a chance to turn back time and prevent his ill-fated decision. What he had intended to be a slaughter had turned into a suicidal plunge into calamity. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Have you fabricated your identity? 16 years old. Who do you think you're fooling? Is this something a 16-year-old could achieve? Yes, you must be a renowned master, masquerading as a novice. Right? How cunning you are! Observing Scion, who was now neurotically muttering to himself. Lao Fang scratched his chin in confusion. Had he perhaps been too ruthless? Was it really such a monumental blow to defeat someone with a score of 3-0? Moreover, wasn't it Xiao and who had initiated the challenge? Why did the outcome make it seem as though he were the villain and Xiao and the victim? Fortunately, Lao Fang kept these thoughts to himself. Had he voiced them, Xiao might have collapsed on the spot. That it truly was a case where one's position dictated their perspective, wasn't it? The total loss of 3 combat pets meant a minimum of a quarter without any combatants available, and a half year without any chance of participating in various events. Xiao had lost before, but never had he suffered such a devastating defeat, experiencing an unprecedented ace for the first time. Impossible! How could the power of the underworld be defeated? How could it fall to mere blades? What exactly was that red aura? Gazing at Xiao and his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, the venerable Fang offered a polite, nonchalant smile, saying, "The underworld? My apologies, but we hail from hell." Hell. Xiao seemed to deflate, collapsing to the ground as he fell into an uncharacteristic silence. Hell. Yes, this individual before him was indeed his personal hell. It's over, it's truly over. Is this a 10-1? A 10-1? What on earth is this betting company? A 10-1. You can't toy with someone's psyche like this. How am I supposed to explain this to my wife? Explain what? Just come with me to the rooftop later. As the match concluded, the crowd of tens of thousands wailed in despair, half in mourning, half in silence. Truly, it was the apocalyptic day for gamblers. The match unfolded smoothly, a seamless journey to its conclusion. The spectators wagering on the outcome exhibited a similarly smooth mentality, plummeting from heaven to hell without any intermediary stops. The process and outcome of today's match were beyond the imagination of anyone present. The entire event could only be described as outrageously absurd. Even now, some were slapping themselves repeatedly, trying to convince themselves this was not reality. Was that child of destiny truly human? Many cast their gazes upon the masked figure on the platform. Such strength was almost surreal. One could hardly find words to describe it, especially considering his age. Who is he, really? Does such a deity truly need to descend into this underground arena to torment our souls as gamblers? Nevertheless, some had already made a quiet determination to hell with the betting odds. From now on, whenever there is a match involving the child of destiny, they would wager blindly on him. However, following today's events, the betting company would undoubtedly reassess the child of destiny thoroughly, and scenarios of high odds would likely become a rarity. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the awestruck crowd, Fang's figure vanished into the player's passage, concluding his match for the night. Moreover, he had garnered a rough assessment of Ahao's strength. After consuming elixirs and cultivating the netherworld's boundless realm, his prowess as a demon sword saint had become rather unreasonably formidable. Yet when it came to the A grade, Fang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The gap between the lower tier of A and the upper tier of B was not merely a slight difference, but rather a vast chasm. The disparity was far greater than that between the upper tier of C and the lower tier of B. As one ascends the ranks of beast levels, the gaps in strength widen considerably. While it may appear there is only a minor rating difference, the actual disparity in power could be immeasurable. Even with Ahao's currently exceptional resources, he still had a considerable journey ahead to break through the B-grade bottleneck and ascend to A-grade. Lost in thought, Fang Tian returned to the players' lounge. Congratulations, upon entering. He was met with a powerful embrace. Taken by surprise, Fang nearly found himself suffocated amidst the towering mountains of flesh. What the hell? Is this a murder attempt? Once freed, Fang gasped for air. Meanwhile, Lei Jana stood tall, provocatively displaying her assets before Fang with a playful shake. Just one word. Dizzying as their relationship grew increasingly intimate, she shed her shyness, becoming bolder and more audacious in Fang's presence. Enough of that. Tonight, let us fight fiercely. Just as they joked while exiting the lounge, a woman who had been waiting approached, bowing slightly. Mr. Fang, our boss wishes to congratulate you on your victory tonight. A feast has been prepared in your honor. and we hope you will grace us with your presence. Observing the respectful maid before him, Fang felt a sense of curiosity while his mind raced. Why would the owner of the Night Queen Arena seek him out? As for the celebration and feast, such gestures were mere formalities. The Night Queen had numerous victorious competitors. If the owner congratulated every winner daily, would there be any business left? It seemed his revealed strength had indeed caught the attention of certain individuals. I have matters to attend to, so I want to be able to join it. In response to Fang's refusal, the maid remained unperturbed, maintaining her smile. Since you have pressing matters, we can talk another day. I wish you a restful evening and hope for your continued victories. After speaking, the maid turned and departed. There was no pressure to accept the invitation. Whether it was accepted or declined felt rather casual. However, after taking a few steps, the maid abruptly halted, seemingly sensing something, and turned back. Mr. Fang, it's nothing. The issue has been resolved. Please lead the way. Observing Fang Tian's impassive expression, the maid opened her mouth momentarily, but uttered not a single word. Is he playing a trick on me? No wonder he possesses monstrous strength. His audacity is indeed extraordinary. Following the maid for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived before a resplendent golden door. Upon entering, the interior was adorned with intricate carvings and opulent elegance. In the center, a grand dining table was laden with a variety of steaming delicacies, freshly prepared with great care and attention to detail. On either side of the table stood 2 rows of maids, ready to serve at a moment's notice. Facing the entrance at the head of the table sat a woman. Her rose-gold hair cascaded down to her waist like a silken waterfall, her long neck resembling that of a swan, her skin fairer than snow. Even with a half-faced butterfly mask adorning her features, the elegant curve of her nose and her radiant lips revealed her striking beauty. Particularly captivating were her rosy eyes, which exuded a blend of calm wisdom and alluring charm. Dressed in a luxurious ensemble of rose red and black, draped in mink fur, and adorned with diamond earrings, she was an extraordinary woman, leaving a lasting impression. After surveying the scene, Fang could only conjure 2 words in his mind: grandeur and wealthy woman. It was evident that she was extraordinarily affluent. Even the earrings alone were worth a staggering 7 figures. Fang had not anticipated that the owner of the Night Queen Arena would be a woman, seemingly only a few years older than Lei Jana. Could she be the owner's daughter, or perhaps an agent? Before Fang could contemplate further, the woman at the head of the table elegantly covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Esteemed guest, you wouldn't want to stand there indefinitely, would you?" Her voice was magnetic, mature, and composed, truly a captivating woman. Fang smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate, and took a seat. Just as he intended to pull out a chair for Lei Jana, the fierce woman stood resolutely behind him, drawing out a Qilin moonblade, striking the pommel on the ground with her right hand while resting her left hand on her hip, exuding an aura of strength. Goodness, her protective prowess surged instantly. Fang briefly imagined that he had a formidable warrior standing behind him. Observing Lei Jana's serious demeanor as she assumed a protective stance, Fang felt warmth in his heart, no longer pressing the issue. They were now in sync, understanding each other without the need for excessive words. Sometimes, a single gesture sufficed to convey their thoughts. In their private moments at home, they could playfully spar and laugh together without a care. But in public, Lei Jana preferred to embrace the role of a devoted protector. You have your grandeur. My man has his too. I can single-handedly uphold his honor, as she gazed at the imposing, blade-wielding half-blood warrior. A flicker of intrigue passed through the wealthy woman's eyes. Once Fang Tian was seated, she aptly remarked, "Hello, Mr. Fang. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Maggie, the primary overseer of the Night Queen Arena." Primary overseer? Can I interpret that as the boss? Of course. Maggie smiled gracefully. Clad in an aura of nobility, yet exuding warmth, she had become the proprietor of the largest underground arena in the city of Twilight at a remarkably young age. This woman is extraordinary. Well then, may I inquire, Ms. Maggie, why have you summoned me? Old Fang, accustomed to directness, wasted no time in getting to the point. Can't we discuss this over dinner? I beg your pardon, but I prefer to indulge in my meals undistracted and to engage in serious matters with the utmost focus. During dinner, I find myself more inclined towards flirtation, so let us address the matter at hand first. Moreover, the hour grows late. The sooner we conclude, the sooner we can retire for the night. As he spoke, old Fang exaggeratedly yawned, creating an air of ambiguity. Clap, clap. With a subtle gesture, Maggie summoned several suited bodyguards clad in sunglasses from outside, who promptly began to clear the table. Wearing sunglasses at night. Now that's professionalism. I assent to it. Interestingly, rather than having the maids tend to the meal, she had the bodyguards do so. Old Fang casually surveyed the surrounding attendants. He chuckled, recognizing that not all maids may be genuine. Yet the bodyguards were undoubtedly authentic. The cleanup was swift. In no time, the dining table was cleared to Mr. Fang. I propose a transaction. Here are the details of the contract. Please take a look, with a wave of her hand. A maid delivered the prepared documents to Old Fang. Upon thorough examination, Old Fang grasped her intentions. This Maggie was involved in numerous ventures, each with its fair share of competitors, when conflicts arose in business. Many rivals opted to settle their disputes through private beast fights, determining victor and vanquished in a rather crude yet straightforward manner. The rationale for not pitting humans against one another was simple. A fatal outcome equates to legal consequences. Warfare is merely an extension of political systems, whereas these private beast duels serve as a continuation of business rivalries. Now it becomes clear why early capital investments are directed towards beast tamers. Essentially, they are entrusted with safeguarding the enterprise. Winning a fight is beneficial, but losing could result in financial repercussions, not to mention the humiliation of being scorned by investors. The pressure is considerable. Hence, acquiring a capitalist funds is no trivial feat. Yet, the contract Old Fang held differed markedly. It was a hiring agreement. When Maggie's business encountered a situation requiring a decisive beast duel, she would relay the information to Old Fang, who could then choose whether to assist. Should he choose to offer aid, a handsome reward would await him. If he opted not to assist, he would incur no losses. What particularly caught Old Fang's attention was the clause stating that if he participated in a competition, even if he lost, he would not be liable for any compensation, and Maggie would also provide a token of gratitude that in essence, by choosing to assist, there were financial gains regardless of the outcome. Astute, indeed. This woman's vision is remarkable. Provided one is not foolish, this contract is exceedingly favorable, as it entails no risk for the other party. The choice to assist is voluntary, and financial rewards accompany either victory or defeat. Where else could one find such an advantageous arrangement? However, Old Fang perceived the leniency of this contract as a matter of course for himself. Considering his performance today and his future potential, it seemed only natural for her to extend such a nearly generous offer. After all, a discerning capitalist would likely do the same. To put it bluntly, if he chose not to seize the opportunity, there would be many others ready to do so. He was the one selecting them, not the other way around. Fang Tian understood clearly that this wealthy woman was among the few who recognized his true identity and approximate capabilities. She was fully aware of his name, age, and appearance, making it easy for her to investigate. Yet, Old Fang was not particularly concerned about this. Having only a handful of people aware of his identity did not significantly impact his current life. So it mattered little. I have reviewed the contract. I shall take a few days to consider it and provide my response upon my next visit. Old Fang unobtrusively placed the contract on the table. If there is anything in the contract that does not meet your expectations, feel free to express your thoughts. We can renegotiate. Old Fang's refusal surprised Maggie slightly. She believed her stance had been sufficiently accommodating. It is unrelated to the contract. Let us discuss it further at our next meeting. With that, Old Fang rose to leave. Very well. I look forward to our next encounter, Maggie replied with a composed smile. Her demeanor unruffled, revealing no hint of impatience. There's no need for Ms. Maggie to escort us. We are familiar with the way. Farewell. Observing the hostess's intent to rise, Old Fang graciously declined her gesture of kindness. All right, Mary, please see our guests out. Remember, the main entrance is crowded and noisy. Guide them through the side door to avoid disturbing our esteemed guests. Yes, master. The maid who had led Old Fang and Nana stepped forward. Oh, by the way, should we meet again, I hope Ms. Maggie can remove her mask. Since we are having a discussion, it is better for both parties to be forthright. As soon as Old Fang's words fell, He sensed an immediate shift in the atmosphere of the room. The maid suddenly cast him looks brimming with malice, even harboring a hint of murderous intent. Humph! Before old Fang could react, Lei Jana let out a cold snort. Brandishing her blade as she stepped forward, her imposing stature, fierce battle intent, and the palpable aura of death she exuded instantly subdued the maid's threatening demeanor to so. "You're looking for a fight, are you?" In matters of intimidation and confrontation, Lei Jana had never felt fear. Had it not been for her consideration of old Fang's unspoken authority, she would have drawn her weapon at the mere sight of those maids glaring at her man. No one anticipated that what began as a pleasant conversation would spiral into such a tense atmosphere due to old Fang's seemingly innocuous remark. "Impudence." Maggie's voice cut through the tension, causing the maids to immediately retract their hostility. Lowering their gazes and reverting to their harmless, servile selves. "The servants are ill-mannered and have offended you. I apologize for my inability to discipline them, but I hope you will not take offense that it is but a trivial matter. No harm done." With a dismissive wave of his hand towards the slightly bowing Maggie, old Fang turned to follow Mary as she led him away. Lei Jana cast a vigilant glance around the room before following suit. Once the resplendent doors closed behind them, Maggie poured herself a glass of red wine and, holding the elegant goblet, approached the nearby floor-to-ceiling window. Through the window, she gazed down upon the arena below. This vantage point could be deemed the finest for observing the spectacle of the Night Queen. Gently swirling the wine in her glass, the poised Maggie stood in silence, observing the sparse crowd dispersing from the arena. A subtle smirk forming on her lips. Such formidable power was to be expected, yet her demeanor was equally meticulous, her emotions concealed behind a mask of composure. A truly mature young soul. Had old Fang overheard her musings, he would have shaken his pulse bottle in protest, insisting she retract the term young soul, reminding her of the essence of a youthful giant warrior. As Fang Tian walked ahead, his focus unwavering, Mary, without turning her head, inquired, "May I ask if my earlier words inadvertently crossed any boundaries with your master?" Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Fang Tian felt increasingly uneasy. Their conversation had previously flowed smoothly. Yet a single remark had ignited the ire of Maggie's subordinates, clearly crossing an unknown line. Upon hearing the question behind him, Mary hesitated slightly before responding, "I apologize, but I cannot elaborate further. I can only inform you that the mask is not intended as a slight towards you. It is how my master presents herself in any public setting." With this clarification, old Fang comprehended the situation. Beneath the mask lay secrets, perhaps of a private nature. "Sister, when shall we return? The hour is late. And we have classes tomorrow in the entrance hall of the Night Queen Arena." Hesha sat quietly on the guest sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the competitor's passage within the hall. Unexpectedly, she mused. It was quite surprising that a girl of her seemingly indifferent disposition could possess such curiosity. Beside her, Hu Bin, observing his cousin's aloof demeanor, took a seat himself, choosing not to engage further in conversation. He had not anticipated that Hesha's interest in the so-called Child of Destiny would surpass his OW. As soon as the competition concluded that evening, she hurried to the hall, adopting a watchful stance. Hu Bin, conceding to his father's early departure, swiftly followed suit, driven by his own curiosity. If he could intercept the Child of Destiny, perhaps obtain a photograph or an autograph, he would certainly have something to boast about in their group chat. However, unlike his cousin, he lacked her patience and, after nearly 20 minutes, felt the urge to escape. Bored, he scrolled through his phone, and the audience chat group was filled with lamentations, seeing the disgruntled messages from those who had lost their bets. Hu Bin felt a flicker of joy, even as he chastised himself for his earlier decision to wager a mere 1,000. If only he had invested more, he could have secured his pocket money for years to come. Alas, it seemed his enthusiasm for celebrity was not fervent enough. "Miss Sir, we are about to close. We kindly ask you to return another day," a staff member announced, prompting Hu Bin to glance up in surprise before quickly checking the time. To his astonishment, it was already past midnight, and they had been waiting for over an hour. Time had flown by, engrossed in his phone. "Have all the competitors already left?" he inquired. "Apologies, miss, but competitor information is private, and we are unable to disclose it," came the staff's response. Hesha cast a reluctant glance at the entrance to the competitor's passage before ultimately leading her cousin away. Unbeknownst to them, Lao Fang had already slipped away through a side door, guided by Mary, leaving them in a moment of fruitless anticipation. Meanwhile, Fang was at home, perspiring profusely as he immersed himself in a game of Dragon Quest. In the afternoon, it was yet another delightful time free from classes. Ling was watering flowers in the front yard while Lei Jana practiced with a large blade in the backyard. Lao Fang lounged in a chair, perusing newly acquired documents regarding Maggie. Just days prior, he had opted to decline an opportunity at the Night Queen, primarily due to his complete ignorance of the woman, a competitor. The identity of the owner, be it male or female, had little bearing on him, and thus he had paid it no mind. However, with potential collaboration on the horizon, he could no longer afford to remain uninformed. Therefore, upon returning home, he invested a substantial sum to gather information on this enigmatic woman. The results were astonishing. Ignorance had shielded him from the gravity of the situation. The Empress of the Underworld, indeed. In the Floral District, many years prior, a gang known as the 99 had reigned supreme, wielding unmatched power and establishing a near-dominant position. The gang's leader was a tyrant, notorious for his ruthless acts of violence and extortion, with no moral compass to speak of, in his own words. He was the singular one, complemented by 99, hence the name 99. During the height of the 99's reign, the Floral District was plunged into chaos. The numeral 99 becoming synonymous with dread. It was said that the authorities had intervened multiple times. Yet any semblance of order was fleeting. The 99 returned to their nefarious ways without hesitation. Maggie, it turned out, was the daughter of this tyrant, a legitimate daughter, to be precise, sharing a similar status with Lao Fang. Yet, her upbringing had been fraught with peril. The tyrant, aside from having a wife equally as cruel, left behind a trail of dead and abandoned offspring, with few surviving the brutality of their existence. Had they not perished at his hands, they likely fell victim to his wife's wrath. The duo embodied a twisted, sadistic archetype. While Lao Fang may have been disregarded within his own family, he at least enjoyed the basic comforts of life. In stark contrast, Maggie likely lived in constant fear, treading carefully through each day. However, everything changed 5 years ago in a single night. This malevolent couple, along with their equally depraved son, perished suddenly. Subsequently, Maggie emerged, swiftly seizing control of the 99 and ascending as the new Empress of the Underworld. The documents provided only a cursory overview, but the intricate web of human relations, power struggles, and enmity involved likely warranted a full television series to capture its entirety. After assuming control of the 99, Maggie implemented sweeping reforms. From that point forward, the once infamous gang vanished, leaving behind a metaphorical corpse of the 99, which blossomed into the Black Rose. The Black Rose was the new name adopted by Maggie's organization, marking not only a change in title, but also a complete transformation in ethos. Industries such as hotels, casinos, and competitions became the new focal points. While drugs and illicit activities were purged, strict regulations were enforced, instilling a sense of order from top to bottom. Although the group's influence had diminished compared to its predecessor, it established a sustainable trajectory, earning recognition from the authorities as an exemplary organization, thus building a reputable standing alongside its former notoriety. The gang had transitioned into a semi-legitimate enterprise. Upon reviewing the documents, Lao Fang held Maggie in high regard. Her tangible achievements spoke volumes of her vision and capability. Though not a paragon of virtue himself, Lao Fang adhered to certain principles and boundaries. He had always abhorred the trafficking of drugs, human beings, and organs, detesting such vile acts. After thoroughly examining the information and confirming that the Black Rose had yet to infringe upon his personal codes, he resolved to proceed with caution, albeit with adjustments to the contract details. For the time being, monetary gains were of little concern to him. His recent victory against Xiao had netted him vast sums, fulfilling his financial needs for the foreseeable future. His life goals had shifted significantly. In this lifetime, wealth served merely as a tool to realize his aspirations. Suddenly, a chorus of voices interrupted Lao Fang's reverie. Spotting Ling joyfully approaching with a watering can, he smiled warmly. The girl's recent dietary improvements had enhanced her complexion and overall vitality, and she had even grown a bit taller. What is it? He asked, ruffling her hair affectionately. There's an older sister outside looking for you. An older sister? Lao Fang queried, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yes, she seems to be about your age, very beautiful with blue. Upon hearing Ling's description, Fang Tian immediately recognized who it was. What could she possibly want? Where is she? I asked her to wait outside for a moment. Ling gazed at Lao Fang, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. Lao Fang chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her hair in encouragement. Well done to not be misled by Ling's timid nature. This girl possesses remarkable cleverness. When faced with strangers, she will not simply lead them into the house based on a few casual words. You wait outside. I will go in and report. There is absolutely no issue, he reassured her. Ling, buoyed by her brother's affirmation, beamed with even greater joy. That indeed is your brother's classmate. Please lead her to the reception room, and I shall join you shortly. All right. Ling set the watering can down and merrily dashed toward the front door. Though it seems our host possesses some charm, with young ladies pursuing him after finishing her training. The lively Lei Jana, drinking her cool water, exchanged knowing glances with Lao Fang. Compared to those young girls, I find myself more inclined towards someone like you. Lao Fang squinted, raising an eyebrow as he cast a meaningful glance at Long Yang. A little horse pulling a big cart. What? Lei Jana, caught off guard by Lao Fang's remark, erupted into laughter, trembling with mirth. But in the next moment, the imposing man strode up to her. Little horse, is it? Who's the little horse? Say that again. Who begged for mercy first last night? Who lays in bed until noon without a care? Don't scratch. I was just joking, I was wrong. Master, That tickles. The backyard was vibrant with lush greenery. While in the living room, Hesha sat quietly, nearly finished with her pot of tea. May I ask, little sister, what is your relation to classmate Fang? Growing somewhat bored from waiting, Hesha struck up a conversation with Ling, who was arranging flowers nearby. She felt a tinge of curiosity about the 11-year-old girl. I am here to work for the master, Ling replied with a smile. Work? Hesha looked at her in astonishment. You are so young. Already out working? Aren't you in school? The master said he plans to send me to school when the new term begins. Lao Fang had discussed this matter with Ling thoroughly. He could sense the flicker of desire and conflict in her eyes. Thus he decided to send her to school when the new term commenced. Upon hearing Ling's words, Hesha refrained from further questioning. What on earth is that guy doing? Hesha pondered, her mind filled with questions, as nearly half an hour had passed. Sister, do not fret. Once I finish arranging these flowers, I shall go to the backyard to check. The master may be preoccupied. Attentive Ling noticed the slight impatience radiating from Hesha. Just then, Hesha seemed to faintly hear a high-pitched female voice emanating from the backyard. For some reason, that voice stirred a sense of heat within her, leading her to unconsciously sip from her cup of tea. I must go see. Could something have happened? Just as Hesha stood up, a familiar tall figure, looking refreshed, emerged. Oh, is that not the class monitor? What a rare visit. What wind has blown you here? Please take a seat. Do not be shy. Ling, go boil another pot of tea. And no need, classmate Fang. Let us sit down and discuss matters at hand. Hesha, already satiated with tea, felt somewhat speechless at Lao Fang's playful demeanor. This fellow either maintained a cold silence or behaved in a rather irreverent manner. Matters at hand? Lao Fang appeared somewhat puzzled. However, observing the other person's perfectly normal state, he admired this girl's resilient mindset. After being subjected to his teasing, she seemed to recover quite quickly. Very well. May I inquire what matters the esteemed class monitor wishes to discuss? After finishing his tea, Lao Fang noticed that Hesha remained silent, and upon lifting his gaze, their eyes met. Hesha, why do you stare so intently at me? It makes me feel bashful. What is wrong with this girl? The gaze is quite unsettling. Lao Fang mused inwardly. Could she possess an M attribute? Unfazed by Lao Fang's banter, Hesha averted her gaze and spoke calmly. As the year draws to a close and the holidays approach, our class will be participating in an exchange competition with the beast-taming training classes from 2 other academies tomorrow. I hope you can attend. What? An exchange competition. Lao Fang felt little enthusiasm for such a contest, which seemed more like a brawl among children, and he promptly declined. Thank you for coming all this way, but I'm not particularly interested. Besides, with you present, won't that suffice? 1B grade should be more than enough to handle it. Upon noticing Hesha's beautiful yet expressionless face, Lao Fong suddenly recalled something, causing his words to falter. Just a few days prior, he had torn apart her large frog, which was still in its rebirth phase. How could he have forgotten? His slip of the tongue left him feeling slightly sheepish. However, Hesha remained remarkably calm, her expression as stoic as ever. Did I understand that such competitions may seem like a waste of time for you? But aside from the two of us, the rest of our class consists mostly of D-grade individuals, while the other two academies each have a C-grade beast companion. Before I came, the principal personally instructed me that this exchange competition concerns the academy's reputation, and he hopes you will lend a hand. You have skipped nearly a quarter of the semester. The principal also mentioned that if you assist, your absences will be overlooked and your credits will be fully restored at, Very well, I shall arrive on time tomorrow. With the conversation reaching that point, Lao Fong felt somewhat reluctant to decline further. Moreover, considering that he had indeed been rather flamboyant in skipping classes, helping out tomorrow seemed only fair and reasonable. In such a large house, you have only hired a little girl to assist? There aren't too many of us, and currently, there isn't too much work to be done. 2 or 3 people are sufficient. 2 or 3. Hesha casually glanced around, wondering if there were others. Just then, Lei Jana entered the living room, exuding an air of authority that momentarily stunned Hesha. It was Hesha's first time encountering such a tall and stunning woman in real life, and her aura was distinctly unique. Since she was at home, Lei Jana wore practical and form-fitting attire while practicing martial arts, showcasing her remarkable physique, observing her perfectly proportioned long legs, majestic curves, and pert figure. Hesha instinctively lowered her gaze. For some reason, Lao Fong felt that the class monitor's expression, usually devoid of emotion, suddenly bore an unspoken chill, prompting him to glance over involuntarily. Tian Yun, is this your classmate? Allow me to introduce my class monitor, Miss Hesha. Hello, I am Lei Jana, Tian Yun's personal guard. Before Lao Fong could respond, Long Yang extended her hand, initiating the introduction herself. Whether intentional or not, she emphasized the words personal guard with a slight inflection. Hesha, a girl herself, found herself momentarily entranced by the languid yet satisfied allure emanating from Lei Jana, instinctively reaching out. As their hands clasped, Lao Fong's heart raced with apprehension. He feared that if Lei Jana accidentally exerted too much strength, Hesha might end up with a serious injury. Having just finished training and still covered in sweat, I shall take a shower first. You two continue your conversation. Releasing Hesha's hand, Lei Jana playfully winked at Lao Fong before ascending the stairs. Tian Yun, how affectionate that sounds. The thought of a man and woman sharing the same room stirred a sense of inexplicable annoyance within Hesha. Class monitor, did the principal send you to find me? I'm not sure if it's just my perception, but Lao Fong seems to sense a hint of uncertainty from the other party. What he didn't anticipate is that it wasn't the principal who sent Hesha, but rather she took the initiative to take it upon herself. In the afternoon, when Principal Sun came to the class to inform everyone about the matters for tomorrow and inquired about Fang Tian's information, Hesha proactively offered a suggestion and volunteered, asserting that as the class monitor, it was her responsibility and duty to personally visit classmate Fang. She aimed to ensure that her actions were for the greater good, not for personal gain. Subsequently, the principal handed over Lao Fong's address to this esteemed class monitor. Now that the arrangements have been made, I shall take my leave. Perhaps we could share a meal here tonight? Lao Fong stood up with a smile. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Upon hearing this, Lao Fong's smile broadened. Did you walk here? After escorting her to the door, Lao Fong suddenly noticed the absence of a car. The family car broke down and is currently in for repairs. In response to Fang Tian's inquisitive gaze, Hesha slightly tilted her head, her eyes naturally averting. Lao Fong pursed his lips. With the financial means of a girl like her, it would be a trivial matter to have a different luxury car pick her up and drop her off each month. Nonetheless, gazing at the darkening night, it would be discourteous to allow her to walk back alone. I'll drive you home, and no need. I can walk back? Then you may proceed. Observing Hesha's somewhat stiff expression, Lao Fong almost broke into laughter. Just wait here. I'll go get the car. This seemingly naive girl, lacking in worldly knowledge, was quite adorably innocent. Had she merely uttered one sentence about wanting a ride home, she could have absolved herself of any contradictory suspicions. During the drive, there was a notable silence between them. Classmate Fang, are you a battle pet? Take a guess. Classmate Fang, how much magic energy does your battle pet currently possess? I've forgotten. After exchanging a few remarks, Hesha in the passenger seat fell entirely silent. It seems that this stoic girl struggles to engage in conversation. Lao Fang mused, stifling a laugh. Arriving at their destination, they could see that indeed, it appeared to be a castle. Classmate Fang, thank you. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea? No, it's getting late. Let us talk another day. Just as Hesha was about to turn to leave, Lao Fang suddenly called out from the car window. By the way, regarding the last district competition, perhaps I was a bit too aggressive. I hope it won't affect your mindset moving forward. Hesha froze in place. No, it's all right. That's all in the past. Are you apologizing to me? In Hesha's mind, while this man sometimes behaved lightly and frivolously, he was fundamentally quite proud. Would someone like him truly apologize? No, don't misunderstand. I was merely being polite. With a sudden acceleration, Lao Fang executed a sharp turn and sped away, leaving Hesha standing alone, watching the car disappear, feeling rather flustered. Indeed, unpredictable. The following day, Lao Fang arrived punctually at the Battle Pet Arena of Zhanhua Academy that a considerable number of students were already milling about. Hey, look at that one, the handsome guy with black hair. He seems to be the champion of our district competition. Really? Where? Hearing the conversation of two girls behind him, Lao Fang quickened his pace. Throughout the journey, such scenarios were commonplace, with boys and girls alike approaching him for casual chats and photographs. Some bolder girls even directly asked for his contact information, leaving him in a quandary about whether to give it or not. Thus, he ended up sharing Nana's number. Just then, Lao Fang spotted a familiar figure approaching from afar. It was Principal Sunday. Classmate Fang. You finally made it. Welcome, welcome. He placed a hand on Fang's shoulder, creating an amiable atmosphere. Seizing the moment, Principal Sun whispered, for today's exchange competition, rest assured I understand, I'll be careful. The proceedings will definitely be suitable for viewers under 15, but before Principal Sun could finish, Lao Fang confidently thumped his chest, assuring him to be careful. Careful of what? You should hit me hard. Observing the excitement radiating from Principal Sun's face, Lao Fang found himself momentarily bewildered. No, Principal Sun, they're merely young people. There's no need. Precisely because they are young, they should be subjected to more training and experience the harsh realities of society sooner. Just go ahead. After all, we are alive, and the battle pets 1T die. It's not a big deal. What is going on? Is it really that severe? Seeing the confusion on Fang's face, Principal Sun gritted his teeth and whispered, to my shame, our academy has almost always ranked at the bottom in previous exchange competitions. Those two old cronies have relentlessly mocked me. And you see, I've even lost all my hair from stress. Saying this, Principal Sun touched his distinctive balding head. Your baldness seems like a rather tenuous explanation. This year, we finally found an opportunity, but Hesha has, temporarily become unreliable, so we must rely on you, Classmate Fang. To restore our reputation, I beg you, although Zhanhua Academy ranks first in overall strength in the city of Huangming, that only applies to comprehensive capabilities. Each academy has its strong specialties, in terms of battle pet trainers. Zhanhua Academy has indeed been at the bottom of the rankings among the top 3 academies in recent years. With Hesha's presence, Principal Sun had been harboring a desire to shine, but then Lao Fang emerged as an unexpected dark horse. Principal Sun was grinning broadly. At least for the next few years, he wouldn't have to worry about the academy's ranking in battle pet trainers. It seems the principal is quite personable. However, will the parents of the students be waiting for me at the school gate for retribution? Have Hesha's parents caused you any trouble? Principal Sun chuckled. Not all. Lao Fang mused that if they lose and then seek their parents for help, such fragile students would be looked down upon by their peers, and parents would certainly not want to embarrass themselves in public. We certainly don't have such a poor culture here. How could you have such a strange thought? Observing Principal Sun's puzzled expression, Lao Fang awkwardly smiled. My apologies. It's just the ingrained thinking from launching, since there is no need to worry about boundaries that might lead to parental complaints or confrontations. Lao Fang promptly thumped his chest and declared, all right, understood. Let us go for it. Having completed his brief, Principal Sun took his leave, for he had numerous responsibilities to attend to during the tricollegiate exchange meeting. Meanwhile, Old Fang made his way to the audience area designated for his class. As he arrived, the gaze of all his classmates converged upon him, a phenomenon that marked his first official appearance on campus since the district competition. With his newfound fame, he had become something of an idol within the academy, a reality he had grown accustomed to in time. Finding a corner to sit, he noticed that the focus of those around him remained steadfastly on him. Had it not been for his previous reputation as a formidable and unyielding figure who had physically reprimanded classmates, the female students would likely have been much more forthcoming in their approach. For now, however, his imposing presence kept them at bay, granting him a rare moment of tranquility. As he surveyed the nearly filled venue, he discerned three distinct sections marked by the differing school uniforms of the students from Zhanhua. Qing'an and Minglan, who were gradually arriving at a considerable distance, separated these groups, reinforced by tall barriers, while robust young men, clearly from the martial arts class, stood guard at the boundaries. Additionally, boxes upon boxes of bottled beverages were being surreptitiously extracted from storage rings, and some female students began to style their long hair into elaborate updos. With hair tied up, it was a clear signal. There was no room for others. Even before the exchange meeting began, the arena was already suffused with an atmosphere of competitive dominance. Indeed, this was the Edge City, where the spirit of the people was fierce. In that moment, Hesha arrived, and after a brief survey, she easily pinpointed her target. "You arrived rather late," Old Fang remarked with a smile, glancing at her silhouette beside him. "There were too many people, so I lingered a bit longer," she replied, her gaze drifting toward a couple seated together in a corner at the back. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, each one taken aback. What was happening? Had they reconciled? Although the class leader had visited that individual the day before for official business, one would expect a year of cold shoulders and silence between them. Yet here they were, seated together, and it appeared they were engaged in conversation. This was alarming. The situation seemed quite unusual. The expressions of their peers shifted dramatically. The female students' attention was now fixated on Hesha, while the male students concentrated on Old Fang, their looks laden with hostility. Hesha was undoubtedly a campus beauty at Zhanhua Academy, complemented by an affluent family background, making her the object of many male students' affections. While she might have lacked certain physical attributes, her youthful charm and innocence aligned perfectly with the aesthetic preferences of adolescent boys, who rarely encountered such allure. As the two sat so close, a wave of jealousy washed over a group of male students. Bin, too, found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Based on his knowledge, his cousin had always struggled to connect with her peers, especially the opposite sex. Her cold demeanor and formidable family background intimidated most boys, leaving them hesitant even to approach her. Could it be that this seemingly aloof young woman would one day sit beside a boy? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Yet, the two indeed appeared well matched, and Hubin couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. The female students' reactions were easy to discern. Their jealousy was palpable, perhaps even more intense than that of their male counterparts. Amidst the scrutiny from all directions, the pair in the corner remained unfazed. The girl, already possessing an indifferent demeanor, was hardly ruffled, while the boy, well aware of the futility of attempting to intimidate him with mere glances, was equally unperturbed. Old Fang, however, caught a glimpse of the male student's anxious expressions and quickly averted his gaze. For the thought of that formidable blackbird sent shivers down anyone's spine. Through his conversation with Hesha, Old Fang learned that this tricollegiate exchange competition was a cherished tradition among the top 3 academies. It was not just the beastmasters who participated. Martial artists and mages were also involved. That IT could be likened to a minor year-end assessment, with rewards for those who performed well. Dear students and esteemed faculty, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all at the annual tricollegiate exchange meeting, Principal Sun proclaimed, accompanied by resounding applause that signified the official commencement of the event. His formal address concluded. The competition began in earnest, commencing with the martial artists, followed by the mages and beastmasters. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the martial artists took to the stage, bursting with youthful vigor that rivaled even the most seasoned spectators of the Night Queen arena. The victorious would wear triumphant expressions, and the air was thick with banter and derision, accompanied by flying debris, including bottles and even the occasional shoe or egg, inflicting sensory chaos upon both sides. The situation escalated, with projectiles soaring over the barriers, and had it not been for the high barricades, a brawl might have erupted. Such fervor was reminiscent of the antics of football hooligans from a previous life. Astonishingly, this chaos went largely unchecked, with only the occasional intervention from teachers when students attempted to breach the barriers. In truth, even without the teachers' restraint, those daring enough to climb the barriers would soon reconsider, for they would become easy targets for anything thrown their way. With the opposing side brandishing sticks and waiting eagerly below, any leap over the barrier without significant prowess would surely invite trouble. Old Fang watched this intense spectacle, dumbfounded by the electrifying atmosphere, prompting him to join in the fun by tossing a few items himself. Haha, Principal Lee, Principal Kevin, it seems this year's students are still brimming with vitality. Principal Sun, the host, beamed with delight. With Zhanhua Academy's Beastmasters slightly behind, and their martial artists firmly in the lead, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at their commendable performance. The two neighboring principals, chuckling in agreement, offered little commentary. Watching these two modest old rivals, Principal Sun secretly reveled in their discomfort, silently berating them for their previous years of dominance over him. How come these old foxes are so submissive this year? As the saying goes, the second always likes to join forces with the third to take down the first. In previous years, when the Beastmasters of Zhanhua Academy were thoroughly crushed, the second and third would have relished the opportunity to defecate on the head of the first. After all, opportunities to boast are scarce, and one must cherish them. This year, however, things have changed. The first has two formidable B-grade talents backing them, so is wise to remain low-key. This group of cunning old foxes is well aware of the situation. Perhaps it is the heavens granting a chance for Sun Principal to reach a peak in his life, as the results of the martial arts exchange competition saw him surprisingly clinch the top spot. At this moment, all attention is focused on the Beastmaster competition. The expressions of Principal Lee and Principal Kevin have turned rather grim. They initially hoped to at least secure a first place in the previous two competitions, which wouldn't have been too embarrassing, but now it seems they might end up with nothing. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for their positions, both would likely be contemplating a hasty retreat right about now. At this juncture, Old Fang stood on the safety platform, yawning. While the gazes of the students from the three parties were fixed upon him, he remained unfazed, were it not for the official ranking competition being held only once every 6 months. He would have long since advanced in rank. Rather than wasting time sparring with younglings, he glanced at the young female Beastmaster opposite him, who wore a face of anxiety and trepidation but a D-grade upper tier. Orchid Butterfly. Old Fang scratched his cheek, pondering whether to leap down and engage in combat. Ultimately, he decided against it. His enthusiasm was lacking, so he simply released Fei Gu to as soon as Fei Gu appeared. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence. Beverage bottles were no longer tossed, and everyone remained unusually subdued. The only sounds were the nervous gulping of some timid students and the clicking of cameras from the bolder ones. The video of this transformed, ghostly hooting owl had garnered near-universal viewership among the youth of Huangming City. Fei Gu's fearsome reputation was well known among the younger generation, when Orchid Butterfly unleashed her ultimate move, only to have it casually swatted away by Fei Gu. "I surrender." The girl directly announced her surrender without hesitation, promptly retracting Orchid Butterfly into her beast space. Old Fang had no particular reaction. After all, isn't it normal to surrender when outmatched? However, after 3 rounds, Old Fang found himself rather exasperated. This how we play. Come out, unleash your ultimate move, and then surrender instantly, denying the chance for a proper thrashing. The students of Zhanhua Academy erupted in a chorus of boos directed at the opposing team's young players, who turned crimson with embarrassment. After all, youth lacks experience, and this cowardly tactic of surrendering without a fight left them feeling guilty. Old Fang remained unperturbed, but it did seem rather pointless. This moment. Fei Gu stood in the arena, its plump body visibly brimming with indignation. Having played the role of a sparring partner, and just as it was about to engage, the opponent surrendered and fled. How could it not be infuriating? If you think you cannot win and do not wish to fight, You are welcome to forego the match. This indifferent approach is, in my opinion, a disgrace to your identity as Beastmasters. Fighting poorly is one thing, but making it dull for the spectators and risking embarrassment should not be your goal. Old Fang's words resonated throughout the arena, causing the opposing students to flush with anger, grinding their teeth in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless that a wave of pent-up resentment began to coalesce rapidly. How about this? Since we only gather once a year, let us be generous. All of your contestants can come at once. Let us not waste anyone's time, shall we? If you still lack the courage to fight, then just surrender outright. There's no need to send out a beast, only to have it share in the humiliation with its master. Wouldn't you agree? As soon as these words fell, the crowd erupted in uproar. Young and impetuous, a model of our generation. How brazen. But I like it. Did you hear that? I've invited all of you to join. Why are you still silent? Feeling cowardly, are we? If you don't dare to fight, just surrender, don't waste time. Once old Fang's declaration was made, our side's students immediately rallied their support at this point. Even the most tempered among the opposing team found it hard to contain their anger. Moreover, they were all young and vigorous, and their tempers were not particularly forgiving. Once those words were spoken, it wasn't just the Beastmasters who were riled up. Even I, a martial artist, felt a pang of frustration. Can we really endure this? Charge at him! Even if that big black bird is formidable, can't you all handle it? You're afraid to even strike. Go for it. If you're going to be arrogant, then at least fight. Don't overthink it. Fueled by the rising tide of emotions, the contestants could no longer remain seated. If they backed down now, the humiliation of returning home would be unbearable. They would have to keep their heads down to avoid others' gazes. Besides, there was only one opponent. Even if she was a B grade, they had the numbers on their side, with a dozen beasts at their disposal. They exchanged glances, and confidence gradually filled their eyes. With a resolute bite of their teeth and a stomp of their feet, they decided to give it their all. Banding together can sometimes yield results. The remaining contestants all entered the arena, and the audience erupted in excitement, many cheering loudly. This scene was indeed a rarity. Looking at the densely packed opponents in the arena, then back at our solitary figure. Some students from Zhanhua Academy felt a twinge of apprehension. Wait, does this feel a bit overzealous? Who could have imagined they would shamelessly charge in together? Now the pressure was on. No worries. Fighting against the odds, isn't shameful. As a dozen beasts were unleashed, they didn't merely represent numbers. They exuded a certain intimidating aura. 1C tier, 1C lower, and the rest were all D tiers. The cacophony at the sidelines quieted down significantly. This sight was genuinely daunting. Sister, this is getting dangerous. If it were you, would you win? Hubin inquired of his older cousin. I'm not sure, but if it were him, he would definitely win. Huh. Hubin looked at Hesha curiously, then grinned slyly. Sister Shah, it's rare to see you so confident in a boy. Unaware of any underlying implications, Hesha maintained her usual demeanor. It's not confidence. You simply don't understand him. A herd cannot hope to defeat a tiger like that moment. Amidst the shouts of the Beastmasters, a dozen beasts launched their assault. Standing firm, Fei Gu tilted its head, seemingly letting out a disdainful snicker. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, ugh. You threw up on my foot, don't, ugh. The pale-faced girl had barely finished complaining when another wave of nausea surged within her, causing her to double over once more. Within the arena, an inexplicable sour odor wafted through the air. Following the initial wave of nausea, the phenomenon began to spread rapidly, leaving the entire venue in disarray. Some individuals even slumped in their seats, stunned into silence. Damn! A monster! Simply a monster! The match ended in less than 5 minutes. It was pure slaughter. 4 were knocked out, 3 were retching, and 6 were left in a daze. Truly merciless. Some students, having finally regained some strength after their gastrointestinal emptying, found themselves still haunted by the memories of the recent battle, despite the bodies of their combat pets having dissipated and been reborn in the void. The terrifying scenes replayed in their minds, causing many to feel a lingering sense of dread, as if the tides might rise again. The ghostly Huang owl, cloaked in a tempest of black feathers, had swiftly incapacitated half of its foes. Its black wings, sharp as blades, brought death upon contact, while its claws, capable of shattering souls, rendered opponents to mere fragments that it was akin to a tiger among sheep, slicing through them with the ease of chopping vegetables. A dozen battle pets were left in disarray, never even brushing against the feathers of the ghostly owl. Some panicked beast masters even inadvertently turned their pets against their allies, resulting in a comedic yet disastrous blunder that shattered their composure. That blackbird, along with its peer, was not to be trifled with. This consensus echoed in the hearts of all present. Only by witnessing the monstrous form of the aberrated, ghostly owl up close could one truly grasp its terrifying prowess. It was evident that the experience had far exceeded their expectations. As they surveyed the desolate aftermath, the realization dawned upon them that their psychological resilience had been grossly overestimated. After concluding the battle within a mere 5 minutes, the esteemed Fang departed the venue under the awed gazes of his peers, having accomplished his task without the need to linger. Moreover, the atmosphere in the venue was far from pleasant, though he had left. The legend of Fang still circulated within the hall. Some even bestowed upon him nicknames such as Nightmare Kid and Nightmare Brother. Truly, the monikers crafted by the youth were as crass as they were commanding. Ha ha! What do you think, my friends? The title of the best in the city of Huangming is indeed well-deserved by our Zhanhua Academy. Wouldn't you agree? Observing the two principals whose faces were as dark as soot, Principal Sun felt an exhilarating rush throughout his body. Point one could only describe the feeling as blissful. Having emerged victorious today, the second and third would find it difficult to lift their heads for years to come. Admiration for skill surpassing one's own leave one with no words to say, Principal Kevin remarked with a smile, though internally he was quite vexed and dissatisfied. This chubby son appeared to have stumbled upon a stroke of extraordinary luck, as the academy had taken in such an extraordinary talent. If only our school had someone like him. Alas, it was painful to dwell on. The more one thought about it, the more agonizing it became. Regardless, both principal of Qingyuan Academy and principal of Minglan Academy understood that for the foreseeable years, at least until Fang Tian graduated, they would find it exceedingly difficult to gain any advantage in the realm of beastmasters. The explosive victory achieved by Fang had been recorded by some students and shared online, sparking fervent discussions. His peers throughout Huangming City had gained a deeper understanding of this champion from the Oakwood district. In terms of reputation, he had transitioned from merely being renowned to possessing a somewhat fearsome notoriety. However, Fang paid little mind to the external clamor. He was now preoccupied with contemplating how to plan his upcoming holiday. Following the exchange competition, there remained a week before the school would commence its winter break. The dreaded 16 had finally transformed into 17. It seemed as if a change had occurred, yet in truth, it was still a harrowing number. Fang had initially intended to visit the Silver Vale scene north of Huangming City during the holiday. It was a popular location for capturing aquatic combat pets. However, after careful consideration of his current circumstances, he ultimately discarded this plan. Aquatic combat pets would merely fill gaps in his collection and would not facilitate a breakthrough of his current limits. To transcend those limits, he needed A grade, the true pinnacle of combat standards. Fang had watched numerous recordings of A-grade battles between elite beast masters in international competitions. The sheer devastation of the combat could only be described as cataclysmic. A single match could exhaust thousands of mages maintaining defensive barriers. If one were to liken the scene to a cinematic spectacle, it would at least rival the scale of Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. Fang had conducted a self-assessment in his mind. Should he engage A-grade lower-tier combat beasts with his current lineup, his chances of victory would hover around 30 to 35% at most. Experts had conservatively estimated that the power of A-grade beasts was approximately 8 to 10 times that of B-grade. Crossing that evolutionary threshold was akin to ascending to the heavens. Presently, Fang possessed 2 B-grade pets, and as long as Xiao Qing continued to develop normally, she too would eventually achieve B-grade status. Hence, it could be said that he currently held 3 Bs in hand. Acquiring additional B-grade combat pets would yield minimal benefit and could even elongate his developmental curve. Capturing higher-tier combat beasts relied 30% on chance and 70% on skill, with the magic energy capacity of the pet space being of paramount importance within that 70%. Over the past 6 months, through various cultivation techniques, Fang had raised his magic energy capacity to an astonishing 60 points. Yet, even this impressive figure was insufficient to satisfy his ambitious plans. Ahau had experienced a meteoric rise in strength, boosting his magic energy to 18 points, while Fei Gu now stood at 14 points and Xiao Qing at 12 points. With this in mind, Fang found himself with only 16 available points in his combat pet space. Although he had outpaced others in terms of pet space growth, the rapid ascension of pet strength meant that he had only increased his magic energy by a mere 6 points compared to a few months prior. A-grade combat pets required a minimum of 30 magic energy points, rendering his 16 points woefully inadequate. Thus, Fang's upcoming plans revolve around intensive cultivation to amass 30 points or more in magic energy space, preparing himself for A-grade challenges. Furthermore, the 3 B-grade pets he currently possessed could potentially evolve into A-grade, placing considerable pressure on him regarding the magic energy capacity of his pet space. However, there existed a solution. Humanity is indeed a remarkably intelligent species. Given the slow expansion of pet space, Fang resolved to adopt a subtractive approach and explore an alternative pathway. The life contract, a type of advanced contract that could have a combat pet's magic energy, emerged as a viable option. The equal contract, the pet contract, and the life contract constitute the 3 major contracts concerning combat beasts in the Eternal Continent. The equal contract's most notable feature is that it applies solely to non-beast master individuals. In essence, this contract is specifically designed for martial artists, mages, or ordinary individuals. It sounds appealing, yet comes with numerous restrictions. Firstly, the equal contract must be voluntarily signed by the combat beast. Otherwise, it cannot take effect. In other words, one cannot force a pet to comply. Persuasion is the only course of action. This stipulation alone sets the threshold remarkably high. Secondly, since the signatory possesses only contract space and no combat pet space, the beasts acquired through this contract lack the ability to be revived. Once they perish, they're truly gone. Nevertheless, there are benefits, such as the fact that upon contract termination, the pet will not die or vanish. Lastly, an individual can possess a maximum of 1 combat beast under the equal contract. Fang intended to find an opportunity in the future for Ling to sign an equal contract with a golden ferocious beast on the mountain. For the time being, he aimed to foster a bond between the girl and the large golden cat, which would also enhance the success rate of the equal contract, that if, years down the line, Ling were fortunate enough to transition into a beastmaster, the equal contract could seamlessly convert into a pet contract, as far as Fang knew, the Royal Mastiff Knight Order of the Federation, the Battle Insect Army of the Gank Empire, the Savage Bear Guards of the Belong Kingdom, and the Holy Light Pegasus Knight Order of the Light Spirit Church all nurtured relationships between combat beasts and soldiers from a young age, subsequently forming bonds through the equal contract. Essentially, this type of contract is a fateful bond. The pet contract needs no further elaboration, as all 3 combat pets in Fang's possession fall under this category. Available exclusively to beast masters, the life contract, however, serves as an advanced upgrade to the pet contract. The condition for this upgrade is the unity of human and pet. Of course, this is merely a metaphorical summary. Simply put, it signifies a profound connection and synchronization between the beastmaster and their combat pet, achieving an unparalleled level of understanding. To be frank, the standards are rather ambiguous, lacking a clear point of reference. However, official data has indicated that the success rate for signing a life contract is a mere 20%. Successfully contracted pets will have their magic energy capacity permanently halved. Should the signing fail, the pet contract will be annulled, resulting in the permanent loss of the pet. High returns are invariably accompanied by high risks. Thus, the majority of beastmasters are loath to embark on such gambling contracts. Even the exceptionally mentally adept Lao Fang lacks the confidence to take the plunge at present. After all, the cost of failure is exorbitant. An expert has aptly likened it to a scenario where, if your battle pet could deftly wield a needle, accurately piercing 100 holes, then perhaps you might consider becoming a gambler. Lao Fang has contemplated this route, with the target of the contract being Xiao Qing. Possessing the ability to communicate telepathically, Xiao Qing undoubtedly has the highest success rate among the 3 battle pets. Of course, signing the contract now is premature, as the day for capturing A-grade beast has not yet arrived. Moreover, the longer this life bond contract is postponed, the greater the likelihood of success. For the time being, it is prudent to focus on diligent training to accumulate slots, while also employing various methods to scour both online and offline for traces of A-grade battle beasts. The search for battle beasts is truly a matter of luck. It is not uncommon for beastmasters to go their entire lives without encountering an A-grade beast, while others effortlessly catch them in droves. Locations where A-grade beasts have appeared typically display signs of disturbance or anomalies, such as earthquakes, tsunamis, or superstorms. Some natural disasters may very well be orchestrated by these beasts. This is not a matter that can be resolved in a day or two. It requires patience and perseverance. While Lao Fang was devising these plans, he seemed to give little thought to his actual A-grade beasts, the pressure stemming from the realm of battle pets, and the trifling nature of the B-grade. If others were to hear this, they would likely dismiss it as mere fantasy. Is this truly something a man under 30 should be pondering? Comparing oneself to others, is it not a futile endeavor? Just as Lao Fang was perusing the relevant materials, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Tianyun, someone is looking for you. Someone is seeking me. Lao Fang was momentarily taken aback. It was already past 8 in the evening. Who could it be at this hour? Opening the door, he inquired, "Who is it?" A rather refined middle-aged lady stood before him. Well, a middle-aged lady that offers no clues. Descending the stairs, Lao Fang found a formally dressed middle-aged woman standing properly in the living room. "Good day. May I ask who you are?" "Greetings, Your Excellency the Baron. I am the secretary to the city lord, and I have come specifically to deliver an invitation to you." An invitation. Just as Lao Fang's expression turned to one of confusion. A gold-embossed invitation on a white background was presented before him. "Next Saturday, the city lord will host an end-of-year banquet in the Assembly Hall, and we humbly request your presence, Your Excellency, the Baron." "Very well. Thank you for making the effort to deliver this personally. I appreciate it." Lao Fang accepted the invitation with gratitude. "Not at all. It is my duty. Perhaps the invitations were not yet finished." As the middle-aged lady turned to leave after exchanging pleasantries, gazing at the invitation in his hand, Lao Fang fell into contemplation. The city lord, akin to a mayor, is the foremost authority in the city. Do not inquire why there is no secretary. The Eternal Continent has no four-tiered administrative system. This end-of-year banquet is likely an elite gathering, attended by the upper echelons of the political and business world in Huangming City. The reason for the invitation is presumably due to the noble title awarded to him upon winning first place in the district competition. Winners of the official Beastmaster ranking contests are granted noble titles, ranging from Duke to Baron, which correspond to world, national, provincial, municipal, and district-level championships, respectively. Noble titles not only confer certain privileges, but also symbolize social standing. It can be said to represent one's status. Many business families find it challenging to obtain even a baron title without notable social contributions. From what Lao Fang knows, his grandmother donated considerable sums and employed various means before finally attaining the title of Viscount. This is the primary motivation for all Beastmaster competitors to fiercely vie for the top position. Often, people tend to forget the second and third places. There can only be one victor. Putting the invitation away, Lao Fang suddenly smiled. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended to the ranks of the upper class. With a week to go, there is no need for haste. Turning to the recently descended Lejana, he said, "Next week, accompany me to the banquet as my female companion Dada." Initially, Lejana thought she would be attending as a guard and paid little attention. However, the term female companion caught her off guard. "What do you mean? Who brings a guard to a public banquet?" Observing the flustered expression on Long Yang's face, Lao Fang couldn't help but chuckle. "But I have no experience and I can't dance." Lejana was genuinely nervous, and her greater concern was her mixed heritage, fearing it might cast a negative shadow on Fang Tian in such a setting. After all, the power of prejudice can be quite formidable. At this moment, Lejana only cared about Lao Fang. As long as this man before her held no bias against her, she was indifferent to others' opinions. However, she did not wish to be the source of unnecessary trouble for her man. "You should seek out Hesha. She is of a suitable age and would be a good fit." Looking at the forced smile on Nana's face, Lao Fang gently grasped her hand and said, "Did I not tell you before that you would eventually stand in the light, enjoying dignity and glory?" No matter the trials you face, I will walk alongside you. Do not overthink it. If I cannot even protect you, what worth is there in my existence? Gazing at the tranquil and composed man before her, Lyjana's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she suddenly embraced him, launching a suffocating yet joyous onslaught of affection. You rascal! What do I have to fear? A female companion is just that. Who said you had to protect me? I am regard, all right? In the Night Queen arena. As Lao Fang effortlessly secured his 16th consecutive victory, he inwardly lamented the fleeting nature of fortune. The previous night of sudden wealth would likely be a rarity henceforth, currently, with regards to the Child of Destiny. The chances of encountering such high odds again are virtually non-existent. Furthermore, Lao Fang's challenge position had remained vacant for 2 rounds, with no one daring to sign up until today when a lackluster contender finally appeared. Exiting the player lounge, he was greeted by the familiar figure of the maid. Mary, come, let us go and meet your master. Lao Fang was not surprised by her presence. Nearly 10 days had passed since the last incident.